right, what do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It is Friday night here in dark and rather mild weather in South Korea today. Fall is definitely in the air. Sometimes it's cold, sometimes it's warm. Tonight was pretty okay. Sorry for having to start a little bit earlier, a little bit later than usual today. We had an office dinner for one of our paralegals that has been there for the office like 15 years. So we had a big going away party for him tonight. So that's why I had to be a little bit late. But we were all here, and this thing wrapped up quicker than I thought. It is essentially over now. The jury's verdict in the penalty phase came back yesterday. For those of you that know it, please don't talk about it in chat. There's other people that aren't up on the news that like to watch this. And so please, I'm just asking for no spoilers in the chat if you can at all help it. People are going to find out, word's going to get out, whatever. But, try not to spoil it for those in the chat that are waiting to see how this turns out. What we're going to be doing is today, we're going to be doing the afternoon from whenever the hell it was. I guess it would be Wednesday afternoon. And then if time allots, we'll start in on Thursday morning. Otherwise, we'll pick that up on Monday. And we'll just go like Tuesday. Probably we'll wrap it up on Wednesday, even though they already wrapped it up yesterday. Almost. So yeah, we're doing good on this. It's just going to take a little while to get there because I need sleep these days. X-Comer, thank you for the super chat. Your head is growing hair. Yeah, I'm looking like a damn hippie, aren't I? That's how busy I've been. I haven't had time to shave my head all week. See, this is a lifestyle, guys. This ain't a genetic baldness. This is a lifestyle. But this will all go away in the morning. Again, keep looking like a damn hippie over here. So now today I'm taking a huge risk. So bear with me. This could be a raging success, or it could be a miserable failure. From what it seems like, just messing around with things, the combination of Law and Crime and Google Chrome is a disaster on every scale. So we're trying Law and Crime on Edge today, on Microsoft Edge, and I am not a Microsoft Edge user at all, but I've been playing around with it all day, trying to use as much of my bandwidth, which is ridiculous with the amount of bandwidth I have. But I'm trying to use all of my, the packet resources, trying to use everything to try to stall it out. And I've just jinxed myself by saying that it's not there yet. We haven't gummed up the works yet. But we'll have to see how it goes. Ozzy, if you're free, I am sending you a link. A link is coming your way as soon as I text you. I'll be texting it to you rather than tweeting it to you. All right. Hey, come and join the party if you're free, sir. I have just texted you a link. Good morning, everybody. Mods, great to see you all here. All of the mods are awesome. We have everybody in chat. You guys are awesome. Great. And everybody that's just listening on in the background as you drive around, do your work. Hey, enjoy it. And if you get a chance, come back later and hit the like button. For those of you that are here now, go hit the like button. We have 272 people here, 110 likes, not even close to half, but we should be up around 70 or 80% where we usually are. So I would be grateful if the 178 of you that haven't done your job would just do your one job. You got one job to do, and that's hit the like button. I would deeply, deeply appreciate it, because the higher the likes, like the concurrent viewer and like ratio, the closer they are together, the more YouTube gets it out. And right about 600 likes is where they really start putting this in the advertisement, people's homepages and their recommended videos, etc., stuff like that. So that would be deeply appreciated if you would hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already done so. And if you have, check down, just do that double check to make sure you're still subscribed. And with that, we will bring up our first guest of the evening. We should be joined by 3 people tonight. If depending whether or not Ozzy Overlord accepts my invite. If he accepts it, we'll have 3 guests. If not, 2. Our first guest is our one and only Flux.
What's up, everybody? How's it going?
Abdicating her mod duties to be on stream today. And the reason we're having Flux here on again is she seems to be a crowd favorite amongst all of you. And I
Aw.
was getting emails that were saying, hey, it's so awesome when Flux comes on because she asks questions that normal people want to know the answers to. So,
That is, yeah, I would agree with that. I'm
to each other?
well,
Yeah.
sort of normal.
Yeah. So I got several emails along those lines, emails and comments on the
Oh.
videos thing saying it's great she's on because she asks questions that normal people ask rather than, like I said, just two lawyers talking to each other and asking really technical questions and issues and things. So Flux will be joining us for as long as she is able today.
I do have to go pick up Mrs. Flux at some point, but that's
Yeah,
it.
well. So as I was saying, we are going through Microsoft Edge. This could work out wonderfully. It could be an absolute unmitigated disaster. And if it turns out it's a unmitigated disaster of worse proportions than using Law and Crime and Chrome together, we'll go back to the crap fest that is Chrome.
It's so crazy that there's all this buffering, like that they have these technical issues. I'm super convinced that they did something to their streaming to make it harder for people to take
I only
off of
have
it.
problems with Law and Crime. I don't have anything I stream from anywhere else is perfect. It's just them. Rick Nikitas says my IQ just dropped. That was the conversation from yesterday. Well, I don't think her IQ dropped, so there you go. So, all right, guys, what we're doing now, as I said, we're doing the afternoon from Wednesday, where the verdict came down in the main trial. He was found guilty of premeditated murder, and so we move into the penalty phase. In the morning was arguments about jury instructions, and the penalty phase, for those of you that weren't here for the explanation yesterday and don't know, the penalty phase is a completely new separate trial. They use the same jury, but they have jury instructions, they have opening statements, they have arguments and calling witnesses, they have closing arguments, and then the jury goes and deliberates, and the jury has to deliberate on one thing. Do we give him the death penalty, or do we give him life in prison without parole? That's the only thing the jury is doing. So the prosecution is saying he's an evil guy, he's an animal, he deserves to be put to death, he deserves to be a victim of state-sanctioned killing. Whereas the defense is saying, but he's the great guy. You know, this was an aberration. He's a wonderful guy otherwise. And you know, if he's in jail, he can at least have a job and he can contribute in some way. And that's what they're going to do. And then the jury's going to listen to everything and go, all right, we'll see. And then they're going to issue their decision. Like I said, they've issued their decision. But we're not going to talk about that. So please keep the spoiler out of the chat if you can at all help it.
Quick question for you.
Yeah.
Personal opinion, would
Yeah.
you give him the death penalty?
I would, but I think he deserves it. But I don't think he'll get it.
Fair.
Because it's like we were talking about yesterday. You know, Steve was saying that Florida is a death penalty heavy place, and I don't know the answers, and I'm not even really looking at the chat, so I don't want anybody to spoil it for me here. But I think Florida's kind of liberal. I don't know. I just kind of feel that way. And it's you need to have a unanimous. You get to get 12 people in a room to say, I think we should kill him.
No, I'm saying you personally.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'd vote for the death penalty that fast. But if the jury has to have 12 people, no spoilers in the chat. What part of that don't you understand? We're keeping it clean for everybody. All right. So you have to have 12 people agree that the state should kill someone. And it just takes one person for any reason whatsoever to say, not me. And then it's life in prison without parole. All right. So where we got yesterday, we got through the arguments about jury instructions, and we got through the prosecution's case in chief. They've rested. Now the defense, we're going to start with the defense telling you why he's a great guy and he doesn't deserve to be put to death. And let's see how all of this goes. While we're here, everybody hit that like button. We're right about the 50% mark. So keep boosting it. We got 382 people and 197 likes. So get down there, hit that like button while I'm reading this last super chat. Is this lawful law? Asks, is it true that Radix Verum was involved in the QLARP thing? I don't mean as a follower, but as an actual writing Q post. I have no idea. I just have no idea. Sorry.
I know she said she used to like be an anon, but I think that was like more along the lines of she was just a random shit poster on.
Yeah, I wouldn't know, and I'm not going to speculate. I suggest you ask her directly. I have no idea. And so super chats not required. I don't grift too much for those. If you want to super chat and support the channel, like our two super chatters have done thus far today, Xcomer and Rick Nikeda, that would be awesome. Deeply appreciated. I will guarantees I will read the comment and I will answer it, and we will address it or whoever. If you want to super chat a question to Flux, go ahead. We'll make sure she reads. Oh, excuse me. Just coming off a rather large Chinese dinner with the office. So I might be in and out depending how fast it comes in and out. Anywho, let's pull this up. Like, subscribe, super chat if you're so inclined. And oh, by the way, today, guys, if it helps, for those of you that don't know, every Friday, once a month, I do an F-it Friday where you just pay me $100 to have shots, and we just grift. It's just a tongue-in-cheek way of just doing heavy grifting on one day of the month, so I don't have to. But I still owe the chat 8 shots from last time we did this. So I'm going to try to clear off the 8 shots while we do this. So the commentary could get pretty interesting by the end. Because I've got, like I said, I've got 8 shots to burn through here. And let me get my handy dandy notebook with my 8 shots left. So I can tick them off as we go.
Holy cow, that's a lot of shots. So
be warned. Now I drank 26 that night, but I had like about 30 something shots, so I have to do makeup, and today is makeup day. So Flux, hey Flux, thank you. Pants are prison, yes they are, and it's a warm day here, so I'm not in prison today.
Nice.
In an hour you'll be hungry again, Jeff. See, that's the weird thing. If you like out west, when you eat Chinese food, you get really hungry. But now I'm here so often that if I go to McDonald's or something, I eat it and I'm hungry like an hour later. All right, just in time to join us is our second guest of the evening, Aussie Overlord. Welcome, sir.
Bosses, how you doing?
Good. And Flux is right above you.
What's up, Aussie?
Hey, Flux.
Good to see you.
Right. How you doing after that? That was
That was a fun garlic phone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. You were on with Meme tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We played
Secret Hitler.
Secret Hitler.
Don't say that on my channel. We're only 13 minutes in. Don't say that H word. Don't say the H word. All right.
No idea what was going on.
Me either. I don't want to hear any more about it if the H word is involved.
Fair enough.
All right, we're going to jump right back into this with the defense's case in chief as to why their fine, upstanding citizen of a client should not be given the death penalty. And let's see how we do on Microsoft Edge.
Nice cornpipe. Oi, oi, oi.
There you go. All right, boom. Let's start with Judge Happy Guy.
We provided a copy of, I went through all of the objectionable language and essentially ruled on it by highlighting.
Let me know if we need to raise the court volume, people in chat.
I just want to say on the record that given the status of the law, this is a difficult.
It'll always be my secret
regarding
baseball, not pitcher, hitter.
Certainly anything that I've eliminated is not something that.
So let me know how the volume is, guys.
Necessarily
it's Chrome.
I mean,
it's Edge, and I have no idea how it sounds.
Necessary or certainly at a sentencing hearing where the spectrum is so much wider. But there was still a significant amount left in the victim impact statements that is going to be presented to the jury. And I do believe that all of that is left falls within the parameters of the law as being permissible. What I'd like to do, Mr.
All right, this is 300%. Let me know if this sounds good. The mixing here with the court and our voices. Let me know how it sounds.
What I did is I then yellow highlighted over what I agreed to. What we provided to you was just the yellow highlighting as to what's coming out. I would like to make this a court exhibit, if you don't mind, so that there is a record of what the defense specifically requested to come out and specifically what I ruled. If you like to take a look at it to see that it is exactly how I'm explaining it, you're welcome to do that. Is there any objection? It's yours. So, I mean, technically, I guess if you want it back, I'd have to give it back to you. But do you disagree with making this a court exhibit?
No, sir.
It'd be 4.
No, sir.
Mr. Diaz, any objection?
Not at all, Your Honor.
Anyone need to look at the 2 different versions of the highlighting the pink and then the yellow over the pink?
No, Your Honor. Right.
Wait,
and
I don't want to see this
obviously
stupid volume bar.
pink is what we had moved to exclude, and the yellow over the pink.
Is what I agreed to exclude.
Yeah.
So certainly you would maintain any objection
Kind of looks
to what
orange
is
from here.
pink.
Right. Let's look at orange. So I guess I'm just
Here, go ahead and take a look at it. Yeah, it becomes kind of orange when
That's a bad
the yellow
tie.
is highlighted over it. But certainly you would maintain any objection to anything that is pink.
Well, I guess
but
we just
not
get to look
covered
at
in
this
yellow
volume
because
bar
you
here
wanted
because
that withdrawn,
I have no idea how to
or
make it
taken
go
out
away.
or redacted, and I did not agree to it.
Gotcha.
So there is now a court exhibit of what you were objecting to
Yes.
that I both agreed to and what I did not agree to.
yes,
All right.
that's clear.
Madam Clerk, court exhibit 4. Number 4. All right. Anything else? State, defense ready?
Yes, that's clear.
All right, let's get-
I think-
G'day,
I think
Steve. How you
I'm
doing?
From the defense, I'm going to admit the last 3 exhibits, 71, 72, and 73. They're all photos of the victim that I'll be.
We introduce them through some of these witnesses.
I think the defense is not disagreeing to their admission. I was just going to move them in.
You want to move them in now?
I would admit states exhibit 70.
Steve's in the chat. Hey,
1,
Steve.
2, and 3.
Yes, let me just read the letters into the record. 71 is.
Steve, do you want me to
71
send you
is
a link?
photos of Kay Baker with her friends. That's A and B. 72 is photos of Kay Baker with her family. That's A through D, like Delta. And then 73 is a lone photo.
So we don't need, we just leave it 73.
It's just 73, yes.
Okay, on it. All right. Any objection to those 3 exhibits, 2 of them which are composite?
No objection.
All right, they will be admitted. 71, A and B, 72, A through D, and 73. Admitted.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and retrieve them. I'll get them again in a second.
Sent you the link, Steve.
Can you start lining them up?
Yeah, I already went in. And actually, before they come out.
No, wait.
All right, we'll bump the speed here a little bit.
Probably.
I don't believe the defense is.
Holy cow, that was already at 1.25?
No, I just raised it now.
Oh.
And while they're screwing around here, hello, hi, says Michelle Cavernos. OMG, the drama that you will get to see is priceless. Also, cannot wait to hear your thoughts on Perry's Hanky Panky. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you too.
No objection.
Defense 2 is admitted.
Defense 3 are certified transcripts from.
All right, they're just introducing stuff
No
here
objection.
into the record, so. And
So let
once
me
they
ask
actually
the defense,
get
does that
into,
mean that
okay.
you're ready once the state has called these 2 witnesses that I suspect will go fairly quickly, so that there's no need to take a break and I just turn to the defense and ask you to start calling witnesses?
Yes, I've asked that our witnesses come over and leave the witness room, so hopefully.
Oh, JKD Buck, I'm sorry to hear that, but hopefully the damper will help.
Mr. Diaz, roughly how long do you think that they're just reading these statements, right?
It's just the 2 witnesses. They're reading the statements, and other than just asking them.
Oh, wait. We already saw this yesterday, didn't we? What do you mean, Steve Gosney? Haha, legal vices boomered it. What did I boomer?
Apparently the link wasn't in the email.
It was. It sure was. No. Let's sorry to pause everything here for we bring this up here for Monsieur Gosney. No link attached. Weird. All right. I'm watching it go. All right, there we go. Now you should have it for sure. Whatevs. All right, we saw these two witnesses yesterday, so we can fast forward through all this. They were just on there and they said, yes, this is a statement, this is it. And then we had the guy, right? Yeah. Where are we? It was before this guy. Was it before this guy or after this guy? I was tired. I can't remember.
I think it was right after her. I
The
don't
loss of
think
Kenny
we
to our
heard
family
him.
is profound.
G'day, Big Digger.
Well, look at this. We can fast forward without it buffering.
You have heard evidence about the impact of this murder on the family and friends of K.E. Baker. This evidence was presented to show the victim's uniqueness as an individual and the resultant loss by K. Baker's death. However, you may not consider this evidence as an aggravating factor. We'll now turn to the defense, and I'll ask if they're ready to proceed with the defense case.
Yeah, but just 1 second.
Certainly.
All right, we are ready to rock and roll, and here is our man of the hour, Mr.
There he is.
Stephen N. Gosney. And Steve is our surprise guest, so we'll actually end up having another guest later,
Hey.
quite possibly.
Hey,
This will be,
Ozzy. Hi,
the
Flux.
All-Star.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good, good.
And-
Yes, it's my last day of vacation. I got to go back to
Oh,
work
nice.
on Monday.
Oh.
But this is a
Flux.
great trial. I'm glad we're doing it because this is so much fun after that. All these, like Flux, I think, was saying about how many bad trials there have been. It's so nice to see a
Mhm.
good one.
Absolutely.
And Flux is here by popular demand because people were saying we love having Flux on because she asks questions that normal people ask.
I know. I was thinking how great Flux is. You're really so well. First
Oh,
of
I
all, we've got
appreciate
the female beauty element, right? Can reel in the people,
Thank
right?
you.
And then we've got this like kind of common the way you ask is like the common felt because like we're talking all this stuff and you're like, wait a second, what about this?
Us viewers, we don't quite know what that word means.
Michelle Cavernos says, "Hi, Stephen."
Hi, Michelle. How are you? Thank you for
Also,
watching.
Beth, to answer your question, yes, I did see the video of him getting wheeled in a wheelchair, and yes, I will be doing a video on it tomorrow.
Who got wheeled in?
Brooks in his other trial.
for his next trial. They wheeled him in strapped to a wheelchair.
I
For
hope
his
the next judge
trial?
gets really hard on him and like tapes his mouth and everything if he tries to the next judge should really put the hammer on because he's already got this in the bag. So why not go
don't
balls
know.
to the wall on the next trial?
Yeah, so
I'm not sure yet because the judge has already been a little bit lenient with the defense. He's already adjourned the December 12th through till I don't think they've actually set a date yet because I don't want to have to re-adjourn it.
Yeah, well, I mean, what's he gonna do? Get out of jail? No.
Hey Jeff, I did your homework.
Yeah. Okay, what did you think?
I think that's pretty much what we got. I wanted the analysis I gave last time is exactly what they're doing here, which is that it's an Apprendi issue on the out-of-state thing that the jury must make the finding of violence in the prior record, and that's what they're and then they're putting them on the horns of this dilemma that the Williams rule witness is now becoming a feature of the trial. If you remember that Williams rule witness when they came on in the penalty phase just said, "Here's my scars," and sat down, right?
Yep. Yeah, that's right. But I just wanted you to watch it because I thought the prosecution did a brilliant job of arguing his points.
I think the defense did too. I know you were busting on him because you were saying, how stupid is this that the jury has to find that stabbing is a crime of violence? But that is required.
No, I was saying they're right. I thought the way the defense argued it was kind of lame, but it was kind of cut and dried. But anywho, today apparently we have some fireworks, and I know we have some fireworks tomorrow, and this is going to be fun. So let's just jump straight into the defense's case as to why this guy is such a nice, sweet, upstanding citizen who we should not give him the death penalty, but allow him to earn a living and better himself on death row, not on death row, and in prison for the rest of his life. And this is where it all begins. What did I say begans for? I didn't even started drinking yet. Speaking of which, I said I owe my chat 8 shots from last Friday drinking stream, so we're gonna try to clear those off today.
8 shots?
Yeah.
What are you drinking?
Oh, that's nothing.
Of whiskey. They bought like 30 something, and I could only drink 26 before I had
I think
to
it
tap
was
out.
39 in total.
Yeah, I tapped out at 26 though.
Oh my gosh! See, I'm such a girly. I'm such a lightweight girly drinker.
One down.
Holy cow!
7 to go. All right, let's jump in.
All right, I got the
Matt.
counter on.
I
What's
have
your
my
sound?
analog counter. This is my analog counter. 'Cause I still rock with yellow legal pads.
Come back.
Jeff, you're 80% liver. Profile. Yeah.
No, I don't need rehab. That's why I do it once a month.
I believe I do, but he may
All right. Okay. Not a problem. It's not a problem.
I'm like Russian, Irish, and Scottish, so I'm immune to alcohol.
Seriously.
Oh, Lithuanian, Irish, and Scottish.
Oh, there was another little tidbit that happened. I watched pretty much the whole show after I got off because I had an interruption. He said that he wanted to testify and his attorneys didn't.
Yeah, you saw that.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. So that's setting up future stuff.
Yeah, but we haven't seen that yet. This is still 2 days ago.
Oh,
So
we're that far behind on this trial?
Yeah. Yeah, this is the afternoon session for Wednesday.
Okay.
That'll be interesting when we get there. We'll get there probably on Monday.
Oh. We're not going to see the end of this?
We will.
Mr. Kane, who is your first
It's a
witness?
slower time.
I'm sorry.
That's close, Mark Terry.
Mark Terry. Mr. Terry, if you can come forward, keep walking wherever you're comfortable. If you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
So that's
I do.
Daddy
Thank you. If you'll follow, you put your hand down and follow the bailiff. Please watch your step. Go ahead and make yourself comfortable in that chair. The microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Fully.
You let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right. Mr. Kane, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Terry.
Howdy.
All right. Now I'm going to ask you to speak up.
I
very
thought he
clearly
died
and
when the rest
talk
of his
to the
Heaven's
microphone.
Gate cult went away with him.
Sometimes it
jeez.
amplifies, sometimes it doesn't. But we just want to make sure that you can be heard.
Oh, he's the Heaven's Gate guy, isn't he?
You can introduce yourself, please.
Is he still
My name's
wearing
Mark
those
Terry.
shoes?
And how are you related to Matt?
I'm his father.
Oh,
Where are you from?
Daddy
East Lansing,
McSnappy.
Michigan.
And tell us a little bit about yourself. I mean, what you do for a living and
Oh man,
I'm currently
Stabby.
retired, own some real estate. I was a commercial lender.
oh man,
uh,
this is his
before I
dad.
retired.
are you married?
Tragic.
Going on 50 years.
And what's your wife's name?
Kathy.
Is she here with us in?
If
She
we
is.
could reduce his crazy eye
Where you
by
from?
half and give it to the
She's from East Lansing. She
defendant,
grew up in East
they both
Lansing. I
have
grew up in
normal
the Detroit
eyes.
area. Went to Michigan State. and
Why does everybody
Very
have
local.
crazy eyes in this trial?
All right.
I don't know.
Tell us about your.
He seemed a little too excited to be on the stand.
State of the
Mhm.
Michigan area where you all are from. Is that correct?
Correct.
That'd be rough though to be him.
Did you have children?
Mhm.
3 boys.
And what are their names? I know we know Matt.
Matthew, Luke, and Peter.
Who's the oldest?
Oh
Matt.
my God, that sounds like a religious family there.
What's Matt's birthday?
Yeah, what
Matthew,
happened
Mark,
with
Luke,
Matthew?
John,
Matthew.
Peter, Paul, and
Now, you see Matt in the courtroom today?
I do.
You point him out.
Just
Right there in
tells
the
you
tan
what the
coat.
Marines does to people.
When's the last time you saw
They
him?
crayons.
Would have been
Nice.
sometime in January, February this year.
And obviously, I think you visited him at the jail. Is that correct?
I did. I forgot about that. Yep. Visited in late May. No,
We'll read the
it would've
chats
been,
during a break.
July, excuse me, in July.
And also spoilers, people. Come on. We haven't seen this yet.
Correct.
And while you were here, you visited him at Falkenberg Road Jail.
Correct. It was a video visit, so I'm not sure.
Oops.
Okay.
I could have done that in East Lansing. It wouldn't count as a visit, but I was here.
All right, when's the last time you were in his physical presence? You guys were able to give each other a hug. When's the last time that happened?
That would have been February of this year,
Right before he moved down to Florida?
just before he moved down. Correct.
Now, tell us a little bit about Matt's upbringing. And obviously, you had Matt in 1975. And when you all had Matt, how long had you and Kathy been married?
We were married in August of '73, so I'd be about a year and a half.
Tell us about Matt's upbringing, about his childhood, what kind of child he was, and some of the things that he found interesting, and what you all did together, and how that went as your family got larger.
Matt was a great kid, beautiful baby, very patient, but also very precocious. You might even
Like
say
knives.
impulsive, but I'm talking when they were
So
2, 3,
bad.
4 years old.
Poor
When you got them all
Dad.
together in a room. it
Dad,
was,
don't say
1
impulsive.
+ 1
That's
is
bad.
12.
Right?
They were a handful, but they got along great, and they had very happy childhoods, all 3 of them.
Was that in East Lansing and also in other parts of the state?
So we were in
He's
East
the captain
Lansing
of the
for
Love Boat.
first
Give him some
maybe
slack.
7 or 8 years.
Captain
And then
Stubing.
we moved to
He needs an
Detroit
eyebrow
briefly for about
trimmer.
1.5 years. So transfer for my work. And then we had bought a cottage on a lake in 1979 that needed a lot of fixing up. So we decided just to move there. And because I grew up near a lake and I know it was a great place to grow up. So we moved the kids
You guys are bad.
in 19, I think.
Sorry to keep covering your handsome mug
79.
up there, Stephen.
No, it would have been 84, excuse me, that we moved.
Probably better
Right.
off that way.
That was in Holton.
Holton, yeah.
And that's the series of blue lakes in and around that area. Is that what it's called?
Big Blue Lake. Yep, that's where we live.
Captain
How
Stebbins.
did you and Kathy view, being parents and the responsibilities that came with that? How did you guys sort of respond to one another and respond to your kids in terms of your parenting responsibilities?
Well, raising kids was part of getting married. Getting married was part of our relationship. And,
That's a
having
weird
children
answer.
is a great way to learn a lot of stuff about yourself because they imitate you. And
Oh, so
And
dad
sometimes
stabs
it's
people
shocking.
too.
Apparently, either that or he's in the
That's
closet
right.
and married mom as an
you know,
excuse.
I would say it was a
What
very
the hell?
shocking, instructive, enjoyable.
Bad. I'm against
fun
this commentary
Some of Matt's
generally.
What developed?
Sorry.
Well, I'm not sure what age you mean, but we were at the lake.
Not
from
sorry.
4 on, so he would have been 9, and he was very much involved in the outdoors. Everything but the woods and the water. Loved to fish. Did a little bit of hunting, but mostly fishing.
Ever any sort of issues or problems that you had behaviorally as he was going through elementary school or going through junior high school? Anything that stands out as especially concerning?
It was never anything that was concerning. There were always issues. I mean, as there always are with kids.
Nothing that you viewed as extraordinary.
Nothing extraordinary at all. I mean, I had my issues as a teenager, but so did all my friends. Nothing out of the average at all.
When you were raising,
I had to check to see if this was really at
going through the
1.25
school age years, I guess
speed.
You also met Ben and Ruby Williams, right?
Correct. Neighbors.
Okay. Can you talk to us about how those relationships developed and how they became meaningful?
Well, in our case, most of our close relationships developed with people who had kids the same age as ours because you ended up, in the same places and at the same times, sitting in the bleachers or whatever. In Ben and Ruby's case, they also were only 2 or 3 doors down. So, and they had a couple of kids the same age as ours, and they would develop very good friendships. And they were playing around when they were when they were 4, 5, 6, 7, and beyond.
And obviously that would have been in East Lansing, right? That's
Correct.
before you moved to
Before we moved to the lake, right?
the lake. And how did your boys, or how did Matt react to the move from East Lansing to Holton?
Well, there was a move to Detroit in between, and the move to Detroit was not really welcomed. It was
Fella Matt, he
you know,
asked
he
for a
went around the
volume
head, but
boost.
we had
A
some
volume
friends
boost
there
of
that,
what? The court?
had some
One of
girls
us?
that
All
were
of
good
us?
friends of
I don't.
theirs.
What do you want to boost
So they had
for?
people to hang with.
I need
but,
to know.
They loved to move to the lake.
How would you say that Matt was unique for, compared to his brothers? What set him apart from either Luke or Peter?
Matt was much calmer, quieter. He was the shyest of the 3, and
Peter became an apostle
I'd
later.
say he was
than the
more
other
patient.
two.
He was the most patient. I remember once Matt and Luke were fighting over something, and it was a pretty intense, as brothers do. And so I got in there to referee, and I said, "Okay, we'll flip a coin. Whoever wins gets it." And they both said, "Okay." I flipped the coin, and
Gets it right in the
Matt had won, and Luke went berserk. He wanted to reflip, etc. Other times, if Matt would lose, he'd just say, "Oh, okay," and move on. So that was not as competitive, but much more patient and calmer, I think.
We can boost the shots. You don't have to tell me twice.
How would you characterize his obedience when you guys would tell them what they can and cannot do, or you would set ground rules or limitations? How did Matt
Ground
respond?
rules.
Grounds.
Very well. That mixed, you had to mix that in with a highly inquisitive and impulsive nature, but he was also very anxious to please all the time.
And you described a couple of personality traits there, the inquisitiveness, curiosity. How did that fit into his personality?
Yes, this is his dad.
At the forefront. I mean, it came up all the time. We were at a friend's house, and one of the gentlemen was a butcher who was as round as he was tall. Matt was about 7 or 8 years old, and he walked by while the guy was getting dressed, and he stared at him, and he said, "Who makes your pants?" And that's the way he was. He'd see things, he'd question it, and
Hayden, do we need to set up an inappropriate joke counter?
Yep.
How about
What
his
the
relationships
fuck
with
is
others?
this piece of?
Were you ever concerned that Matt had an inability or any sort of obstruction in relating and getting along with others, or
I've repurposed the grounds counter for a bad joke
very, very shy.
counter.
So
okay,
he made close friendships, but it took time.
You're not on the counter, Ozzy, so I'm going to
Did you
lower
ever
you down here.
observe any personality traits in his childhood that
You're not on cam.
you don't believe
When you're on
he has
cam,
developed,
we'll fix
or
it.
has it pretty much been consistently the same, just with a more of an adult perspective? I mean, how would you characterize him that way?
Well,
It's all good. No one wants to see me eating.
Mature as they grow and mature as they develop, and so traits, you can see the root of all those traits, but they obviously don't look the same as they would on a 3-year-old.
With Matt, what would you say are his enduring traits? Those things that he possessed in childhood that he still possesses?
Curiosity, willingness to please. I think still kind of shy.
At some point, Matt had a daughter, and that would be your granddaughter. And can you tell us about Jessica and what Matt and you, pretty much your whole family, went through in more or less rescuing her from very unfortunate circumstances?
Sure. Jessica.
Chat, you're so degenerate. Now I want to go find a Pez dispenser.
I think it was 98.
Did he rescue her by stabbing someone else?
Been living with.
It's so hard when like there are these serious, sad moments, but the chat is just making me laugh so hard.
I
know.
Oh, you think that's bad? You should try sitting through a trial stream and having Nick's locals chat open next to you. I swear to God.
Oh Lord.
And her 3 brothers, and I believe they were all from different fathers. There'd been some sexual molestation issues, and Matt wanted Jessica out of the house, out of that situation.
What?
Jessica's
okay. Her family. Oh, what?
Nikki's stepfather.
I'm confused.
Would be Jessica's step grandfather. Told me point blank, this is no way.
Stepsister would be a step.
Get her out of here.
What?
So
this is so south.
There's a lot of stuff happening in between here, but we invited Nikki to come stay with us in East Lansing. We were thinking that a relationship might still develop between Matt and Nikki. And she took us up on it. She was going to maybe go to school, etc. And then Jessica and Matt and Nikki would live with us until something changed. So they were up in East Lansing for probably.
Pedorovsky, not only do step people suck, they occasionally blow.
12 months, might have been longer.
Who's keeping the counter now?
Relationship between the two developed.
Don't worry, I counted it.
The other way, but they were still civil and fine.
So Jessica was the first
left the house and
wife?
took Jessica with her and went back to North Carolina.
That's a great.
I just like this chat puts the laughter in
Very
manslaughter.
concerned about her environment down there.
That's actually really good.
So he.
I'm putting that on a t-shirt.
Himself through school at the time, working
Me
part time and going to college on the GI Bill. And he got an attorney and sued for custody.
I'm not sure.
Which
I don't really like
a single father.
the direction of this
generally has
questioning. I don't know. It
trouble doing
seems a
that.
little.
He was successful.
I'm a little
Got a
confused.
judgment in Michigan.
I think he's trying to show that Matt is a good father.
And then the next task was to try to execute that kind of a writ in another
Don't use
state.
the word execute.
That was very difficult, but he found an attorney that.
Oh, we get our first buffering of the day. How cool is that?
Yes. Yeah, I'm a little underwhelmed by
Lansing
this
roots,
testimony, although
Governor
it's
Cooley
powerful
Lawson,
because it's
and
dad.
was very helpful.
Yeah.
But what he's saying,
Coordinated it, and he was able to go. with
it's
his
not
brother
striking
Luke
me as
down there. Took him
impactful
a
as
couple
it should
days,
come
but
off as their
ended up
first
with the sheriff,
witness.
and they were able
What do you
to
think?
get Jessica and bring her back to Lansing.
His daughter Jessica's dead?
3, maybe. I'm guessing 3-ish.
3 years old.
3-ish, yeah. And she, I mean, that was the first time. She grew up there and very happy child until probably until she hit 16. Michigan has a difficult situation for parents because at age 16, children are able to do whatever they want to do, go wherever they want to go, but parents are still liable till they hit 18.
So this is very kind of cold to me. I don't know. I'm sure
his first daughter OD'd. That's not a good look. You shouldn't bring that up on the stand. Like
she had decided
that
she
daughter
wanted
up
to,
on the stand.
Leave the house, run away. Kids always want to run away. So she ran away. She was about 10 blocks away, but Matt was, of course, semi-frantic because he didn't know where she was. A sympathetic East Lansing policeman went out of his jurisdiction and he found her and he sort of coaxed her back after a week. So she came back to the house, but she said, I want to go back and live with my mom, and you can't stop me. So he, by that time, recognized that was true. So we called Nikki in North Carolina and she came up and she was not anxious for this to happen. She had remarried
This is
and just had
bad
a new
for
baby
him.
had a new life. And,
Yeah.
And all of a
This
sudden,
is not looking good.
Jessica was
Well,
saying, take me back.
it's not what I'd lead with.
So Nikki came to East
That
Lansing
his
with her
daughter
husband, and they talked about
literally
it, and she
ran
said, "Sure, we
away
can do
from
that.
him and
We'll
then
move right
OD'd.
across the street. We got a nice new apartment. He managed the apartment. Everything's great."
Ugh.
So again, reluctantly, Matt said, "Sure, go ahead and do that." Shortly after she left, and I'm a little fuzzy on this part, but he wasn't hearing from her as often as he'd like. He was just getting texts, and he could never get her on the phone. He just got texts saying, "Don't worry, I'm okay, everything's fine," blah, blah, blah. And then he got an anonymous message on Facebook that said, "Your daughter is staying at this house. Bad things happen there. You need to get her right away." But he didn't know what house or whatever. But then he really started looking into it. He called Nikki and demanded to find out where she was. Turns out she'd been kicked out of the house shortly after she got there. And she was at a house where bad things happened. She'd been confined there, sexually molested for months on end, and hooked on heroin. So just about that time, she escaped, and we got a call from a hospital somewhere in that area.
Oh, see, this is a human. This is tough.
She was there, and that should come gather her up. And I rode with him down there, and we picked her up and rescued her the second time.
Because I don't care who you are, losing your kid's gotta be.
Oh, the worst. And it's out of his custody, so she flees to mom.
Well, it was a.
Well, his daughter OD'd like 2 months after he got sentenced to jail the first time.
There was some stuff in between there.
So he's in prison, and she dies while he's in prison.
Yeah.
Oh, that's terrible.
April of 2014, and Matt had just part of the reason Jessica had gone down, or wanted to go down there, is because Matt was dating a girl that she just didn't get along with very well and didn't like her. Matt had married her while she was gone, and built a house and had a nice big wedding and all that stuff. And just about the time that we were going to get Jessica, and he then was looking around for a place to put her in rehab, and this was before the big opiate crisis where there were programs all over the place. It was very difficult to find any place that would take her for more than 7 days or 14 days. So he did find a place, and he got her in there. And she had a sort of a partial recovery. But there were other things going on in his life that made it very complicated. After she, she was in and out of rehab. She went to school, went back to school, and got her GED or whatever. But then there was the issue that Matt had in 2017, and Jessica had been in a special rehab program, drug court program, where her record would be cleared, and if she finished the program. And Matt was in jail at the time. I think he had been convicted and was in prison. And I went to pick Jessica up at a friend's house, and I did. And she was telling me, she said, "Grandpa, I just can't do this." She'd had a beer or two or something, and she was really having some serious withdrawal issues. And I said, "Well, Jess, you have to do it. This is just what we got to do. You got to suck it up." She then got a phone call immediately. Ran up to her room, and that night I heard her get up at 1 a.m. which she did quite often. She was sleeping in the bedroom about 20 feet from mine. She went down the stairs, get milk or something, came back up, and Kathy found her the next morning at 9:15, dead on the bed, having overdosed on fentanyl, which was a brand new drug at that time.
Wow.
Well,
don't do that.
A lot of people are asking what this is. This is
while Matt was in prison.
Defense mitigation. This is defense mitigation. Basically, defense, they're going to humanize him, and everything is admissible on the defense side. Anything that the defense wants to put up there is mitigation. So, the thing is the state's trying to paint a picture of him as this particular crime in this narrow alleyway. The defense's job is to show the complete person, and not just this is some evil, cruel monster, but instead he's a man who's had troubles, he's lived his life, he's had tragedies, he's had successes. He's a human being who's worthy of mercy. And so that's what it's getting better now. Obviously he's showing some emotion here. He lost a daughter. Everybody, that's a heartbreaking thing. Now, not everybody that loses a child goes and gets stabby when they're drunk, but the fact is that, can you say that this person has no redeeming quality? Does he have no emotion? This guy is not Brooks. Brooks has no empathy at all, whereas Mr. McStabface here, he is a human being. He's got a circumstance that he's coming from. These things come out of it. The fact that he's a violent drunk and a stabbing drunk is obviously a fatal flaw, but he's a more complete person than is Mr. Brooks. So I'm just people are wondering why this person, why is this coming out? Because the defense can put on anything.
Yeah, the important things to note are the primary trial, the main trial is over. He was found guilty of committing this premeditated first-degree murder, whatever they call it in Florida. Do they call it first-degree murder or premeditated murder? What's the
first-degree premeditated? Yeah, it's first-degree murder. And so he was convicted. So the only question the jury is now hearing is, does he get death or does he get life in prison without parole? Those are the only two options before the court. So
and this is literally both sides are doing nothing but putting on character evidence.
Well, no.
Nothing, but
only the defense is putting on the character evidence. The state has to go to its aggravators that is named, and from my understanding, it's the prior violent felony and hack. And see, this is why I don't think this is a death case, because the prior aggravator is iffy. It's out of state. There's issues with that apprendi wise, and number two, the hack applies to everything. Every first degree murder qualifies, and there's no other aggravators. Then that to me is a slim death case. And this is a heat of passion killing. So I don't think this is a death case, but we'll see what happens in the end. But so the state is, the defense is playing, they're going to play out all the character, going to show everything. Now, there may be some rebuttal from the state, but this is hard. How do you cross dad? Dad is suffering too. There's, the victims in this case are not just the victim of him, but when he's done it, he's pretty much killed himself. And now dad has to live with his son life in prison, right? Or death.
That's one thing I want to ask you about more in detail, during the next break, is how is parents testifying in the penalty phase on behalf of children in these cases.
Well, I think it's important because that's a big part of the victimhood of these crimes.
Yes, I'll ask you some specific questions about that during the next break.
Okay, it's getting better, don't you think? More powerful.
And this is all just to show there is some value left to his life, correct? So that they won't give him the death penalty. This is showing he does have value. He does mean something. There is not a complete loss here.
Right.
But I'm still not getting why he's focusing so much on the daughter, as she was still alive when he went in jail the first time.
It's a little odd, but I don't know. They're going to paint a picture here, but obviously this is a significant thing in any person's life would be to lose a child.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
16-year-old daughter overdose.
Let's burn through a few super chats, then we'll jump right back in. Mortimer Duke, how did any reasonable woman end up in a relationship with this kind of guy? I don't know. Guys end up with some really crappy women. Women end up with some really crappy guys.
And he might be a nice guy when he's not drunk.
And Go ahead.
I was going to read the next one. Go ahead.
Oh, by the way, the one before that. Thank you for buying the book, by the way.
Yeah, we'll get to that one here too. We're just going through now. We're going back and reading them. Actually, I used to let him pick up roadkill and dissect it. Wait till you see what happens with him. D. Rama, says Michelle. Thank you so much. Nathan C. By the end of Matt's first summer, it was a red lake. Ew.
This is a Friday the 13th.
Boost the shots. I know I did one, but now that I'm reading it, I'll just do a number 3. 3 down, 5 to go.
5
Check.
And Julie O says, we had a guy where I grew up that had same eyebrows. Anytime we had a fundraiser, he would let us auction off for someone to trim his eyebrows. In a tiny town, we could raise hundreds just for his eyebrows.
That is amazing. That is amazing.
It was like every year in law school, one of the last 2 days of law school, we'd have like an auction where the professor would auction off his tie, or so the faculty would auction off things that would be auctionable. A dinner with favorite with your whatever professor you wanted, things like that.
Nice.
But we had a professor apparently sometime in the dark ages had like a velvet poster of Kramer from Cheers. From Cheers, from Friends. Sorry, Kramer from
Seinfeld.
Guess which 3 shows I don't watch? That would be Cheers, Friends, and Seinfeld.
You got to watch Seinfeld. I love Seinfeld.
Even I've watched Seinfeld, and that's a funny show.
But anyway, so it was this black velvet poster of Kramer from Seinfeld. And that was like the one gift that everybody would auction off every year. I mean, people would pay thousands for that. And then they would auction it off the next year again to someone else. It was like the main fundraiser they would do is that one picture. Don't know why I'm talking about that. We were just talking about fundraisers, and for some reason that popped into my head. Jacob's Madre 24 Forever says, I'm late. Hello, Jeff, Hayden, Steven, and Flux. Hello, Jacob.
Hey.
Madre.
G'day.
I'm assuming that's Jacob there in the picture. Righty. Dorian Shepard, since Terry is a sociopath, I wonder if he told his lawyers the truth. I bet Grandma Thunberg believes every word he says. P.S. I got your book.
There you go. Thank you.
And maybe Stephen will back me up on this. Maybe he'll tell me I'm crazy. But as odd as it sounds to people, like, again, that's why I said people love to have Flux on here, because she asks normal questions and raises normal issues. This may seem ridiculous to non-lawyers, but I would bet a lot of money, and see if Steve will take me up on the bet or if he'll agree with me, that his lawyers never asked him, did you do it?
That's right.
Oh, hell no.
As long as they don't ask, you have to believe them. As soon as they tell you something other, you can't do it anymore.
Well, yes, I would say that it ultimately, I agree with that. I think that's correct. And also, it's her job to believe him. She is his advocate. That is the role of the defense, is to advocate for him. That means, like, just like I'm doing here, I'm advocating. I'm saying he's a human being. He's a bigger person than the crime. That is my job as within the triangle of prosecutor, judge, advocate, right? So, you can't I'm going to kill him. Their job is to do it the best they can, better than he can do it for himself. And so believing him, and once you get into this trial warfare mode like this, you have to believe him. If you don't believe him, you aren't the right person to do it, and because if you can't, I mean, like I said, you never lie to a jury. I don't feel you should ever lie to the jury. And it sounds strange, like, it's sort of like how much beyond a reasonable doubt, how far can you go? It's flimsy. It's not sufficient. It's just not good in a court of law, right? I mean, you really get extremely skeptical in order to sell the story. I didn't like Greta Thunberg's, second stabber, but she may not have had, like we said, she may not have had permission from him to concede the stabbing, right? So in that case, you got to go with alternate theory too. And some defense attorneys are better than others. I'm not good at, if I don't buy into my client's story, I'll usually tap out. And thankfully we have a team, and I'll like say, well, I'm not the guy, because if I don't believe it, I know that doesn't come across. So I want somebody else who's better at doing that. I don't know if that makes any sense. Is that clear?
Yeah. And so they say they didn't have to ask whether he did it or not. No.
You never ask.
Yeah, and that goes back to what Steven say, if I ask my client, did you do it? And he says no, phew, then I have to believe him. Or if I don't ask him and he doesn't tell me, I have to believe him and I have to believe he didn't do it. But if I say, did you do it? And he goes, well, yeah, but let's make it look like I didn't. If she had asked him and he said yes, she wouldn't have been able to say anything she said during her closing because she knows the truth and you can't lie. A lawyer cannot lie to the court.
Well,
he didn't.
There are,
he did it.
I will say there are defense attorneys that will. I mean, I'm not saying all defense attorneys are pure as the driven
We shouldn't lie to the courts.
Yes, but I mean, you are an advocate. There are lawyers that don't have that kind of moral.
So can I just ask, over there, is it, as opposed to it being a moral and ethical issue, I mean, for the most part here, if you ask your client, I'm pretty sure if you ask your client and they tell you did it, you can't put on an affirmative defense.
Let's say that again. What's the question?
I'm just asking. I mean, is it purely a morally and ethical issue over there? Are there still ways around it, as opposed to? I mean, obviously you can't lie to the court. Here, it's more or less a rule. I'm pretty sure that if the client tells you they did it, you can't point the finger at anyone else.
Well,
if they tell you they did it.
Yes, it is an ethical, moral thing, but you'll never get caught if you're an unethical lawyer, because if the client tells you that he did it, and you go ahead and say, go up there and contradiction, well, that won't ever come out in any way that will ever affect the defense attorney, because that's attorney-client privilege. So, so you can't really get hammered on that. Same thing with the prosecutor. Prosecutors lie all the time too, and they get away with murder. So it's like, I just feel that as an ethical, moral, religious, stylistic, professional, all those reasons, you should not lie to the court. All right. And I think that goes for all sides, because I think the court should be a haven of truth. But that's just me. There are lawyers that do it with no problems, and I don't really respect them. Not my way of doing it. I think that it injects it undermines the profession and respect for the law generally.
I got 2 more super chats, and let's dive back into it here. Terry already had a chance at redemption, and showing his life had value. He failed at his second chance of not stabbing people, so give him the needle.
I guess he's a vote for death.
Yeah. And Jacob's Madre 24 forever. Yes, the picture is of my son. He died in his sleep on his 24th birthday, January 2022.
Sorry
to hear that, Jacob's Madre.
It's hard. I mean, losing a child, and I mean, this must be tough testimony to watch.
Yeah. Well, cheer. This is a respectful cheers to you.
Respectful cheers.
Bless you, and cheers for your son. All right, and
no parent should ever have to predecease their child.
Yeah. Wow. On that note, let's jump back into this horror show. I found out that's what people hate when we were trying to figure out like our voice. People hate when I go, ugh.
Oh, I don't mind.
So I've made a point to do it more.
One of the things notable to me, and especially in this context, is that the issues with Jessica back in 2014 were coming at the same time that Matt had discovered his new wife was having an affair with a guy from work. And
oh God,
we have some
was it
correspondence,
really an affair?
with the other guy's wife. They talked about it and said, "Here we are. What are we going to do?" He ended up divorcing that young lady, and 3 months later, is at a canoe trip with Ms. Rogers, and 2 months after that, they've conceived a child. And I don't know how that happens, but I do know how that happens.
So I got a booking in bar.
What?
Grandson, welcome.
Yes.
He doesn't know how children are conceived.
No, he's got an odd effect about him, doesn't he? He has sort of an odd way of coming across and describing things.
It's like Larry David on cocaine.
Okay, let me put it this way. I would not let my daughter take candy from him.
Mads, that's what we're all wondering.
Jessica's struggles.
This is kind of bizarre testimony, no?
Well, it's mitigation. Is this mitigating? Does this make you feel more sympathetic for the client?
Only because it makes me think that the father was crazy as well.
Yeah, it kind of makes me think it was passed down.
I just sat back and watched it. There wasn't much I could do, but
let's see where they go with
again,
it.
it's very difficult back then to get treatment. And Jessica was very, very ashamed of what had happened to her, and she was a different person after that. Didn't want to talk about it.
It was tough to get treatment in 2015.
Wonderful girl before she went down there. And, he was trying to match insurance. He had a good job and good insurance. He was trying to match insurance with programs. And again, there just weren't very many there. So it was very, very stressful. And then again, other parts of his personal life. And he didn't wear any of that on his sleeve. I mean, the whole divorce thing happened very quickly. Very quickly. There was no fighting. He gave her half the profits of a house that she never put a nickel into.
He's very pro son. I get he's pro son, but
what his skills are.
You can be pro son without being anti everyone my son has come into contact with.
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking.
Specialty is the Perl web programming language, but he works in a whole bunch of different languages. He was going to Western Michigan
Stubby.
For a computer engineering degree, and while doing that,
Shannon,
he
yes,
started
it's his father.
Part-time job as a help desk person at Liquid Web, which was a startup, and that company did very well. They now have 500-600 employees, I think, and they're all over the world. But that's where he started, and so he was working and going to school and trying to take care of Jessica. We were helping, of course, but once he built the house in maybe 2010, when they moved in, we didn't see much of Jessica. There wasn't much we could do.
About how long did Matt and Kay know one another?
I think they knew each other in high school. Kay's first husband was a fellow on the wrestling team that was a couple years behind Matt, but they knew each other pretty well. So they've known each other for a long time.
You understand why you're here today, Mr. Terry?
I think so.
Wow.
And that the reason why you're testifying is because the jury has found Matt guilty of first-degree murder. In the state of Florida, the mandatory sentence is life in prison.
He doesn't even seem to be moved by the fact his father is up there on the stand having to do this.
Ladies and gentlemen, is whether or not Matt will be sentenced to death. You understand that?
I do.
And he's weirdly emotionless too. I don't know. That's why I want to talk to Steve about these in the break.
I've asked you some questions that are very personal, and you're sharing this information, this very private information, for many people who you've never met. I don't imagine that's easy.
I hate his tie.
But tell us about how your relationship with Matt would continue if he is sentenced to life in prison.
But we do what we can. We do all we can do. We're here. We're still his parents and still good friends, actually.
What do you enjoy about him? What do you enjoy about your son? What do you think about your relationship with him?
Just hanging out, talking about different things, arguing. That's what we do the best.
Don't say that.
Of course.
Let's just eat the
We
same
do
thing.
best at arguing.
It's
Cool.
kind of an odd dad, but he's a
You
dad.
think?
But you have to come down to an occasion and you have to see him. And you're sitting across from the visitation table. What do you talk about?
What's new? What's up? Those conversations are always difficult because there's always somebody listening in. Not that you're saying anything terrible, but it's a little uncomfortable. One-on-one, we talk about whatever he wants to talk about. I don't think the relationship is based so much on any information you bring or any banter. It's you're there for the support. People that are incarcerated do much better with support from the outside.
So if I hear you
That is true.
about
Yeah.
just being in somebody's presence.
Right.
It's not so much the words, it's not so much the topic. It's the fact that that person has a presence in your life.
I grew up in a family with 6 kids, and my dad was always there to help people, and he did. He ended up stepping up and doing things for all the different kids. And he told me late in his life, he says, I never was able to help you with anything. Was there something wrong? And I said, no, Dad. I said, I just was lucky I never needed it, but every day I took risks that were factoring you in the deal. In other words, I felt I knew that he was there when I needed him, and that was part of who I was and how I operated at that time. And that more closely describes, I think, the relationship that people have in this instance.
Do you believe that Matt has that view of you?
I do. Yep.
For you 1 second.
Dad, as a defense attorney, you just play with what you've got. And this is this dad. You're going to call him, right? And he has an odd effect about him and an odd way of wording things.
Yeah.
But there is dad here, right? It is the dynamic that you're given. You don't have a choice in your witnesses. And I mean, it's tragic, isn't it? That the families around these people, both sides here, that's been affected by this crime. This is the reality of crime, right? The reality of a murder. It's, all the people that suffer, not just the dead victim, but the families of her victim and the families of the defendant.
Yeah. Jacobs Madre says, thank you. Well,
thank you,
bless
Jacobs.
You. Yeah.
Bless you. Yes.
And Shannon 7, sorry, just joining. Is this his dad? Yep, this is dad. And Crystal, Stabby dad looks like Terry Bradshaw and Marshall Applewhite had a baby. Solid take. Patricia Machado, welcome to the clean and sober level.
Not for long. Those shots.
The next level is I can't remember what the next level is. Like moderately sober, and the higher level is bent halos and broken wings.
Flux
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask Flux as a real human being and not a lawyer here. What is your impression of Dad and how it came across?
See, to me, that just came across as very weird and very bizarre, because I feel like the dad was trying to show the more human side of his son, but it did not play to his favor because it was not. I don't think that's a story the jury would really cling to much.
Does it humanize him, though?
I mean, if I was a juror watching the dad and watching him, no, I wouldn't be convinced. Because
well, here's the question: does it make you more likely to vote for death or more likely to vote for life?
In my opinion, I think the defense said, and I do slightly agree, I think if you were to take alcohol out of the picture and you confine him and give him rules, he can't, he does what he's told. He's not a good guy. He cannot be free because he can't be trusted to use his own judgment. However, I feel like this is why I believe in hard labor and stuff of that nature, because this dude, he is a fit, healthy dude who has a history of being very productive. And while I don't think he should ever be free again, I think he can still benefit society as a workhorse.
A workhorse, boy, that's a female view. I will. We'll talk a little bit about prison and.
So we'll just say blood splatter.
I'm a prison for life.
Tase them all. Go get him. Flux is going for life. Wow, that's.
Now, honestly, what is it like? What does it look like from down under?
So to speak.
Look. I don't think there's anything really that I disagreed with Flux there. The simple fact of the matter is The dad to me comes across as batshit crazy, and I think he passed it on to his son. So I think that there is that element where, for a death penalty case for me, there needs to be something there that proves that they are 100% evil of their own accord.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this is necessarily the case. I think that there is a potential nature versus nurture argument for him, and I think that should probably result in life behind bars.
So you
Maybe
think
that'll
this,
be the. Maybe, go ahead. Sorry.
you think this then you would be more after this witness, you would be more likely to vote for life than death?
I think so. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well, see, that's the purpose of this witness, and they will have gamed every witness that they're putting up there and every question they're doing for that very thing through like I said, in the death case we just did, we did 2.5 months of this where we would talk about what the witness would say and then ask the questions that I'm asking you to. Is this more likely to vote for life or death? And so this is a great defense team. I'm telling you, these people know what they're doing, and this is not random. You do kind of like, that's the witness. If he was a net negative, they would not put him up there. Now, I also respect the state for the prosecutors for not crossing him. I don't think they're going to be crossing him. I will see. I mean, unless he's got something. Isn't it true that you're also a double homicide? You're on parole for double homicide, but I don't think so. They're usually let the defense go on these type of situations.
Well, perhaps that'll be part of the defense's closing argument.
Oh, absolutely.
Dad?
What
Come on,
Flux said?
You saw his dad. His dad's a little bit loopy.
What Flux said there, your logic right there, that's exactly the way you would say it. The defense attorney will say it in closing to ask for life, that he does well in a confined environment. His problem is, he can't have access to alcohol. And so, that gives you a reason to put him in a prison, right? You said it so right. I mean, I'll tell you, I've heard our best death penalty person making that exact argument in front of a death penalty jury before. So you nailed it.
And I'm surprised they haven't brought up his military record, because that right there shows, while he is given adamant instruction and he is put in this very structured environment, he thrives or whatever. It's just when he's left to his own freedom, he doesn't have the judgment or, the capabilities to control himself or whatever.
We've got a couple more things to do real quickly here before we jump back in. First, my dog is like one of these, Yoda anyways, one of these dogs that they sleep and they don't wake up slowly. They just like when they wake up. And he's sleeping on my left foot, which is now sweating uncontrollably. It's like the only warm part of my body. So I have to wake up my dog here. Hang on. Yoda. Okay, wake up, dude. Go away. I'm sorry. I know you love my feet, but all right, there. Oh God, my left foot is about 45 degrees hotter than my right foot right now. All right, that's out of the way. And the second thing we got to do is I got to make a beg for likes. We have 960 people watching and only 400 likes. That's not even half. Don't make me go all Andrew Branca and threaten to shut the stream down if we don't get at least 50%. Don't make me do that. Do me a favor, guys. Just reach down there and hit that like button, because that's what YouTube loves. Right, once we hit about 600, that's where YouTube starts sending us out and recommending us on people's recommended pages, on their recommended videos on the home page, on the end cards. So I would be grateful and forever indebted to all of you that haven't liked, if in the next 20 seconds you would just reach your finger down there and hit, smash, click, lick, do whatever you want to do to the like button. Just make it change.
Caress it gently.
Whatever you
show
need to do to
show
make
it the love that you mean it.
Come on, you want to be one of Jess.
Hey, can I ask my there's a lot of like headspace there. You need to adjust your camera down so we can
zoom
see your
in.
whole thing.
Zoom in on you.
People are actually asking for Flux's feet.
No,
that's not a new thing.
No,
is that not a new thing?
There's a lady on the show that it always happens.
Oh, is that right? Yeah. Okay, I don't know.
So yeah, please hit that like button. We've got 540 now, which is slightly better, but there's still like 400 of you at least that haven't done your job. And I'm just asking this as a favor from the bottom of my heart. Don't feel obligated, but feel obligated. If you've been here more than 30 seconds, clearly you like it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here.
Vices, let me ask you what you think of this. What this dad? How did he come across to you as a Korean?
I think his expression there on the screen just kind of says it all. He's an odd duck, that's for sure. But like I said, does this guy make you want to kill his son more or less? It's making me more sympathetic towards his son getting life, just because it's like this guy had to live with his father, and like you said, probably something's been handed down, and I guess for me, there are certain people. I know we've talked about this a little bit, but there are secret people I think have lost their right to breathe the same oxygen as me. You do something to a child and it's caught on film, or you take pictures of it or distribute videos. You just don't even waste your time on a trial. Take you out back and just get rid of you. That's how I feel about that kind of thing. But in this, I think you get from the anger and the revenge. The death penalty is not about rehabilitation, clearly, and it's not about warning other people off, because it clearly doesn't work for that. It's retribution, plain and simple. And I think when you see things like this, you change from this SOB deserves to be put to death. Like I just feel pity for the guy. Just throw him and just lock him away for the rest of his life, and let him rot in jail. So it's kind of leaning me more towards that. Like, it's okay, just the anger is gone. I mean, the guy's life was so messed up, and he's got so much to deal with, and Dad certainly didn't help.
Maybe a little insight into his situation. And the answer, some chatter says, I have no problem showing my feet. If people buy my book, if I can sell 5 books,
oh no,
I will show you. Actually, the Davis family, which is my mom's side of the family, we have excellent feet. Actually, that's one of our pride. My uncle
never
Bus
said don't buy anything from my guests ever before, but
my uncle Bus is so wonderful. He was such a nice guy, and he used to I've got a picture of him looking at his naked foot, saying, "Yes, we Davises have great feet."
Good God, no! My chat's well aware that we get to 15K and my Hobbit feet make it onto an OnlyFans page.
Nice.
All right,
go to crimelaw.net and buy his book. Go ahead, Lux.
You go for it.
I was doing a mid grift. So go to crimelaw.net and buy his book. It's right there. Scroll on down and click on the book. Make sure you don't click on the donation. Make sure you click on the buy the book. There's a
you can donate too. I'll take donations.
Yeah. But you don't get the book. There's a giant book on there. Click on the giant picture of the giant book. And Ozzy,
it's well worth a read, people.
How close are we to 15,000?
Oh, ages away. If I can make it to 10 before Christmas, I'll be very happy.
Where are we, ish?
Good question. I was at 8,200 when I last checked. I'm probably still
there
sitting
you
around
go.
there.
So let's get Ozzy up to 9,000. So go to Ozzy Overlord and click his subscribe, because he's an Aussie and he's a lawyer and he's Overlord, and he does the same stuff I do, except with an accent and a kinky Sunday. And Flux has her channel too. Flux, where are we on our subscribers?
We
up
are
to 500
at 399 subscribers.
Okay, guys, come on. 110 of you need to get over there. Okay, we're aiming for 5.
I did say at 5,000 subs, I will show my feet.
Oh,
okay then.
So 5,000 subs, but I have. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Raynaud's disease.
No.
It's where you go into frostbite if it's 60 degrees out, and I even have creepy dead feet. So.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Yeah, you guys get
Again, I've never said don't click on people's things, but
that's not really a sales pitch. Come on,
go
you guys
to my channel, guys.
Yeah,
you got to talk about. I got the greatest beautiful feet, and you got to hype it. You don't want to say I have whole dead feet. That's not
it's for
selling.
those people with the weird foot fetish, because they have that weird foot thing. I got the weird feet.
See, all that does is remind me that there's a pub somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's in England, where you buy a very specific shot. And they have a dead toe in sitting in it.
Ooh.
Oh.
My chat will be back on track in just a moment. Please stand by. Fedorovsky is saying, please grift his book. We just did, but we'll do it again. Crimelaw.net. Go down and click on the big picture of the book and buy Steve's book, which we all have.
Yes, you all have. Have you read
Mine
any
hasn't
of
got here
it?
yet. I feel bad.
You're going to get the second edition. The second edition is upgraded cover, a new chapter, which anybody that bought the first edition, I'm going to email you the new chapter once I figure out how to do that. But
Well, and the third thing we need to do before we get going, well, I forgot to shield again for we have exactly 1,000 viewers right now and 618 likes. 400 of you get down there, hit that like button. We're up over 1,600, 600. So God bless you all for that.
407.
But awesome, Flux is up. So get down there and let's get up to like 800. That's the new goal, 800 likes, and subscribe if you feel so inclined. But I think we can all agree that I should never, ever, ever stream Law and Crime on Google Chrome ever again. Clearly, Microsoft Edge is the non-buffering better alternative to Law and Crime. We only had those two little blips for a second. So from here on out, I guess we're a Microsoft Edge-based Law and Crime streamers. And we've got just a few super chats to get through. Then we're going to jump right back into this and finish up Dad here, see if he gets cross-examined. I think they'll ask a couple of softball questions for Image. Do you think they're going to cross-examine Flux?
It wouldn't be a good look. I think when they're giving like personal statements, anytime somebody objects to that as a person, it's a no-go for me. I'm like, they're giving a statement on it's their personal opinion. Like, you can't object to that. I mean, you can.
I haven't seen too much. What sort of style is the prosecutor in this case?
The prosecutor, she's a bulldog. I mean, she just goes for the throat.
Okay, I'll be surprised if there's no.
Brian Stelter.
Well, there's the guy that there's the Greta Thunberg lady. She's aggressive.
She's defense though.
Yeah. Oh, did you say prosecution?
Yes.
Yeah.
From day one of this trial, I've been getting the prosecution and defense mixed up, especially the two guys, the two tall, thin guys that sort of look like clones to me. No, they're pretty chill. The prosecution is.
Okay, in that case, yeah, they'll probably let it go then. I mean, personally, if I was in their
yeah, go ahead.
Personally, in my opinion, I probably would ask a couple of questions, or depending on the circumstances, maybe try and see if there's anything that they can pull out of him as to the son's past history that would be prejudicial, maybe. But no, I'm not really expecting out of them in that case.
Only I think only if they have something really smoking. I otherwise leave them alone.
I would probably ask about drinking habits, just to sort of set that in there, that him continuing to drink is going to be a thing. But
that he knew that he had this violent tendency and he continued to drink.
Anywho, we don't have the answers, but Joseph DiMartino says, so Steve is a lousy liar. Seems like a real handicap for an attorney, not so much for a salesman.
Actually not. Yeah. Actually not in criminal. Now in civil law is a whole different world, and you guys can comment on that. That civil law is much dirtier.
Damn straight.
Yeah, but I find that when you don't lie, and I think that's the rule. You should always do that. And I know it's a little subversive, but the thing is if you don't, then when you go to somebody, you go to a prosecutor, you go to a judge, and you have that credibility, and you say something, you're much more likely. If you're just known as a liar, it's like, oh, you're just lying to me again. You burn that credibility. The older I get, the more I realize that your reputation for truthfulness is everything. It gives you make you so much more effective as a lawyer. You don't need to do it in order for the justice system to work, at least in my view in criminal law. So that is not a handicap at all. I don't think. I think it's an asset. But civil law, I would tell you, I did civil law for 6 years, and that is a brutal. I'm glad I'm in criminal because it's much cleaner.
Yeah. Well, it's
the irony of that, isn't it?
What?
My hometown. Well, go ahead. Sorry, Hayden. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying the irony of it. The fact that civil is the one that you where things are more murky, and where it's you're more inclined to. Well, sorry, you're not more inclined. You're more likely to run into people acting unethically.
But it's my hometown hero lawyer / long distance mentor Jerry Spence said, if you lie to your jury, you're about 3/4 of the way to losing your case. And he's saying truth, the saying like something has the ring of truth. Truth does, if you're honest with it, there is a ring of truth, and the jury feels it, whether they hear it, understand it. They feel that ring of truth. We all have that intuition. We know when somebody's lying to us. And if you lie to your jury, they're going to pick up on it. Generally, I think. And
it's
got
even
two
worse if
more
the
things.
prosecution knows you're lying and they pull something out of you in front of the jury.
So we've got 3 more super chats. Then we'll bring on our next guest and we'll jump straight in. Our next guest is lurking behind the scenes. Then we'll have our full panel for today. Jeff, keep boosting those shots. Hey, why not? 3 more to go after this one.
Wow. That would kill me. I don't want to remind me not to go out drinking with you, Jeff.
That's 5 down, 3 to go. I'm fine now. Let's see how we're doing about an hour from now. Mahalo Man. I like that's a good name. Mahalo Man. Doesn't this guy have Poltergeist movie to be in? Yeah, he looks like it was the father from Poltergeist. Rick Nikita. My IQ keeps dropping. He's simping. He's simping hard for Flux.
Oh, right. That's the.
Yes.
Oh, is that what it was? I thought it was just because it was. Okay.
We talked about like when you're in the presence of a pretty girl, men's IQs drops by 10 points. So he's pointing out that his IQ's dropping here with Flux in the picture.
Jeff, is it Andrew from Legal Mindset? No, it's not Andrew from Legal Mindset. He's busy on Fridays.
Yeah, who's the special guest? This is exciting.
Our special guest is Danny On. Welcome, Danny.
Oh, Danny.
Hey,
Hi, Danny.
Hey, everybody. You just have to hear my annoying voice for a second because I have to go to work after this. So I got to get all dolled up, and I'll throw on my camera as soon as I am. That way I can make you all a little dumber.
Yeah, that's right.
Now Rick Nikita's IQ has just dropped about 45 points. So.
I know. I don't know if it's cumulative. That would be a good add-on
well, see,
test.
I would say 10. I'd say 10 points each, and then you get the multiplication factor. So I'd say it'd be like 40 points for 2 women on a panel.
Now we just need Farron in here, and everybody's just going to be, potato style.
This is why women rule the world, because all the guys get dumb and they just outmaneuver us.
Tanya Bomer says, love this panel. Thanks for the coverage. All right, let's jump back into Dad's testimony. Let's see if he gets cross-examined. And thank you all for those super chats, and thank you all for the likes. Keep those likes coming. We're still like 400 shy of the concurrent viewers, but we're doing it. Keep it going. Let's get up to 800 likes as fast as we can. And as soon as I can find out where my screen is, there we go. Let's go. How you doing, Danny, by the way? Your mic is muted. You're busy getting all dull.
Sorry. I am doing very well. And actually, I wanted to hop on to say I agree with Flux. I think it's actually a bad look. So I come from a very broken home, and I've been very forthright about that throughout my campaign. But I've had to be very cautious about who and to what extent I divulge my history, because it is indicative of a failed family to some extent, and a very broken home. And the last thing you want is to have a father figure sitting there trying to humanize you by also making you the bad guy and making it look like you're the reason your daughter overdosed. That's what I took away from that story is had Dad been more involved, had Dad not been so stabby McStab face, he would have been there more for his daughter, and maybe she wouldn't have run away from home and gone and lived with Mom and then run away from that home and had the problems she had. To me, it sounded like Dad chose his new fling over his family, over his daughter, and that's what led her to the self-destructive behavior that she exhibited. So it's a sad story. I agree with Steve that it does humanize to an extent because you feel bad for Dad. But if you're looking at this, I don't know, maybe this is a woman thing. If you're looking at it from my angle, if I can put myself in the shoes of the daughter, and I would not want this dad as a dad. And if anything, it's indicative that there's more than 2 victims. So,
all right. Well,
there's more than 2 victims. Danny? What do you mean? There's more than 2 victims?
Meaning he may or may not have led to the death of his daughter. So that counts as 3 bodies.
Well, he locked up. That's the thing. His daughter left him.
But why was he locked up?
Well, because he stabbed the prior.
Exactly.
So I mean, if he was more involved in the daughter's life, maybe she wouldn't have turned to drugs and things like that.
Exactly.
I don't know. I think that's a stretch. I don't know if I agree with that, but
I've got a question for you, Danny. Are you leaning into your mic when you talk right now?
Sorry if that's super annoying. I will lean back.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you were, because you're much louder than you normally are.
Oh, well, I'm also just loud, so I will lean back.
That's why I said than you normally are.
Okay.
I know how you are normally.
Thanks, Jeff.
I didn't say you're loud.
Thank you for clarifying that.
I didn't say you're loud today. I said louder than normal. Love you, Danny.
Love you too.
All right. Nathan C says everyone's IQ drops another 10 points plus bill factor. I don't know.
Plus what factor? What's bill factor?
Hayden seems to know.
Factor?
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Ozzy, you get it.
I took it to mean everyone's billables.
Okay, could be. That could be plus billing factor. Yeah.
Oh,
I hope that's all it means. All right, jumping back in.
Afternoon.
You said it. You love your son, and any good father would, right?
Correct.
Okay. And one of the things that you were asked about is you were asked about whether or not your son was loved in general by the family, right?
Correct.
Because family members love their other family members, right?
Correct.
Parents love their children, right?
Oh, see
And
that.
you were asked about the fact that the defendant had a child who your family unfortunately lost, and I'm sorry for your loss. But the fact is, kids need their parents. That's what you talked about, right? Because Mr. Terry wasn't available for a period of time. His daughter descended into a dark place and ended up in a bad situation.
This is a brutal line of questioning.
No. It was, she descended into a dark place when she went to visit her mother.
Yeah, that's where it started, but that's not what you said, right? What you said was Jessica ultimately died after Mr. Terry wasn't around for a little bit, right?
That's correct.
Because there wasn't a parent around to be there for a kid, right? Because kids need their parents. Mr. Terry, we can't agree that kids need their parents?
I
don't like this cross.
It's a bad cross, but someone else is thinking it.
I certainly would agree.
But better for them to think of it when it gets enunciated, then you react against it.
We had acted as Jessica's parents. We had raised her.
You know what? That's absolutely right.
And Mr. Terry,
12
I want to applaud you.
Don't interrupt him.
Mr. Terry, I want to applaud you. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor, if the witness can be allowed to answer Mr. Diaz's question.
I instruct you. If you have anything else that you want to finish, you can finish.
Well, I was just saying that she was not without parents. She was not without parents at that time.
You don't think that if your son had died, unfortunately, it would have impacted your granddaughter to not have her actual father? I'm sure that you and your wife would have loved her. I don't doubt that. You're telling me that the loss of a father wouldn't impact her?
Legal basis.
I'm saying that the quote unquote loss in this case was more like an absence, and it had been maybe 3 months. The absence of her father for 3 months when she's 19 years old is not going to be the thing that sends her into a tailspin. She had been in a terrible tailspin for 2 or 3 years and was struggling to climb out.
Mr. Chair, let me ask you a question.
Now that I
Sound
can
like you,
relate
right?
with. Oh, I feel so bad
I
for the
assume, I
dad.
don't mean to be grim, but at some point you will leave this world. You don't think that your loss to your son is going to be hard for him to deal with, even though he's an adult?
Just leave it there and just say, don't you
Yeah,
think
he
this
needs
this woman, her children would have wanted her to be around?
Mr. Terry, can we just
And then
agree
what?
that it's hard for kids to lose their parents, whether they're 5 or 50?
Well, it's always hard for kids to lose their parents, but to answer your earlier question, when and if I die, none of my children were raised to go into anything close to a tailspin at my death. They understand how that sort of thing works. Jessica was the same way. She wasn't certainly happy about it, but she had, since she was 16, she had been struggling with all her might to be independent.
All right, and can we agree that your sons won't go into a tailspin, as you just said, because they had a good family and that family loved them, right?
Correct.
And I don't mean to suggest that you gave them the wealth of British royalty, but you gave your sons, and you gave this son in particular, all that you could give him in life, right?
Well, you're always asking yourself that question, but I'll say right.
I get it. I'm a parent, but you've done everything that you reasonably could have done, right?
First time around, sure.
I'm sure he didn't have everything he wanted, but you gave him everything he needed, right?
Welcome, people from Meme Copium. Thank you for the raid. Hit that like button on your way in.
Marines. He could have a job. He could be successful at a job, right?
Correct.
He was healthy physically, mentally,
Correct.
right? He didn't have a hard upbringing, did he?
No.
There's
His upbringing was very good. I think it was what happened after that.
I got it. But I mean, he had all the opportunities and chances that most other people in the world have. I mean, as a general rule.
That's a general rule.
He didn't bear some hardship.
No.
You said that Kay Baker was close to your family?
Yes.
She wasn't just close to Mr. Terry. She was close to your family?
Yes.
How close?
Which part of the family? She had graduated from high school with my son, Peter. She had spent the weekend at our house.
Oh, I feel
at least
so
a
bad
dozen
for
times
Dad. His
in the
eyes are
previous
not crazy eyes,
year,
chat. That's
and
actually
we had
very
seen her quite
common
often
with people,
during the time of mass
especially older
incarceration,
people
and
who
she
are just
coordinated
trying
with
to
my
keep
wife,
it together.
different things that we would do.
It's that
with
I'm
them,
about
so
ready
very
to
close.
crack.
She was very close.
Um,
Because I
just
noticed that
feel
for all
so
the other
awful for
women in
Dad.
Mr. Terry's life, you had nothing but negative things to say about them, right? The mother of Jessica was a bad mother.
This is a bad cross. I totally agree
no,
with
you
Steve.
need to
Just because
absolutely
I'm
agree
thinking
with
it
that.
doesn't mean
You
you
just
should say
finish
it.
the question.
I mean, what you said was Jessica's mother was a bad mom, right? She had her in a bad situation. She was exposing her to bad people, right? That's what you said.
Yeah, I don't
didn't
agree with
say
this
that
cross.
she
This is the
exposed
first
her. I
misstep
said
of the
that her environment,
prosecutor,
where she
in my
had grown
opinion.
up, her
How old was she when you had to rescue her the first time?
3.
3. She was a 3-year-old child and she was in a bad environment. Who was she living with?
Her mother and her grandmother and her
Unless
stepsister.
So
maybe
you're not suggesting that you were
the prosecutor
bad-mouthing the
knows
mother by
something
putting her in a
about
bad situation when a
Dad
3-year-old has
and
no
he's
control over her
trying to
life?
get him to crack.
Well, the story was told rather quickly, briefly. We, as I mentioned before, Nikki, the mother's own stepfather, told me directly over the telephone, this is not a good place, meaning the North Carolina, Greenville area where they were. This is not a good place to raise a young girl. She should live up with you.
Yeah, and in that case, you make this.
Well, that doesn't mean she's got a bad mother. That doesn't mean she's got a bad family. So
What about
I just
the-
want to clarify that.
What about the wife that he built the house with? You went out of your way to mention that she had supposedly been unfaithful. to
This
him,
is
right?
unnecessary.
Make sure to mention that.
Well,
This is
that-
overly
that-
aggressive
these are all things that are
prosecution.
happening all at
This
once.
is typical
Matt,
because
I
I've
didn't
seen
even know
this
it at the
happen
time, to be
before.
honest. I knew that we had the issue with
Well,
Jessica
and it
because I
seems
drove with
that
him
he's
down
showing
there
that
and rescued
every
her,
single woman
from the hospital. and
he's
the
been
sexual
with, they've had
molestation,
it.
trafficking, and the
But
heroin
Dad
addiction.
knows way more about
That
that
was bad
guy's
enough
life than
that
prosecutor ever
I
will.
didn't-
So he
I
doesn't
didn't
know
find
what he's
out a whole lot
asking
about
here,
that
which
at
is
the time. It wasn't the thing. She was
you
crumpled up
shouldn't be
at
asking
the
questions you don't
blanket.
know the answers to.
Sure.
So
Especially
Richard-
this
Richard
I
aggressive-
don't know.
That's
That's what I was worried about when I
but
said
knew
that,
Okay.
I would
You
think
keep going
that
out of your way to keep spelling out the
gonna
bad
do
details
this.
of every other person surrounding
wouldn't do
Mr.
much
Terry.
at
Next
all.
question.
Yeah.
Did you think that Michelle Rogers was a good person in Mr. Terry's life?
she had her moments.
Wait, legal basis?
Outside the scope.
No,
Did you think Michelle Rogers was a good person in Mr. Terry's life?
I thought that Michelle Rogers was extremely opportunistic in their initial relationship, but she did a lot of really good things. She got Matt running, I think taking better care of himself, doing things.
How is that
other than just going out and
opportunistic?
partying
Well,
all the time.
just end this.
However,
This is
that
not good.
relationship then devolved, and
Yeah, the
it was
dad
actually
doesn't
Ms.
like
Rogers
any
who
of them.
insisted they take the entire day off, March 17th, to do
I think
nothing
they all
but
have
drink.
Is there somebody in the
issue
world
with
called Bitch
women.
Face?
There's a lot of, depending on the context.
Mr. Terry, don't play coy. Is there somebody in the last 24 hours you called Bitch Face?
There certainly could have been.
You don't remember?
I don't remember specifically saying any one person. I use colorful language.
Let me make it.
Do you have something in mind?
He was
You had
talking
a phone
about
conversation
Michelle.
with your son in the last 24 hours where he was talking about somebody who testified at his trial and you called them bitch face.
legal basis?
Oh,
Oh, see, and this is it. This is what the prosecutor had.
Yeah,
Yep.
but if this is not significant enough,
But it's not significant. I mean, I'd be calling
It's-
people B-face too, I guess.
they're trying to kill your child and you called him a dirty word. That's not powerful enough. And I really do not like this cross of this prosecutor.
if I were to go down this line, I would just ask you: would you explain the first 3 questions? I think are okay, and then say, so don't you agree that she would have been, his daughter would have been better off without her mom, and her child would have been better off with her mother? Yes, okay, they didn't do that because your son killed him, right? And then gone, just something like that.
What do you think, Danny?
I don't think it's necessarily that big of a deal. I think that people are going to make it out to be more courtroom drama because it's more entertaining that way. But I don't think as a juror, I would put that much weight into it. Seeing the gallery's response would make me want to put weight into it, though. So I don't know.
Those are his family. That's the family of the victim. So everything that the prosecutor says they're going to be cheering for, right? So the problem is what's the effect on the jury? I don't like it. I mean, I'd say, well, this is probably my second criticism. I didn't like the blood spatter expert. She should have been on for 30 minutes at most. And this cross is, I think, falling flat.
Yeah.
He's showing him that he's leaning in too hard, because to me, this prosecutor's been pretty fair. And so you want that dignity and that fairness and that decorum of the court. The prosecutor's got that. And now he's just looking like he's an aggressive a-hole who wants to execute this guy, right? He doesn't care about dad. I mean, he's losing the compassion. I really do not like this cross. He's not.
I agree. I totally agree. Well, and dad to me just seems more sympathetic to me.
Yes.
Like he looks more human if he's calling people bitch face, because he's doing that, not in spite of that.
Right.
But who knows? People could draw conclusions where it's like, well, if dad's doing that, no wonder son is the way he is. Maybe they're both misogynistic. Who knows?
Well, I like Yang Jung Gil's question here. Better question. The common denominator in all of these failed relationships is your son, correct?
That's great.
I actually like that question.
I like
that.
Did you
can you read Korean? Is that Korean? And did you read that name?
Yeah, it's Yang Jung Gil. It's a name, yeah.
Me.
Don't look like that, dude. Dude, stop looking at the camera like that, please.
Interesting, Danny. So you say that is, you recognize his facial expressions. That's fascinating too.
It's the eyes. It's the
attempted
eye
emotions. Percentage of lizard is he? He was kind of doing a little lizard licking lip thing there. This poor guy. I mean,
it's because he's trying to hold it together, and he may be on some kind of substance or may have an addiction to a substance. It's certainly possible. But to me, those eyes, I've seen those before. I've seen that in victims. I've seen that in trauma victims. I've seen it in parents who've lost loved ones. I'm trying to hold my life together, my sanity, and stay focused without
Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case, and please avoid any reports of the case outside of the courtroom. Not sure exactly how long it's going to last, but we'll get you back in here as soon as.
Ooh, there's going to be some serious arguments.
Maybe the lip licking thing, like that. That is trying to hold it together.
Yeah.
The way his eyes are darting across the courtroom tells me that he's in like a semi-state of shock. He's not. I don't think
his pupils aren't dilated.
What's happening?
You said you might be on something. I was looking for dilated pupils. And they're not particularly dilated. So
You'll just stay close. Outside. Outside. Down.
So they're going to make arguments outside the presence of the witness, probably.
Yeah.
The prosecutor does have a tick, for the people in chat mentioning it, and I mentioned that a week ago. He just has
like Tourette's or something.
If you're looking for case law on whether there's an exception, is that what you're looking for? Yeah. You got me there. You don't need to present it to me. All right. So the issue right now is the state's failure to disclose content of a telephone call between the defendant and the witness. Apparently occurred within the past 24 hours. And the state's intention to get into the content of that phone call for impeachment purposes of the witness. Is that a correct assessment?
Very bad.
Of the current situation?
That's a Richardson violation.
And the defense's
I feel like that's cheating.
or whatever you want to call it, that constitutes a discovery violation, not disclosing it and requesting a Richardson hearing to determine what, if anything, should be done, or if in fact it is in fact a violation.
Yes.
Good catch, Steve.
Well, that's what that is.
We discussed that the state did not know. The state's position was that they did not know that it would become necessary because
bullshit.
They did not know what the witness would say. Mr. Diaz.
All right, give us the 2-minute version here, Stephen.
State in Florida, it's an open file thing. So the state has to disclose what they've got. All right. So they've got a jail call where he's talking about with the dad, and the dad calls him bitch face, right? Well, the state did not disclose to the defense that they had such a call. So they're questioning this witness and they're saying, you called somebody a bitch, right? And the defense is looking at each other like, when did they get this? They're surprised. But
Yeah.
now he wants to impeach this witness with this jail call, and the defense is saying, we don't know what you're talking about. So that was never disclosed to us. That's a violation of the discovery rules. That's very bad and very sadly overly common. And prosecutors play this like, well, we didn't know, and all this thing, garbage. When in doubt, disclose it. All right. So now they've got him. Now they got to do what they call a Richardson hearing to say whether or not the violation was willful and intentional, and whether it's material. So what's going to happen again? This judge is very good and fair from what I've seen. He's probably going to say, well, it was inadvertent, or it was not harmful, or I'm going to give you time. I'm going to shut down the state in this line of questioning. I'll bet you that's just to preserve the record. But let's see how it goes. So now he's going to conduct what they call a Richardson hearing, where he's going to explore whether it was disclosed or not, whether there was an obligation to disclose or not, and whether it was harmful or not, and what the remedy should be. So that's what we're going to see right here is a Richardson hearing. This is great stuff.
If it is an evidentiary violation, is it sanctionable?
We'll see. We'll see what the list of options he has.
What are the exceptions that would have made it so that it's not necessary for them to disclose?
Well, in Florida, you really have to disclose everything.
Okay, so
they're gonna say we were surprised we had this. We didn't have an obligation to disclose it because it's impeachment evidence for this witness. We didn't know he was going to go there. Blah 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 blah. But they opened this line of questioning.
They totally did. They walked him down this path. So you can't say that this was some kind of rebuttal or something.
And this is stupid. I'm sorry. I'm angry because this is stupid to do in a death penalty case, because it's like, why create error? You've got this guy. He's going away for life. Why screw around with this type of thing? I mean, I'm very unhappy with this process because I've been praising him all along, and now they're screwing it up. But
when Divinity said, "Hey, Divinity, how you doing?" Only one guy on the panel knows stuff. Well, this is a Florida death penalty case, and Steve on the panel is a Florida death case appellate lawyer. So he is far and away an expert. He's the expert's expert, and he has even written a book on the subject. So yeah, he is the one we're all looking to because he practices in Florida. He handles death penalty appeals, and this is a death penalty case in Florida. So
this is the kind of if you're asking for a death penalty, why are you screwing this up? Because it's not going to affect the penalty phase. I mean the guilt phase. This may affect the penalty. This type of thing is very bad in Florida, I will say.
And just so that people are aware, I think sometimes people think that just because attorneys are attorneys, they know how to do everything and they have expertise in everything. The way that I've described it to my husband is it's sort of like being a doctor. We all went to medical school, but we all have different specialties and different understandings of the law, just like different doctors and different surgeons and different people have different understandings within their own professions as well. So if I ever, reach out to Steve and I say, hey, well, what about this? What about this? What about this? It's because he has just far and away, way more experience in this particular area. And same with legal vices. And I'm sure there's some area of the law that I know better than, the other panelists. I just don't know what that might be.
Well, I don't know pie on
I'm just here to look
law.
pretty. Let's be real. So you guys keep it up, but just for a clarification in the chat.
Yeah, that's why we're so happy to have had Steve here through the majority of this, because this is like the stuff he deals with every day in his real life.
Yeah, I've argued Richardson, man. I'll tell you, this is a very common thing that we defense attorneys use in Florida. You got to know your evidence, but see, these attorneys are on their game, and this is a stupid mistake by the prosecutor. It may have been intentional. I don't want to say it's intentional. See, as defense attorneys, whenever you hear this kind of stuff, you get really like, did they purposely withhold this? I don't know. I mean, as soon as the prosecutor gets something like that, like they said, we didn't know about this till last night. As soon as you get it, you just hand it over to the defense. Say, oh, we got this last night, just for That's all. It's easy.
Disclosure should have been immediate. It doesn't really matter that it was the day before.
Right. They're going to say, well, but they should have at least done it before they called this witness. Now that the witness has already testified, the defense has already made the call without that knowledge. Now, not that the problem here is the harmfulness of this is rather slight. So that's where the state's going to get away with it, like they get away with so much. But don't cheat; it's not right.
Well, let's look and see how this argument goes. Let's get through these 2 super chats and see what happens here. Julie O, on the eye thing, I have thyroid eye disease and it makes eyes more prominent, so it could just be that. I have crazy eyes because of it, lol, quote, round eyes. And Josh 316 says, Steve Gosney, Florida's lawyer. What should we say?
Steve Gosney, Florida's lawyer.
Funny.
All right, jump back in.
I believe that the
I can fly
law says that if you have it and there's any possibility that it may come up, you need to disclose it before. So do you want to make argument that the failure to disclose it is not in fact a discovery violation?
Your Honor, I don't have any case law to cite at the moment. I didn't come armed with case law for this issue, so I don't have any case law that I can point to, which I know is often the first question Your Honor asks. I don't have anything at the moment to present you that I can say one way or another. Again, I want to make it clear. I did not anticipate that they were going to put Mr. Terry, Sr., the father, on the witness stand to talk bad about the women in Mr. Terry's life, which he did at great length.
BS.
Right? I don't know why it was necessary for him to say that
he kind of trashed him a little
wife of
bit.
the defendant cheated on him. I don't know why they needed to say all of the things about whatever was going on with the daughter, other than to say that, they went and got her. It was not a great situation. Certainly,
he might be stretching it a bit.
I get that part, but that comes much later. And so this gentleman got on the witness stand and basically tried to badmouth every woman that he mentioned in Mr. Terry's life. And I tried repeatedly to ask him to just admit that
This prosecutor got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. That's the face.
Yeah, and he's backtracking very quickly.
Your Honor, I didn't know. I promise.
Or anything, but you were armed with, you were aware of, you had listened to a phone call that you had that information that this witness had made these statements about someone who testified at this trial.
And the defendant knew those statements as well, because the defendant's the other person on the call.
But that doesn't.
Why are we?
He backtracks any faster.
The state's obligation.
He backtracks any faster, he's going to run someone over.
At all. So you had that. You knew what he said. You knew he was testifying. You didn't tell them, and then I hear you that you didn't know how he was going to answer your questions, but then when he answered your questions differently than you expected or not completely how you wanted, you questioned him about the call, the statement that he made on the call, disclosing it now in front of the jury and to
Now
the
he's trying to
witness
play
without
dumb.
having previously disclosed it to the defense.
Right. Go
I believe
judge.
That is a discovery violation.
Oh, look at that face.
So the next step
He's
is
gonna
whether
cry.
it's
Definitely
inadvertent
Brian's
Hound
or
puppy.
unintentional.
Unintentional intentional.
What is your position? Well, let me first hear the defense position on whether
Boom.
inadvertent-
You should have
Judge.
led with, "I'm sorry, Your Honor, I made a mistake," instead of
What do you
this.
mean? Let me see what
Well,
your
we didn't
position
know,
is.
bull.
God, she needs eye makeup so bad.
That's what I'm working on. See,
Bad prosecutor.
He
Bad
specifically said
prosecutor.
he wasn't
Bad boy.
calling Nikki,
Bad
was
boy.
the mother of Jessica, a bad person. He was saying that
Oh,
she
not
was coming
you.
from a
I'm
bad
sorry,
environment.
Dargie.
Not blaming Nikki at all. Just
I
saying
wasn't
he
talking about
Oh,
you.
Yoda.
not a bad person. He had no issues with Nikki. The only person that he had apparently negative thoughts about was Mr. Terry's first wife. Michelle Rogers never came up in direct examination. I didn't ask him one question about Michelle Rogers. Nothing. I didn't ask him generally how he felt about the women in Mr. Terry's life. I didn't ask him about Kay Baker, to comment on Kay Baker's character. I didn't ask him to comment on Nikki's character. I didn't ask him to comment on Melissa Headley's character. None of it. I didn't ask him to do any of those things.
So
He actually-
is it now becoming irrelevant?
No,
Objection
no,
that I
that
didn't
was
previously hear?
That was what. If you notice, Mr. Diaz opened his own door by questioning about Michelle Rogers.
No, you
He
can't
was-
do that.
Wait. He was trying to create the circumstance that would allow him to get into that phone call, that would create the own impeachment value. That's what he was trying to create. We all know that I didn't ask anything about Michelle Rogers. How that is within the scope of direct is beyond me. I didn't get into any of that. I didn't get into whether or not he had a son with Michelle Rogers. I didn't get into the events of March of 2017. Got into none of it. He opened the door by asking about Michelle Rogers. And then, knowing that he had that information about the phone call, decided to use that to characterize Mr. Terry's testimony as overall hostile towards the women in Mr. Terry's life, when that is not even remotely close to what the testimony was. So he was trying to create the admissibility. he hoped and wanted to use that information. This cannot even possibly be inadvertent. It was deliberate because he's creating the circumstances that will allow him to justify asking.
Yeah,
the
even I
question.
saw that was a
When we look
bitch
at it, it's
move.
quite obvious now. Why is he asking about Michelle Rogers? I never brought that up. Well, now we know. He wanted to get that phone call in there. I mean, inadvertence. It's obvious he set the stage to ask that question, knowing that he hadn't disclosed that to the defense.
All right, so
Shame.
that's your argument on that it was intentional. Let me hear the response.
No, I would ask if you can. I know it's a difficulty, but I would ask if you can to go back and read the actual way it played out. I gave Mr. Terry at least one, if not two, chances to acknowledge that he doesn't speak kindly of Miss Rogers before I even got to the word.
The
bitch
kid
face.
stand
Then
sitting there
I
listening to
said,
this
"Do you call
garbage.
anyone bitch face?" He
I
then
love
hemmed and
those
hawed and
standing
tells me, "Oh, I
objections
call lots
so
of people
much.
bad names." And then I said, "Do you call Michelle Rogers bitch face?" And then again, he sort of hemmed and hawed. And then I finally put the point to him.
With as much
I
as
was
we
hoping
criticize
well
her, she
before
is
we got to
great.
Michelle Rogers,
She is
that he would just
phenomenal. I don't know
acknowledge
who's
that
criticizing
he
because
was
she's
up with
great. I've been
Miss
so
Terry's
impressed.
wife.
I only criticize her
But
makeup.
the decision.
Yeah,
Oh, and we're doing
that's
one.
fair.
You pick. You guys can
No,
pick
I'll-
who's.
I'll defer to Ms. Ferry.
All right, then you're not saying anything else. I don't usually do this, but it's only one on the remainder of this issue. So
That's
it's you.
another stupid rule.
Period. Mr. Diaz, your response to why you didn't disclose it previously to the defense prior to questioning the witness, as whether that's intentional or inadvertent, is that what?
Your Honor, I legitimately expected they were going to call Mr. Terry, the father, to talk about he loves his son, he's a good son, he's well behaved, we've had a family, we've suffered some tragedy, we've lost a grandchild, things of those nature.
Why didn't you disclose it after the direct examination if you thought that the direct examination opened this door?
Because I sincerely hoped that he was just going to acknowledge the two women he talked about. He
Up
was going
na-
to say he didn't have nice things to say about. But even that was a struggle.
Shame.
Even that was.
That's not a good
You
answer.
shouldn't even concede that. I mean, I don't want to characterize Mr. Mark Terry with a broad paintbrush, but like it's clear that I would ask him what I think are some fairly easy to agree with questions, and he wouldn't even meet me halfway. Like
It's
I was
not
trying to
his
get him
job,
just to
bro.
concede a point, and he would not. Like,
He went
So
to
is
the
your
wanted,
argument
Your
that
Honor.
I did not
you
ever.
didn't disclose it because you didn't intend to use it?
I did not intend to use it.
Let me hear
Bullshit.
the response.
Then why
His
did
answer
you?
Shows that it was willful. He can't say, oh, well, I didn't know that the witness might not admit to something I knew about. The question is, did he have information that he failed to disclose? He intentionally failed to disclose it, not just last night when he got the information, but again, during direct examination when he decided he was going to go down this route. He didn't even bother to come to the bench and say, you know what, I inadvertently didn't disclose something. He intentionally kept it to himself so that he could use it in cross-examination, which is a willful violation.
Yes.
Okay, whether it's willful or inadvertent, which I'll ultimately make a decision on, tell
It
me the
was
defense
willful.
position on whether it's trivial or substantial.
It is
Now here's
substantial.
where she loses.
It completely changes what we would have asked Mr. Terry. We would have maybe not even put him on if we knew that. I'm sorry.
Okay,
If
this
we
is
had
right
known
on.
about this, we may have called Kathy Terry instead, the mother, where there was no issue. They kept it quiet so that they could get us to put him on the stand, willfully choosing not to disclose it, and then intentionally ambushed us with information that they knew that they had and chose not to give. That is the exact definition of
Oh, get him.
And two, if we had chosen to call him, the manner in which we would have directed him.
All right, and so the third
Oh, he is not having a good day.
is whether what
He
the
wants to
prejudicial
cry
effect
so
on the
bad.
trial threat was. It sounds like you've combined those two tests
See,
together. in
third test
what
is where
made
they
it
lose.
Substantial, the fact that it was prejudicial.
Yes, Your Honor. Substantial first because the information is such that it is very clearly the type of evidence that perhaps would change our entire strategy with that potential
You
witness.
drinking
But the
kombucha?
prejudice part goes to the fact that this occurred all in front
This
of
is a
the
great trial.
The jury has now heard a witness who perhaps we never would have even called, a witness who, if we had chosen to call, we would have went down a
This-
different
this
route
is
and
crap
perhaps not
too,
even
though.
talked about any of the relationship type issues that came up during the direct, and perhaps wouldn't have even had a cross-examination of
Is
because
she
depending
arguing
what we
the
went down the road of
substantive
Mr. Diaz's
nature
case,
or
we may
the
not have even asked
prejudicial?
those kind of
Prejudicial
questions.
effect.
So we've been substantially
She's
This is defense attorney Diaz and the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day.
She needed to make a very. He looks like he needs to go take some like shame
This
pill.
is
This is so
where you just say,
textbook.
I am very, very sorry, Your Honor. It'll never happen again. I'm so sorry. I withdraw any hint of ever even contemplating asking that question again.
He
May
should
we
have led
proceed,
with that.
please?
See here, it should have been disclosed. It's a discovery violation. It was willful. What he should have done if he had this now, as soon as he knew he was going to use it, he should have disclosed it. Or before he got up on cross, he should have approached the bench, said, Your Honor, I want a pre-ruling on this. I've just disclosed this and I want a pre-ruling, but he didn't. He tried to surprise attack by leading with this without disclosing it. Bad prosecutor. You just went down a grade level for me. Now, where they're going to lose, the defense is the problem is how harmful is this? And that's the prejudicial effect. And that's what they're going to deal with. That's how but see, the defense attorney now is saying, I've centered my whole defense around this discovery and I would have changed everything. She's trying to create harmfulness for appeals by expanding that and by being a strident. He's over there with his tails between his legs. But damn it, he put himself there.
Yeah.
That's dirty play.
This is the first time the prosecution has had dirty tricks this entire time.
Yes, I'm very disappointed. I was so happy with this prosecutor, and now he plays dirty, and this judge is giving it to him, right? He feels it, doesn't he?
Jeff, you need to admonish again because that was the cutest thing ever, and I would absolutely love if you were my judge admonishing me. That is the cutest thing. Do it again.
Me?
What?
No, Jeff, with the bad prosecutor admonishment. That was beautiful.
With the one I just did, or the one with the newspaper?
Yeah, the one you just did that concerned your dog.
The Judith Vorst book. Yeah, the prosecutor Diaz and the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. The fact I can remember that whole thing 20 years after my child outgrew that book tells you how many times I read that damn thing.
I love that book.
All right, let's get to these super chats here. Rick Nikita says he's clearly related to Chancellor Gowron, Klingon leader in Deep Space Nine. I'm a nerd. Xcomer Triple Z, what can the consequences of this be? Well, obviously they don't get the evidence in, but what about is sanctions a possibility?
Sanctions are a possibility. It's also a possible mistrial. It's a possible appellate issue. The problem and looking way down the road, judge is not going to grant a mistrial. They're going to let him go forward, right? It's going to be an issue.
Throw out the whole guilty verdict, would they?
No, they would. There would be new penalty phase.
Okay.
And if you on appeal, this is an appellate issue. Yeah. It would be right up there. And the question is whether or not it's harmful. Florida Supreme Court's going to say no. I know my Florida Supreme Court. But if theoretically they could give him a new penalty phase. So really stupid. I mean, I'm very disappointed in my prosecutor. You lost a letter grade. He's now at B. He had an A.
How would the new penalty phase trial work? You would still have the same jury and the same people involved. How would a new penalty phase trial work?
They would repick a jury for penalty phase.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's pretty harsh.
It's expensive. Yeah. That's why it's stupid. Why are you doing this? It's so stupid. Ugh. Prosecutor, bad.
Taylor Cook. Wow. Hey, Taylor Cook. I've noticed you here a few times. Weirdly, I have a person very, very, very close to me named Taylor Cook, and I don't think it's you because you're talking much more intelligently. Taylor Cook, I know. Sorry, Taylor Cook, if you ever see this. Frankly, no matter how minor the intentional error by the prosecution, yeah, you're definitely not my Taylor Cook. Frankly, no matter how minor the intentional error by the prosecution, it should be a mistrial and the state should have to reimburse all fees. I don't know if it should be a mistrial. I mean, that's the nuclear option.
The problem is this third element of Richardson, which is harmfulness. Okay, that's the problem here, and the prosecutor probably knows that. That's why it's dirty, because they know they're not going to get a mistrial. They know it's not going to be appellate error, so they think they can get away with it, which they probably will. And that's why I'm disappointed in Mr. Baldo here.
Yeah, he's done the calculation in his head, and he's taking the risk to run the gauntlet. And the most that's going to happen, he's going to get a smack over the wrist over it.
Right.
Now, for those who are saying mistrial, just remember if they had called a mistrial in the Rittenhouse case.
Yeah.
Josh 316. I'm just imagining Miss Greta in a Dom outfit. No,
Oh,
I'm not.
no.
Go
I'm
repent,
not.
Josh. Repent.
No.
Repent.
Someone in chat saying, "Just hold on."
Hold on, is there
Still
more?
got
Okay,
fireworks.
we should go.
We got
Let's see.
fireworks coming.
Yeah,
Apparently,
we've had a lot of this. This is the just strap yourselves in. This is just the beginning kind of thing.
This is
Shane
such
Terrell
a
says prosecutor tried to have a Perry Mason moment.
Yeah,
it didn't work.
Not in Florida. There's no surprise attacks in Florida.
And
Taylor
Perry
Cook,
Mason was a defense attorney, not the prosecution.
Right.
Yeah. Taylor Cook again. Thank you again. In most all of these trials I've watched, the state is playing effie games, especially when they have a hard case to prove. Rittenhouse.
See, this is the big problem here. If this prosecutor, what they should have done, if they said, "Oh my God, I've got," because he knew he had this impeachment evidence, he should have, before he blurted it out in front of the jury, he should have approached the judge and said the situation, said, "Hey, we haven't disclosed this here. I'm giving it now. I want to get into it. Maybe we can take a break so the defense and argue this and have a pre-ruling before he blurts it out in front of the jury. And now it's in front of the jury and now it's error." See, get a pre-ruling before you dive into that.
And says legal vices. We need to speed up to the best parts because we still need Steve Gosney's opinions.
Oh,
all right, let's do that. Is that Brian Stelter? Yes, that is Brian Stelter. We've crossed this several times. Thank you, Casey. All right, let's get back to Brian Stelter and the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. Now, I'm just going to go out on a limb here. Before we get back, we're going to go out on a limb, and I will do a shot if the judge does not allow him to continue this line of questioning.
Does not. So what's the rule on the shot? Oh, he's not going to let him.
He's going to take a shot. That's
the point. That's the point. I want a guaranteed shot here because I still owe 3 more.
And then the next,
This is one of them.
well, the next thing that's going to happen, what he's going to do is he's going to say it should have been disclosed. It was intentional, but it's not harmful. Move on, counselor. And then he's going to say, defense, do you want a special instruction? So he can instruct the jury to ignore that line of questioning. Then they're going to say, no, we want a mistrial. And if you don't grant it, we are not conceding the mistrial or that the instruction is an adequate remedy to preserve the appeal. So that's what's going to happen next. Preview.
That will. Yes, we know that Donna Perry is a good public defender in Hillsborough County, Florida. She's doing quite a good job. All right, diving back in. Let's see.
The main witnesses for our penalty phase, the father of the defendant, who we may have chosen to substitute the mother for and couldn't make that decision because of their intentional violation.
All right, but let me also point out at this time that what the lawyers say in their questions is not evidence. The evidence comes from the witness stand and the witness. My recollection is that the objection was made before the witness was able to acknowledge. In fact, he was ultimately denying that he called somebody that name recently.
But Mr. Diaz, in his question, put the information in front of the jury, and you can't unring that bell. You can't unring that bell.
Well, we'll agree to disagree on that.
Oh, Judge.
I love him. Specifically indicated it was within the last 24 hours. They can't just disregard that.
Well, I mean, as she repeatedly asked it, the first time that it was evident, you all were on your feet objecting. So I don't know how many times you let it go before you jumped up and objected, but I think as soon as it was clear there was an objection, and my recollection is that the witness didn't even get a chance to ultimately confirm or deny the phone call or the calling someone the name. On
So she's getting punished for doing her job right?
Of the record.
How dare you?
Cured with instructions to the jury. I will find that under the. Is there anything else you want to say? No, sorry, no, sorry.
If I could have a moment then.
You have a moment.
I love the reaction. That prosecutor knows he was in the wrong.
Yeah.
A judge
I can't
is
even
great.
make that face.
I can't either.
Hey, Danny, welcome to camera.
Hey, Danny. Our IQ just went down again.
Aww.
You changed your hair.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't have the little wavies on it.
Oh, yeah, it's straight today. I washed it.
Yeah. All right, let's fast forward through the sound of silence here.
They know that harmfulness is the issue. That's why they're trying to make maximally harmful.
Is that his clerk?
Yeah, she was dying of influenza or emphysema or something yesterday. She seems to have gotten over her. Well, I guess it was morning, wasn't she? She wasn't doing well earlier on in this day.
Oh, is that where the coughing was? Okay.
Yeah. Why are we buffering? You shouldn't be doing that. All right. Well, clearly, Microsoft Edge is better for law and crime and streaming.
Judge, I would just point out that the reason this can't be cured with a curative instruction is because it is a misogynistic comment that was made by the father between him and his son, the defendant, who's facing death, in regard to one of the witnesses who actually testified and who they based their conviction
Let's
on.
be clear, though. There's been no suggestion that Mr. Matthew Terry made this comment.
It doesn't matter. It's imputed to him in the way that they have brought this information out.
How is it imputed when they specifically asked him whether he made the comment?
Because it's in the course of a conversation between the two of them. The jury isn't going to punish Mark.
So if I say something bad while you and I are talking, that's imputed to you, and you suffer the consequences of what I said that was bad?
If you're my father and I'm having this active discussion with you about somebody you're calling bitch face and I'm not telling you, no, that's not true, absolutely. And he's the one they're going to sentence to death based on.
She is right on.
Bitch face.
I love her passion for
She's great.
defense.
Yes.
None of that has come out. I mean, that's, we're far
Like, you can
exceeding
see how hard she's
the
fighting.
testimony at this point.
We're not, because that's the way they predicated their questions.
All
Mr.
right.
Diaz intentionally put all that information into his question.
All right. Well, I certainly respect your position. Mr. Diaz, did you want to say anything else?
No, thank you.
All right.
Nope.
I'm going to find that the failure to disclose was in fact willful. I'm going to find that under the totality of the circumstances, including the fact that the witness never really answered, acquiesced, or conceded the statement, that it is trivial. I am going to find that it does have some prejudicial effect. Now, the degree of that prejudicial effect obviously can and may be argued at some later point. I'm finding that it has a prejudicial effect, but the prejudicial effect that I believe it has can be cured with an instruction. I'm going to offer you the opportunity to construct whatever instruction that you want without waiving any objection. If you decline to construct your own instruction, the court will design its own instruction to disregard. And let me just say, I'm speaking out loud here, but I understand that sometimes an instruction can make things worse, and why defense may, not want to ring the bell again, so to speak. So there is the possibility of being specific, or there's the possibility of simply saying, members of the jury, I instruct you to disregard the last interaction between the Mr. Diaz and the witness as a simple instruction. But at the very least, it is a instruction to them to disregard. I obviously will preclude any argument whatsoever. I will instruct Mr. Diaz to move on to another topic.
Oh no, I guess I have to take a shot. Oh.
Okay, but I'm simply going to tell them to disregard the last.
Oh no.
I'm denying the mistrial.
And I'm asking for prosecutorial sanctions.
Well, I'll reserve prosecutorial sanctions for the willful violation. We're going to bring We're going to bring the jury in, and I will instruct them to disregard it. I've already instructed Mr. Diaz to move on.
I have a girl crush on the defense.
No, for access to the record, please.
What was that, Danny?
I have a girl crush on DAs too.
I would not have called that witness. We have other witnesses that we could
Oh,
have
she's
called to get the
brilliant.
information that I had from Mr. Terry. Secondly, when Mr. Diaz knew that he was going to bring this up, he chose intentionally not to approach the bench so that this court, I understand, so that this court could properly move on the admissibility or rule on the admissibility of that statement, and that we could be heard in response to its admissibility.
I hear you, but it's all water under the bridge now. I've resolved this issue, and we're moving on.
Judge, the witness, I would like to instruct not to talk about this at all when he comes in, but I don't want to do that because he's on the stand and I'd be discussing
Not a
his
problem.
testimony.
You're requesting that I instruct him not to talk about it. We'll bring him in first. If we can get Mr. Terry, put him back on the stand, I'll instruct him. We will bring the jury in. I'll instruct the jury. We'll keep moving. That was their afternoon break.
Judge, I don't have any other questions for this witness, so he's not going to answer any more questions for me.
You want to redirect him, though?
I have no idea. I'd have to talk to counsel about that. And also, we would appreciate
What?
if the state would provide a copy of that recording before we proceed on any questioning of Mr. Terry. We don't know if we're going to try to repair it. We don't know what else was said. We don't know the context. We would like to have the benefit of what Mr. Diaz listened to so that we can properly move further
And anything else.
and anything else that he hasn't disclosed. We have no idea at this point.
I love it.
I love her so much.
Anything that he may do, if he tries
That
to
was
do
just-
something he hasn't disclosed,
that was
then that
It's a discovery violation. He's brought that out in front of the witness. We would like the benefit of the complete conversation, please, so that I can determine whether or not I need to further question this witness and repair whatever impressions the jury may have of him. And I also like the
I
opportunity,
agree.
if you don't mind, to speak to the witness to find out what else was said.
Judge, I will happily give the defense a copy of the recording. I want to be clear. I do not have a copy of the recording. I did not come here intending to use the conversation, so I don't have it on a disc. I will still happily give them a copy, but I don't have it on a disc at the moment to hand to them. So I will comply with whatever Your Honor decides, but I just want to understand I cannot do this at this instant.
So let me ask the defense. I mean, we can either break for the day, which I'm not at all in favor of, or we can move on to the next witness. You can get the copy of whatever they have. Mr. Terry, I suspect, is, or well, anyway, was not going to be released, but can be available. And if you want to recall him, I will still instruct them. And then if you want to recall him for redirect, I will allow that after you've had the opportunity to review the transcript of the phone call. And any other things that you want to discuss, I will allow you to discuss the phone call with him.
And that's another issue that we have, obviously, is puts us in the precarious position where we have to figure out the best course for Mr. Terry, whether or not to continue to pursue that line of questioning to repair the impressions that have been left with the jury.
And I'll give you as much time as you need for that. My question is, do you
I'm
want?
right, I don't know.
Judge is so
I
great.
agree. We can move on
Well,
with the next
if
witness.
you can't say I don't know. He's got to make a decision.
No, he
That's
doesn't.
exactly what I want to do.
He's making it
What I'm gonna do
maximally
is,
hard.
I'm going to instruct them when they come in to disregard the last interaction between Mr. Diaz and Mr. Terry. Mr. Terry will no longer be on the stand. However, he is subject to recall for your not continued redirect, but for your redirect, however you wish to proceed with it.
And also, we would like that recording at some point made a court exhibit.
Absolutely, absolutely. That'll be number 5. Mr. Diaz, as soon as we finish today, or if you can instruct someone, Ms. Ismer, if you can be on getting a disc or whatever you use these days. If they're not discs, they're whatever, if you just email it, but please get it to the defense ASAP.
And if there's anything else that Mr. Diaz has listened to that he says now he doesn't intend to use, but obviously what he intends to use does not determine what he actually uses. So if he could make it clear right now,
Now they're
what
being petty.
else he has listened to.
No,
or
they're
privy to
milking it.
In terms of any
I would
conversations that our
milk
witnesses
this
have had or
for
any
all
conversations
it's
Mr.
worth.
Terry has had
Right.
that he's in possession of or has listened to that he does not intend to use. So you have that on
So
the record.
good. He knows it.
Mr. Diaz, is there anything else?
What do you mean anything else? I don't have a single recording, to be clear. I've not downloaded anything. I don't have anything on the disc in my possession. The defendant got found guilty yesterday. I went to listen to his jail phone calls to see how he reacted. That's where I heard the comment.
Are there others that he heard? Because the standard isn't what he thinks he has to disclose. He has to disclose anything that has any potential for being used. So if there is anything else, if he listens to any other calls, he doesn't get to decide
Prosecutor's
when
just
he
hating
discloses
life
them.
right now.
He has to disclose
But
them.
I don't know that they're required to provide every phone call that they listen to.
Yes, they are. If there is any reasonable basis to believe they could possibly need to use it, they have to give it.
Judge, I'm willing to agree that I will not reference any other phone call that I've ever listened to. I know that I listened to phone calls when the defendant was first arrested and he was
I'm
supposed to go to
sorry.
jail. The sort of initial phone calls when he's first. I certainly know that. I know that I've listened to phone calls here and there in the interim. I do not know every single phone call that I've listed. I don't intend on using any other phone call. I will just forego. If the defendant fully confessed in a phone call somewhere, not that he did, but if he did,
Well, that stage is over.
I understand. I will just forego whatever there is in any phone call that exists as of
Backtrack,
Yeah,
backtrack.
Sorry, I brought up the
Defendant
phone call.
disavowed any intent to use it. Therefore, he's not required to disclose it. He cannot use it, period.
and to be
As
clear,
long as,
I've
they're
not.
as long as you're ordering, he cannot use it.
He cannot use it,
You
period.
cannot
And to be clear,
use it.
nothing I've heard was exculpatory or any of that. So
Appreciate that. All right. All right. So,
That's
I'm going to bring the jury in.
Judge is
I'm going to instruct them. I'm going to ask you to call the next witness. Let's get the jury.
so great. I love it. This is so
Nicely
wonderful.
done, Jeff.
This
Is he
is, I
going to
mean,
give an instruction too?
he may craft
Yep.
one on his own.
I
he's
hope
saying.
so.
He's
I
going to
hope he
say,
does.
see, it's tough though, because you draw attention to it. See, a defense, there's no remedy for this. That's the problem with these things.
Uh-huh.
So he says he's going to disregard the last line of questioning. He may say that on his own. it doesn't really help because the cat's out of the bag. Like says you can't unring the bell. Yeah. This happens so much in Florida. I hate it. This is
so dirty.
It's so dirty. It's so typical. And I'm knocking my guy off a letter grade.
I like the defense lawyer being the bulldog. No. She's just locked her jaws on it, and she's not going to stop. She's not going to stop biting and shaking until the judge pulls her off of him.
Right, that's right. Why give an inch? You're going to maximally milk this error by the state.
I love her understanding of the rule and her ability to lock on. I mean, it's phenomenal.
Yeah. And Josh 316 says Flux and Danny and others. Not sure what that's about, but Flux and Danny definitely. Vince Clortho, I was just going to chat that very question to Flux. She seems to be some sort of legal aid. I think that's the court's clerk. I think that's the court clerk. I think.
Right.
She's doing much better than she was a couple of hours ago in real time. Is this lawful law? So pretty ladies flock to legal nerds.
This time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. Enjoy the break. That will count as your afternoon break. So I do not expect to give you another break unless
one of the pretty ladies is a lawyer and the other one should be.
And we will go late, and if so, how late we will go. But I promise you, if we go past 5, I will give you another break. But at this time, I do have one brief instruction for you, and that is I am instructing you to disregard the last interaction between Mr. Diaz and the witness who was on the stand, Mr. Mark Terry, including the last question and any answer, if any answer was provided between the state and the witness. I'm going to ask the defense to now call their next witness, and in fact, Mr. Kane has stepped outside to retrieve the next witness.
And
Ruby Williams.
Kyle Mitchell, wait. So he was trying to perjure him without the tapes of the phone call. With the tapes of the phone call.
Miss Williams, good afternoon and welcome.
That's another.
He loves milkers.
I'm good. If you'll face me and raise your right hand, I'm going to swear you in as a witness. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. All right, thank you, ma'am. If you'll follow the bailiff now, please watch your step. That's a ramp there, so be careful. And then when you get to that chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. You let me know when you're ready, and then I'm going to allow the attorneys an opportunity to ask you some questions, ma'am. Okay. You're going to need to get closer to the microphone. Sorry about that.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. We'll let you know if we need to speak up or get closer. Okay. Mr. Kane, you may proceed.
Thanks.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Morning, Ms. Williams. Actually, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you identify yourself, please?
Ruby Williams.
Where are you from?
East Lansing, Michigan.
Ms. Williams, have you and I met?
Yes, once.
Okay, where was that?
At Terry's home in East Lansing, Michigan.
Okay. And that was what? Last month?
Oh, God, I didn't keep track.
A little bit.
Yeah, it's been a while. 2-3 weeks. 3.
Yeah. How well do you know the Terrys?
We have known, let's see. My oldest just turned 50, and I think we moved to Duran in East Lansing when Benji was 10. So it's been over 40 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can
we don't know yet. We'll find out who she is.
Okay.
Is everybody able to hear the witness?
Like
Speak up a little bit louder. Okay, I'm going to need you to get a little closer and speak up a little louder. You're having a little difficulty in the back.
Okay.
I already like this witness. I don't know what she's going to say, but she's sweet, isn't she?
He seems to really like her too.
Yeah, you can see the warmth. See, that humanizes it, right?
Yeah, that instantly gave him some type of warmth.
Oh, gosh. Christopher was 2.
Your son Christopher was 2?
My young, 2 boys I have, and Christopher was 18 months, 2 years old, I'll say. And we've known the Terrys, gosh, well over 25 years, 30. Yeah. It's been a long time.
And what is your husband's name?
Benjamin Williams.
How long have you and Ben been married?
53 years.
Wow.
Not as long as the Terrys have been married, right? Just about?
I think they've been married 48 or 49 years.
And what part of Michigan were you all living in where you got to know each other or first became acquainted? Where was that? Was that in East Lansing?
That's in East Lansing, home of the MSU.
Spartans?
Yes, Spartans.
And just right outside the campus of Michigan State University, right?
Yes.
Very close.
Yeah.
And do you know Matthew Terry?
Yes, I know Matt.
Okay. Can you point him out for us?
There he is.
Oh, see that the jury is watching him too.
Oh, this is hard.
Like he's reacting more to her than he's reacted to anyone.
including his
Well, I
father.
was just going to say, Benji is 50.
Yeah.
Matt is maybe 4 years younger.
This was the nice old lady next
So,
door, I guess.
Over 30 years.
Long time.
Oh, yeah.
But let's try to put it in perspective a little bit about how old was Matt when you and Ben first became aware of him as a little boy. How old was Matt?
I'm probably not going to say the exact age because I'm in my 70s.
I want her to remember.
Thank you. But probably if Christopher was 2, then Matt was either 4 or 5. So since he was 5 years old, I would say. Because when he went,
No, go ahead.
when we met Matthew, we were in our home. We had been there not very long, and this child. We were sitting at the table having breakfast, and this child walks in with this big smile on his face, and it was Matt, and that's how we met. That's how we met him. He introduced himself first, and then we met the family. Well, you want me to shut up?
No.
And then we met. We were sitting in the backyard, and then we met Mark, who came over to get some assistance from Benjamin. Mark was putting in a picture window. Because we hadn't met him at the time. We met Matt, but not Mark. And then that's how we know the Terry family. They live a house before ours. So.
And Matt's going to be 48 in January.
Yeah, because my oldest is 50. Yes.
Okay. So when Matt walked into your home, about how old was he?
Gosh, let's see. So there's 2. So Matt had to have been 4 or 5.
Right, so he's a 4 or 5 year old kid, just kind of walking into your home and with a big smile on his face and just happy to be there.
Well, yes, because it was that kind of neighborhood, and also I suspect that he had probably seen the boys, and he was probably happy that there were boys in the neighborhood, because across the street were only girls. So, and then he had his brother, so new blood, so to speak. Yes.
And can you share with us, some of your thoughts about Matt when he was that age and what his curiosities may have been and how he expressed himself? Can you share with us some of those occasions?
Gosh.
Please don't say dissecting roadkill.
My first impression of Matt when I met him was he had the brightest eyes and the biggest smile. And when he walked into the house, it was like he had known us all the time. And we're sitting there at awe when this kid is just jabbering, talking. He was inquisitive. He asked questions, I remember, and he may have even sat down and had a second breakfast with us.
They're hobbits. Breakfast, they have second breakfast.
But he was just a joyful kid. He was a child. It was the children wanted to go out and play with him because there he was. But he was just a child full of life and joy.
And over the years, how did your relationship with the Terry family develop, and how did it flourish? And with your families and spending time together, and how well you got to know Matt. If you could talk to us a little bit about that, and what kind of qualities you saw in him as he got older.
Oh. Well, growing up, the boys, their interest in, go back up. There's this lady, Matt's grandmother, Grandma Lil, she's passed away. And she used to do things with them. And because there were 4 boys, she would take them one at a time to a Michigan State basketball game, Benji being the first because he was the oldest, and then Matt being second. But the family, we got to know the grandparents and of course, Kathy and Mark and Jamie and Lori, Kathy's sisters. They all lived in East Lansing, and we were new to East Lansing, except Benjamin went to Michigan State University. That's where he got his degree. Since we were like instant friends. They were always there. And it was a good neighborhood. It was good people. We talked, we laughed, we celebrated at times, some holidays, maybe they would celebrate something in their backyard, and the boys would come to our house, and I was the Kool-Aid mom and the popsicle mom. And I
want her to read me a
knock
book.
on the door, and he would say, ask me if it was popsicle time. And
if only he would have given her some Jim Jones, Kool-Aid, we wouldn't have had this
play
problem.
in the backyard. It was a good time. It was a happy time. They were good kids. I don't remember them
We'll talk
I
about
feel
this.
like-
in just a
Honestly,
second.
don't remember them ever.
I feel like
fighting.
she's definitely the one that
Benji
took care of the
being the
kids'
oldest, was
boo-boos on
probably
the street.
boss, but they were all good boys. They were all cheerful and happy.
Oh, I want her in my neighborhood.
Did you
Mhm.
remain close over the? Did you remain close over the years? I mean, even after they might have moved away to Detroit or Holton, did you guys stay close and stay in contact with each other? Did you go to the lake?
We went to the lake, but when they moved out of off of Durand Street, which is where we used to live on Durand Street in East Lansing, you kind of, because everybody's working and doing things in their life, if they're not there in the neighborhood anymore, it isn't as easy. But yet they were there. Just because you have a friend and that friend moves away, you don't stop having that person as a friend. We didn't talk daily like the way we used to, but when they would come to visit Grandma Lil, maybe they would stop by, or we would find out that they were in town and we would go to Grandma Lil's house because more than likely that's where they were. And it was, we were still friends. We kept that friendship even today.
Why is it that you guys were so close?
I asked that question because
they had the
we
alcohol.
had something in common. We had our children. We were, it was just that kind of friendship, that kind of life. We were friends. Why are you friends with anyone? Because we liked each other. We even went out to, there was a second family, the Sumlers, and the three couples went out to dinner. And
So there was potentially third breakfast.
an Asian
someone else's
restaurant, and
house.
we had fun there. We laughed and we talked about the kids, and because when you're married and you have children, that's what you talk about. You talk about your children, and we were friends because we probably.
Her
had
son
the
never
same
found
things
out
in
who
common.
melted his GI Joe.
Sometimes Mark and I would. Mark teased me a lot, so
Solid,
I teased him.
solid take.
As Matt got older, how did you view him? Did you
Levens is
view him as a good person?
View him as a person?
Good person.
Oh, yes.
And what is it about him that you observed, or maybe an experience that allowed you to believe or conclude that this was a good person that you knew, or this was a good man who you had met as a very young child? What are some of the qualities that you observed in him that allowed you to believe that, or to have that confidence that Matt is a good person?
He had some of the same characteristics. They moved away. When they moved away and they came back, I remember correctly, it was different because he was older. Benji and Matt have like 4 years difference there. So Benji's now a teenager, and he probably put up with the boys. But Luke and Christopher are the same age. How do I explain this? Matt had always been a good person, and when he moves away, he comes back. He was different. He wasn't as joyful, but we thought it was because he's older now and he's a teenager or getting close to being a teenager. And he was just, and when you're younger, I think because you haven't been out there in the world, or this little mold where you're growing, this is your world. And then you spread out and you go around other people. So you're kind of being, and I'm sure with other children, being tested, or
She's not
too
finishing
strong of
her
a word.
sentences.
Because you were raised this way.
Was that
Now
right?
you're coming in contact with children who were raised differently.
She's not finishing her sentences.
And so you expect some kind of change. You expect
She's
an
just
influence
mimicking
from-
Donald Trump.
from this side, and not necessarily. I'm not explaining myself very well.
Well, did you believe that Matt was a generous person?
Matt was very generous. He was a generous. Matt was generous in that when he got older and his interest was computers,
He even gave his
He would, when
ex-girlfriend
I would call
26
him,
stabs.
he
gave her
come
a
and
trip
fix
to
my
the
computers
hospital.
because I did something every single time, and I was not, and still am not, computer literate the way some people are.
That's
And
okay.
Matt was my source of person to go to fix things, and he never complained. He would just come. You know, he was, I called him, he came, he was there. They were family. They are family.
When's the last time you spoke to me?
Stop looking at porn, lady.
Last time I spoke to Matt was the Christmas party. Maggie and Luke gave a Christmas party, and I hadn't seen Peter or Matt in a while. And Matt introduced us to his girlfriend at the time, and it was a Christmas party, and I don't remember the year, but it was a celebration of Christmas. That was the last
I am
time.
the ghost of Stabbing's future.
He was different.
This is an underprepared witness.
Mm-hmm.
I knew Jessica, but I wasn't close to Jessica because she would be with her grandparents' house and then she would be at her mother's house, and I wasn't as close to Jessica as I was to her father.
Were you aware of some of the struggles that Matt went through with Jessica? Were you?
No, because Kathy didn't share that with me. She didn't share that part of her life with Jessica. I remember Jessica talking to me, and I was getting dressed. She came over for some reason, and I remember her saying, I was going to church, going to mass, and she said,
Going to mass
isn't that like a
stabbings.
cult? I said, no, that's not a cult. And in the back of my mind, I thought I should invite her to go to church with me, but I didn't. For some reason, I didn't do it. And I wish I had, but I didn't.
You had described the Derry family as part of your family, right? And
they were like family, yes.
And
Well, she had 26 wounds on her,
Oh.
including stabbings and
Terrence
defensive
as
wounds and
part of your
things.
family, or very much like family. How would you view Matt?
And blood splatter all across the wall. And
Well, when they were growing up, he was just like one of my sons. But as I said, when they grew up, Mark, I don't know if Mark got a new job or whatever, and they were getting ready to move away. And
Are
I
you
was
leaving
sad,
us, Steve,
of
or are
course,
you just
because
cold?
They were the family that we befriended in the neighborhood, or befriended us. And
It's like 70 degrees
when
in
they
Florida. He's freezing.
moved, it wasn't easy, but you get through it. Change.
Is that
my-
really
Eventually,
house?
we moved out of the neighborhood.
I
This was
love
our first
house.
home. But,
My Jerry Spence jacket.
we
Yeah.
still had communication. It wasn't a daily thing, but every once in a while we would hear something, and we still talked. And of course,
You need to have fringe
Christopher
on it,
and
though.
Luke were very, very tight, and we would hear from sometime where Christopher would tell us what was going on. But you know how that is if you have teenagers; they don't tell you everything. They don't share everything with you. So
Now you understand why we're here today, Ruby.
yes, I do. I understand.
So the reason why you're testifying
Ooh.
is because
She's disappointed.
this jury has found Matt guilty of first-degree murder.
She had a whole lot to say, and she got up there, and all of it left her.
The minimum sentence that he can get is life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Yes.
Oh,
And you're
Seems
testifying
like she
today
was his
because
mother.
This jury has to
Yeah.
decide
she's so
whether or
sweet.
not
I love her.
Matt's going to be executed.
Yes.
And the reason why I'm asking you these questions is because we want the jury
Oh,
to have as much information as they can in order to make the most informed decision about which one it's going to be. And so, you and I have spoken, and we've talked about a lot of things, and we've covered a lot of topics.
All right, it's my time to go pick up Mrs. Flutz.
If there is
Oh,
anything
we're
that
gonna
you
miss you.
I'll be
know and
back.
recognize about Matt,
We'll be
remember
here.
about him,
I'll be back if you have me.
that is
We'll
going
be
to
here.
you,
Same link.
then I can promise you it's going to be
I'll see you
important
guys
to this jury.
soon.
See you soon, Flock.
Adios.
So,
See ya.
is there anything about Matt that you absolutely love, a quality that you see in him that is just so valuable and worth preserving?
Someone needs to
that
get
you'd
her a
like to share with
tissue.
this jury?
What was that, Danny?
She needs a tissue.
I told you how Matt was when we met him. He was growing up. He was kind. He was sharing. He was a busybody. He answered questions. He was the kid that you would have wanted your child to have as a friend. And then he grew up and he went away. And I don't know what happened. I don't. And the very first time when we heard that he had gotten into trouble, it was explained to me what he had done. And I found it hard to believe, but he did it. He did it. And when I would write, I wrote to him in prison, and Kathy's friend, Kathy Rogers, mentioned that she had sent him a book. And I thought, well, I'll send him something too. And I sent him packages of flower seeds. I didn't know that you couldn't send flower seeds. I thought, well, this he can plant it, he can share, because Kathy would say that Matt was helping some of the prisoners with the computers, or he was teaching them. And I thought, well, he could give them flower seeds and they could plant the flowers and they would grow and he would see.
This is just a neighborhood friend
in the prison yard, right? But I never heard anything, and I was told, well, you're not supposed to send flower seeds to Ruby. They probably think that was drugs or something. They were flower seeds. But the person that I knew, would never had done the first act, and this awful thing that he did, he never would have done that, but he did it. He did it. And I don't think that, well, I know that he is not the person that I knew, because he would not have taken a life. And he did. I think that something happened. I think that something happened from the time that we lost with each other to when he returned, because that light was gone out of his eye. But he was a little bit there, because he would call when I would call to have him fix the computer. He did it, and I never sensed anything. I spoke with my priest, because I actually started feeling guilty that I didn't confront him and insist on what had happened to him, because that light that he had grown up with around me was gone. And I didn't know. You didn't share. You didn't tell us what was happening. You still haven't told us what was happening in his life. And then he went to the Marines, and God only knows what happened there. My brother was a Marine, and he came back kind of strange.
Speculation, and maybe Mr. Payne could
ask another question. Follow up.
Just let it go.
And Ruby, what are even throughout the changes, fading lights, what were the qualities that endured? There was a goodness?
There was a giving.
There was a goodness.
Yeah.
There was a goodness, there was a generosity. Generosity with his time, his talents, and his affections. He was there.
Sustain, don't leave. Rephrase.
Right.
Hold on, man. Rephrase the question.
Okay. Those qualities were there?
Objections. Rephrase. Don't rely on the leading question. Ask a different question. Rephrase it.
Tell me what qualities? What qualities? That it doesn't matter where he is. What qualities were there? What qualities did he possess?
The qualities that I appreciated is that he was never rude to me. He was never a person that I would not want in my life or around my children or my grandchildren. And for me, it says a lot, because I don't let everyone come into our space. He was a good person. He came from, I think, good people. Grandma Lil and Grandpa Randy, Kathy, Mark.
This is an underprepared witness. He should have sat down with her yesterday and said, when I ask about qualities, this is what I mean. This is what
because you're raising children.
Qualities.
You're raising children, and you want them. And I'm raising two boys. We are raising two boys, and we want them to see quality versus quantity.
And you never had any hesitation about letting Matt in your life?
No, of course not. If he were there,
like the kind of stabby.
he came over, whether he was invited or not, we allowed him to stay. He was a good person. He did wrong. You know that, right?
Oh, don't ask that much.
I'm not saying, if I may, I'm not saying that he shouldn't be put away, because this is not the person that grew up around me or my kids, or the person that I know would never have done this act, who never had done those acts. The person that I know would gave us his time. And that says a lot for a young man because they're busy. But you took a life and it was wrong.
Yeah, they need to get her off the stand quickly.
Yeah, I don't think she's helping.
But I don't think that you should take his life because.
Objection, Your Honor. Opinion.
I'll sustain. Ask another question.
1 second. 1 second.
Wow.
Off.
She's great, though. I mean, you got to admit that this woman is great.
Honestly.
I mean, maybe she's kind of drawing the sting in a way, you know, like giving, letting the community know that she understands.
To you, so forgive me. I just
Wonder if she has a jail call with the defendant.
You keep talking about, you keep using past tense words. You keep saying he was a good person. This is not the person he was. You understand what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
Okay.
You
So
know,
I just
she
really
already
want
said
to
that.
hone in on that, because what you started talking about was you started talking about the defendant as a little boy, like before he's even a teenager, before he moved away. He was a good kid, right?
Yes,
But that's when he's a boy. Is that fair to say?
that's fair.
Okay. And then you talk about something changed. The light in him went out. There was a darkness. That's what you talked about, right?
The light in him went out, and there was a difference.
And when you're talking about that period, you're talking about when he's 12 or 13, correct?
He was a teenager,
Right.
junior high.
But I mean, we can agree we don't send teenagers. Well, I guess they're 18 and 19, but as a general rule, we don't send 12 or 13 or 14-year-olds off to the Marines. So what you're talking about is before he went to the Marines, right?
Yes,
You're not suggesting that the light went out of him because he went and became a Marine and he saw something in war, right? You're talking about the light was already gone before he even became a Marine, right?
yes.
And isn't it fair to say that when you heard the first story about the event that happened in Lansing and all of that, initially you thought, no, that can't be true. That's not who Matt is.
That is true.
You don't think that anymore, right?
He did.
I mean, you said it. He did it.
He did it.
Who you thought he was is not who he was, at least as of 2017, for sure, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was who he was in relation to me or
Right.
my family.
Right.
But
You saw a piece of him that was just who he was to you.
Well, no, I think she finished. Ma'am, did you have anything else to say to that last question?
I was just going to say he was who he was when he was relating to my family or in my world at that time. But then, just I'm sure you've changed from childhood to manhood.
Certainly.
Yeah.
We all change as we grow.
Yes, right.
I'm not going to debate with you whether or not that's true because we all know that's true. All I'm just trying to say is who he is to you may be the same, but who he was from a child to a teenager to a man, you realize is not the same person throughout all of this.
Right. He changed. He's
He
different.
said that.
Yes.
Okay.
He's not
So
helping
the
this.
last time that you really had an
This is what I
interaction with
mean,
the
folks,
defendant
by when
was
I say
somewhere around
he
Christmas
kind
of
of
2016.
drew out the sting
Because when you
herself
talk about the
by
Christmas
saying,
party and meeting the woman that he's
I'm
with,
going to
that's the woman
couch
he
all of my
ultimately has a
comments
baby
based
with,
on
a
my
baby called Lachlan,
experience,
right?
and I acknowledge it's mine.
So that's Michelle Rogers. Does that sound right?
I didn't. I met her once, but yeah, right.
What I'm just trying to say is the last time you had interaction with the defendant was before he even got arrested in Lansing.
Yes.
You haven't had any interaction with the
Then
defendant.
just
basically in
ask that
5
and
years.
sit down.
And he moved away for a little while. He was a kid and then he was a teenager. And in that time, he changed pretty significantly is what you're telling us, right?
Yes.
And you said that, you know, he was close to you, he was close to your family and so on. But in terms of describing who he is now, didn't you say that you wouldn't let him around your own kids?
No, not the way not with the things that he's done. He knows this.
Right.
He took a life.
I understand.
And I think whatever happened to if you want me to. Whatever happened to him, he didn't share it.
I understand, ma'am, and please understand, I'm not going to ask you to guess or speculate what
Right.
happened. You're not a mind reader.
Right.
Okay, I respect that. I'm just trying to clarify. Whoever he was, the person who he is now, in your mind, is a person you wouldn't even let around your own kids.
That's true.
Thank you, ma'am.
Redirect.
That last question was all that needed to be asked.
Yeah.
And the incident with Michelle Rogers happened in 2017. Can we agree that that's 42 years?
Yes.
Okay. And when in 2016 he would have been 41, that means that for 41 years you knew Matt for anything that ever happened that would cause you concern. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. So for those, and obviously in 2016 Matt was still a part of your life, and Michelle Rogers was there, right?
Matt, when Michelle, we didn't know Michelle. We met her at the Christmas party that one time, and so to say that she wasn't really in our lives.
Right. And I'm talking about Matt. That Matt was in your life.
Right.
And there had nothing. You had observed nothing in Matt for the first 41 years of his life, since he was 5 years old or 4 years old. Did you observe anything in that time that ever caused you concern about him being around you, your family, or your children?
No. If I felt anything, I would have spoken to Kathy.
And so the events that are changing the way you, well, I'll just ask you, before any of that happened, you looked at Matt, you thought of him as Matt, right?
Yeah.
Right? That never changed, did it?
No.
No, even when you say that he may have been, may have come back from Holton or come back from Detroit a little bit different, you never viewed him as anyone other than the person that you knew and loved.
No, because children grow up, they become teenagers, they don't talk to you anymore. And when they do, it's probably a chore, but it's.
And Ruby, you've looked at him a number of times during the testimony. You've looked at him. What do you feel when you look at him?
Objection on relevance. Sustained.
What is it that you still love him?
Oh, yes, I still love him, but I feel sad.
Right. So even though you recognize him as somebody who has done something terrible and that you may revisit whether or not it's appropriate for him to be around your kids, you love him.
Yeah.
That's never going to change.
You don't stop. It's like you don't stop loving
Your child?
your child. Yeah. You don't like what they did. You pray for them. At least I do. But you don't want. I don't want him dead. I think that he should.
Objection on her opinion. Sustained.
Ruby, thank you.
Released by the defense. Released as a witness.
Yes, that's fine.
All right, and say no objection to being released.
I don't have an objection to releasing this one.
And you may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. Thank you. Watch your step.
What does that mean? Can I go home?
Yes, it does. You are released.
Aw.
You can go home. Have a safe trip.
I didn't like this.
I'm sorry.
Nobody like that. Let me breach these super chats that are stacking up, and then we'll discuss. Let's pop him up there. Got to start off with Josh 316. Another one. This doesn't count. Thank you, Jeff, for introducing me to new people. Won't lie, I disliked you at the start. But you grew on me, and then you turned into a bro. I found so many new / great people because of you. Keep up these streams. Well, I will. Not sure why you didn't like me from the start, but okay. Thanks for liking me now, and cheers to you again, contributing to the liver fund. Thanks, Josh. Josh 316.
Are you going to China after this? Gonna go pick up a new liver?
Oh my gosh, he's
He did it all down the first time.
80% liver.
Well, thank you, Josh 316. You and Mike should have a competition. Just saying.
Oh, Jeff, when
what?
I'm in Vegas, do you want to do a drinking stream?
Sure.
I'm going to be down there this next Friday.
Ooh, we'll see. That's soon. I still haven't recovered from 3 weeks ago. Bass, did Matt pound alcohol at the second breakfast? Probably. Hugh, Jas, why is his childhood relevant? Again, it's if you aren't if you are, I'll summarize and then Steve can expound. The defense is trying to save his ass right now. His Hugh, Jas. Everything is relevant in this essentially. I mean, you have to be really, really off the beaten path to be irrelevant during these. They're just trying to make him look like a good guy that you don't want to kill.
Well, that's right. I want to kill everybody. And it's like, no, basically this is the penalty phase, not the sentencing phase. In the penalty phase, basically anything is relevant if it goes to mitigation, and everything is mitigation. Anything and everything can be considered mitigation. He made an exceeds performance in his second grade report card. Okay. That is mitigation. It may be minor. You may think it's nothing, but that is everything the defense wants to present should be considered as mitigation. And the fact that he's surrounded by love and family that love him, good upbringing, he has something to give to the world. Those are reasons to spare his life. So I got to say, this prosecutor is not tuning in to what this is. He's being aggressive. This is, he's a prosecutor. He should have tagged up. I would say if I was the prosecution team, like the defense team tagged up, they got Greta off on the penalty phase. The state should have tagged up too, because you don't have to cross everybody. And if you do cross, you got to have a reason to cross. And what, it's just that the state is off their game on this penalty phase. It's mainly because the defense is very well trained on these death penalty cases. And the states, I think they're just used to being full gear all the time. So I don't know. I wouldn't, what are they? I guess there was a point, the second cross of this lady was better, but that's why the short answer is it's relevant because it's mitigating towards death.
Chad, Chris says, please don't say they got Greta off. Degenerate. Can't take you guys anywhere. He's being serious.
Well, that's the answer. I mean, you're wondering, why are these people, why are we listening to this? Because, the defense's job is to humanize him and to say, don't kill my client. It's not, is that a big ask? Is that a big ask? Don't kill my client, right?
Yeah. Bernanco is our newest member. Congratulations and thank you for joining our members. Bass again. Matt would always come over and joyfully exterminate the rodents by stabbing the neck.
Oh, by the way, my jacket, I got to tell you about my jacket.
Yes,
I never get to wear this in Florida.
That's what I can say. It's like really odd.
But I know, but you said you said you're a big Jerry Spence fan.
Yeah.
And this is a Taos, New Mexico Overland Sheepskin Company jacket, which is what Jerry Spence wore. He wore Overland Sheepskin Company. So I'm wearing it in your honor, Vices.
Oh, you just uncomfortably hot. I'm here in Korea and it's winter in Korea and I'm kind of not wearing
Steve,
pants.
are you saying you're getting hot for Jeff?
Getting hot. I'm hot for Jeff.
Yeah.
And
Moving right along. Rhode Isle 1313 says illegal vices. I never seen a look that said more I'm bassist than that jacket, Steve. The jacket on Steve. I'm a bassist.
We're here to entertain.
And Rodell says, I don't like the state's attorney much on these witnesses. He comes over as very uncaring and too harsh after these emotional stories.
Yeah, well, he wants to humanize the victim, right? So the victims were entitled to all this sympathy. But then when it comes over to this side, it's like, and this is the thing, people are projecting like it's a damn thing to have to deal with murder because, it's evil. But yet the damage it causes to everybody around all of this, it's easy to say he's a monster and I would never do such a thing, right? But that we have evil within all of us. It rides down the center of every man's heart. And, not everybody that commits first-degree murder is a monster and it's not you. It is within all of us. I don't know. I mean, this is the thing. It's a projection to say, I would never do such a thing. And anybody that does this is evil and a murderer, right? Okay, well, they're a murderer, yes. And maybe they're subject to sanction, but we have it within our hearts, every one of us, to do this. And I think that if you don't recognize the darkness in your own heart, then you could be enslaved by it. So be careful condemning too hard on people who fall into these traps of criminal justice. I know it's a defense attorney, Pat, but it's easy to say, if we just got rid of all these monsters, then there'd be no murder. Okay.
You can humanize him, but what about Kay Baker? You say that like the Clint Eastwood voice, but what about the rights of that little girl?
And I'm going to burn up your straw man you just made.
Sure.
Nobody is saying just because I'm going to go put away the bad guys, all murder is going to stop. No one's saying
that. But yes, the chat is saying this. The chat is saying, we don't care what these people say about the
Don't
defendant.
listen to the chat.
Well, but you're saying nobody. There's somebody.
Chat's wrong. I love you, chat, but you're wrong. How's that?
So you agree with me?
What?
That you're agreeing. See, there's two sides. It's a horrible thing to have to look at what actually happened here and contemplate the damage is caused to everybody, not just the victim, but the victim's family, the defendant's family, her friends, everybody surrounding this has been damaged in an incredible way. And to look at that complete picture and to comprehend this as a human failing, it's hard to do. It's easy just to say, well, that's just these monsters out there. It's not. It's every one of us.
Yeah, no, man's inhumanity to man always is. It's astounding, frankly. We all can do it, and we all have. Wow.
Is this Lawful Law says, is that Steve or Dave Ellefson? I don't think Dave Ellefson ever wore a jacket like that.
I don't know, but if so, I'm highly flattered.
You just need to let the hair grow out a little bit more too.
Yeah.
And let's see what we got here. Oh, that's all the super chats we've got. We are caught up. So, Ozzy, what are you thinking?
How much is left?
Oh, come on! You're acting like it's 3:30 a.m. there. On this,
my eyes are hanging out. Oh, I'm gonna tap out. I think. If there's an hour and a half.
It's at 1.25
guys,
speed, so that's like an hour and 20 minutes.
Do you mind if they're snoring on your stream?
No, I do it all the time.
So do your dogs.
Okay.
Why not?
Yeah.
Okay, in that case.
Hang out as much as you want. Yeah. You can just do what Nick does when I fall asleep on his stream. Just quietly just take me off the stream, and then when he sees me go, he puts me back on again.
I love your kangaroo logo. It makes me so I have a thing. I love kangaroos. They're the most badass mammals out there. They just
Ozzy,
do not care.
Does that mean she's never actually seen one up close?
Probably.
They're so cool. They're like muscular and tall, and they're scary. I'd be scared of a kangaroo.
Yes, but Danny, yeah, and you're absolutely right too. Okay, there's literally a thing here. If you see one in a watering hole, do not go anywhere near it.
Yeah.
It will pull you under and drown you.
It will choke you. Like, have you guys seen the guy who goes and punches the kangaroo in the face
dog.
to save his dogs?
Yep.
Oh,
yeah.
If you look, the kangaroo has its claws, its talons around the dog's neck. Like, it's about ready. Don't mess with kangaroos.
Don't mess with Australia, man. Australia's like everything's poisonous and deadly, and like 80% of the world's poisonous creatures are in Australia.
That's why they have manly men there.
Not just poisonous creatures, poisonous plants. I still reckon that Brooks should have copped a leaf from the Gimpy plant. That's the one where the pain is so bad a guy shot himself.
Isn't there like, don't you have a poisonous bird? I think there's like the only poisonous bird in the world is in Australia.
Notice how none of us go, no, come on. And they also have koala screams. Koala screams are pretty scary.
I think they're hilarious. They sound like little children. Like every time I hear a koala scream, it reminds me of a child screaming. And it makes me just want to comfort it. And I can't because I'm afraid, again, with the claws, it's going to get in my face. And like,
if your kid sounds like a screaming koala, get it to an ED.
Get an exorcist for it.
Wallabies are cute, though. You guys
one
have
of my dear old
wallabies.
friends.
That is
Tony,
true.
We always called him Outback Tony because he was Tony, and he was from the Outback. I remember I one of the first things I said to him when I met him was, "Oh, cool. You like, kangaroos are awesome." He's like, "Look, mate, they're just 800-pound rats."
Well, jeez, that's scary.
He's not wrong.
You like kangaroo tail. Like, I think they're delicious. So
What? Really?
have you never had kangaroo?
No.
I've had kangaroo, but never tail.
Really?
It's
You've never had the
really
tail?
good. Yeah, so you can go and I'm sure
voices.
you know this. You can go buy it, but you can like chop it up and make like oxtail soup with kangaroo.
Okay, I will assume I haven't had a tail. I must admit I didn't ask what part of the kangaroo it came from. I would just assume like steaks come from where the other parts of the body where steaks come from. I mean, cow steaks don't come from the cow's tail, so.
Well, I'll tell you, Danny just punched her conservative credential card pretty hard right there. I eat red meat and kangaroo tail.
Kangaroo.
I eat kangaroo. I eat alligator. I'm trying to think if there's something besides. So my limits are humans and bugs.
Well, thanks.
I'll eat everything else except for humans and bugs, and maybe wallabies are really cute. I probably couldn't do a wallaby.
They're just mini kangaroos.
But Jeff, don't lie. You've eaten Boshington.
What was that?
You've eaten Boshington,
Oh no, dog is hands down the best meat I've ever had.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just object to the way they kill it, so I can't eat it.
For legal and political reasons, I didn't just say that. But let me just be clear, people. It's traditional in Korea. And when we were invited to go eat it, my Korean wasn't on par at the time. And I just thought we were just going to go eat. So we're sitting there eating, and I see this lady with her little lap dog, and she's couched it right next to her, and she's letting the dog eat the soup. So nowhere.
Ooh, cannibalism.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So nowhere in my mind did I think we're eating Boshington. So I eat all of it, and my companions just because I was an LDS missionary, and what you call your partner who's with you every day and working with you is your companion. So I was sitting there next to my companion, and she's just mortified. She's just looking like she's gonna vomit. And I'm like, what is wrong with you, you weirdo, you ungrateful cur? This is delicious. And
I'm from the countryside. Meat is meat. You name your pigs, you raise your pigs, you eat your pigs, you name your cows, you play with your cows, you eat your cows. But yeah, it's just it's horrifically brutal the way they slaughter them, and it's so I just cannot do it.
that I learned after my mission, and that's why I'll never eat it, because if you're going to harvest any kind of meat, you should do it. I mean, we are humans, right? We're not animals. We need to act like humans and have some level of decency. But anybody who's sitting there going, "Oh my gosh, you ate a dog, how dare you?" If you have never played with a pig or a cow or spent any time around any other like livestock besides chickens and turkeys, you'll come to recognize that these animals all have souls. They're all loving.
Yeah.
They're all very, very
But dogs are
sweet.
smart. Go look at how smart octopuses are. Octopi are pretty darn smart, but we used to eat them. But anyway,
I will not eat octopi because of that. I actually feel guilt. Like I can't.
I'm going to have the most amazing braised octopus tomorrow night.
I mean, it's already dead. I mean, Korean style. I can't eat live baby octopus.
Oh no, yeah, not the live baby. This is Mediterranean style octopus. Anyway, we are so far off the beaten path.
Still too much.
Just jump back on here. Bass again says the only thing needing the death sentence is his access to alcohol and knives / necks. I like how you put like / necks. I hope you didn't do that.
Yeah, / Happy accident.
We all know Australia isn't real. Yeah. So someone said you live in Ohio earlier. Not really Australia.
Yes, they're convinced that I live in a dome in Ohio somewhere, and it's all fake and meh.
Oh wait, we have something on this to add to the stream. What are we adding to the stream?
Oh, I just it's one of my cover photos that I use for my things, but I thought Danny might appreciate the big ass red kangaroo.
See, they're
pretty buff.
Scary. They're really scary.
What's he holding? I don't.
It's a metal bucket that he has torn to shreds.
For no reason. They're so unnecessarily aggressive.
And they're buff.
Right. And
they're like buff.
speaking
They're
of-
like muscles.
Of big muscly, big scary things. Welcome back, Flux.
Big, scary, muscly things.
Arr.
So
all righty.
I heard that last witness went very well.
Just push a little
For the
too hard.
defense. For the defense.
I think I should do a cheers for Flux coming back.
Yay! Also,
There you go. One to go.
7 of the 8 down.
Also,
Only one more.
Mrs. Flux is she is mind blown that there are Mormons in Korea. She had no idea. She can't
Since
believe it.
1954.
Well, that's what I told her. I'm like, I thought we
During the
talked
Korean
about
War.
this. She's like, really? It's like, yeah.
I lived on a farm. I know what you're talking about. Octopus is fantastic, says Rui Jamata. Thank you very much. Enough of the food talk. It's like 2 a.m. here, and I don't want to get hungry.
Can I just make one real quick comment? Real quick.
Yes, you can.
Okay. Sorry, chat. Sorry, everybody. But when my husband and I were first dating, I had a little white miniature schnauzer. And I'll never forget, my husband's Korean. We go and we sit down, and he's looking at the dog in disgust. And I'm like, don't eat him, jokingly. And he goes, he doesn't look delicious.
No, if there is some in fairness, it's a specific breed of dog that is eaten here. It's raised for that specific purpose. It's Anywho,
I'm not going there. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm tapping out on you. You guys are outred beating me on this one.
If I can teach it to play fetch, it's not going in my mouth.
Let's bring up the right screen there. Oh, I seem to have unshared the screen. So let's share it again. Share
Am I
screen.
still too loud, by the way?
No,
that's better.
Okay, I moved the mic back, and I'm trying not to yell.
Yeah, it's just out of balance. It's not that it's just out of balance to everybody else. It sounds good now.
Okay.
All right, Ozzy, we're gonna move you down to the bottom so we can keep our
Go
cam
for it.
girls up there in view. Got to have the eye candy for the guys, and Steve and I are enough. We're too much eye candy for the women anyway.
Yeah, not quite. But I'm surrounded. It's like a rose, or is it 2 thorns and 2 roses here?
Which one of the girls is the thorn?
Ah,
all right. Let's shut up and get back
And a
into
partridge in
Not
a
a
pear
cow.
tree.
I'll ask the defense to please call your next witness.
as a prosecutor too, Stelter should have been tapped out. Look at him. He's got a tick, man. He got nailed, man, on that last discovery violation. But they've got a team over there too. They should let somebody else handle this because this isn't his thing.
Defense calls Benjamin Williams.
Mr. Williams, good afternoon and welcome, sir. I need to swear you in as a witness. Please watch your step. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Thank you very much. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. If you'll follow the bailiff card of the grave with the up to the witness, stand again, watch your step.
Is
There's
that
an elevated
microphone
ramp
fully
here.
adjustable?
When you get to that chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. The microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. Unfortunately, you
good.
got to get up pretty close to it for it to amplify your voice.
I was wondering about that.
All right,
I'm
you may
glad he
proceed.
lets us know.
Good afternoon, Ms. Williams. Can you identify yourself, please, and speak clearly in the microphone?
Benjamin Carlton Williams.
Whoa.
Oh, that's a hot mic.
I believe we just heard from Mrs. Williams. Is that your wife?
Yes.
How long have you all been married?
52 years.
Oh.
I believe we heard that you and Ms. Williams live in East Lansing, Michigan.
Yes.
And now we know Al Roker's real name.
I'd ask you some very similar questions. And you know the Terry family.
Yes.
And how long have you guys known each other?
Almost 44 years, I think. Totally.
And obviously, Matt is 47, so you've known the Terrys since before they had children. Or actually, when Matt was 3. I'm sorry. When Matt was about 3.
Brother Luke was 2. I don't think Peter had been born.
Okay, so Matt was just a little boy at the time that you guys met the Terrys.
Yes.
And can you tell us about the occasions or about your introduction to Matt and how he came to introduce himself to you guys?
Yes. Actually, Matt, first time I really remember Matt is we lived in a duplex and our bedrooms were upstairs. And I heard a TV going on downstairs. It's like a Saturday, cartoon Saturday. And we were cartoons.
What did they do to their microphone between these two witnesses?
Matt
I don't know. Something's wrong.
sitting there in front of the TV, his legs crossed, looking at TV. When he saw me, he basically asked me when Benji was going to wake up so he can play with him and look at TV. And Benji's my oldest son. I just looked at Ned and just said, he'll be down soon. I just turned in the back into bed. And that was a frequent activity that we would hear the TV on the weekend, and we knew it was Ned.
So we had no problem with just walking into people's houses.
Very outgoing.
Yeah, we noticed that when the wife was talking to you. Yeah, just whether he's invited or not, he just
Mr.
comes
Williams,
in
tell
the
us a little
house.
bit of something about yourself and what you do for a living.
I work for the state of Michigan. So the department called the Bureau of Licensing and Regulatory Affairs. I work with a small audit unit that we do continuing education for licensed professionals.
Over the years,
we'll talk about that in a
the
minute.
Terrys have sort of moved away sometimes and come back, and it seems like, and now everybody's back in East Lansing. Is that right?
Correct.
Tell us about your impressions of Matt over the years, when obviously you've shared your first experience with him, one of your first experiences, and how.
Oh, I thought he said do an impression of Matt. I was
as a
like,
part of
what?
your family, but the way you and the Terrys have interacted over the years, and how you've grown in your knowledge and understanding and appreciation of who Matt is.
Again, Matt was very outgoing as a youngster. He just had the look of light in his eyes back then. I mean, he was just very inquisitive, asked a bunch of questions, and in my mind, he sort of reminded me of like a dentist minister.
Nice.
I mean, he just entered everything, and you couldn't get mad at the kid. I mean, no matter what he did, he always had this look in his face and his eyes that was just outstanding. And one of the real first instances I called Matt is in '78. My youngest son, Chris, was going on 2 years, one in '76, bicentennial baby, and my wife was breastfeeding. And Matt was there just looking at her. And
These guys would be the best neighbors ever.
I know. I want them as my neighbors. They're sweet.
And 78.
They make me
Well, that's
proud
like-
to be American.
What's that?
That's like the kind of neighborhood I grew up in.
They said, "Is that chocolate milk coming up?" What I think what kids say. Obviously, being African American makes sense.
Oh, Greta's smiling for the first time.
That was one of the earliest impressions I had of Matt. And as he got a little older, I would take him sledding in the winter time, and we had fun doing that. And we'd see him. Obviously, he was always at the house. I mean, we lived 2 or 3 doors down from the terrace. And it was
Just in case my son ever finds out that I do YouTube and ever happens to cross this video and ever happens to see this, son, happy 22nd birthday.
I consider like a Kool-Aid mom, like once they congregate.
You haven't told your son that you do YouTube?
No, I'm just waiting to see organically how long it takes people to find out.
Jeff, I'm closer to your son's age than I am yours.
Shut up.
Matt's relationship with your sons,
Didn't hear it.
Terry's sons with your sons, and how that developed.
Again, Matt was in close age to my oldest son. Benji was born in 1972, so Benji was 3 years older than Matt, 3 years older than Matt. So Matt's.
We lost Danny.
Matt was associated with.
I think Jeff kicked her out.
We sent her to the bad girls room for a minute.
What? Why am I a bad girl? I was just stating a fact. It was.
You don't learn your lesson.
Close relationship. So Matt was in
Why? Why am I
Anything else you'd like to say, Danny?
Chris, but Matt was always
I
around.
don't understand.
Jeff, you make 30 look good.
Thank you.
You also make 70 look good.
Shut up, Flux.
What are some of the qualities that you noticed in Matt as you got to know him over the years, and as you
I'm
grew
still
closer?
trying to make brownie points here.
Families get closer to each other. Talk to us about some of those qualities.
We moved in the neighborhood, the Bailey community system in around '78. I believe the Cherries initially moved away from East Lansing in '81.
Well, now I'm all caught up on all the shots I owe people. Had 10 shots tonight.
'89, so there's a big gap there.
Yay me.
So
I'll take my own advice. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to offend. It was unintentional.
You've been restored your position of honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. It won't happen again.
Helping us with our computer problems. I mean, I was not good with confused, and Matt was really good at that. And he would fix whatever was wrong, bugs or whatever, and he never asked for any money, but I always sort of insisted he take the money because I told him, I said, if I had to go to a big box store to get this thing fixed.
Yeah, audio in court is really quiet
So-
because
so
there's
he
something
must
wrong
be
with their
too,
microphone.
Yeah.
So that's
I think it might just be his voice, to be honest.
Kept in touch with Matt. Other than
Now that mic, it sounds a lot of ambient noise.
Halloween parties or bake-offs.
It needs to be fully adjustable.
At their home, so Matt was around in those instances where we had those special activities.
Even when you guys would get together on occasion over the years, all the way up until 2016, 2017, did you ever see anything in him that caused you any concern that he was not a good person or that he lacked some trait or personality trait that caused you any concern about him being around you, being around your children, being around people you care about? Was there ever any concern about that over the years?
No, it was not.
And what were the assurances that you had or the confidences that you had in his personality or his character? You know, what did you view in him as worthy? What did you view in him as something that you wanted to be around?
I never knew him to be anything but authentic. I did not question anything that we shared together at the time. Again, it was just mostly a little confused, but we got into some light conversations, but it was, nothing heavy. The one thing I do recall is when he did return to East Lansing in '89. Yeah, in my opinion, he did change. He became a bit more quiet and into himself. I just took it as him being older and maturing. But I did remark to my wife several times that the light in that eyes seemed to have dissipated. I mean, the lust that I remember him as a kid just seemed not to be there anymore. So that's what was striking to me. But again, I just sort of assumed because he's gotten older, he's matured and maybe just became less outgoing. But again, that was like night and day in my opinion when I reacquainted myself with that.
Over the years, you never witnessed or observed in him anything that was either callous or mistreating other people?
No.
He was never rude or unkind towards you, or?
No, never.
Did you ever see anything in him that was disrespectful towards his parents or his family in any way?
Never.
So other than the fact that maybe he had lost a little bit of that youthful enthusiasm or childhood enthusiasm doesn't necessarily mean that he was no longer a good person.
That's true. Yes.
All right. So that never changed. Is it safe to say that has always been a consistent, that no matter when you're interacting with Matt, how often you're interacting with him, you never thought him anything less than a good person?
That's true.
Do you love him?
Yes.
We are watching this at 1.25 speed, believe it or not.
Look back on raising your children.
This is sped up.
And enjoying the love and affection of friends. You consider Matt a big part of that?
Yes, I do.
They should have just
Just
had
the way
this
you
guy,
understand
not
why we're here
his
tonight.
dad, on the stand.
Yes.
And you appreciate the decision that this jury has to make.
Or frankly, his wife.
Yeah. Yep. I'd agree with that.
He's the best.
I love he did it.
Yeah.
You did it, didn't you?
That was good questioning. That was good, solid questioning.
Yeah, that's the best witness.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
hopefully the weather is okay. I just want to ask you, and before I do, I just want to kind of separate terminology. I know that you love Matt, okay? But I'm asking you about your opinion that he's a good person, okay? Is that the same thing in your mind, or are those different things in your mind? Can you still love a person even though they might not be a good person?
I think you could, yes.
Okay. So you talk about, you knew Matt as a kid. He was a Dennis the Menace type. It's a very descriptive way of describing a kid. He was a good kid.
Yes.
Okay. Was a good kid. That's the word that you use. Now he gets a little bit older. He's a teenager. Something is different, right?
Different in the sense of
the light in him went out. That's the way you describe it.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And that's not to say he's a bad person.
True.
You said that you thought at the moment, you thought he was just growing up. He was maturing, right? Some of that youthful exuberance gives way to a little bit of maturity. You certainly didn't think anything was wrong with him, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You still love him. You still think he's a good person.
Yes.
Right. Then you discover that he attacked his girlfriend with a knife in the throat. You still love him?
Yes.
You still think he's a good person?
I was shocked when I heard what happened.
I'm sure you were shocked. That doesn't answer my question. And I'm talking about Lansing, not Tampa. I'm talking about he gets arrested in Lansing. He goes to court in Lansing. He gets convicted in Lansing of attacking the mother of his child in the neck with a knife. I'm sure you still love him. You seem like a loving man. Is he still a good person?
Just say that's for God to sort out.
That's a tough question.
At that point, I was questioning this person who I didn't know at the time.
You didn't know him anymore, right?
I didn't think I knew him.
And you haven't seen him since December of 2016, so you really can't tell us anything about who he is now, and certainly not who he was in May of 2022, right?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Williams,
I love this defense
When the-
attorney too. He's
We
really
might want
good.
to mute Ozzy.
if we can agree that Matt was born in 1975,
Ozzy's asleep.
in 2017, is it safe to say that he's 42?
Poor man's out.
Not quite, but I'm almost
No.
there.
Did you have any cause to believe during the first
Sweetie, you sounded
42
just like
years
my
of his
husband a
life that you
second
had
ago.
ideas about things? That means you've known this man for 39 years, right?
Correct.
Did you ever get the impression during those 39 years of knowing a person that you thought of as a son, that you considered a part of your family, did you ever have any reason to believe that there was something about him that had been concealed from you, some flaw in his character that had ever been
I'm okay, I
concealed
got my
from you
travel
that you
pillow.
never picked up on before that happened in 2017?
No.
Now, you said you've been married for 53 years, 52 years.
Wow, that's
Is there anything about Mrs. Williams that you believe you do not know?
I don't believe so.
oh, watch him just crawl over there and smack him upside the head.
Even if it's, would you agree that you're only meeting them, or even if there's a period where you don't see them very much, like if somebody goes into the Marine Corps, when he came back from all that, did you still feel as though he was Matt?
I did, yes.
For the record, is that the dog snoring as well?
When you're spending time together as a
Nope,
family,
just you.
for holiday occasions, maybe you're meeting Michelle Rogers. Is he still Matt?
He was still there.
I can hear it in my headphones.
Yes. And released by the state? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. And I'll ask the defense, please call your next witness.
All right.
Yes.
Hopefully it's someone a little more charitable than the last two.
Yeah.
I don't know. That guy was great though. I don't like this. The eyes when the light. I want to see the light in your eyes as I kill you,
Yeah.
Harry Potter. Right?
Psychotic Goldfish says my dogs would taste nasty. They're spoiled rotten. Aww. And Casey, how do you feel about cat meat? I had cat once. It
You
was
guys
just
are
like eating
crazy.
shoe leather.
Don't
It was
eat
just
that.
I would
like
never
shoe
eat
leather.
that.
They're stringy.
In a starvation situation, cats disappear last. Like rats will disappear before the cats.
Deputy Machado, good afternoon and welcome. If you'll come forward to be sworn, wherever you're comfortable.
So many
Please.
jokes.
Stephanie Tam, Jeff may not, but I like your honesty. Jeff may not. I like your
Deputy
honesty,
Donuts.
man.
So help you God? I do. Thank you for following the bill.
Sorry if that was mean.
That was mean. Shame.
Sorry.
Donut.
I'm used to
Shame on
hanging
you.
out with
Don't
cat.
He could be a bagel kind of guy. We don't know.
We
Shame.
like Danny. Danny's
fun
my ride or
fact,
die girl.
My dad, when he passed, he was a police chaplain, and at his funeral, the entire police force was there, and we all had donuts.
Your name?
He looks
Served
so. He
donuts
looks.
at
He like.
Location where you work.
He seems like such a nice deputy. Look at his face. He's so sweet.
Okay, in what
Yeah.
capacity?
Now I want donuts.
Needs to lose the porn star mustache though.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Tell us about your job.
So
What do you do there?
I moonlight as the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
How old is this kid?
And control everybody.
And that's obviously your job is it you're a jail deputy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're sworn law enforcement, and you work at the jail, which is run by the sheriff's office.
Correct.
Sometimes I work at the Michelin tire store standing out front.
The pod.
I disavow.
So he's basically had good behavior while he's been in custody.
Yeah.
So he's amenable to incarceration, is what they're going to say.
But this is really interesting that someone in the Department of Corrections would come and
How many
speak on his
inmates,
behalf.
you say, are
No, this is typical.
on average?
Oh, really?
One pod.
Because you want to show the jury that he's
Around 65.
amenable to incarceration.
During
He's a
one
good
shift that you
behavior. He's a
have,
good prisoner.
How many jail deputies are in the pod during one shift?
They did say he helped people with their
So you're
GEDs
one
and
deputy
stuff.
among 65 inmates.
Correct.
Is this general population, or is it segregation, medical? How is this classified?
General population.
In general population, can you tell us what general population is like? N4 Bravo.
It's a little bit
I want to say it's a little bit of everything. You have your people that don't speak, people that make friends. It's a little bit of everything, a little bit of mixture.
All right, so you have your guys who are troublemakers, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have your guys who keep to themselves.
Yes, sir.
You also have your guys who are helpful. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Would you say that you have guys who that you trust you're not going to have a problem with?
Yes, sir.
And then you have your guys who you probably have to spend more of your attention on during your shift as opposed to some other guys.
Correct.
Are there parts of your job that are dangerous?
Always.
Now, if you were deciding whether or not you're going to be paying attention to one inmate over another inmate, what are some of the things you might consider?
How they act, who they talk to, and who they are around.
Do you know Matthew Terry?
I did.
You see him in the courtroom?
I did.
Can you point him out?
Okay.
Like record reflect that he's identified Mr. Matthew Terry. Tell us about your interactions with Matthew.
So he is my pod trustee. A trustee is a person who cleans up after everybody's done, and he is my night trustee.
What does that mean?
So my night trustee is a person when everybody's off lockdown, they sweep the floor, mop, clean the tables off.
Your view of let me back. How long have you known Mr. Terry?
Around 4 months now.
You see him every day?
I do.
Tell us about your shift hours and how many days a week you work.
So we are off 2 weeks. This is my short week, Wednesday, Thursday. My long week consists of Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
So you see him for about 12 hours per shift?
Yes.
And that's going to be 15 days a month?
Yes, sir.
During that time, so you've seen him, you've had the opportunity to observe him safely over the course of 60 days for 12 hours a day.
Correct.
During that time, during those 60 days of observation and awareness of Mr. Terry for 12-hour periods, have you ever had to correct his conduct?
No, sir.
Have you ever seen him engaging unpleasantly with another inmate?
No, sir.
Has he incurred in that time any disciplinary infractions?
No, sir.
What are the criteria for becoming a trustee?
So you have to have no written ups, and you have to go by classification. Classification is the persons who say yes or no.
Is it unusual for a person in Mr. Terry's status, legal status, to become a trustee?
No.
Is it unusual for an inmate who you've observed for 60 days or 12 hours a day to not have one concern?
No.
So Mr. Terry is conducting himself as he should conduct himself.
Correct.
And you have not seen him engage in any sort of violent behavior?
No.
Has he been helpful and cooperative in his conduct?
Yes, with other trustees, they do all the job correct.
Sir?
When he works with the other trustees, everything is done on time.
Now my dogs are snoring loud.
Now, much of your job is observation, obviously, right?
Correct.
You have to be able to pick on very subtle behavior to see whether or not it's presenting a danger or a risk to yourself or other inmates.
Yes, sir.
So in your job as a trained observer, in your professional opinion, do you believe you have an accurate idea of the kind of inmate that Mr. Terry is?
Yes, sir.
My mic is hot.
A little bit.
Well, fucking
Little
woke me
bit.
up.
Quit your notice, please.
Jeff, you're hot.
Always.
Okay, like when you're saying my mic is hot, like how
Please
hot is
forgive
it?
me.
That's
I
good
know
right
I'm
there.
Better now.
That's better
I
there.
understand the perils of your job, but the assumed rule, the default is supposed to be people in jail are supposed to behave, right?
Okay, I just listened to it. It's
Just
really
like people
hot.
out of
Hang on.
jail are supposed to behave, right?
You're good now.
There's not like you're in jail, so we give you some pass to commit crime in jail, right?
Correct.
If you misbehave in jail, whether it's a crime or it's just doing something you're not supposed to do that's not actually a crime, you get punished, right?
Yes, sir.
The reward for behaving is not being punished, correct?
Correct.
So there is a natural incentive to want to behave, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Who is it? What is it? I'm thinking it says, "Am I right?" Who used to say that? To say it, "Am I right?" That's what this guy likes to eat.
I'll
Likes
talk
to-
while I adjust my microphone.
That's good.
Violence is not uncommon.
That would drive me nuts. I don't know who says that.
Violence is not uncommon. in the pod, it can be very difficult at times to get along with other inmates, can it?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about some of the challenges that some of these inmates are going through with either drug withdrawal, stress of legal proceedings, not getting along because of gang warfare. Tell us about some of the risks that are posed within that pod that we may not experience in everyday life.
Your Honor, I would object just to relevance for what other people are going through.
Go ahead, please.
So, like I said before, many inmates in there are in there for different charges. So as well, nobody's going to get along with
All right. I'm still working on
You have
adjusting
some
my
people that
microphone.
run, so those stick together as one. Then you have their older ones that they just go by their day.
And what are some of the challenges that you encounter in having to supervise this population of guys that say we might not encounter in this courtroom? Gang warfare?
Yes, sir.
People trying to smuggle in weapons and drugs?
Always.
Always.
Weird. I have no idea why it's so hot.
Short tempers?
Wow.
People testing one another?
Always.
People testing you?
Always, yes, sir.
Yeah. Things that we don't necessarily encounter every day on the street.
Correct.
That an inmate who wants to keep to himself and be trustworthy must avoid on a daily basis.
Correct.
Avoiding temptation.
Yes, sir.
Avoiding conflict.
Yes, sir.
While also in his status at not having an end of sentence date, continues to be a trustee with no benefit to his sentence, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Just be released by the defendant. Released and released by the state. That's right. Thank you, sir. You may step in. You may step down.
And this is exactly why I say I would not vote the death penalty, and I would just say life in prison.
I'm a little puzzled by why they're seeking death in this case, except that maybe they offered life and he's just not agreeing to it. Sometimes you get that from your client. It's got to agree to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just a political thing?
I don't know. You know, I don't see this. To me, this is not a death case, but it's tough because in Florida, every first degree murder is death case. So, you know, it's like it's a weapon that the state uses to try to extract a plea. He's not going to plea, so they're going to go for death. They got to carry through on their threat. But this is a heat of passion killing. It's a life in prison type case. I mean, they should have, maybe they should have offered. I don't think this is the prosecutor for cross exam. I'd switch out prosecutors on the penalty phase.
Device that we can give to her?
No.
No? Okay.
Oh, look at her.
Talk louder.
Stand right here and fix the judge.
Oh,
Ma'am,
who's
good
this?
afternoon.
I'm sorry.
So you need to talk really loud.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, she's going to be
Let's
animated.
see if,
Oh.
how's this?
That's good. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to swear you in, ma'am. If you'll raise your right hand, please.
Court
Right hand,
volume's
please.
good now.
Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. All right. If you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair,
Where's the
please
beef?
watch your step.
Microphone is fully adjustable.
Chosen one.
Are you sure about that?
Have a seat. Make yourself comfortable.
I can tell I'm gonna like this grandma a
I
lot.
know. It's like, I like older people are so honest.
Mr. Kane, you're going to have to use the microphone at that podium.
I love old people.
I
They're
do
my
too.
favorite.
I do too. I love them.
That's why Jeff is my favorite.
Well, come to Florida, man. Florida, we're full of them. It's where everybody comes.
Fully adjusted the mic.
Good afternoon, Ms. Robertson. Can you hear me okay?
I'm loud. I'm like,
Okay.
Got to speak louder, Mr. Kane.
All right.
they just want me to shut up. I'll just shut up.
All right. Is that better? All right. Ms. Robertson, can you identify yourself?
You know they're
please?
going to ask her what kind of a child was.
Can
He
you
was a
identify
miserable
yourself?
little shit.
Your name? Can I move closer to the podium?
You can get as close as you want, but you don't have a microphone.
I'm not going to be able to hear.
All right, Ms. Robertson, can you identify yourself?
Jamie Ann Robinson.
All right, guys. How's my microphone?
Yes, I do.
Better.
Can you point him out?
Better.
No, he's right
Good.
there.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Robertson has identified Mr. Terry.
The record shall so reflect.
Ms. Robertson, can you tell us how you know Mr. Terry? How you know Matt?
You're
Well,
also nice.
Matt is my
Thank you for
firstborn nephew.
taking care of an old dinosaur guy.
I have a lot of them, but he was my firstborn one, my sort of my special guy.
Tell us about
Were there dinosaurs around the time of Methuselah?
I was around Matt a lot when he was a baby.
Sorry, Jeff. You set me up. I love you.
Sort of a special
relationship. We did things together. We went shopping for his birthday presents together.
Right. Slack Boy 1 nailed it.
Summers at our cottage up on Big Blue Lake. We spent our winters up at the cottage at Big Blue Lake, fishing, swimming, water skiing, just everything. And he and his brothers and my 2 children and my sister's 2 boys, we all had just a nice life, a nice family. Actually, one of my very best friends was Matt's first kindergarten teacher, Mrs. Hart, and she remembers Matt. And we would talk about the kids in school. Matt was a very smart little and young man and grown man. He was very had a good sense of humor. He was
in my life, I've learned the difference between smart and kind.
Curious. He liked to do things.
When you can't say someone's kind, you'll say they're smart.
And fish. He liked to know about everything. And he grew up that way. He grew up being very concerned about conservation, about the country, his family. He loved his family. We all had a very close relationship with each other.
Oh, I was just going to say
spent
that.
a lot of precious time together. Family, birthdays, and Christmas and holidays, etc. And then as Matt got a little bit older, he graduated from high school. And during that time, I think he probably was just a plain old regular teenager. I'm sure he got into trouble and probably got bad grades. But so
Probably stabbed
So did
people.
the rest of the guys in the family. So he was just sort of a normal young man. He made us all very proud, especially my grandfather, by going into the Marines and coming home in his uniform, I think ready to take care of the country and take care of everybody. He really firmly believed in what he had learned during that time, and I believe represented them very well, even after he was out. Am I saying enough here?
Even when he used those skills and knowledge to stab a stab? Did he make you proud? I'm going to shut up. I'm going to lose my entire political career in like 2 minutes.
Are you drinking?
You know,
No, not even
No, it's
drinking.
fine because the future fan base is all laughing, or future voting base is all laughing with you.
I hope so. The joke, people.
So Matt went with us and did things with us. And,
I am drinking.
he was
What
the
is
oldest
that?
of the 3, and we
Blurry.
just happened to be together when he was growing up. And
Great value energy drink.
really
Okay.
talk about it anymore.
Great
So
value.
I
Hell
always felt
yeah.
close, and kept track of each other. I lived away from everybody for a lot of his growing up years. So when I was there, I would check in with him and do special things with him. He was just special to me.
You know that he has been convicted of first-degree murder.
Yes, I do.
You know that your testimony is here to give the benefit of more information to the jury so that they can make a decision on whether or not Matt will receive a death penalty or receive a life sentence in prison. You understand?
Yes.
So, in your observations of Matt over the years, when you first came home from the hospital as an infant, all the way up until the last time that you sat down and you spent quality time with him and you looked at him and you had a conversation with him, what are the qualities that you notice about him that you felt really close to?
Well, he loved to read books, and I love to read books. He liked to go to the library.
Now, those are activities. Those are activities.
What do you want?
What are the qualities? The qualities about him as a person.
I'm waiting for him to go.
I think of
I'm waiting for her to go
Matt as
all
being
Sling
very
Blade.
kind, very conscientious.
Very
His
conscientious.
He likes to stab animals.
The outdoors. his friends, and school. He was enthusiastic. He was active. And I don't really felt that he had a temper. I think sometimes we would have to set him down and tell him that he had to wait for a few minutes until he continued doing what he was doing. But he didn't get angry. The three boys all had qualities of being happy young brothers. And I think Matt was a happy brother to his other two. He took care of the younger ones. And I think they looked up to him. I think they looked up to him as being wise. He was wise. You know, he cared. He cared about his parents and his family.
Would you say he was sharp as a tack and had a razor-like intellect? Or was he rather cutthroat with his dealings?
Nature and the earth, his quality. He was a really fine young man growing up in some years that maybe there were a lot of different attitudes and stuff out there. I think Matt just came through with flying colors. I think
Can you tell us about the challenges that he had with Jessica?
I'm sorry, what?
The challenges that he had with Jessica?
Oh,
I don't know
Jessica.
if I'd say he's passing them with flying colors.
Jessica was a lot like his dad, her dad. She was very inquisitive, very wise, very active, very happy. But Jessica did have a mind of her own. And I think for Matt, he struggled sometimes with that. Knowing what was the right thing to do.
Oh, don't say that.
And asking questions and needing some guidance, raising her. She was a handful. And
oh, no.
She visited between Matt up in Michigan and her mother, Nikki, down in North Carolina. So Jessica could have the best of both of them, and she took advantage of that.
Why is Jessica getting her grave spit on? Like, this feels not fair.
No.
I'm like, poor Jessica. She had a troubled life, and now, like, it's Jessica's fault.
Cross-examination. Please use the microphone. Yes, Your Honor. Is this okay, or do you want me to stand over there?
Oh, over here would be great if you could.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry to have to ask you this question.
This is stereotypical Florida old woman. But she doesn't live. But she doesn't live in Florida. Apparently, it's weird.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
I mean, I would say you don't just love him; you must really love him. Then, if he's your special guy.
Because she doesn't have any grandkids to move in with in Florida.
Describe him as kind and conscientious.
She could move in with him now.
Yes.
He's got a room.
Yes.
Thank you. You described him as having no temper.
No, I don't know that I said no temper. I wasn't aware of a real strong temper.
Okay. You talked about him being a Marine. Is that a yes? You gotta say a word out loud.
In what?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You have to always answer with a word.
Okay,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Try to avoid mm-hmm or mm-mm.
Unless you're Sling
You
Blade.
said that he thought he represented the Marines well.
Yes.
And I'm guessing you were not a Marine. Is that correct?
No, but I had a lot of military families.
That'd be funny if she said yes.
So you know Marines are
That would have been
protectors.
awesome.
Yes.
They are defenders.
After all, B. Arthur was a Marine.
Defenders of the weak and the helpless and against evil.
Yes.
Mr. Terry's service was 1993 to 1997. The first allegation of anything inappropriate occurring or for our purposes that we're here for today was 2017, almost 20 years after his release from active duty.
It's overruled. You can answer the question, ma'am. So, Marines are champions, defenders of the weak, the helpless, and people who protect against evil, correct?
Yes.
And they
And you think Matt has always honorably represented being a Marine even after he quit being a Marine?
I do.
Okay. Ma'am, please understand, I derive no pleasure from upsetting you. So if I start to upset you, please
It's
tell me.
okay. No,
Do you know anything about the facts of what happened in 2017 in Michigan?
Objection.
Wait.
Michelle?
Overruled. You can answer, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, with Michelle.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
You know that he stabbed the mother of his child in the neck with a knife?
Yes, I do.
Do you think that that is kind and conscientious?
No.
Do you think that that indicates he doesn't have a temper?
I suppose you would call that a temper, yes.
Do you think that that is representative of what a Marine should be?
Probably not.
Okay. How much do you know about the facts of this case, the one from Tampa?
Enough, yeah.
Do you know the injuries that Kay Baker suffered?
Yes, I do.
You know that her head was cut halfway off?
Yes.
You think that is kind?
No.
You think that is conscientious?
No.
You think that is an indication of no temper or little temper?
Yes, it is.
You think that's an indication that he doesn't have a temper?
Oh, I think that is an indication of some temper, some rage, of anger.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good on her. She answered
Hello again, Mr.
her.
Robertson. Now, the Matthew Terry, the nephew that you've known, and you had known him, you've known him all his life, correct? Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
You were aware of some of these incidences that occurred in 2017 and obviously in 2022. Right?
Yes.
Were you aware of intimate details? Were you aware of testimony? Or were you aware of the circumstances that led to those events? Were you all aware of those things?
No.
Does the little bit of information that you know
Just needs a little
affect
mascara.
your
And maybe a little pencil in the eyebrow, but like,
No, she has mascara.
It's
It's.
impact that at all?
I think that she.
does she?
These cases,
Mhm.
there's a fact that
Well, they tone it down. They tone it down for court.
Yeah.
You don't want to come in looking all like in your best dress, you know.
Oh, but she's washing her face out though with her foundation.
Well,
Lisa's right. I've gotten some flack from judges who think I'm too glamorous or too overdressed, and they want to give me some constructive advice after
Oh
I
my
win
God.
the hearing. And I'm like,
Male,
thank
female
you, Your Honor.
judges. And obviously, because you were a
Oh,
relative,
good lord. Oh.
that's not unusual. Your love
Yeah, you have to deal with it.
throughout unpublicated those things
Interesting.
that reveal
Interesting.
flaws in us, right? But even though he is your nephew, or forgetting about the fact that he is your nephew, do you believe that throughout the years you've known him as a man? Do you know him as a man?
I do.
And does your
How do you know
knowledge
he's a
and
man?
what you believe about him have anything to do
Is she a
with
biologist?
or is that knowledge that you have apart from the fact that you're nephew? You understand my question?
I love you.
As a man, that you're asking me, I've always respected that. I don't understand these circumstances. I don't understand all sides of it, but I have always respected that. Is that answering it for you?
I refuse to believe we're at 1.25 speed.
As a defense and released by the state.
You
Thank
can
you
hear
very
it when
much,
the judge
ma'am. You may
talks.
step down. You may be released as a witness at this time, and please, ma'am, watch your step.
The balance here is all off on these.
Yeah.
Do you think this might be the last witness for the defense?
I don't know.
They're probably going to release and they're probably going to inquire whether the defendant wants to testify on his own behalf. I don't know. Maybe he's got another phone call he wants to disclose.
Has he had his mom testify yet? Or just his dad?
Just his dad, I guess. Yeah, I think his mother.
Consulting with the attorneys, we are going to call it a day. It's a little after 5. I know I had told you to prepare to go
What?
late.
That was
but,
fast.
We're in good shape. I do want you to
Oh,
still be
thank God
prepared
for
tomorrow,
that.
just in case. But I'm going to send you home for the day. Please, my prior restrictions all apply. Do not do any research related to the case. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves with anyone else. And please avoid any reports of the case outside of the courtroom. Please have a safe trip home and a safe trip back in the morning. I'll see you. We'll start at 9 a.m. All rise for the jury.
Okay, we've still got 45 minutes, so they're obviously going to argue something here.
Holy cow.
They'll probably inquire as the defendant whether he wants to testify on his own behalf.
Well, we know he does want to testify. He's just not because...
There might also be Spencer hearing information.
Oh, it's the phone call.
Yeah, okay, the phone call they might want to recall. There's also something called a Spencer hearing. Well, actually, no, that would come after if the jury comes back with death. Never mind, I'll take that back. If the jury comes back with a death finding, then they have a hearing. Sorry, my ears are starting to hurt with these headphones.
Yeah, us poor glasses wearers. It starts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the...
Danny doesn't have to deal with this. She's got those blinkers. What happens is in death penalty cases, if you get a death rec out of the jury, sometimes there's stuff that you don't put in front of the jury that you want the judge to consider and maybe get the life. A lot of times, but that's only if the jury comes back with death. So I'm talking out of my rear end here, but it's sort of an interesting because this is a great trial to watch for attorneys to watch and seeing the way things should be done. And of course the errors are probably kind of sophisticated errors. Also this prosecutor cheating error that was done, which got a grade off on that one, but it's an interesting trial.
I agree. I'm just kind of lucky I stumbled across it.
Yeah, good job.
And got early enough on to get involved in it.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a few super chats to burn through here. Me too. Ouch. We've got 1,153 people watching and 922 likes. We need to get up to 1,000 likes. We can hit 1,000 likes if half of you will just get down there and just click it.
Come on, guys.
Wow. Will you take another shot if we hit 1,000?
Will you stay on?
What was that?
Yeah.
Will you stay on if we hit 1,000? Because I really want to sit through the hearing.
Oh no, we're going through it. We're not done yet. We're just taking a little break. I'm just trying to figure out why my microphone is so crazy hot.
The balance has been kind of off all day on everybody. It seems like it's fluctuating. The courtroom speed and
it did feel like that because Jeff's mic was like hot and then it went not hot and then it went back to being hot.
Yep.
Yeah, and I have all my. The problem is StreamYard. StreamYard, no matter what we all do, it does its own. We do our own little modulation. Then StreamYard does its own host input adjustments. So what you're all hearing is not what we're hearing. So it's just a weird, awkward little platform. So that's why I have to keep asking how it sounds because what I'm hearing is just not what you're all hearing. So, yeah, my mic is great now. Really, I didn't touch it.
Everything sounds good. I think it sounds balanced on my end, but it goes up and down.
Weird because it was like wildly hot, and I did nothing.
What's
weird? Okay.
Whatever.
I know I'm wildly hot, so I guess the microphone just follows sometimes. Sorry, that's Stephanie Tam says you can't ban a paying customer, Jeff. When Danny was giving me all kinds of grief. If I had hair, it would be going great. Am I right? Am I right? Groundhog Day, Ned.
No, that was like, am I right? I'm right. That's true. But the one I was referring to was the one that I think about is Ted or Kinnison, Sam Kinnison in Back to School, where he's like, am I right? Is she right? That one there. Because this prosecutor, whenever he'd ask, he would ask leading questions and he'd make his statement and then he'd go, right?
Yeah. And when we're quoting movies, Fedorovsky says, shop smart. Shop S-Mart. Great reference. One of my faves.
I don't know that reference.
S-Smart. You got that?
That's from Evil Dead.
That's right. Shop smart. Shop S-Smart. You got that?
That's a great movie.
I love that you had the link.
Oh no, it's a great movie. I have it downloaded somewhere, but I can't find it.
I'm impressed.
It's a whole big scene that's great. Hey, Danny's impressed with me, so hush, Ozzy.
You always impress me, Jeff.
Xcomer, Triple Z, did you ever cash in that night massage gift? No, not yet. I still have to work up the courage to do that.
How
For
about
those of you
that
that
PO
don't know-
box?
Yeah, no, the PO box hasn't happened yet because I'm lazy. I've been streaming, so now I work 10 hours and I stream for 8 hours, and my lunchtime has been spent sleeping this last week. So I'll get around to it soon. Now, for those of you that are wondering about the massage thing, my Russian friends for my birthday gave me a coupon for a 90-minute Thai massage. It's just down the beach here, but weirdly, it's only redeemable between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m.
That's not a good massage place.
Well, it depends. It depends. Define good, and I'm thinking it's just because it's a coupon, so it's kind of like off hours.
You're getting a look right now. I don't know. There's the look. Like, tell me more.
Yeah.
I'm just listening.
I know, but that's
I'm not judging.
It's a legitimate place. At least it isn't. But before
Oh, I
9
know
PM,
it's a
I guess.
legitimate place that probably really exists. I agree.
That's why I haven't cashed it in yet.
Is
My
it
birthday's in
behind one of
July.
those? Is it behind one of those fake purse stores?
No, it's a legit Thai massage place. But
Is there Bacchus D lining the window?
I haven't been in. But yeah, I'm just a little bit nervous because of the redemption hours. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it's just because it's that's the non-peak hours where they get the people that actually pay, not the discount coupon people. But I'm still a little scared to find out.
By the way, Bacchus D, for anyone who goes to Korea, Bacchus D does not have caffeine, and it is not an energy drink substitute. Okay, just to be clear. That's all.
Although it has like 95 times of 90. It's 95. It's like liquid caffeine.
Is it?
Oh, Bacchus D is littered with caffeine.
What?
And it's an energy drink.
I used to drink it. It didn't. I fell asleep.
Yeah. That's a total pick me up.
It's funny. Caffeine makes me go to sleep at night now.
Yeah.
Steve, are you sure you're not ADHD? Yep. Because I can't drink coffee for the same reason. If it spikes, I go to sleep. So I have to have like a slow lift, a slow burn.
I'm just addicted to caffeine.
Yeah, me too.
Coffee in the morning, definitely. But at night, if I drink caffeine, I go to sleep.
Huh.
I need to have a caffeinated beverage. If I don't, that's when I get I get the headache and I get shaky.
Mm-hmm.
I have to drink. It doesn't matter if it's a Coke or a coffee or energy drink, just something with caffeine in it, so I get on an even keel and I can relax and go to sleep. I'm an
Enough of the chit
Just
chat.
need my fix.
People are saying enough of the chit chat. Back to court.
All right, that sounds like a fair deal. Anyway, shop smart, shop as smart. How you doing there, Ozzy? You still with us?
I think
I'm
he's
literally
asleep.
laying on the floor in my office.
Go to bed, dude. Lay in your comfortable bed. Take it from me. I've slept in way too many chairs over the past couple of weeks.
You're making me tired now. I'm thinking about it. Oh my gosh.
James Andrew Morrison says you're addicted to it. That's why you're withdrawing. That's why. I know. That's what I just said. I'm addicted and I go through withdrawals. So I have to. No, if I don't drink caffeine for 24 hours, I get these massive piercing headaches.
It's guarana extract. Is that caffeinated? Is that what that means? Guarana extract?
Guano extract? I don't know.
Isn't guano bat poop?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there's only 30
Guarana.
milligrams of caffeine in Bacchus D.
30 milligrams?
Or it's less than a Coke, yeah.
But the bottles are like 1/5 the size of a Coke bottle, too.
Yeah, actually, it's somebody in the chat, Delphi, says that it's this comfy coat that's getting me all warm and comfy, so I'm getting sleepy.
Yeah.
It's like a blanket.
Are we at over 1,000 likes yet?
I don't know. No, we're at 993.
All right, you guys, we're not freaking
on,
going back
guys.
to court until you like. This is
7
absurd.
likes and we go back.
Yeah,
you
we'll go
serious?
back to court when we get over 1,000.
And you can't see my feet. I've only sold 1 book, so.
Ooh.
All right. But we've got
How did you
1,117 concurrent viewers.
Huh?
Ah.
What?
All right, they must really want us to go back to court because I'm seeing 1,000 likes now. So.
Shut up and get back to.
Wow, we literally went up to 1,040 that fast. Now, if you really want to see Steve's feet, you need to buy 4 more books at crimelaw.net.
That might be a disincentive, actually. They want to see the ladies' feet, not mine. That's what they're hammering on the chat.
If you saw my feet, you wouldn't want to. That's
yep.
I have good feet. I've always been told we have good feet, and that's my mom's side of the family. So,
well, buy 4 more books and prove it.
I want to sell 4 more books.
Yeah.
And I don't care about feet, you know.
Somebody out there cares about feet. And go to Danny on Direct, her YouTube channel, and subscribe. And make sure you subscribe to Flux too. The best way to find Flux is to type Flux Painting or Flux
I got my
Painter.
channel. I fixed my channel name so that it's Flux Paints.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah,
Flux
so you can
hyphen just
actually.
doesn't show up.
Yeah,
And
you can
Aussie
actually
Overlord.
find my stuff now.
Just go to Aussie Overlord and click very quietly so we don't disturb his sleep.
Don't
Me-
forget Steve.
You smash my subscribe button as loud as you want, but please do it with respect. All right, we're at 1,066 likes, and we've got a few subscribers here going. So I think we can safely read through these last few super chats, and then we can get on with the darn show. So let's do it. Oh, and again, I'm so happy that some of you convinced me to switch over to Microsoft Edge to do these streams. Screw Chrome. I'm done with them forever. Xcomer, you get a headache because caffeine limits the blood supply to your brain. Yeah, my detoxes are real. Aaron, like that hit button, folks. Okay. Don't confuse my chat. Or me. And yeah, by chat I mean me. Chad Morrill, does Jeff have a groovy fistful of broomstick? What's that? You've just confused us all.
Is that like
Don't even try to figure it out.
Angela
let's go.
Lansbury?
That was Bedknobs and Broomsticks.
But she had a broomstick in her hand and she was cool AF.
Yeah, okay. And Nathan C
My
says,
missus went on a cleaning spike.
Oh, where'd you go, Flux? Flux is hitting the wrong button again. Let's go, Vices. The next day is quick. Teams here. Yeah, it's about 2-3 hour sessions for the next day, but we'll see how far we can go. We'll go until I can go no longer. All right, so let's do this.
Get on with it. Get on with it. Right? That's a Monty Python.
Yeah. Get on with it. All right. Welcome back, Flux. Stop touching
Hey,
things.
StreamYard likes to just randomly kick me out.
Boomer.
I didn't even do anything.
I don't think either one of these two are boomers. We're the boomers here. We're the old dudes.
I'm going to start growling soon.
Growling?
Yeah.
Move on, people.
All right, we're going back to the trial here.
Oh Lord.
Let's bring this up.
What the business?
Here's the judge singing in choir. I think I'm just gonna screen capture that. That's pretty cool. That's
a really good picture.
Ever. It is. Oh crap! All right, let's go.
He looks like the kid from Up.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
Yeah.
That's who he is.
All grown up and less Asian.
Well, no, the corrections officer too. He is also the kid from Up.
No, this guy's got it. Okay, keep going. Sorry.
Let's go.
Madam Clerk, all right. Go ahead and hand it to the clerk. So sorry.
Get in my belly.
Get in my belly.
CD envelope. Sleeve.
So this is the exhibit that the state didn't disclose, the show call.
Oh, we got it.
office.
All right. And that is officially court exhibit number 5. All right. So anything before we break for the evening?
No, nothing further. Thank you.
State?
No, you're all right. Thank you.
All right.
Well, we still have 45 minutes of video left.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. And thank you, Jeremiah, earlier.
Depends on what the court schedule is going to be. What's the court's thought process on that?
It
A lot of
depends.
times, right. A lot of times in the death penalty cases, we do first thing in the morning to give them as much time as possible.
I prefer that. I know that we have. But the problem with that is then we would do the closings after lunch. So we would send them out late. We have to secure hotel rooms if they want to, if they go long. So I would prefer that if we're not getting to closings in the afternoon, that we come back Friday morning, we do those first thing in the morning, and we get them out deliberating before lunch on Friday.
Just trying to understand what your honor is saying. So
what was difficult?
I think it was pretty self-explanatory what he was saying.
It sounds like they think that they might even be done by lunch.
That's what they said, I think.
And so if we do get done with the defense case by lunchtime, and I don't anticipate any rebuttal, we could be closing at like 1:30, 1 o'clock, which means we could have a jury ready to deliberate by 3:30. Is that going to be too late in the day?
I would prefer to bring them and begin deliberations in the morning, given the potential of the sequestering the jury.
So would your honor have us do closings and then send the jury home after closings to just come back in the morning to start deliberations? Or are you going to postpone closings as well until Friday morning?
I was going to postpone closings, but I suppose there's a possibility of doing the closings tomorrow, instructing them not to begin deliberation and come back on Friday to deliberate.
Yeah, we still do the jury instructions also. So.
Do you anticipate any lengthy issues? We could do that over lunch.
Yeah, I mean, the instructions are like 6 pages long. They're not that long. And
We have to do the mitigating circumstances.
I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you all to be prepared
Yes, sir.
to do closing. And then if I decide, depending on the time tomorrow, that we're not, then you get the benefit of extra time to prepare. But there is a possibility that I will do closings, send them home, and tell them to come back first thing Friday morning to begin deliberation.
But then when would they be instructed? And so that's the whole issue is when would they be instructed and that's when the closings are and the sequestration, you know what I mean? That's where it's rough.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah, there has to be something worthwhile coming up because there's still 45 minutes left to go.
Before I send them home, or whether I bring them in Friday morning and instruct them. We haven't even discussed whether we instruct before closings, which is a possibility. So assuming that's what we decide to do, we will go over jury instructions during lunch. I may instruct them after, allow closing arguments, and then tell them to come back Friday morning for deliberations.
All right. Well, they're figuring out what they're doing.
It shouldn't take that long. This is just typical scheduling stuff.
For the record, be prepared to do closings tomorrow. And if
All right.
Oh, wait. Why'd you turn us down, Court? Bring us back up. Bring us back up, Court.
Going off the records. People are saying that there's something coming up. I don't. It's just scheduling as far as I see.
I'm just gonna go get a little food and be right back. I'm hungry.
You do that.
Okay.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Always.
What have we done here?
Do you ever, Flux? Did you ever? You were talking about eyeballs. Did you ever watch the Jordan Peterson thing about eyeballs and the gaze and about the feminine gaze and direction? There's a whole bunch of Jordan Peterson on that.
No, that's weird.
Yeah, look up like eyes and or something, Jordan Peterson and eyes, because he talks about like, when they have the magazines when you're in the checkout line and all the women are looking directly at you. It's really interesting psychologically about we're very sensitive. Our brains are very sensitive to what we target with our eyes.
Okay, so we lost the court feed.
Okay, well that's not exciting.
I guess that's the end of day one. Should we start day two? That was kind of weird.
I'm up, I'm down, up, down, all around. I don't know. Well, so I don't know what they're saying. So we can do a little tomorrow or whatever.
No, that was the end of the video.
Okay.
That was it.
I thought somebody was saying like, oh wait, there's something exciting coming up. Maybe it's next day or something.
Yeah, I guess it's the next day. Because that's the end of that one. They sent them home for the day and said, "We'll see you tomorrow."
Well, it's your show.
Yes, it has. For some reason, I am no longer able to access the super chats here on StreamYard. Let me close my browser and I'll be right back. I'll just reboot it here. Hang on. Yes, I want to leave. Oh, but I don't want to leave because I'll lose the super chats that I've already had. Dang it! Just I'm torn. All right, let's just see what happens. I'll be back in a second. Talk amongst yourselves.
So how long have you been practicing law?
I passed the bar in '99.
Ah.
So, but I did 6 years civil litigation, and then I did 6 years in the prosecutor's office. And since 2010, I've been with the public defender's office. So
Nice. Have you always wanted to do law, like even from
no, I did. Before that, I was 7 years. Before I went to law school, I did 7 years in nonprofit association management. So I ran the Home Builders Association in our Volusia County, our local county here.
Oh, wow.
Then I went to law school after that. Kind of stumbled into it. It's a long story, but that's kind of the short of it.
Oh, well, that's cool.
So I've been practicing. Let's see, 99. That's what is that? 24 years, something like that.
Yeah.
That's
a good long time.
Yeah, I know. You seem old. Gee, thanks.
No, not at all. Not at all.
That's what I love it when young girls look at you and they say, "Gee, you're old." That's not what you want to hear, right?
No. I mean,
I think I'm older than Vices. I think.
I'm 53.
I was born in '67.
Okay, I was born in '69.
Yeah, so you're my wife's age.
How age appropriate of you.
Yeah.
The chat is saying there's more of a day 2.
Yeah, that was the end of day 1.
They're saying
we haven't started day 2 yet.
Are there any legal like mukbang challenges or panels out there?
What?
I don't think so.
There's on YouTube? What are you talking
Although
about?
there probably is.
I need to make that a part of my new channel.
YouTube is famous for mukbang. That's where mukbang became famous, is YouTube.
No, like just
mukbang
legal.
attorneys.
Yeah.
Oh, lawyer. Okay, I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
part.
like talking about cases and also eating disgustingly in front of your camera.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a thing?
Anyway, chat is saying there's more of this day, a second part. That was the afternoon session. We watched the first part yesterday, and then they went to lunch, and then we picked up after lunch today. So now we're going to go into day 2. But before we do that, Eva Torres, because I refreshed my screen, your super chat is gone. But she said, Army of Darkness movie, Ash. All right, you primitive screwheads, listen up. You see this? This is my boomstick. That is correct. Shop smart. Shop smart. Great movie, by the way. Alrighty.
Here's a quick observation. I wanted to kind of maybe hear Danny's thought on this, since she's working to be a prosecutor, elected official person, and it's like the prosecutors just can't let the defense have their day, and it's like I think a lot of these witnesses, you just kind of let them sit down. You let the defense have their day, and if you don't have anything really to good with crossing with them, you don't have just keep quiet, say no questions, and let them sit down. I mean, it's like they can't resist. It's like we can't let any good word be said about any defendant, right, without trying to cross when they don't really have a point. I don't know. What is your thought on that, Danny? Whoops, Ozzy's snoring.
Shh. Quiet. Continue, Steve.
I was saying that.
Here's what I think, okay?
Yes.
I think attorneys are going to be attorneys. You will never get your day. I will never play nice with you. And when it's my turn to win, I will win. And it will be a KO and it will be done. That's how every attorney feels, regardless of if they're a prosecutor, a defense attorney, any litigation attorney gets in the ring, they want to win.
Yeah, but there needs to be a little self-discipline. And that's the thing. There needs to be somebody above them, like, who's telling them, okay, that's what you want to do, but here's what you should do. And that's the thing. I mean, it's like, can't we resist? Can't we be a little self-disciplined and just do it the way it should be done? We don't, it's like, okay, yes, that's what attorneys want to do, is they can't let somebody have the last word, but it's just better just leave it well enough alone. Let them do their thing, make your arguments, and be done with it. I don't know. That's just
I think that works with judges. If you have a bench hearing or a bench trial, that makes sense. You want to pull back, right? Less is more. But when you're playing with a jury, you're not playing anymore. That's full performance mode. And I don't think you have a lot to lose unless you're being hyper aggressive, which is what I would argue this guy. What is ours? Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm so confused.
That's a fraud.
That's the Dalek is going to exterminate the prosecutor.
Exterminate.
All righty, we are ready to go for day 2. If I can go a while longer, it's only 3 a.m.
If you're at a Korean restaurant and you have a bad head cold, get solongtang.
Yeah.
This jacket's making me sleepy. The chat is right. I'm all warm and comfy in my comfy jacket. It's
take it off. Take it off. Wonder if that woke Ozzy up.
Don't. Yeah, that's right. Oh, is he on anymore? Or he got booted.
No, I'm still here.
Oh,
it did.
I think you were snoring.
Sorry.
Bro, just go to bed. It's okay.
Well, to quote
He fell
Princess
asleep
Bride,
again.
sleep well and dream of large women.
Oh yes, I love Princess Bride.
I love Princess Bride. We should
It's
have
a classic. Oh, we should have a watch party. Absolutely. Absolutely.
That would be
Just not today.
All right, put on the court camera so that Ozzy can go back to bed. That's what he's asking for.
We left off with the defense case and more witnesses. Also, the possibility of redirecting.
I will return.
Mark Terry.
He's still under potential subpoena.
Okay. All right. Well, it's your.
Let me just check to see who's here.
Sure.
I know we have some witnesses here.
Oh, let me check on the jury. All
good.
here?
They're not wearing white today.
Very good. I figured I'd hear otherwise if they weren't.
She probably only has one white jacket that she has to get dry cleaned. I'm just being real.
Ladies are so hard on each other, man. I'll tell you, you ladies are tough.
I don't think I'm being hard on her. It's just really,
no, it's just an observation. I'm being
it's
real.
observations.
I don't know, man. You guys gotta be nice to each other. It's
Bro,
like,
look at what I'm wearing today. It's because I also have to dry clean my jackets.
but
I'm
ladies,
in a hoodie.
from
I'm
us
allowed-
men's perspective, you're all beautiful. This is the thing, and so like,
We're not
what-
saying she's not pretty.
well,
pretty.
all right. I'm just saying, be nice to each other because you gotta make a choice, and this is her choice. Like that's
What are
who
you guys
she
fighting?
wants to
What's
be.
going on?
I'm just the ladies are like, talking
We're
about
observing her outfit today.
right.
We noticed she wasn't wearing white, and I suggested that that's because she likely only has one white jacket that looks that way, and she needs to get it dry cleaned. And Steve misinterpreted it.
No, I know. It's just like guys don't say like, look what that male attorney is wearing. We don't do that.
No.
No,
We're
but
all
you
wearing
did
dark
laugh at the
conservative
donut
suits,
joke.
power ties, and a white shirt. We're all
Did
dressed
what?
like clones.
What'd you say, Danny?
I said you did laugh at the donut joke, so
Well,
that's
just
different.
because I
You're
laugh
not-
doesn't mean I agree.
To be fair, I didn't like his white suit either. I don't like white suits.
Yes, juror alternates get to see? Do they get dismissed guilt?
Yeah.
No. Well, that's actually a good question. Do the alternates get dismissed after the guilt phase?
No.
No, I don't think so.
The alternate, he was called and told to be here.
Okay, that's interesting. I've never thought about that, but yeah.
Defense ready?
Yes, sir.
Is the state ready?
I'm waiting for these fireworks.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Ouch.
That's awesome. That was so loud even that he heard it in Australia.
I'll go ahead and do it. Judge, there's a matter that's come up that I kind of messed up on. Remember yesterday when we talked about the introduction of the transcript of Kay Baker in the Michigan trial? And
Yes.
we had an argument about that. Well, we had a discussion about that.
Right.
And
I think there was a concession by the state.
The concession by the state is that all we're going to do is establish that Kay Baker testified, traveled to Michigan, testified in the trial on behalf of the defendant.
Right.
That's where it was going to end.
Right.
I forgot to remind Mr. Diaz to ask that question of the prosecutor yesterday. So that single question wasn't asked. So now, as I reviewed the record yesterday, although Mr. Diaz presented it in his opening statement, that question was not asked of the prosecutor. So it's left hanging out there. So technically speaking, it's not in evidence. And so I was just trying to see if we can resolve that. The prosecutor is still here, can be called to the stand to ask that single question to establish that. And I just wanted to let everyone know about that outstanding issue and see if we can resolve it.
Judge, they have closed their aggravation case. They failed to ask something that is on them. We would object to them reopening their case in aggravation in the middle of or after our mitigation case.
Any authority? Either way? You want some time? I don't have to decide this right now. We can get rolling with the defense witnesses that are here. Prosecutor going to be here for a while.
Keep those wagons
She's
rolling
seated in one of the witness
right.
rooms. She's working on her cases from Michigan, so she's happy to sit for a bit.
All right. I appreciate you giving me the heads up. We'll do research. I appreciate any authority. I always like authority. So, defense,
You
have
would.
authority that suggests that I shouldn't let
There
you
are
open the
no
case. I wanna
captions
see it.
available for this
State,
stream.
You have authority that suggests I should allow you to open the case for that one limited purpose.
Apologies,
I wanna see
folks.
it.
There's just no closed captions
All
available.
right, thank you. I appreciate it. Other than that, anything before we get to jury?
Get that jury.
Nothing.
Thank you.
For purposes of the record, it was my recollection yesterday that Mr. Kane admitted the pen pack. I checked with the clerk this morning. She says that she does not show it as actually admitted.
Okay.
So Mr. Kane says he's not admitting it.
Okay.
I thought it was admitted. Apparently it is not. So it's not coming into evidence as a physical object. If the record should reflect different in the future, Mr. Kane is now not putting it.
You're going into dangerous territory
say
now,
admitted
telling
it,
women
I
how to
could say
talk
it
about
was
other women. Can
I
get you
honestly
hung
didn't
at the
remember.
gallows.
I mean, there was some stuff that was clear. I do remember the certificates and stuff like that, but
It got a little cold
I
between
trust
these
the
two
clerk.
ladies
Clerk
just a
does a good
second
job
ago.
over there. So
I agree, and the clerk's record is what matters. So I defer.
Not between us.
all right, you ready
Yeah,
for the
nothing
jury?
mean by the picture lineup
I
here.
know you've said yes 3 times now. I'm waiting for the state to say yes.
We're ready, Your Honor.
Let's get the jury. Thank you, Mr. Kane.
See,
I
this
appreciate it.
is a little sloppy on the part of the prosecutor.
Appreciate
When,
you
when
answering
you
my
have
question.
things you want to get in, you put it on a checklist, and you go through them before you sit down. You check that off. This is basic kind of trial technique. So that's a little sloppy on the part of the prosecutor not to get that in there.
I'm sorry? Oh, Mr. Land, Aubrey Land. Does he have a title?
His title
That's
is
what I'm going to
Mr.
use.
Mr.
That's the
What's his
default.
title?
That judge looked super annoyed about the motion discussion earlier.
He's great though, isn't he?
I love him.
Yeah.
But you watched the first hour of day one. Didn't you like it when he was all confused about the victim in this case testifying in the previous case? He's like, well, "Are we going to call her as a witness for foundation?" No, she's dead.
That'd be perfect.
He's like, "What?" That was just beautiful. It's like, no, she's dead. Huh?
You should clip that and put it on your channel for safekeeping.
Sing us some gospel while we wait, Judge. But it didn't get in. He just didn't need to put it in. It was a transcript from the victim's testimony in the Michigan trial.
May be seated at this time, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not a huge error. It's just a
Good
mistake.
morning. Welcome back.
It's not a
Happy
pellet.
Thursday. Nice to see you all. First question, as always, by show of hands. Anyone exposed to anything about this case outside of the courtroom between the time you left yesterday and the time you returned this morning?
I would just ask if anyone was exposing themselves.
There are no hands. Anyone discuss this case amongst themselves?
Well, you might get the wrong answer on that one.
Well, anytime discuss this case other than deliberations, but particularly since the time you left yesterday and the time you came back this morning. No hands.
I want to see him get all preachy.
Finally, anybody
Now's the time to start the deliberations. Everyone sit down with their robes on.
Let the record reflect there are no hands.
I really love his tie,
and I'm
like
gonna
the
turn to
way
defense
he's
and ask
wearing
them
his
to please
robe.
call their
Looks
next
great.
witness.
He's strict but casual. That's what I like.
Aubrey Land.
Aubrey Land. What?
And he's fair.
Oh,
He's fair.
Mr. Land, good morning.
Is his name Aubrey?
Aubrey
Wherever
Land.
you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give
Welcome
this
to
proceeding
Jurassic
will be the
Park.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. If you'll follow the bailiff down to the
Colonel
right.
Sanders' chicken is the best chicken there is.
Yeah.
Go ahead, have a
And
seat.
Danny
Don't
and I
chair,
have
make
been to the
yourself
world's
comfortable.
first
There's a
Kentucky Fried
microphone there.
Chicken
It's
in
fully
Salt Lake
adjustable,
City,
and the green
Utah.
light is on, so it is all ready for you. You let me know when you're ready, and then I'm going to turn it over to the attorneys to ask you some questions. All right, Mr.
Oh,
King, you may
he even
proceed.
has a drawl.
Thank you, sir. Morning, Mr.
I do Robert E. Lee
Good morning, sir.
cosplay on the weekends.
Identify yourself.
My name is Aubrey Perry Land Sr.
What is your occupation?
I am a retired corrections and law enforcement professional.
he has
I'm
to
now
have
doing,
that voice with a name like
private
Aubrey.
work in sentencing cases.
Reminds me of a boy named
cases
Sue.
Involving inmates and issues of that nature as a consultant.
All right, might ask you to speak up a little bit.
I'm getting H.I. McDonough vibes from Raising Arizona.
And I apologize in advance, a little difference in
Great
elevation and seasonal allergies as well. So
I want him to read me cowboy poems.
Can you tell us a little bit about your history and your work
I want him to
experience
talk
and when you
faster.
came to the profession you're now in?
Well, I did 33 years of law enforcement and corrections. About
Yeah, he sounds
50
normal.
each. Started off in corrections and ended my career in corrections. Worked as a corrections
Correction. I did something else for a
correctional
while.
officer, sergeant, patrol officer, detective, homicide investigator, narcotics investigator. Last 10 years of my career, I served with the Florida Department of Corrections Office of the Inspector General as a senior law enforcement inspector when I retired. In that capacity, pretty much so worked every facet of the Florida Department of Corrections. We were investigating it.
No, his name is not Audrey Hepburn.
In certain programs and things of that nature.
About how many different facilities have you worked in?
Most all of them, in some fashion or another, whether it's going in and doing investigations and interviews and things of that nature, or reviews of the facility.
Have you had interactions with wardens and assistant wardens of these facilities?
Most every facility,
You've had inmate or prisoner interactions?
thousands.
Have you also become familiar with jail facilities?
Yes, sir, I have.
What's the difference between a jail and a prison?
Well, in most cases, a jail is, pretrial. There may be some.
Jail is much worse than a prison.
It is.
For a period of time in there. The state-run facilities are mainly for convicted.
Oh no, I don't know what to tell you. There should be a join button somewhere down there.
Their housing assignment is somewhat different. Classification of the inmates to determine where they fit in at best, their work assignments and things of this nature.
If I heard you correctly, you have about 33 years of experience in corrections.
Well, correct, yes.
And about how many prison facilities have you worked in or become familiar with?
Directly assigned to probably somewhere around 10. As far as worked in, between 5 or so.
You've testified in courts of law before?
Many times.
Have you testified in your capacity as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir. I would say hundreds of times.
About how many times have you testified in your capacity as a corrections consultant or expert in the field of corrections?
In this environment, I would say probably, I'd have to go back and look, but probably around 25 times.
Tender witness?
No question.
You're often called upon by various parties. I don't know if you've ever been called by the state. Obviously, you've been called by the defense before. Here you are today to offer expert testimony about a particular person and that person's amenability to the prison environment. Does that sound accurate?
That is accurate.
And how many state courts have you testified in?
Well, here in the 13th, probably 5 or 6 times, maybe. as many as
Sometimes
7.
he eat the bear,
West
sometimes,
Palm Beach,
well, he eats you.
Volusia County, Duval County,
Hey, Volusia, it's us.
the First Judicial Circuit.
How about
Do we
different
know this
states?
fine gentleman?
How about different states?
I don't. I do appeals, not trials, so I don't recognize. This is
I
a.
haven't testified. I have worked some cases. and,
He's a defense expert to talk about the client's amenability
When
to
you're called
prison.
upon by the defense, for instance, when you're called upon by the defense to offer an opinion about somebody's amenability to the prison environment or corrections, do you
There
always
you go.
offer a favorable?
No, I have been retained on several cases, and when I do the analysis of that person's time in custody, review their behavioral records, I can't offer a positive testimony for that person.
You talked about the word analysis here. You
Hee Haw. That's a
mentioned
great
the
show.
review of various
I used to
records
watch
and
Hee Haw every Saturday
looking
or
at,
Sunday, was it?
A particular person and how you believe, as an expert, they might respond to a prison environment. What are some of the things that you look at? What are some of the criteria you may consider in that process?
Well, there are many things to consider, especially in classification of where that person fit in. A lot of it would be their overall behavior, whether they have complied with the rules and regulations of the jail setting that they may be in, prior committals into a facility, what their educational background is, their willingness to want to work, and different things of that nature.
Tell us about the classification system in the prison environment.
Well, as an inmate is received into the Florida Department of Corrections, one of the very first things that will happen with them is we will do a classification review of that individual. One of the things will be the sentence itself, whether it be a life in prison sentence, a death penalty sentence. Things of that nature is going to determine where that person goes to. And then the classification goes much further than that. We have to determine a security level for that individual. Let's say if they are serving a sentence of 25 years. Where would they best fit in at within our system? Well, that individual would be a higher risk inmate. So he's going to be a close custody to maximum custody inmate. We're going to take into consideration his jail record. We're going to take into consideration whether he has complied with the rules or not. And then we're also going to look at his education level and his professional work history to determine the housing of that individual.
Have you met with Mr. Terry?
I have.
How many times have you met with him?
I met with him once, and that was back on October the 12th. I sat down with him for about 2 hours.
What records have you reviewed, or what documents have you reviewed in this case?
Well, I have reviewed a little bit of his military history, his release from the military. I've reviewed somewhere in the neighborhood of 350 pages of documents, security in the middle in another state, and his jail records for here in Hillsborough County.
And were you also provided college transcripts?
Yes, I was.
Now, when you mentioned that you have interviewed or spoken to thousands of inmates, right?
Yes, sir.
And about how long would you say, just in your experience, how long would you say it takes you to pretty much size somebody up and know whether or not they're going to be a problem or whether or not they're going to be less of a problem? How long would you say it takes you to do that?
Well, the initial review of that, you have to do it pretty quickly because we do process so many different people. We talk to so many different people. So we have to kind of sum a person up pretty quickly. But then, it's not just what we come across with our impressions of that individual, how that person communicates with us. We also have to go back and do a document search on that, kind of verify. It's trust but verify. Sometimes people just don't have good communication skills and you have to dig a little deeper. Some people have excellent communication skills. So it's an individual basis, but we do that rather quickly, but then we verify.
So when you met with Mr. Terry, you had your initial impressions, right?
Correct.
And then after a couple of hours, you had further impressions of him, correct?
That would be correct.
All right. Now, was anything proven or disproven by your document search?
Well, the biggest thing was explaining my opportunity to sit down with Mr. Terry. He has excellent communication skills. Was very open about anything.
This guy's voice is a sedative.
Straightforward. I didn't get the impression that he was trying
Not
to
an
get
aphrodisiac.
information from me. The documents that I had reviewed revealed that he was being honest with me about the information that he provided to me.
Were you at all familiar with the facts of the case?
I know some of the facts of the case. In my line of work, knowing everything that a person has done is not necessarily important. I need to know some of it. But details, no. I didn't know all the details of it. I still don't know all the details of it.
Tired.
I know that he's charged with one count of premeditated murder.
I wasn't before this witness,
I
miraculously.
looked it up
Right?
and saw a little bit of that information, but all the details, no, I do not know all of it.
To what extent does what a person's been convicted of inform a deal?
Oh my, he testifies for an hour too.
How that person can be expected to conduct
Wow.
themselves. in
Fast
prison. So
forward.
let's say you have somebody convicted of drug dealing, and then you have
You're
somebody
muted,
convicted of murder.
Steve.
Can you tell just from those charges alone who is going to be the better inmate?
He's simply going to say he's amenable to long-term incarceration. He'll fit in well in a prison. That's all this is an expert on that. You could probably skip him.
Yeah, I'm thinking everybody in chat. One, if we should just skip this sedative, or two, if we should continue to watch.
Can I participate in the vote?
Of course. All of us are saying skip. What say you, chat? One for skip, two for watch.
Anytime a person that is addicted to
Skip. Everybody says skip. Oh my God. Look at the skippers.
There's one two.
Oh, I see two twos.
Bunch of 69s. Must
I was
be
just gonna say there's a bunch of 69s coming up.
What is that?
lots of 420s.
And I think most people think the death
No,
row means you sit
he's
in a
still
jail cell
testifying.
all by yourself or prison cell all by yourself all day long.
I mean, I don't mind Cross, but him on direct was a bit much.
This is the end.
Yeah, he got it.
That just saved us an hour.
May this witness be released by the defense?
So the summary, I'll get to it in one question.
Thank you very much, sir. You may
The
step down.
defendant is amenable to long-term incarceration. How's that?
Thank you.
Well, I don't know why they do an hour on that.
I'll ask
I
the
mean,
defense to please call your next witness.
Thank you. We have a second.
Yes, absolutely.
Michelle Caverna says, I'm a makeup artist. Hanky Panky Perry needs brows and at least mascara. I feel you, girls. Michelle really wants me to read the story about the defense lawyer getting in trouble.
And
What?
Michelle, your makeup is also on point.
Absolutely. Wait, what? The defense lawyer got in trouble?
Yeah, previously for a dalliance. It was
Which
in the
one? This
news.
one here?
Yeah, she did.
That.
Corn Pope, you're better than Joe Martinez, UFC announcer.
Wait, what did she get in trouble
Mr. Glassman, good morning and welcome,
We'll
sir.
we'll get there
You'll
later.
come forward before
Okay.
the witness. You can get wherever you're comfortable. Feel free
Great
to
panel
speak.
today. Also for Steve, the
Thank
Iron
you.
Maiden
You swear
videos in their
affirmative testimony
email.
you've given this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You'll follow the bail down to the ramp that leads up to the
Farman
witness.
Tom's
Please watch
awesome.
your step. Go
I
ahead,
want
have
to
a
order
seat,
some
chair,
of
make
his
yourself
squirt
comfortable. The
cleaner to
microphone in
find
front
out
of you is fully adjustable.
the squirt cleaner he sells too. You know,
You let me know
Farmhand
when you're
Tom
ready.
that has
I'll
like a
get ready.
business. You know about that?
I might have to get closer to
Great.
All right.
I'm grabbing my lunch real quick.
All right.
Sorry.
Don't you screw with me, man.
Morning, Mr. Wilson. Just a little bit closer to the microphone for me.
He looks like he owns a junkyard.
Your name?
Steve Glassner.
What's it to you,
Mr. Glassner, I know you're a little bit nervous, right?
Oh, yes.
Well, as best you can, just pretend that you and I are sitting in the kitchen. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
It's Louis C.K.
And
Not
if
Louis
anything that I
C.K.
ask you that you don't understand or you need some time to think, just say so. All right. Okay.
Who's dog?
Tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from,
Holton, Michigan.
and how about your career?
I was an analytical technician, dealt with quantitative, qualitative analysis, and then I became a millwright. Over 50 years of working.
Wow.
Retired now?
Oh, yes.
And
Oh,
you
yeah.
live on Big Blue Lake?
Yes, I do.
Where is that in Michigan compared to, say, East Lansing?
If you know, along Lake Michigan, White Lake, it's about maybe 15 minutes east of that, going east.
Okay. And we also sometimes we hear about the Upper Peninsula, right?
Yeah.
And so Holton, Michigan is sort of on its way up to the Upper Peninsula.
No, it's not.
Not on the
It's
way up
just
there.
just a little place.
Okay.
It's spelled Holton.
But if you're going from, say, East Lansing, more southern central part, and you're going to go up to the Upper Peninsula, you pretty much
We're gonna
go
go north.
Yeah. Okay. Now you guys have lived up there for a long time, haven't you?
Since 1986.
And you guys built your home there?
Yes, we had a house built.
This is how I talk to my dentist.
Yeah, at some point, you guys met the Terry family.
Yes, I floss.
Right.
Tell us about that.
Mhm.
Uh,
I brush
So he's
every
a
day.
he's a youper, is he?
Our children are about the same age, so they go.
Do you know Matthew Terry?
Yes.
This guy looks like he's murdered a couple people himself.
You need a water? You
No.
need a water? Let me
He's just scared. No.
Anyway, they met on a school bus, and then it's while we live on the lake, so then they got together. So
So maybe
you
he
see
murdered
Matt?
somebody, but he is scared. I can tell.
What?
Yeah.
Matthew?
no, I do. Yeah.
This guy.
All right. Where is he? How long have you known Matthew?
Over 30 years.
Oh, he's gonna choke him. He's not
You said you
scared.
guys
He's
met
mad.
because
No, he's
Matt
sad.
became
I don't
friends
know.
with Johnny.
Right.
And about how many years were Matt and
No.
Johnny friends?
Oh, probably at least 20 years.
And Johnny's your son?
Yes.
And you also met the rest of the Terry family?
Oh, yes.
At some point, I guess the Terry family had a house right on Big Blue Lake.
Right.
You
Yes.
guys lived right next to each other?
Probably about half a mile down the lake.
Right. If you walk out your pier, you can see.
So we
their
think he's
property
angry?
line
You can see it.
across the lake, right?
I think he's trying to hold back emotion.
And
It's just
how
what
often-
emotion?
How often would you encounter the Terry brothers or Matthew? How often in your
We men can't sort that stuff out. It's just emotion.
For at least 4 years.
Just a random emotion. They're all the same.
when they moved back to Lansing, Matt was a little bit older?
Yes. Yes.
We feel
Now,
an
did
emotion.
Matt
It's
and
like we don't know what
Johnny
to do with
continue to be
it.
Friends?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's either nervous.
Something happened in
I think he's
2010,
nervous and
2011?
really upset.
Wait, something happened in
Also happened.
2010.
My son passed away.
Oh.
Oh.
Now, in
Oh, he's not okay.
going through that,
Mm.
obviously there were services for Johnny.
Yes.
Can you tell us how Matt played a part in that?
Matt eulogized my son's funeral. He talked
Oh,
about him,
Oh.
Why would you ask Matt to do that?
his friend.
that's why I was thinking it was
Kind
sad.
of
Good friend.
I think you're right.
Do you think that Johnny's memory was well served with Matt's words?
Really.
Because if he hated him, he wouldn't come and testify on his behalf.
What kind of person does a man have to be in order for you to ask him to send your son off with those words? What kind of man do you think Matt was to do that?
Respect. A lot of respect for him. Because they were just so close. They did everything. Everything. all the activities on the lake, skiing, kneeboarding, ice fishing, hockey. You know, they just did everything.
Shame on you, Buster.
Now, obviously, Matt's been
The chat, man.
facing some challenges at the moment. He's facing a conviction. He's facing a sentencing proceeding. You're aware of that. Now, what is your view of Matt?
My friend.
He
Same
probably
change.
feels like he's lost 2 sons.
Oh. I think this is going to be a life sentence. There's no way. This is
Pretty much
you know.
known Matt for most of his life.
Yes.
It doesn't matter how long.
I
you
would
guys go
agree. He
without
probably
seeing each other.
felt, especially after his
Does
son
that in any way
passed, the
change how you
bond
feel
with
about
Matt.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Washington.
Your son wasn't stabbed in his neck, was he?
Mr. Glasser, are you nervous?
Very.
Okay. You don't need to be nervous. I promise I'm not
He
going to ask you
wasn't
anything.
found
bad.
behind the
I'm
house,
gonna ask you
was
some pretty
he?
common sense questions.
I wouldn't
Is it
even
hard to lose a
question
child?
this guy.
Very.
I
Is
wouldn't.
it hard to live
Sit
every
down,
day
bro.
with the loss of a child?
Yes.
Is it hard to lose a child unexpectedly?
Very.
He's got to be very careful.
You live on
here.
the Big Blue Lake.
Yes.
I had the good fortune to go up to Michigan a few weeks ago. It's a lovely place. And I imagine where you are, it's even prettier. You get to see the leaves change colors.
Oh, yes.
You have lots of great days of crisp, cool air where it's just cold enough that you put on a sweater, but it's not like you have to bury yourself in a jacket.
Right.
Steve.
You get to step outside and you get to
Yeah.
feel the sun on your face.
Yes.
Look at the gorgeous landscape that is around you.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow some leeway over this point.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that you only have so many days in your life to do that, so you treasure those moments, right?
Yes.
Please understand I'm a father, so I can't imagine what it's like for you. And I'm not going to ask you to think about that. But you said that you respect Matthew Terry.
Yes.
Did you know Kay Baker?
No. Personally, no.
Okay.
Wouldn't it have been nice if
thought
you could
about
see the trees?
No. Not to me.
That's
you
where
never
you're
said, gosh,
going.
there's this girl I love. I'm crazy about her. I can't wait to spend my life with her.
Objection.
Overruled.
We already read the farmhand Tom super chat of the Iron Maiden video.
Say something like that?
Not to me.
Are you ready?
Good. Get in, get out.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yes.
Of course, I wouldn't have gone in anyway.
I wouldn't have either.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
How's the court volume, chat? Is it okay? Let me know if we need to boost the court
Yeah,
volume.
absolutely, absolutely.
Road Dial 1313 asks a really good question, and he says, "Is this?"
Oh, no.
Yeah, Road Dial. Yeah, he asks, "Do people like? Is this what you see a lot of times in sentencing? Most defendants do not have this kind of family and friends to testify to. He is really blessed to have this number of people behind him. It's really a lot of our clients don't have any family. They get put in prison and nobody talks to them. That's part of it, is this isolation, and you don't have the family support. So this is that's kind of why I'm saying, like, this is unusual, because he is surrounded by a lot of good people. A lot of times criminality comes when they don't have this kind of family support.
Everyone in the chat is saying turn it up just a tiny bit, the courtroom.
It's hard. That courtroom fluctuates.
And
Fluxes.
just
We're up
out
to
of
330%
curiosity,
right now.
how many people would vote? How many people would still impose the death penalty at this point?
Oh, that's a good chat too. That's a good poll. We'll do a poll.
Danny, you want to put him away, don't you? Yes,
Oh no.
No?
Only as long as it takes for them to put something in his arm. That's what I'm saying.
It does. Boy, tough ladies.
He almost ripped a chick's head off, literally. And chased his ex around after stabbing her almost to death.
Let's not argue about who killed who.
Who stabbed who?
Let's let the healing begin.
Our morning break. It's 10:15, so we'll take our morning break. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please not do any research related.
This will probably, the defense will probably rest, I would guess here. What do you think?
All rise for the jury.
They'll inquire of the defendant and then they'll rest. He won't
Where
testify.
are all these fireworks the chat was talking about?
Well, this is just the beginning of the morning.
Oh.
We've got a lot more to go.
Did you put a poll up?
I'm working on it.
Death, no death.
Boomer.
Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated.
Comments are killing.
Technically, that was Matthew Terry, but
Sure. Let's take a 10-minute break. You need a break.
You just know if you wanted to put anything on the record.
No.
Oh, I'm being told fireworks are post verdict.
Hmm.
Yeah, well,
Verdict.
There's no fireworks after the verdict. That's when they just
Well,
call him off.
It's too late. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Anyway, we'll get to whatever the fireworks are here eventually. But we're going to skip the next 10 minutes.
Well, that's nice. We're rocking it. Does the verdict come back this fast?
Yeah, they were done by, this is day 2, and they were done by afternoon of day 2, pretty early. I mean, from what people told me, they were just like walked out and turned around and walked right back in.
I'm pretty sure it was by 5 p.m. they had it.
It was much earlier than that.
Ah.
No, I trust you. We didn't find any Florida cases where it was. Well, we didn't find any.
I
Florida
think it was
cases
like
where
3
even
p.m.
passed, but didn't find any Florida cases to indicate.
Literally, like
that
people were saying they
it's
just
done.
walked out,
So
turned around,
our
and walked
knowledge
back
has
in.
never been done before is kind of where we're.
Oh,
at.
this
I don't
judge
think
doesn't just want authority. He wants binding
What does the
authority.
state have, Mr. Dirk?
Judge, the issue regarding the state or the defense reopening their cases generally is within the
Discretionary.
Yeah.
So it probably can be done, but I think that the issue is clear that it's never. There's no indication that it has been done. I trust Ms. Perry. Ms. Perry is one of the best researchers that I've seen. Also a good attorney, but the research is impeccable, and I trust her as an officer of the court. That in 2 cases in the entire country where it was requested, the court exercised its discretion to disallow it.
But Judge, under Florida law, this court has broad discretion no matter what the
I have the
proceedings-
discretion. I have the discretion. The issue is how I exercise that discretion.
Right, and cases
Judge
where
is great.
the cases make clear under page 779.
All right, we put a poll up.
Now, read the cases. Or
Can I vote?
It's clear in the cases. A very
Of course.
short version. As long as it is.
What should we do with Stabby McStabface? Lifetime membership at the Gray Bar Hotel or take a dirt nap?
I like those 2 options.
Any new or different information being additional information that doesn't change the facts of the case, then the cases in Florida are
I
that
can't
both
vote.
on the state side and on the defense side. Under those circumstances,
Oh, you
cases
bleeding
have been
heart.
reversed when the court did not exercise the discretion to do it. So it is completely permitted and reversible error if it's not permitted, if it's a timely request and there's a reasonable explanation for it. And so I'd just like to put the reasonable explanation forward on the record, if I may.
Okay, what are we talking about here, Steve? The chat wants to know.
Well, I'm trying to figure out. I forget what was the evidence. What was the evidence that they're talking about? I'm trying to remember what the bit of evidence was. Maybe chat remembers. I can tell you about. I can tell you the context of it. Basically, there's some kind of thing that the state wants in that the defense does not, and then the judge has got discretion. So the way this means is, in an appellate standpoint, it's viewed as an abuse of discretion. That's what it's called. So it's not like the case law says yes or says no. The judge has discretion to admit it or not to admit it. So the defense is saying it shouldn't be admitted. The state is saying it should. But what is that item of evidence again?
Was it the pictures of the prior victim stabbing to show the jury or not?
Might be.
Is that what? Because I don't think he had ruled on that yet.
Yeah, there was something that was outstanding, and then they said, "Let's take that under advisement, bring back cases." And so what they said is they've found some case law out of state. It's discretionary. It's everybody's agreeing. That basically, and this basically says the judge decides, and there's nothing you can really do about it. So now they're making arguments. They wanted to ask the lady a question. They wanted to ask a lady a question. Somebody said.
Oh well,
I don't.
I'm sure they'll talk about it as we go.
Yeah,
through
let's
here.
see what the item of evidence is.
As the court recalls, and I repeated it this morning, we were about to introduce the transcript of the trial testimony of Kay Baker.
This
And
was
we had a
Kay
long
Baker's
discussion
trial
and argument,
transcript from Michigan.
about that, and the court's final decision was, look, I'm not going to introduce the transcript.
Introduce her
but I will
transcripts as a
permit the
character
state
witness for
to
him?
introduce the fact that the defendant, that Kay Baker, traveled to Michigan and testified on behalf of the defendant in the 2017 case involving Michelle Rogers.
I remember it well.
And so what happened was, that's the way it was settled. That's what was done. Opening statements began. Mr. Diaz made reference to that fact. And at that very moment, Mr. Kane asked to approach the bench. At the very moment he talked about that, there was a long discussion at the bench. I presumed it was a discussion about the matter that Mr. Diaz had just brought up. I thought that issue had been resolved. I thought that's what was discussed, because that's what had been agreed upon by the parties. The parties agreed upon.
No.
My recollection is that Mr. Kane's objection was that he had exceeded what the agreement was as to what was going to come in, and I overruled the objection and I allowed him to continue.
So I presume that matter resolved. I presume that
Right.
was the agreement that we had.
No.
reached with the parties.
No,
That's all we're
bullshit.
asking. So this has been a timely request. That's all we're asking for, is that that single question be asked or it be stipulated.
Practice advice, people. Unless you have it in writing, there is no agreement.
And the as the cases in Florida require, it is an abuse of discretion if this court deprives the jury of information which will deprive the jury of information.
No, and there's no remedy for you, buddy.
To the ends of justice. We
Suck
submit
it.
that this evidence is important. We submit that the parties have already agreed upon it. This was a change in the dynamics of how this evidence was going to be presented, because the court withdrew that transcript.
I want the judge to say you can submit. I don't.
I did remind Mr.
Thank you.
Diaz
Bye-bye.
about we needed to reassert that in the last question of the prosecutor. That's what happened. So that I do appreciate your allowing me to put that on the record. We think the ends of justice require that the court allow that single question, which had been agreed to, be allowed in before this jury. They've already been told about it.
Come on, Greta, give it to him.
The requirements are not reasonable explanation. It's good cause. And then forgetting is not good cause. That is not legal cause. Cases that they talk about in Florida have to do when the defense has requested to reopen and things need to get put in for a proper due process procedure.
Forgetting is not good cause. I like that.
They have a case
That's
that's been
perfect.
reversed
Exactly.
Where the state wasn't allowed to reopen. I would love to see it. I'm sure that they don't.
We do.
I love her.
In the penalty phase.
She's the most. She knows what she's doing.
Death is different. And there has never once in Florida been a state allowed to reopen a penalty phase in a death penalty case. And now they're trying to use non-death penalty case law, which is inapplicable because, again, death is different and that is a legal standard that applies only to death penalty cases. There isn't one where this extraordinarily unusual request has been ever granted, and it shouldn't be done for the first time here.
What is the case that you said you have?
I couldn't hear her.
There's a case of Ellis.
Is this the one where the prosecution asked and it was a abuse of discretion to not allow it?
Yeah, it is.
Ellis, what's the site?
491 Southern Second, 1206. That is one case.
Well, I just want the one they said.
Sorry, give the site again. That's coming up.
491 Southern Second, 1296.
Ms. Perry said she'd like to see
Well,
a
he's
case, and
about
you
to
said
come
there is
dinner.
one. Is that the case where she said she'd like to see one where the state requested and it was reversed as an abuse of discretion to deny the state the opportunity?
And there's a second, DW versus State, 40 Southern Second, Southern Third, 782.
I can't hear it either.
Judge, I just opened it. It's a.
We're looking at it. It's okay.
Oh, you've got it.
Judge getting snippy. I know how to read a book. Sit down, Greta.
He's smiling. I love it. State screwed up.
So apparently that was a motion to suppress.
Right.
There are all kinds of different concepts. The concept is the same. It's denial of the trier of fact.
But judge complimenting you is the
Like in
best.
Delgado,
All right. back, Mr. Dirks. I've heard enough. I'm not going to allow it.
Wow.
All right. I'm game. We're done.
Can I opine a little bit? Or no, you don't want to hear this. It's undone. Doesn't matter.
Hang on.
It's a hard lesson, but it's what I've told my prosecutors.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. So here's the thing. There's no remedy for the state. All right. They screwed up. Greta was right. They screwed up, and their mistake is not a thing. Now, the thing is so, okay, so what happens? So they go forward, and there's a death penalty. Is the state going to appeal that? No. Let's assume that they go back and they get life. The state can't appeal that. It's over. There's no remedy for the state. He has discretion. He's going to exclude it. And the thing is, by including it, he could create error. So judge did the right call. State screwed up. They're trying to bail it out. They're trying to say, we had this agreement. Garbage. You have no agreement with a death penalty defense attorney. They're used to that in like regular trials where everything's loosey-goosey and we have this relationship. How about a relationship? What about a relationship, right? But it ain't nothing about the relationship. You're trying to kill my client, so no go, right? So they screwed up and they lost. So too bad for them. And I've just pulled up the case. I haven't read it yet, but that's my stare and stick to it. Great job, defense. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm cheering for my team on that one. I'm in my tribe. I'm really impressed with the defense team.
And for a musical interlude, I was told that we need to watch this. I'm told a lot of things. I'm not sure. This is what I'm told we have to watch.
What is this?
Okay.
That was great. That was
good.
great.
Thank you, Stingy, for sending that. And now back to your regularly scheduled murder trial. Alrighty then. We need to address this with the seriousness.
All right, if we're gonna play that kind of shit, actually, I'm gonna go to bed.
Good morning.
I thought he was snoring.
Good night.
Good night, Hayden.
Yeah.
Good night. Thanks for joining.
I'm good.
All right, let's bring up the court. Wait, that's not the court. That's me.
You're going through through all the chains.
Wait, hang on. Why is the court not coming up? All right, but it doesn't really matter. But all right, let's see here. We'll just listen to Flux's dog for a second.
Oh my goodness. And it's like
I know.
You know how they do it to you on purpose?
Yeah.
It's like every time I unmute, she gets up to walk, but then I mute it and she'll lay down. And I'm like, okay, good. She's laying down.
Yeah, it's like people don't believe my dogs snore because I'm like, listen to them snore. And the second I say that, they stop snoring.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, two more books and you get to see my feet. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that because they might not buy it.
Yeah.
Well, don't one of the pretty ladies want to show their feet if I sell 2 more books?
Moving right along.
Not buddy likely.
You're already walking on the cusp of misogyny with
Yes,
this flat,
that's
so maybe.
So
Yeah,
I'm burning my credibility.
Ms. Amanda says, OMG, Ozzy is one of the loudest of everyone. And when he spoke up, I jumped. He scared me. Ha 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 ha.
Hey,
Okay,
did you get your book, Danny, by the way? I sent it. No,
Not
okay.
yet.
It's coming your way.
Unexplained later. Unexplained's probably not happening.
He just wants to see Danny's feet. Probably.
Yeah. I'll have to see what time I wake up. If I do unexplained, it will be an unannounced unexplained.
Kyle,
Just
if
like
I buy the
4
book,
o'clock
will
in the
feet
morning.
talk stop. Mickey feet. Oh.
All righty. One super chat. I keep hearing that capital punishment is more expensive than life in prison. Is that true?
Yes, my
about
understanding
4
it's
times?
about 4 times exactly. Yeah.
Because
How's
appeals,
that?
appeals, and more appeals.
Well, and it takes a certain level of it takes, these lawyers are great. I mean, these lawyers are at the top of their game. And in order to maintain a death penalty type system, you have to have the best lawyers, and those lawyers are expensive. So it's hard to retain them. It's hard to get them. Our death penalty, you get a big boost and a big raise when you go into the death arena. So, and in my understanding, it's all sorts of things. They get a single cell. There's extra security. There's all kinds of stuff involving death penalty. There's federal. You have to have federally admitted lawyers.
I always thought it was more expensive to have them mooching off the system for the rest of their life.
You would think, but it takes so long to get them to the death chamber that
Aussie Overlord has informed us that I just walked into an unexpectedly placed vacuum cleaner. Ouch. I hope you cursed appropriately. All righty, let's get back to Judgy here.
Judgy McJudge face.
Exactly. You know him, huh? Oh, I guess we can do the end of the poll.
And Michelle just chimed in too. It's a good point about that last question. Yeah,
just a second. We'll get there. Let's do this real quick here, then we'll talk. What should we do with Stabby McStabface? 51% said life member of the Gray Bar Hotel, and 49 said take a dirt nap. That was just split right up the middle. 463 votes.
And see, it takes a unanimous singular voting jury of 12, every one of them voting. So that's a 50-50. That's good for the defense.
This is why states have different laws.
Mike Morrison coming in with $100 super chat.
Wow.
Thanks for this trial, Vices. It was a good one. Oh, it ain't over yet. We've still got another day.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. And it's that time of chat again.
Oh, you got to drink when it's 100, right?
Yeah. So this is if we had 8 and then 2 more. So this is number 11. Cool.
Wow.
Cheers. Even the court clerk looks concerned.
A lot of this is governed by federal law, but what are you saying, Danny?
Oh, I was just going to say, each state has different rules when it applies to death penalty and death penalty procedure. Not all of them, though, is my understanding. But anyway, in states where they do allow for the death penalty, I'm pretty sure that if you narrowed this down, just the chat down to just those states, you would have a different outcome on the poll. But the poll is indicative of the federal, I think, the federal attitude.
Oh, so you think that pro-death penalty states are more likely, the citizenry is more likely to want it? Maybe.
Yeah, because if the citizenry wasn't, they would have changed the law.
Maybe. That's an interesting question. Yeah.
I mean, it took till 2015 for us to ban the firing squad as one of the options.
Right.
So
no, you guys still have the firing squad.
Nope. 2015 it was done away with.
Oh, really? I need to read a different, because this got me interested in it, and I've been reading, the different states, and I don't know. I think if the state's going to kill you, you should be able to choose how you die.
I think we still have gas chamber here.
It's all so sick.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I hate it.
Mike Morrison. This again, thank you very much for that. And just after 11 shots, this bottom shelf Egan's is starting to taste a little rough around the edges.
This has been the best trial I've watched. I really enjoy this one because I like the skill of everybody here, and it's a close. It's not. I mean, the guilt phase was a slam dunk, but this penalty phase is close, and all the lawyers are doing good except for a couple prosecutors' stupid mistakes. But I mean, I really, this has been the best trial I think I've seen broadcasted that I've participated in. Really, if you want to learn how a trial should be done, this is what it is.
And Stingy says, achievement gotten, make Overlord log off and go to bed. And Michelle Cavernos, the prison consultant, said on death row you have your own TV and iPad.
Is that true?
I've heard death row is super nice. Like, people don't mind going on death row because you get your own room, your own stuff, and you get to stay there for years. That's just what I've heard.
Well, Depends what you compare it to. I mean, compared to prison, general population prison is pretty sick. You have a roommate, and it's kind of rough and tumble and stinky, not fun. Not that in death row you get your own cell and you get a television set. I never heard about the iPad, but anyways, so they call that trading your roommate in for a television set in the general population, because they'll kill their roommate so they can go to death row, and then they lose the roommate and get a television. Because it's a group television. The television, they have like one, not even cable. It's like an antenna TV in the common room for like 150 prisoners. It's ridiculous. And believe me, you think you're going to get your channel watched? No. It's the biggest, baddest dude on the block that's going to get his channel watched.
Oh, and we have Mark Sermon, illegal vices, and yet they still wipe your arm with an alcohol swab before they give you a lethal injection.
Don't want to get germs in there.
Like I said, we're animals, but we're still human.
They get in the car accident on their way to the execution, but they have to bring you back to life so they can kill you. That sort
would
of
violate the Geneva Convention. You can't do that.
Where are we here? All right, we are good to go. So let's do one more grift here for likes. We have 1,162 likes. Please reach down there and hit that like button. Let's get this going. Let's get us up to like 12 or 1,300, whatever's good. And subscribe to my channel if you haven't already done so. This is what we do. We follow trials. We usually do O.J. Simpson on Thursday. We do maritime law-related ship collisions and accidents and disasters and cannibals and stuff on Mondays. And we do occasionally unexplained things and just random law rants where I just rant about things because I rant a lot. So hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and go to Danny on Direct and subscribe to her channel. Make sure you do that. And Flux, make sure you go to Flux Paints.
Flux Paints.
Flux Paints. She just changed it. That's why I don't know what it is. And of course, you have to go to crimelaw.net and buy Steve N. Gosney's book, Ideas and Answers in Law, with foreword by Law of Self-Defense attorney Andrew Branca and blurb on the back from Rekieta Laws, Nick Rekieta.
Yes,
So
thank you.
do that. And then subscribe to my poor little nothingness down there. All right. Have we done the USS Liberty yet? No, I have not done that yet, but interestingly enough, that's on the list. Let's go.
How much time we got going here?
About an hour.
Okay.
But we can skip through some of the. He's got a decent shirt and tie on today. The law talking guy.
Yeah.
That's why you're the judge and I'm the law talking guy. The lawyer. Right.
Is that from Simpsons?
Yeah. Hey, one more book.
Are we ready? No, I'm sorry. Mr. DSA ready? Yes, sir. Defense ready?
Yes, sir.
Let's get the jury.
Let's get the jury. That's his version of let's get ready to rumble.
What does he have? A picture book?
It's the stress coloring book.
Those are always nice.
So welcome to Death Row. Billy's first day on Death Row coloring book.
Mike Morrison, I agree. What is so sick is stabbing a woman 25 times and nearly cutting her head off.
But can both be true? Can both be sick?
No.
No?
Nope.
Well, I disagree with you.
That's okay. That's why we get to vote on it.
Right.
Hope you had a sufficient break. We are going to pick up where we left off, and at this time I am going to ask the defense to please call their next witness. If you want to just announce the name, Deputy Maisie will get them.
Yes, thank you. Kathy Terry.
Kathy Terry.
Oh, this is the mother.
Miss Terry, good morning and welcome. If you'll come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable, ma'am. If you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you, ma'am. That's perfect. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp, please watch your step.
She reminds me
Please
from
elevated raise, please be
Mama
careful.
from the Carol Burnett show.
When you get to that chair, go ahead and have a seat. Make
Vicky
yourself
Lawrence.
comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. When you're ready, you let me know.
Oh,
and
his
then I'm
mama's
gonna
on the
go to
stand. He's
next
already
person.
crying.
Unfortunately,
Oh.
you got to get really close to that microphone. You got to pull up and then pull the microphone down.
See, this is what makes him look like a human.
I think so. We'll let you know
When
if
the
we need
sight
to
of his
closer or
mother
talk louder.
Okay.
makes him cry like this.
At some point, I didn't have the same effect with Brooks.
Can you hear me okay?
I thought Brooks did cry with
Oh, you
his,
may have to sit closer
or
to the
with that.
microphones that are-
Yeah, that was with his mother, just not his grandmother.
That one was
His mother was an enabler too.
Yeah.
Well, let's see.
Oh.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ms. Terry, could you identify yourself, please?
I am Mary Kathleen Terry. I'm Matthews Robertson Terry's mother.
Do you go by Kathy?
Yes.
Do you see Matthew Terry in the courtroom today?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Can you point him out for us?
Oh.
Ms. Terry has identified her son. How long have you been married, Kathy?
49 years.
Your husband is Mark?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
3 boys.
What are their names?
Matthew Robertson Terry, Luke Douglas Terry, and Peter Reynolds Terry.
Where does everybody live right now?
Luke and Peter live in Okemos, Michigan.
Is that pretty close to East Lansing?
About 8 miles.
Not too far.
No.
And have you lived in Michigan your entire life?
Yep. Yes.
We've also heard from some friends of yours, you know, Ben and Ruby.
Yes.
And they came down with you all?
Yes.
How long have you guys been friends?
Oh, let's see, probably 47 years.
So
If it
pretty
wasn't
much,
for the trial, it might have been a fun couples trip
as long
for
as
him.
Matt's been alive, you guys have been friends with the Williams.
Yes.
And over the years, you guys have lived in different parts of the state, haven't you?
We'll talk about this a little bit
What parts
later.
of Michigan have you lived in?
East Lansing originally, and then we moved to Detroit, Wixom area, and then we moved up to our cottage in Holton, Michigan on Big Blue Lake
Do you still
I
have
wish
that
Yoda
property?
was my mom.
Still visit it from time to time?
all the time. I'm there most of the summer.
I disgust Steve with my comments.
Yes,
Oh, listen to Mama. Listen to Mama here. She's sweet.
probably 30 years.
How hard that must be for her.
Tell us a little bit about,
Yeah.
you know, raising 3 boys relatively close in age up there in Michigan. How was that?
Lots of fun, an adventure, a whirlwind at times. I was from a family of 3 girls, so 3 boys were a challenge at times too, but we had lots of fun, lots of activities. I guess I just learned how to sort of get down on a boys type of level.
I'm going to show you some pictures if that's okay. I know actually, Donna, can you do that for me?
Do you want to show them to her first?
Yes.
Oh, I will do that then.
And these weren't previously introduced. If you
Defense
wanna move
1A
them
through T as in Tango?
in. No objection from the state?
No objection.
They'll be admitted, defense 1A through T.
Thank you.
I believe that screen.
These 2 older people behind him must be the victim's parents because they've sat in that exact same seat
I'm going to
since
readjust.
day
If that's
one.
okay.
Yes, absolutely.
And they also
Kathy,
sit on the
position yourself so
prosecutor's
you can see
side.
the screen behind you.
Be right back.
If you want to adjust your chair so you're more comfortable and not.
I feel bad that he did this to his family.
Oh, yeah. It's horrible.
What you might want to do is move that microphone farther down that way so you don't have to keep turning your head back and forth. It'll
I
slide.
don't feel bad for him, but I do feel for his family because they are
Yeah.
victims too.
Snack here. It's yeah, there we go. There he goes. Does it reach? Take the tape off. Oh, we have, there we go. Okay.
You can slide it though, and you can adjust it, and then that way you might not have to keep turning your head back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for taking us through those, Kathy. You're all pretty close.
They may have raised him, but he may
Very
not
close.
have. You wouldn't know that your son was a stabby McStabber unless he was stabbing at a very young age.
That's horrible. This is just
Matt
so
served in the
sad.
Marine Corps and then
It is.
got his degree in computer engineering.
Yes.
Was he working in that capacity? Was he working as a computer software engineer?
Yes.
After that, all the way up until these things happened. And we've heard about the loss of Jessica and the impact that had on your family, and obviously we've seen that it's still very painful for you in these pictures.
Very.
If Matt were to receive a life sentence, Kathy, would you continue to communicate with him and be a part of his life and be in contact with him?
Poor mom.
Yes, I can't imagine any mother or any parent just wanting their child to die. You just can't stop loving them. And I would always, I could not love him
I'm sorry, Mom.
anymore.
Oh,
I will support him.
And we all appreciate and respect that there's that degree of pain on both sides. We understand the degree of pain that the Baker family has gone through.
Oh, I know. I'm just so sorry. I pray for them every day. And for Kay's children and sister and mom and dad and friends. I'm sorry. Just so sorry.
Hmm.
Mr. Diaz, any questions?
Do you need a minute?
Do you need a minute?
Okay.
Yeah, just a minute.
Okay.
this is where I need to step away for just a second before I show emotion.
Oh my God. It's okay.
I'm a bleeding heart, just not for the murderer. That's all.
I understand.
Thank you.
If I'm not talking loud enough, you tell me, okay?
Hey, that Star Wars girl. Welcome.
She wasn't there, right?
Because she
No,
is
not at that
the
time.
she is the
Okay, it's
convicted
by now.
murderer's mother, trying to
Yes.
explain why
I'm
she
thinking
doesn't think that her son, that she still loves, should be
Yeah, that's right.
executed.
Pardon?
You have to answer out loud.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. She was his friend in high school.
Yes.
They maybe even dated for a time.
Yes.
They eventually separated. They went on with their own lives, but they stayed friends.
Yes.
Eventually, your son got in trouble in Lansing, ended up in prison, and she still would take the time and the effort to go all the way to Michigan to visit him.
Yes.
She wrote him letters.
Yes.
Overruled. She even went to trial and testified on his behalf, didn't she?
Yes.
His girlfriend
got out,
stabbed her in the
she
neck
started a
and
relationship with him
25
again,
other
right?
places.
And eventually, she invited him to come and live in her own home to share the home that she has with her own children.
Objection.
Yes.
Overruled. She was there for him whenever he needed her, right?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Correct.
Don't ask her any questions, dude.
May this witness be released by the defendant and by the
Good.
state. Yes, sir. Ma'am, you may be released. You may step down. Please watch your step.
Good one. She was wonderful.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, we're going to take a short break. There's some things I have to take up, so please.
Oh,
don't
that's
discuss
the
case
last
amongst yourselves
witness.
with anyone
He's
else.
not-
Please don't do any research related to the case,
Okay.
and avoid any contact with the case through any research or social media, or anything. It's going to be a fairly short break. We'll see you back in just a few moments. I just need to decide a couple things. All rise to the jury.
It's very interesting. The only people he's showed any emotion at all for was his mother and the black woman.
I thought he got kind of choked up about the dad too, the wife of the neighbor
Jury has
woman.
exited. Everyone may be seated. So I need to decide some things regarding schedule, but it may be more appropriate to address him and whether he's going to testify or not first, and then we need to talk about schedule. Is he ready?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Terry, in an abundance of caution, just like I've done with all the other witnesses where there's a break, I'm just going to swear you in again, sir. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Thank you. You swear any testimony you give will be the truth.
Okay, this is where they're going to ask him if he's going to testify or not.
Yeah. Sir, just like in the guilt phase, now we are in the defense case, and the defense has indicated to me that they have no other witnesses except for the possibility of you yourself testifying. That, again, is your decision and your decision alone. However, I do suggest that you discuss with your attorneys, that you consider their advice, and then ultimately you make a decision. So my first question to you, sir, and again, it is you can testify or not testify. I want to be very clear. I may have expedited it only because I indicated that it's the same decision that you made in the guilt
Be right
phase.
back.
You are now making that decision again. Do you understand that? All right. So my first question to you, sir, is have you had enough time to discuss your decision whether to testify or not testify in the penalty phase of your trial with your attorneys? Yes. Have you made a decision? Yes. What is your decision? I will not. Okay. Has anyone forced you or threatened you in any way to make this decision? Yes, sir. Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medicine that may affect your ability to freely and voluntarily make this decision on your own? Thank you. I appreciate it. You may be seated. All right. So now let's talk about schedule. You're going to rest in front of them when I bring them out, I suspect. Well, yes, he's not going to testify. You indicate you have no other witnesses. So we're at the point where the defense rests.
Okay.
We've got jury instructions. We've got mitigating factors we have to go through, which I suspect could take a while.
They're done. Ms. Bradley was kind enough to send me all the ones she requested, and I gave them every single one they asked for. We've already fixed the instructions.
Oh, okay.
And
Have
we've
you
gone
sent?
over instructions.
I apologize.
We've gone over the draft of the instructions.
Have you sent that to us?
I just sent it to Mr. Diaz and Ms. Ismer because I wanted them to make sure that they don't have any other issues. I want to allow Mr. Keene also to have an opportunity.
Yeah.
But for the most part.
Okay, so when we have the charging conference, it's not going to last very long at all. Okay. Well, ultimately, once you've taken a look at it, I mean, we can take.
Oh, I'm sorry. You meant that. Sorry.
No, I meant they said that they sent it to you so that you and Ismer could look at it.
I've already seen it.
And send it to us?
No, they sent it to me for me to look at it. I'm not saying I've seen it. I agree with it. I think they're going to send it to you now.
Okay. Well, what I was going to say is once you've looked at it, send it to
Oh,
me. I don't care who sent it to me.
The
He's
only-
indicated everything's good.
The only other thing we just needed to do was move on the verdict form the paragraph down. That was it.
That's fine with me. That's what the defense thinks.
No, this guy's not even, he's not even going to testify in his own
Paragraph
behalf.
says if you did whatever, just move it to the next
Thankfully.
page, that's all.
And we'll
Smart.
have once we get it, and I have it in front of me, we'll have an official charging conference where I can flip through and everybody can agree on the record as to the instructions. What I'm understanding is that that's not going to take very long. It is 11:30. I'm going to give you all a choice. It sounds like you all have discussed. There is only two choices. They are not going to begin deliberations today for a number of reasons. Number one, they weren't told to pack a bag. Number two, we didn't secure hotel rooms for tonight. So if they were to go into a point where they needed to go, we don't have hotel rooms. They're not deliberating today. They are deliberating tomorrow. The choice is, do you want to give your closing arguments today, send them home and allow them to begin deliberating tomorrow morning? Or do you want to give your closing arguments in the morning and then send them out to deliberate after closing arguments? Those are the choices.
Do it in the morning.
They're actually going to do it this day.
How do they?
Appreciate that.
And they do deliberate
I
that
understand
day.
there are only two choices. However, I would like to propose a third, which is if we were to waive sequestration, we could do charging, closing, and have them start deliberating since it is so early.
Go Greta.
And we have discussed that with our client.
They have indicated all week long, and frankly throughout the trial, willingness to go late.
Hope Strickland, member for 2 months of the Bent Halos and Broken Wings level. Wow, thank you. Says Steve Gosney increases the IQ of any room he's in.
I do, but I'm fine. This is much more important than that. No offense to my
We
school I
discussed
teach at.
that issue at length, given when we rested. We discussed it at length with our client, and I believe we would prefer to do closings and instruct them since we have gone through the jury instructions and it's not going to take that long, and allow them to deliberate.
I never say never. I honestly, when you said you had a third choice, I didn't think there was any possible. I didn't think there were any third choices, but you changing the a little bit because you said the other day that you wouldn't wait. So yes, with that change and the waiver of sequestration, it accomplishes both of my issues because I didn't tell them to bring a bag, and if they go, I'll go as late as they want. We've been here till 2:00 in the morning in this courtroom while the jury was out.
This is an appropriate time to pause.
I got to show my foot.
And to that Star Wars girl who is famous for people asking for her feet, we have this chat here. Okay, Mr. Gosney, just purchased my copy of Law of Crew Faves, Legal Vices. Please don't read this until everyone gets past the emotional zone. I have poor timing. He said one more book sold, and he shows the toes.
All right, let's see. Here's the first foot.
Oh God.
Here's
nice foot.
Here's
As
the
feet
second
go,
foot.
they're
There's the second foot.
very.
Yeah, they're not bad feet.
Anna,
Here, let's see. They get the.
Anna, that Star Wars girl, famous foot shower. Rate Steve's toes for us, Anna, if you would.
What you'll do for a book sale, I'll tell you. I don't know.
Yeah.
Thank you for.
I rate your toes a 4 out of 5.
Oh, that's not bad. Oh, thank you. I appreciate
Those are
that.
good toes.
Yeah.
All
They'd be
right.
better. They're actually better in person. I don't think the camera catches the best angle.
Matt from Tinder says 6 out of 10. All right. Any other comments on Steve's feet? Oh, wait. Sorry. Wait. Don't put your sock on yet.
What? Okay.
Anna, that Star Wars girl who is a foot shower. She says make you full screen.
Okay, you want to see full screen? Why don't, and I'll do the I'll move the camera down and give you the full views here of the foot.
Oh my gosh.
How's this? Oh, wait a second. There we go.
There you go.
I take back my 4 out of 5.
No, it's not so
Way
good.
too hairy. I'm not gonna pop the feet.
Oh man. Gosh.
All right.
I see now. Look what I got into. That full screen killed me.
All right. Yeah.
The bottom half is great though.
The bottom
We'll do
half.
ASMR while you show the feet, and we'll see how much money we can bring in.
How much for both? Oh my goodness.
All right, Anna, rate those toes.
I lost a point because they are hairy.
Well,
not that hairy. They're blonde hair.
I love
All right.
the internet.
About this.
Yeah. You're getting death penalty lawyers to show their naked tootsies.
And congratulations, we still have 1,141 people here.
Even
I was
after
expecting to have 3 after that, but hey, we're doing good.
How do you
What?
know mine are hairy too? Shame on you.
All right, we just need that Star Wars girl Anna's approval or disapproval. I mean, she's the professional foot raider. Grifter wannabe, do you believe lethal injection will ever be made unconstitutional since many states, including mine, has Old Sparky as the backup option? I don't know how many electric chair. I don't know.
A lot of states actually still have death by hanging as an option as well.
I thought Washington was the only one that still had that.
No, there's a lot of them where they're not like, they don't really present it, but you can choose it if you want it. It's weird because there's a lot of states where it's like, oh, our main option is lethal injection. However, in a circumstance, I didn't read all the special circumstances, but there were a few that allowed for like different options, which I thought was interesting.
A lot of times it's a backup. So if this form of execution gets ruled unconstitutional, then we'll have a couple backups. So that's what you see a lot of times is it's a way for death penalty proponents to secure the death penalty in the case of that their selected method of execution gets ruled unconstitutional.
Olander says, legal vices, I hope you get yeeted for this.
Get what?
Yeeted. Get a YouTube strike for this.
Oh, probably.
All right. Let's see here. 2 more super chats. Michelle Cavernos says, Steven, some people pay big bucks for feet photos.
I don't know. I'm new at this, so what I probably sold something that's worth a lot of money, but I don't think so because nobody wants to really see my feet, do they?
And Tired Man 66 Flux, you were in First Armored when? I was in 180, 136 INN from 2011 to 2018 Iron Soldiers.
Iron Thunder. I was in the First Armored Division when I was in Texas, out at Fort Bliss. That is where the main armored division is now. And yep, Fort Bliss. I was there from 2012 to 2015.
Wow.
Fun stuff.
You guys both rock. That's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, very good.
Thanks. Yeah, it was. I was technically a driver, but my first 2 units were armored. I was attached to armored units.
That's awesome.
Boy,
Oh,
you're
yeah.
a badass. I'm not.
Oh, thanks.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm a wuss. That's why I went to law school.
Yeah, same here.
I wasn't a gun bunny though, so because the armored category at the time was still like it's a combat combat MOS.
Right.
So I technically couldn't. They opened it up to females, I think, in like 2014. But I'm not gonna carry one of those big ass rounds. Like they're this big. They're like 300 pounds. I'm like, I know what I can't do. But I was just attached to armored divisions, and it was fun. I like working with around the tanks and stuff. They're fun.
That is so cool.
Oh yeah, that's what I did in Korea too. I was attached to the one of the armor units there, and doing the joint exercise with the Rock Army was really fun.
Flux is you're cooler than me. That's it. You just won. You won. Congrats.
Hey, it's one of my favorite and my most like prized ones. I have a coin from a major general from the Rock Army from when we did a joint exercise. It was neat.
I got in fights with the ROK Army all the time.
What are you saying?
What?
She's got her mouth full of something.
I'll talk about it later.
But yeah, no, I loved it. It was fun. And that I have it's my Republic of Korea Army Certificate of Merit over there, which that's one of it's like my most prized award that I have for my military service. Because it's from the Rock Army, which you don't often get, like, stuff from different armies.
That's so cool. I love that.
Yeah, it's neat.
Yeah, I only have badass people on here.
Clearly. I don't know why you put me on. I must just be the eye candy. That's okay.
Well, you're badass eye candy. And you're also a Salt Lake County District Attorney candidate who's been endorsed by the governor, the attorney general, the Fraternal Order of Police, the Salt Lake Police guys, and a congressman. So that you're badass.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you. I will be a candidate for another 4 days. So everybody who wants an update, just wait. The canvas, Florida canvassers meet on the 22nd, and that is when the election is certified,
Great.
and that's when I will have a comment, and I will post a video on my page.
And Arlene Unseen is going apoplectic because we're not getting on with that trial. And she said, I'm the very last person she watches because I talk too much and do too many super chats. But I'm the only guy streaming this, so.
Well, you can never do enough super chats. You can never do enough super chats.
Thank you very much for being here anyway, Arlene Unseen. I'll tell you what,
Love you, Arlene.
super chat me $10 and I'll start the stream.
Hey.
Just kidding. Last super chat ring, and someone screen capped Steve's feet and put it on WikiFeet.
Did they really? Oh, shit. I don't even know what WikiFeet is.
It better not be a real thing, because
is that a real thing?
It better not be. Steve is Mr. Homework, so he.
Yeah, WikiFeet is a thing.
Oh dear.
Oh, look at that. You're right about that. I shouldn't have shown my face. Well, I don't care. Who cares? Nobody cares. You kidding? If I become like a celebrity, like foot model, I'll be like, it would blow everybody's mind. That would be so not me.
And Jessica Reloaded, who is also badass, says legal vices. At least you acknowledge your chat, unlike other creators. Always acknowledge the chat, especially you, Jessica Reloaded. All right. And on that note, it's time to jump back into Judge. And let's see what he has in store for us. He's doing jazz hands. We're off to a good start.
I offered to let them go home. That wasn't a sequestration issue, and they wanted to keep going. So I will go as late as they want, or if they want to go home and come back tomorrow, they can do that. But let me just make sure that you are waiving sequestration on the record, and I think just in a bunch of caution, I'll verify that with him.
I agree, and that's fine. We've discussed it, and I believe Mr. Terry has been informed of the issue of sequestration and waiving it, and that he's okay with that decision.
All right, Mr. Terry, I don't need to go into a whole, all this stuff. I just went over a bunch of stuff with you, but are you in agreement to that decision? Yes, sir. And did anybody force you or threaten you in any way to reach this decision? Yes, sir. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you. That's good enough for me. So then let's do it. Let's figure it out now. So I hadn't. Well, I had considered that we would do closings. We do need to do it's 11:30. Should I give them lunch, bring them in, let you rest, give them lunch, then we'll do our charging, we'll be ready, we'll bring them back. If I give them lunch at 11:30, I bring them back at 12:45. If you want 12:45 or 1.
1 o'clock might be better because I have a.
Oh, sorry, Steve. It's just weird seeing me down there in the middle.
Yes, approximately how long you're closing. You anticipate. More than an hour, less than an hour.
Less than an hour.
Less than an hour.
Same.
Perfect. 1 o'clock. I'm gonna bring them in, allow you to rest, send them to lunch. Let's get them.
And I'll send you the instructions.
Please, thank you.
We could probably skip the instructions phase, don't you think?
I don't know. We don't know where the fireworks start.
Please. I haven't had an opportunity to provide them a.
I doubt. No, they're in agreement on the
It's too
instructions.
late. No.
Yeah, you can tonight.
Yes.
I don't know if they want pizza 2 days in a row, but.
They did eat at Eddie and Sam's yesterday.
Who doesn't want pizza 2 days in a row, you demon?
I don't think that's on our list. Nothing against Chinese food.
Some of us like cold
But,
sandwiches.
we have a very limited list. We have a
No,
range.
mix it up a little bit.
It all seems to be pizza and sandwiches.
Yeah, if you don't want pizza 2 days in a row, you're a commie.
I'll bet you we can skip the jury charge. This is the boring part. They just say, "Do we all agree on these instructions?" And they're all in agreement, so you could probably forward it to the closings.
I agree.
Everyone else
Koreans
agrees? All right,
invented.
ladies and gentlemen, of the jury, the defense now resting their portion of the penalty phase. The next phase is the closing arguments of the attorneys. Each side has said that their closing argument will last approximately or less than an hour, but it is 11:30. So what we're going to do, and that was really the decision that I, when I sent you out, that I had to make a scheduling decision. I'm going to send you to lunch now. You want to lunch now? It's actually an hour and a half. It's the long, if you wish. But
The thing is
it's
that
very
jury
important
instructions,
that you in the full lunch.
there is so much pressure on these attorneys to win and to fight. And when the jury goes out and it's all out of your hands, a lot of your emotions overboil. So I don't know what the fireworks are they're talking about, but having been at these emotions, I've never actually been in this particular position, but in a high stakes verdict, that's when
If
your
there's any
emotions boil
questions,
over.
comments,
Well, apparently it doesn't go very long. It's like 10 minutes.
so
So I
this
guess
is
there's
the
no
time
fireworks
when
here.
He said after the jury goes out, they said.
Yeah.
Pre-verdict.
That's like 3 hours
Where it
away.
says one, Matthew Terry
Is it?
previously
No,
convicted,
it's not.
And it starts the crime of assault with intent to do great
This
bodily
is all
harm.
very
I would
jury
also ask that we put
instructions.
the spaces back in between first degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel, and then did the definitions of
Yes,
heinous, atrocious.
any objection to that?
All right, we can skip through this.
Yeah, I like that too.
Okay, so you
Yeah, this
also
is
want
all-
space between heinous, space between atrocious, and space between.
Two of six.
Be here.
Guilt phase instructions, there was a reference that said, and it is the form has been created for it is as follows. It doesn't have that. I'm not suggesting we need it.
All right.
After closings and before dinner.
Yep. All right. That's it for the morning session.
So we're gonna do closings. Were you up for this, or you down? Or
I-
we gonna...
I don't know. Let's check the time here. Yeah, it's let's see. Is this the one we're after? Yeah, this is 4 hours long.
Wow.
Yeah, that ain't happening today. It's 4 o'clock in the morning here.
Everybody's rooting you on. How late is it there in Korea?
It's 4:20 a.m.
Oh my gosh, I feel
Wow.
sorry.
Let's look here at this just for a quick second.
It might be deliberations.
Yeah, I want to see how they handle things here. Okay, there's talking.
That's
This is
closing.
probably closings.
Mm-hmm.
Very long closings.
I mean, we could listen to the closing tomorrow.
Okay. There's a lunch break.
Well, it's 2 hours. 2 hours. That's the deliberations there.
That's deliberation.
Yeah, that's deliberations. So now they're back at 3. So it's
Oh, there's another witness. Huh. That's the stabbing victim. Okay. And then it's over. So it actually finishes like 3 hours and 42 minutes in, with an hour or so for in the middle. So it's like 2 hours.
I agree. We could show the end and then show closing tomorrow. It's up to you.
I'm down
Your
if
show.
you want. It's your show. I'm available tomorrow if you want. Or if you
Huh.
don't, maybe we want to say we do it to get rid of Ghazi. He's already shown his feet and humiliated himself.
People are cheering me on. Well, if I'm gonna be here, I'm gonna grift this. You better make it worth my financial advantage to, to be streaming
Yeah,
at 5
people.
o'clock in the morning. No, just
Come
kidding.
on, people, get those likes up.
$1 equals 5 minutes.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
That's what I'm
All
going
right,
to do
well,
when I
all right,
do my
let's-
24-hour stream.
Oh,
What I
that's
was gonna
good.
say is
That's
I'll
real
sleep
good.
for like 5 or 6 hours and then come back like 9 p.m. Eastern and do it. But I guess if I do it now, I can just continue to sleep. So what the hell?
So wait, are we doing closing and jury?
Mike Morrison has now just obligated me to do it.
Yay, Mike!
Oh,
Well,
do it.
And Tony.
Now
Mike
I'm doing it
Morrison. He's like
with
your
12
super
shots
fan.
in me. Yeah.
Holy
Go
cow.
Mike. Go Mike.
I've got 12 shots in me thanks to Mike. Cheers. Thank you very much, Mike. All right, I will bow to peer pressure. We'll do the closing arguments in the close and the verdict. Why not? Here we go.
Well, then
Down
I
the
am
hat.
very sorry, but I have to go and take my husband to an endodontist. So, endodontist. I love you guys.
Are you out of here, Danny?
I tried to
miss
stay.
you.
I'll miss you too, Flex.
You're like my new best friend.
Oh.
I don't have friends, so thanks.
Oh,
Me either.
Just
What am I,
kidding.
chopped liver? I'm 80% chopped
I
liver.
just said, just kidding, just our friend.
Yes.
This is that
Yes.
sister bond that we just will never
Yeah.
clue into, never tune into. We're just out of it.
And Nathan C has contributed to the Jeff's Bone Steel Razor Fund. Okay. All right. Well, Danny, you gotta go. You gotta go.
Okay. I'll come back
Yeah.
after. If I'm
Tell
if
the
you
old
guys
man
are
howdy.
on.
We'll still be here.
Will do. Hopefully they can save his tooth. It split right down the center after a root
Ooh.
canal. So
Ooh.
pray for him. Okay, love you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Take care. Bye, Danny. All right. It's just, oh, Lord have mercy.
Oof.
This is not gonna. If you want me to do this, please continue to do this, but it may be shorter unintentionally. Why would you not want to drink and listen to closing arguments? I just want to be conscious for the closing argument. Shot number 13 going down the hatch. At least we're spacing it out over 5.5, 6 hours. So
Well, we got to have some
That's
reason
true.
to sell more of my books. Maybe like if I
Yeah.
sell another 4 books and I join you in your drinking quest. How's that?
then it'd be on like Drinkopedia somewhere.
Yeah, it's all right. I don't care.
That'll be
I have-
fun.
I have no reputation to defend. So,
Just a map nailed to the wall. Thank you so much. I think
oh, I just got an order as I said it.
That's
Holy
funny.
cow.
Why would you not want to drink
That's
and listen to
awesome.
closing arguments?
Thank you guys for ordering my book. I really it's very nice. And everybody's been very kind in your channel. So 3 more books and I will take a slug. It's Tracy.
All right, well-
Thank you, Tracy.
Tracy's awesome.
And so is Richard. Richard was another one that put me over the top there.
Drunk Steve is best Steve.
Is it really? I don't know.
We've never seen Steve drunk, have we? I don't think so.
Well, I unfortunately I Ricada, Ricada's insane.
Yeah.
That guy
Yeah.
can drink.
We need to have a drink-a-thon. We need to have a drink off one of these days.
Oh Lord, between you and Nick,
That would be fun.
that
I-
would be crazy.
I'm down for the challenge. Just have to set up like our own accounts, and
Mm-hmm.
that would be fun. All right. Anyway, if you want me to watch this,
Somebody
Yeah.
said to check your Twitter, Vice.
check my Twitter.
I don't
My
know. What
Twitter.
do you have Twitter?
I do, but I don't have anything new in it.
What is knock? North Korean 1,000? Is that what it is?
Norwegian kroner,
Oh, okay.
but it's red.
I
That's all that
just-
matters.
I just sent you a little something if you wanted to show that. That was from my last. Those were all polls.
Okay, got it. All right. Well,
You're getting
Seriously.
friendlier there, Vices. I think we're starting to enter a little zone. Can you feel it?
Okay, first of all, if you want me to stream this, wait until I start streaming to send super chats. Otherwise, we'll never get there. But all right, but before we do a cheers here, hang on, real tight. We're gonna stop this court stream, and we're gonna bring up this stream right here. Yeah, Vices gets happy when he drinks. Yeah, I do. I just curse a little more. I don't get sleepy. I don't get fighty. I just kind of.
Yeah, same here. I get sleepy and happy, and I start giggling like a little girl. It's like...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to share this picture here.
Like Farmhand Tom made of it. What's this?
This is Flux.
Yep.
Now, which one is Flux?
Well, I
Can you
wonder.
guys tell?
Just
These are-
spitballing.
Oops. What did I do? Make it big in it.
Those are all that was when I was in Poland, and we actually got to march in like it was the Polish, I think their Independence Day or something like that. And it was like all these countries like that are a part of NATO, we all got to march together in this parade. It was really neat. But Polish people are really tall. Like I'm full Polish, but I'm a short one. Mhm.
Well,
That's
this
a good picture. I like that.
Where are we at
picture.
here?
Thanks.
It's awesome. It's I don't know. It's so cool. I don't know. There's so, man. I wish I was Army cool.
Xcomer, let's ghost it, man. Cheers. And cheers to Flux for her amazing, wonderful, and grateful service to the country. Your cheers. Cheers. And
I
you're
got
awesome.
nothing to drink
Subscribe to
because I've got 3 more books to sell. So if you buy me, then I can toast with you, and I'll even let the poll determine what drink I drink, whether it be a sidecar, a Moscow Mule, or red wine, port, or white wine.
I love me a tawny port. But anywho, I was saying, like, ordinarily when you drink, like the more
Tawny
you
port.
drink, the less you taste what you're drinking. I can
Mhm.
unequivocally say Egan's gets worse with every drink you take. Now, right now, it's just tasting like somewhere between gasoline and nail polish remover. But it's really good when you just start out. All right, we got 14 super chats to get through here because of you degenerates, and then we'll jump right in. So,
All right.
Unless it's absolutely necessary, let's not comment on them too long. We got to get going on this. 1 before I pass out, and 2 before it gets too late. Hang on, Rick. Okay, Rick Nikeda, my IQ is now in the negatives. Vince Clortho, I want to see Flux's GI photo. We just did. Thank you so much for sharing that. And Michelle Caverna's fireworks are right before the verdict is read. Right before the verdict is read. Nothing's. I'm perfectly fine. See, I'm so fine. I read that one. I opened that one twice. Morgan Dussett, love my Army sisters. However, Flux is still a leg.
What's a leg?
I think that's a Navy term.
I don't know.
Because for military or for Army, there's like really pogs and non-pogs, which is like infantry, and everybody who's not infantry is a pogue. But I don't know what a
Pogues,
leg is.
Great band, by the way. Love me some Pogues. Good music. Nathan C. Danny stream from the car while you wait. Don't think her husband would appreciate that. President-elect 4 Doors More Whores says, here's $2 for 3 hours of your time. Chat never loses. Thank you so much. And Michelle, again, thank you so much again for the super chat. Half of it is the injury. Half of it is the jury instructions, fireworks, then before the verdict is read. Okay.
I don't understand what the fireworks would be before the verdict is read. I want to see that because
We'll find out, I guess. $1 for 5 minutes is the only place you can hire a lawyer for $12 an hour. Exactly.
Good point.
You can't
really-
hire this one for anywhere near that.
I was just gonna say, and really quick, I'm 5'8" for reference in that photo.
Seriously?
Really?
Yes.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Just
Those guys are like 7
5'8".
feet tall.
Yeah. Yep.
Holy crap. Well, it's like on the DMZ, the soldiers have to be at least, was it 6'4" to serve on the DMZ and the guard?
Yep.
Just for total North Korean intimidation tactics.
Just to look like they have big people. Yep.
Yeah. Angie became a YouTube member. Thank you so much, Angie. The fact that you would become a YouTube member in the middle of this absolute crap fest that I'm doing. We've got drunken booze. We've got feet. We've got everything else, and you're still joining as a member. Love you for that. We respect that. That is some deep respect there. And Toasted Foolery 71, currently getting buried in 4 feet of snow. Dang. You must be up in the Great White North or in the Rockies. Been snowing a lot. Gonna be 7 by Sunday AM. Wow. Thanks for the content. I'm quite bored. LMAO.
Yeah,
Excomer.
they're supposed to get hit with like 4 to 7 feet of snow just in like 2 days.
Where at?
Like Michigan and
geez.
like Buffalo area.
Steve gets white girl drunk.
He's watched me
Steve
on. He
does
saw
get
that.
girl drunk.
Yeah.
And Josh 316 just bought my homie's book. Better be good.
Right.
All right. Oh.
Oh, he's a Gator too. He's a Floridian. Extra bonus points for being a Floridian.
Okay.
But I still need to sell 3 books in order to get at least to have the sidecar Taylor Fladgate 20-year-old port. That's the best stuff. You ever had that?
No. Is it just regular port or is it like a tawny port?
It's a tawny port.
Oh,
that's the best port ever made.
The best port I've ever had, which isn't, I'm not gonna say it's the best port ever made, but the best one I've ever had is Graham's 20-year port.
Okay.
But what was it called?
It's a Taylor Fladgate, and it's 20-year-old tawny port.
Look for a Graham's 20-year tawny port and tell me how it compares.
Okay, I've never tried that, but Sidecar is a third brandy, a third orange liqueur, and a third roses sweet and sour.
Yum.
And then
Sidecars are good.
Yeah.
Yep. Just about nailed to the wall. Says sidecar time.
I don't know. I'm just not seeing any more orders.
High five to Flux, my new battle buddy. I was the 19K once upon a time.
Nice.
All right, so let's get into this court stuff. Oh, do you have? Go ahead, Flux. Respond.
Oh, I was just giving him a high five. Nice.
All right, here we go. I'll skip where we can skip, but we'll try to watch as much as possible. You guys are insane. Love you all. Now hit that like button too. We've got 1,248 likes. So hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and go to the crimelaw.net and buy Steve's book and go to Flux Paints, right?
Yep, Flux Paints.
Flux Paints and subscribe to her. And the reason I don't know is because she just changed it from Flux hyphen.
Well, because everybody, I realize the difference between like, you know, how I talk here with Flux and then like when people are like, oh, what's your channel name? It's just easier to be like Flux Paints.
And there's weirdly like 57 Flux channels.
Yeah, I didn't think Flux was going to be that popular of a name. Like
Flux is a pixie. Flux is a 5'8" pixie. She was just standing next to 10 feet tall European giants.
Yep, those Polish boys are corn-fed.
Thank you, Joshua. Joshua bought book.
Oh,
thank you,
might-
Joshua.
you might
2
get
more
your
to go.
afternoon sidecar.
2 might get me into afternoon drinking, which is rare.
Oh.
Only
I
you
might-
guys. You guys bring out all this alcohol. It's like, I don't know.
It's
People
illegal
like-
vices.
That's true. See?
Pages 1 through 7.
Well, if you, I don't have any brandy. If you do that, I'll have to pop out and let's see something I can make instantly. Probably like a Negroni or a Boulevardier, something like that.
And we'll let your chat determine which drink it is. How's that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Do I want a Boulevardier or do I want a an old fashioned or a Negroni? Those would be my cocktail choices when Steve's ready for a cocktail.
Old fashioned.
Old fashioned.
That's a good drink.
Let's go. Oh, we'll make a poll out of it. Why not?
Yeah,
All right,
right, exactly.
Let's watch the court. I'll make a drink poll and we'll go from there.
2 more books.
I want to make sure that the defense received the changes that my staff attorney made regarding really, I think, just spacing and maybe on the verdict form, the size of the font. But the instructions are 7 pages long. Did you have the opportunity to review what we had discussed, the formatting changes? And
We will
did
listen
you
to the
verify
jury
that
instructions because that's
the defense
important. I
is in
think.
agreement with
You
7.11?
think? Boring. I've heard it so many times. It makes
Okay.
me go to sleep.
And the verdict form, it's now 3 pages long. It has some substantive, actually, section E on page 3, as well as the 2 signature lines for the foreperson. Is the defense prepared to approve of this verdict form?
Yes.
All right. One other thing, there is no preliminary instruction to the closing argument.
All right, the cocktail poll
Unless there's
is
something
up.
specific you want me to say, I plan to just tell them when they're seated that the attorneys are now going to present their closing arguments.
Right, the state goes first and go.
Yeah. Is there a rebuttal? No, I didn't think so.
No.
All right.
And so I'm clear. Are you just going to have us? You're just going to say turn to the state, or are you going to say anything?
No, I'm going to say the attorneys are now going to present their closing arguments. The state will go first, and then the defense will have an opportunity.
That's what I said.
And then I'll say it's state ready.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
We're renewing our objection to
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
We're renewing our objection to State's Exhibit 1, which Mr. Diaz informed me he intends to publish to the jury in his closing argument.
I ruled on it coming in, I suspect, at some point. It was admitted.
It's State's Exhibit 1. It was the first thing I put in.
Okay, and there was an objection to it, but I admitted it over objection.
Right, now obviously it's being admitted or being published to the jury
Yeah.
for different reasons. And so we're objecting to that photograph being published to the jury in order to establish EHAC.
I hear you. I'm going to allow it though, over the defense objection.
EHAC
State ready
is
for jury?
heinous, atrocious, and cruel.
Yes, we're ready.
All right, let's get to jury.
All right. Well, we got a couple of more super chats that have come in while I was making the poll. Scroll down. Just a map, nailed to the wall. Says Steve, don't read my info on stream. Go make a sidecar and give the books away.
Well, I don't give books away. What is this? That's not the way the game is played, is it?
And Pro AF Farrier. Now, see, this is a weird thing. I knew of Pro AF Farrier before he was in my chat, because one day I just went down a YouTube rabbit hole and I was watching YouTube videos about farriers, like horseshoers. I was like watching them trim horse hooves and you get rid of the diseases in the hooves and shoe the horses. And I was watching this guy's channel. And so I was like really excited.
Oh,
I was
okay.
super excited when he showed up in my chat because he's like a farrier. And he was like being like, yeah.
As soon as I read this, I remembered. I didn't hang around a lot of airborne people, but I do remember that now.
Okay, so
By the way,
somebody says they donated, and so they just, okay, let me go check that.
that would be X over there. So a leg is anyone's not airborne, at least stream for the next hour so I have something to listen to while I finish my day. And go to Pro AF Farrier's channel, which I believe is Pro AF Farrier. If not, he can tell you what it is in chat, because it's a cool deep dive. But for a country boy like me, watching people shoe horses and trim cattle hooves is like way cool.
Have
and
you
you'll
ever-
find yourself rabbit holing hard.
Ladies and
Have you
gentlemen of the
ever
jury,
watched
good afternoon. Welcome back. Did everyone have a nice lunch? Enough time? Did you enjoy the hour and a half?
Judge
So I
is
guess it was
really
extra 15
loud.
minutes than you've normally
Judge really
been
loud
getting.
to everybody else.
All right. Well, I'm glad to hear it. We are now, as I indicated.
Matthew donated $50 for me to start my sidecar, so that's sufficient.
Before we took the lunch break, at the stage where the attorneys will have the opportunity to do their closing arguments in the penalty
This is
phase.
interesting. At what point did the volume get really big like this?
When
It is just much like the guilt phase where the state will go first and then
Huh.
the defense will have an opportunity to give a closing argument, and then I will give you the instructions.
Let's see if we have.
Law,
No,
and
we
then
don't
you
have
go
any
back to the
closed captions for this one either.
So at this time, I am ready to turn to the state and see if they are ready to proceed. Mr. Diaz?
Thank you.
All right, let's rock the closing arguments. Jury instructions weren't anything special, but there's one thing I want. There's one part of the jury instructions that I think would be relevant. And there's only one execution. If you love Resident Evil and British rap, check me out. Love you, Flux. And I guess you too, Jeff. And definitely Steve.
oh, thanks, execution.
It is slightly different than what you saw before, but it still follows the same basic idea. You will be asked to make a decision, and you will reflect your decision here on the verdict form to tell us what your ultimate decision is. However, unlike before, where things were ranked highest offense and then subsequent offenses all the way down to not guilty, and you're only picking one, you're instead being asked to answer what is effectively a series of 5 questions.
A, B, C, D, and E.
All right, I'm going to turn down the volume a little bit, or do you think it's good where it is?
You will answer all of them because you will answer yes.
I think it's okay as long as
So
they
the
don't.
first one is going to be,
get any
do you
crazier.
unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of an aggravating factor? And as you may recall, when we talked about it before, there are two aggravating factors in this case. And so you have two separate inquiries under the
Okay,
first
never mind,
step,
I'll leave it
step A. The first part has to do with whether or not the defendant has previously been convicted of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. And the second one, number two, was the murder especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel? I'm going to talk about both of those in a second. But if you check yes to either one of these, though I submit to you, you will ultimately check yes to both of them. It will then tell you, and you'll see this repeated over and over again, if you check yes, you're going to move on to the next step. If you check no, everything is done. The defendant gets life in prison and there's nothing more to discuss. So when you check yes as to 1 and 2 under A, you'll then get to B. And again, you may remember from jury selection, and I know that that's almost 3 weeks ago now, but you may remember from jury selection that the next question is, do you unanimously find
know it
that
does.
the
That's what
aggravating
I've been
factors
telling
are
people.
sufficient to warrant the possible sentence of death? And again, I submit to you that you will say yes. And so when you do, under B, you find that the aggravating factor or factors are sufficient to warrant death, you will move on to C. Now, C is a little different, and the judge will explain this to you, okay? But in this case, you do not have to be unanimous. As for A, B, D, and E, you will have to be unanimous in the decision of all of those. But for C, it only has to be one or more of you who finds that one or more mitigating circumstances were established by the
There's still a few more super chats to get through. I haven't missed your super chat yet.
Than
Leslie.
beyond a reasonable doubt. Greater weight of the evidence is you sort of think of it like the scale
Thank
of
you, Matt.
justice. One just has a little bit more than the other, right? The greater weight. It's just a little bit more for one. And I submit to you that you will see in the instructions, I think it's 18 separate potential reasons for mitigation that are listed in the instructions. And you can contemplate all of them. And statistically, between the number of you that there are and the number of potential mitigators that you are, I fully expect that one or more of you will answer yes to this because you think that there is at least mitigation worth considering. And so when you check yes there, you will move on to D. And this will be the part that I talked about at length during jury selection. You'll get to the part where you have to decide, do the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigation? Right? And again, this is not a numbers game. It's not, well, there's 2 mitigating factors and there's 2 aggravating factors, or there's 2 aggravating factors and there's only 1 mitigating factor, or 2 mitigating
a little
factors and there's
buffery.
18 mitigating factors. It's not a question of numbers. It's not a question of quantity. It's a question of quality. It's the weight that you assign to the aggravators and the mitigators, and do you determine the aggravators to outweigh the mitigators? And in this case, I submit to you that you will find the aggravators outweigh the mitigators. And so, as it tells you, you will then proceed to the last step. Having unanimously found that at least one aggravating factor has been established beyond a reasonable doubt, Section A, that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant the sentence of death, Section B, and that the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances, Section D, we, the jury, unanimously find that Matthew Terry should be sentenced to death. And I submit to you that the only just and correct verdict in this case is to check yes on all of these questions. Yes, the 2 aggravating factors have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Yes, they are sufficient to warrant the consideration of death. Yes, there is some mitigation, but yes, whatever aggravation there is outweighs the mitigation that might exist. And yes, the defendant should receive a sentence of death. So let's talk about aggravating factors because that's obviously the first step.
Okay, before we talk about aggregating factors, did you get your cocktail, Steve?
I did. Thank you very much to Matthew.
Awesome.
That was very generous. And I cheers, and I'll do a cheers to you for here's the sidecar. That's a third Cointreau, 1/3 brandy, and a third rose sweet and sour. Very sweet, but very high in alcohol content. And I haven't had much to eat today.
And let's see. For my cocktail, 20% said Negroni, 22% said Boulevardier, and 58% said old fashioned. So I guess it's old fashioned time for me. And people are saying, "Oh, make sure it's a real old." I don't do this like the Michigan horrific old fashioned thing. I just do them traditional. One cube of brown sugar, dash of water, 4 good dashes of Angostura bitters, 3 dashes of orange bitters, couple of ounces of whiskey, and that's it.
Here's the Taylor Fladgate, by the way.
Pretty bottle.
20-year-old port. It's pretty expensive, I got to say. It's about $80 a bottle, but
That's not bad.
No.
At least for Korean
And
prices.
I'm drinking Dr. Pepper.
Oh, you're a good girl.
I
right.
have to get monetized before I'll drink.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
what
give
the-
her. She needs 1,000. Go over to Flugs and give her 1,000 subscribers. She needs them desperately.
What does a drunk Flux look like? Yeah, save that for your channel.
Oh yeah. That's gonna be either when I get monetized, I'll do like a drunk paint stream, which should be interesting.
Thank you
Yeah.
for pointing out. I got to check. I got to check. Somebody says there's an error in my website, so I got to look it up.
All right, well, I'm going to burn through these chats. Then
Oh,
I'm going
let's
to
see
click
it.
play, and then I'm going to go make myself an old fashioned. Should take about 5 minutes because my house is like long. Jury instructions there weren't anything special, but like I said, I'm sure he'll cover them here. But there's one thing I think would be important, which we can talk about at the right time. A leg is in. We read that one. Just a map nailed to the wall. Steve, we read that one too. Hey, we don't have very many to read, actually. Leg means not airborne. Thank you, Tired Man 66. Alyssa K says, finally caught up to you live. Seeing how compassionate Steve is, watching this further confirms how great he must be at his job. Faith in humanity is mildly restored.
Thank you. I'm sorry, boy. I haven't had anything to eat, so it's already like getting me silly.
After 2 sips, yeah, girl.
Oh,
Jason
my
Gould
goodness.
says, I'd love to buy Steve's book. Can we arrange for shipping to Croatia?
The way I've been handling international sales is email me your address. Email me your address, and I will get the wifey to calculate what it would be, and then we'll give you the book at the regular price, and then donate the difference for the shipping. So we can do that by email. If you send me your address that you want me to ship it to, and if it's agreed, then you can do that way.
All right.
The Croatian uniform is really cool, by the way.
Steve's a lightweight. I didn't say anything I wasn't. Who said I was? These guys doing these 13 shots, that would kill me.
Like I said, I'm like 25% Lithuanian, 25% Scottish, and 25% Irish. So I'm immune to alcohol.
Yeah.
All righty. Let's start this. I'm gonna go make me an old fashioned.
If there's no aggravating factors, the state doesn't even get off the ground. So you'll receive this instruction, 7.11. Okay, and it has some
7.11.
opening explanations and stuff. And then eventually you transition to right here.
Oh, he's
The
transitioning.
aggravating factors alleged by the state are Matthew Terry was previously convicted of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. And the instruction tells you very specifically the crime of assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder, is a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. So
The other 25% is
as
English.
simple as going and looking at the certified copy of conviction and seeing that the defendant was convicted of that crime, and therefore the first aggravator has been proven solely by the certified copy of conviction. But beyond that, you heard from Ailish Gallagher, the prosecutor. You heard from Matthew Crumbach, the detective, who told you they were there the day the defendant was found guilty, what he was found guilty of. And you've heard from Michelle Rogers, who told you the circumstances. along with
Croatians
Detective
invented
Crumbach, who
ties, the
given pictures
maraschino
and evidence,
cherries,
you
and
can
the
see them. You can
Dalmatian.
see that clearly what happened in Lansing was a
Interesting.
crime of violence. You know it's a felony, and it's a violent felony. You know the defendant's been convicted. The state of Florida has absolutely, positively, not even beyond a reasonable doubt, beyond all doubt, shown that the defendant has previously been convicted of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. And so that brings us to this other one, which you probably haven't heard a ton about. So I want to talk about it a little more in depth. I want to remind you, as I'm sure you've heard 100 times, that the penalty.
Okay, I have a high tolerance.
By default, is always life imprisonment. It falls on the state to prove the aggravators and to show that the defendant is worthy of consideration for the death penalty. Now, we've already done that with the first aggravator.
I shall return.
There's also this one. Heinous, atrocious, and cruel. And you may think,
Oh,
well,
wait.
what does heinous, atrocious, and cruel mean? And the law
I wanna hear
defines that
this.
for you. Heinous means extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even the enjoyment of the suffering of others. The kind of crime intended to be included as especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel is one accompanied by additional acts that show that the crime was conscienceless or pitiless and was unnecessarily torturous to K.
Okay, now this is where I have a question for Steve, and this is I guess we don't have to listen to the actual jury instructions if we don't want to, because I had a couple of
wouldn't skip
questions here.
this. Mhm.
Was that?
I'd skip the jury instruction from the judge. The
Yeah, from the
closings are
judge.
important. Yeah.
Yeah, because this is the one I wanted to
This
like,
means
this question
extremely
here.
wicked or shockingly evil.
Extremely wicked.
But see this thing, all first degree murders qualify.
That's my question.
Yeah.
If you're, it's a first degree murder is wicked. So this would have to be like more wicked than your normal first degree murder.
Right, which is not. This is a typical first degree murder. And that's why I don't think it qualifies for the death penalty. But because this aggravator exists, especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel, and it applies to all first degree murders, in that case, that's why the Florida's death penalty statute is unconstitutional, because it does not create any winnowing effect on the death penalty. So you should be able to segregate the death penalty qualified first degree murders from the life in prison ones. And if all of them qualify, then you don't have any winnowing effect. That's a big problem. That will come up on every death penalty appeal. And it's right. I mean, the fact is you can't have a catch-all aggravator.
And Alyssa Kay says, I remember the judge for Bundy using that exact wording when describing him. Was that on the books beforehand or after? Well, obviously it was on the books beforehand because the judge used it.
Now, what threshold do you have to meet to meet the level of cruel and
extreme,
violent or whatever as far as the jury is concerned?
Whatever the jury thinks. It's undefined, vague words that the jury fills in the meaning for.
Okay. So it's really just an argument at the point to try and get the enhancers at this point.
Yeah, see, the thing is, words, people don't understand. In my law self-defense class I teach on criminal law, I talk about how words are vague. You can't, they're so unspecific. It's just like, and you just say, well, let's define it. So we just add more words, and it's just a big cloud. Like, what is it? I don't know. Nobody knows. If lawyers don't know, where's the line? Who knows? So they just throw it to the jury and they say, you jury, you figure it out. And here's a bunch more words that help you define it, which don't help.
That's like the worst thing for the worst thing for civil attorneys is all of the laws that say what the reasonable person would do. But
I love sidecars. Matthew is a hero, by the way. These are so good.
Nowhere in the history of law is reasonable person defined.
Yeah. The reasonable person instruction is exactly that. It's like, what's a reasonable person? I don't know. Whatever you think it is.
All right. Two things real quick here. And then I'm going to go make my old fashioned. First of all, welcome back, Danny.
Hey, Danny.
That was quick.
I made a mistake. I'll explain later. Let's get back to the show.
Do you have a donut?
It's a custard bread from a Korean bakery.
I was going to say that is the most Korean thing I've ever seen in America. There's a Korean bakery in Salt Lake?
Yeah, the Two Le Jour.
There's a Two Le Jour in Salt Lake?
Yeah.
Shut up. Why didn't you tell me that when I was there last summer? I'm shame on you.
It didn't exist when you were here.
It's just brand new. Wow.
Mhm.
There's a Two Le Jour is a Korean bakery chain here. There's like Perry Baguette and Two Le Jour, the big Korean chain bakery. They have one in. Wow, like Korean bread is not good, but like if you're not in Korea, it's probably really good.
If you're craving it, like once you get a taste for it, it's hard to.
Oh my God. Now I want to go to Two Le Jour. There's a Two Le Jour right next to my office. Anyway, all right. So welcome back, Danny. And we're going to start this and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. As soon as I start it.
Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even the enjoyment of the suffering of others. The kind of crime intended to be included as especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel is one accompanied by additional acts that show that the crime was conscienceless or pitiless and was unnecessarily torturous to a. And so I want to highlight a variety of things that I think you should contemplate.
As opposed to necessarily torturous.
When you do, you'll see that we have proven it. The first thing is, it ends with the notion of conscienceless or pitiless and was unnecessarily torturous. What Matthew Terry did to Kay Baker was conscienceless. It was pitiless. And Kay Baker suffered. She was tortured. And you might think initially that torture means, well, she must have been tied to a chair and like somebody was putting bamboo under her nails. But torture is an act of the mind of Kay Baker, right? That's why it matters that she's awake. That's why it matters that she's still feeling the pain of every single time the knife is plunged into her. That's the torture. It's the fact that she knows what's coming. She's there on the ground, literally watching death creep ever closer to her. That's the conscienceless, pitiless, torturous elements that make this heinous, atrocious, and cruel. I want you to look again at the photos of the injuries Kay Baker suffers. I want you to contemplate what that had to be like. How many times she has to be stabbed.
Objection.
Sure.
Oh, that's a golden rule violation.
What's that?
Yeah, she just did a good. How would you feel if? Yeah, I miss. I'm sort of like I'm not on edge. Boy, I am really. We losing it here, but yeah, it's like kaboom! What? I should have picked up on that the first time.
Yeah, you're
good
really
defense
dropping
team.
the ball, Steve.
It's because of this. I don't drink when I do trials.
Is it painful? Is it scary? Does it rise to the level of torture? I submit to you that it does.
See, and
But
in,
look at the entirety of the act.
and in my
Look at the
opinion, I don't know if
entirety
it
of the
necessarily
circumstances
rises to the level of
what's really
torture.
happened.
Of what?
It's not just the number
Of
times she's
torture,
stabbed.
in my
It's not
mind.
just the location
I'm not sure I'm
where she's
convinced.
stabbed. It's not just the damage. that
We
she
were also
suffered.
in the military,
All the things she
I
was
was.
leading up into that
we
moment.
all watch.
Kay
Gore
Baker
porn is its own
knows
genre
that
of
the
movie
defendant is
that
capable of
exists.
doing it.
And I think with television
knew he
and
did it
TV and the
before.
way that we showcase torture, the way we show
Mhm.
torture,
Kay Baker stood by
really
Matt
kind of
Terry
takes
through all
away
this.
from
He testified at his own trial. You heard
the
from Mr. Terry's mother.
meaning, the original intent in the language, in my opinion.
She knew.
That's fair.
There came a moment.
That's fair.
And again, when we get to the issue of unanimity, you might decide where that moment comes. Does it come as she's running into the room to close the door? Does it come as she's throwing open the window? Does it come as she's
The
crawling
way
out
I
window?
always
Does
say
come
it
as
is
she's
imagine
running
doing
away
this
from
to an
the home?
animal.
But somewhere,
Is it torturous
real
to
clear.
stab an animal 25
Real clear
times
to
and
her
then
what she's
slit its
about to
throat
go through.
and then let it bleed out and die to death?
The terror,
I would agree with that.
the
Yes.
torture that is
Die
coming.
to death. That made perfect sense.
Matthew Terry is the
I'm not
person
even
who's
I'm
drinking.
following. I'm following.
without conscience and without pity.
Generally,
I submit to
stabbing
you, ladies and
deaths are
gentlemen,
always
that
hack.
those things that Matthew Terry did on that night, that you've already determined that he did, were outrageously wicked, shockingly evil. They were vile. What Matthew Terry did to the woman who loved him, the woman who invited him into his own home, the woman who had been his friend, both his personal friend and his family friend, for basically their entire lives.
Objection. Non-statutory aggravation.
Overruled. Move on. It is evil and vile. The state of Florida has proven the two aggravators. And so you must now turn to the question of, are those aggravators sufficient to even contemplate the death penalty? And I submit to you that they are. This is not a murder where Kay Baker was shot in the head and lost consciousness instantly and felt nothing. That's not what this case is. This is not a case that is dispassionately done from a distance with a gun. This is up close. This is personal. You've got to get within inches of the person to plunge a knife into them over and over again. You've got to physically fight back against them
Right.
and
Yeah.
take whatever
Stabbing deaths are
Rule.
always qualify for this
Rule.
aggravator.
These
Could I say as an
the things that
attorney,
you've
could
already
I say
determined
this is
that
how
the
I
defendant
would
did
feel? I know
are
how.
sufficient
Nope.
to contemplate a possible sentence of death.
Okay.
Objection. It's not the law.
Approved.
I love it, man. They are on top of it. These are great lawyers. You know that this lawyer team is great.
Oh,
Isn't it a-
absolutely.
Isn't it a joy to watch?
It's fascinating because you see like I really want to hate her because she's defending a terrible man. However,
Ladies and gentlemen, the attorney,
her
ladies and gentlemen of the
expertise
jury,
is so great
first of
and
all,
she is
what
so
the attorneys
professional.
say
You
is
can't
not
hate
the
her.
evidence or your instruction on the law. Your
She's
instruction
doing
on
her
the law will
job.
come from
She's
me.
doing her job and
Exactly.
she's doing it
Instructions,
well.
They will go back into the jury room with you, and this is the law that you shall consider, not what they said.
Right on.
I'll ask you to disregard his last statement.
And so no
Judge,
one's
man.
confused.
Freaking judge.
You
is
will find the
great.
defendant's actions are sufficient to warrant a possible
Cheers.
sentence of death.
Oh,
should
and
find
he's
them.
getting angry.
Where they screw this
I
up
will not
enough,
go step
Helen,
by step through all of them.
you
Let's
can
go ahead and see
absolutely
them
object.
just to get a
object.
feeling for them.
Did we have
On page
fireworks
3
yet?
of 7 in the
No.
instructions, you'll see the
No,
mitigation.
but prosecutor's getting a little dicey.
They go all the way to
Dicey.
14 on this page, and then they carry it
Getting
over
saucy,
to
is
page
he?
4
Chippy.
Mm.
through number 18.
Flux, you're like the fourth
Given that the
person to
standard is
tell
the
me
greater weight of
something
the
like
evidence, the
that
burden is the
about
greater weight of the
defendant,
evidence. Did Matthew Cherry
like
Groban 11
defense
home? Yes.
attorneys
Absolutely.
in the past like
Was his
months.
family love and support?
That's so unique because
I'm not going to stand up here and say
I just have so much
You know the
respect for
testimony
my
of people who said
defendant,
no to their truth.
my defense colleagues.
Matthew Cherry's mother and father. came
Oh,
forward,
absolutely. And that's the thing. It's like with a good
there's obviously
defense
some mitigation.
attorney,
I won't even waste time debating them. The
you
question is,
you want
aggravating
to
factors.
hate them because they're
Does the fact that the
defending
defendant has done this before,
a
done
piece of
violent
shit,
crime before.
but because
Does the
it's
fact that
their
the defendant
right
did
to
this act is
have that
so
defense and see them
brutality,
actually
so
working
conscious, so pitiable,
hard for
and so
that is
torturous to the victim,
fascinating.
Does that outweigh the mitigating factors? And I submit to you, yes. You've heard the testimony from the various people who came to talk to you about the mitigation. Mr. Land, who came to talk to you about the Florida Department of Corrections and the family friends of Mr. Terry, and even the detention deputy from the jail cell where Mr. Terry was. And nothing about any of that will outweigh the aggravators in this case.
Okay, Steve.
No, well, so there's a golden rule argument that was made there. The objection was in golden rule is, how would you feel if you were being stabbed? Okay, that is not an appropriate closing argument. The second thing is, then there was a misstatement of law by the state attorney, this fellow here, and that misstatement of law was there was objection, they sidebarred, and then the judge said he agreed with the defense and said, you will not listen to the closing arguments. This is arguments, but the law is going to be as I tell you, and you will disregard that statement of law that the state attorney just said. So that's error number 2 in closing, right? And then you had what was the next thing he did? So those were the 2 that kind of came up. I mean, so it's easy. See, this is where the emotions. You've been in a long trial. It's difficult. Your blood is up. Your heat is up. And it's easy to go overboard. But, you know, this is where the prosecutor is really tested to stay fair and stay on target. And, you know, I really think that this guy has been doing too much of the heavy lifting here. Mr. Brian Stelter here needs to sit down and let some of his colleagues tag off and assist him with the case, because he's doing all the work and he's probably very fatigued at this point. And I'm done with my sidecar, so I don't know what the next goalpost will be, but this has really hit me hard because I haven't had anything to eat all day.
You couldn't even wait till I got back. Jeez. I brought back a double old fashioned.
Oh, that's pretty. Look, I'm done.
Bullet rye was what I used for this one.
2 sidecars without me anything on my stomach, like with no food all day. Holy cow.
Cheers to Chat for selecting an old fashioned.
Go eat. This is so much fun. I'm really enjoying this trial.
That's so good.
This is the best trial that I have ever been involved in and watched. I mean, like with you, I mean, I watched the Brooks and I watched the Popcorn Murder Guy and I watched, I don't know, all these different ones. But this one is where you're really seeing, like, your tratters and stuff and your people that are watching it. This is one where you can really see the way it really is. This is like the way that trials are really done with good attorneys and good judge and everybody else. Enough of my talk. So sorry, interruption there.
No. Go ahead. You can continue to compliment me in my streams.
This was a good choice because, you know, it's so many times the media picks on one that's defective.
This was literally just I'm like, oh my God, I don't really have anything to stream. We just finished Brooks. We need something to wash the taste of Brooks out of my mouth, and this just happened to be on day 1. So I said, hey.
Some people were talking. Some people were saying, "Well, how Gosney?" See, they're always thinking I'm like Mr. Pro Defense. I'm not. I'm saying that I have sympathy for the victims of this case. I've had sympathy for the defendant and the defendant's family. And this whole situation is horrible. Okay, so it's not like there's no positive outcome for this trial. It's all negative. All right. And so then the second thing is people are saying, "Well, how can stabbings be not cruel?" Well, see, that's the whole problem. Every stabbing is cruel and evil. Every stabbing murder is torturous. And see, that's the problem because it doesn't winnow away. It doesn't narrow the cases that are eligible for the death penalty for the ones that are. And what's happened, see, when they initially passed it, it's like, okay, we've got 6 aggravators. But then we got to add this one. 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 Then everything applies, and then it's unconstitutional.
Well, that's why I wanted to hear whether it came from him, the defense, or from the judge. I wanted to hear that it needed to be exceptionally cruel.
So every murder is exceptionally cruel. It's evil. It's terrible. It's horrible. It impacts so many people in such a harsh way. So I'm just commenting here. I'm a commenter. What's that?
Okay, so just like
I would argue that I mean, okay, so I will grant you that all first degree murders are exceptionally heinous. But as Orwell said, some pigs are more equal than some animals are more equal than others. I think some heinous things are even more heinous than others.
Exactly. If you're threatening to kill a child before you kill the adult and it's their child, that's torturous. And then killing said child and then killing said adult. If it's a slow, drawn out death, if it's a death that incurs a lot of violence versus just one shot and killed, right? There's a difference between poisoning someone slowly over time and making them ill and then slowly dying in a painful or excruciating way versus, slipping someone some arsenic one night in their drink when they're already drunk. Right? There's very different.
Perhaps, but I had the hack aggravator, the e-hack aggravator given in a case where a guy unloaded on his wife as fast as he could and shot her. So there is this hack aggravator apply. You can say that in every first degree murder case. It's cruel. He shot her. So it's always going to be there. So if it's always there, there's no winnowing.
That's why I don't understand the hate crime thing either, because all crimes are committed out of hate.
You and I both agree. Hate crimes make no sense. Like what? You have double intent?
Yeah, okay. It's okay to murder if it's not full of hate, but it's worse if somebody. I don't care why my loved one was killed.
Yep.
It's like they were killed. They were murdered, right? The motivation was relatively insignificant compared to the murder, right?
Well, and then in line with what Steve is saying, the problem is you're leaving it up to a group of humans to decide what is exceptionally heinous. What I think is exceptionally heinous is not what Steve thinks, is not what Flux thinks, is not what Danny thinks. So we're all judging the same thing on a different scale.
Well, let's see let's lay on some more trial stuff. Let's go.
All right. First, Mahalo Man says just pearly things on YouTube is Danny On's voice twin.
Oh, cool. Well, mahalo.
Lucky shiny pearly things or whatever. Pearly shiny things. Rick Nikeda says, I worked a 15-hour day today, and this stream made half of it manageable. Gotta love that truck driving life. Hey, people... See, and again, that's what I said. Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell, midnight to 6. That was just it. No matter what you were doing late at night, driving down a highway somewhere, you could always tune in and listen to it. And that's kind of how I wanted my channel to be.
Hey, and salute to the truck drivers, man. They're the people that make this country really work.
Yeah, and I wanted it to be something that you could watch visually, but also you could just put it on in the background and still know what's going on when you're watching and listening to my channel. And Josh 316, Gosney getting lit.
Thank you, Matthew, for giving me that hit. I don't know what's the next goalpost. I don't think that I doubt your chat is up for five more books.
I think it should just be the goalpost to drink with me.
No. I gotta be compensated for this amount of abuse.
Well, you set your goalpost anywhere you want to set it.
How about 4 more books? But I don't know if you do it, I'll be wrecked.
That would be the cutest thing. Do it, chat. Buy 5 books.
4 books. I'm setting the goalpost low. I'm at.
He wants to get drunk, chat.
No, I don't. I really don't.
Look at him. He's like, I said 5. He's bringing it down to 4. He loves this. He's like, yes, please buy all my books.
Topless Steve at 5 books.
No, that is definitely not happening. Feet are one thing. My embarrassingly caved in chest is another.
All right, let's go. Oh, damn it. Where were we? in my
Oh,
defense,
boomer.
I am 12
Boomer.
shots. I'm 12 shots and about a quarter of a double in here. So I hit the
We just
timeline instead of the play
rewinded.
button.
Yeah.
Where were we?
The
Ish?
book
Does
is
anyone remember?
crimelaw.net. Crimelaw.net. Go there and buy
We
the book
were
for
we
4
were
more.
like just over the
Well,
I
what
don't
I'm
know what the time was, but we were past the sound icon.
what I'm gonna do is I have my play thing going here. I'm gonna scroll back
27
in my
minutes. The chat is saying
Oh
27
wait, I
minutes.
can tell you where you were. Oh no, I can't. Sorry.
we were 27 minutes and 40 seconds in. I just scrolled back in my screen and watched it. So all right. 27:40 is the mark. I'm
The
awesome.
chat is so good. See, they're not drinking. They're on top of it, man. They're just making us look like idiots.
Yeah. Well, that's not hard to make me look like an idiot.
See, the
was gonna
girls are
say-
smart. The girls know when to restrain themselves. We're just off
Yeah.
there on a bender.
Well,
Yeah,
I've got to
woo.
work.
What
It's
is-
1 p.m. here?
I'm
What
on
is
vacation.
there's a saying about a wise man keeps silent, but a fool runs his tongue, something like that.
That's Lincoln.
Yeah.
Nice.
That was paraphrased though.
Very much so.
Better
right.
to remain silent and then let the question then and then open your mouth and then
Remove all
resolve
doubt.
all doubt, remove all
Yeah.
doubt, right?
Let's go chat. Buy 20 more books. All right.
Jeez.
With that, I'm going to very, very carefully hit the play button, as carefully as my semi-intoxicated fingers can work.
Lightly that mitigation. At some point, Matthew Terry took State's Exhibit number 73.
Why'd you do that? That's tampering with
State's
evidence.
Exhibit number 1. Objection. Approach, please.
Huh. I wonder what this objection is.
I don't know, but this is a really good old fact.
If you go to the crimelaw.net, there's a whole description of what's in the book. And actually, I think this is you're going to get the highly improved second edition with an additional chapter and upgraded paper and upgraded cover and everything like that. So the second edition is being pre-ordered now. It should be out next week.
Chat,
We-
don't remind me. Now I'm going to start using that as an adjective. Molesting evidence. That was what, 3 days ago, 2 days ago?
Well, we
When
can
you go back, you'll
oh,
have all the evidence that you had before, plus the additional things that have been admitted here. And so look at the pictures.
Yeah, that
Look at the pictures of the
phrasing had caught
autopsy
me
or the
off
picture
guard.
of State's Exhibit 1 or all the other pictures and ask yourself, was the actions that caused the death of Kay Baker, were they heinous, atrocious, and cruel? And they were. Were they a repetition of a violent act when the defendant had already been convicted of a violent act before? And that's absolutely the case. The aggravators in this case tower over the mitigation. It's not just a little bit on the scale. The aggravators slam down in comparison to the mitigation.
why is there no closed captions for this? Shame on you, Law and Crime.
At the end of all of this, you must ask yourself,
Very ableist.
should the
of them.
defendant should he be sentenced to death? And I want to be really clear. If you remember all the way back to jury
Wait, did the
selection,
prosecutor actually say molest the
it was
evidence?
Wednesday or Thursday,
Yes.
depending upon which group of people you were in. I started it the same way for every group. I stood up and I told
Okay.
you that this is real. It's not hypothetical. It's not theoretical.
Was that when she was talking
We
about
have
the
never
DNA,
tried to minimize
the
what we
blood
were asking you
expert?
to do.
Oh, yeah,
Told you up front.
probably.
It's another human being. All right, I told you that. We've never tried to pretend that it's anything less than it is. But where we are now is we are in penalty phase. And as we discussed with you during jury selection, this case is different because you guys decide the sentence. You guys decide the punishment. You decide what is appropriate.
Steve, I just changed
So
my mind.
I want to remind you that
About what?
though it may be hard,
He should spend the rest of his life in
You agreed to
jail
follow the
and
law?
not get the death
the state
penalty.
of Florida has
Oh, thank you,
proven the
Danny.
aggravators. They do
Not because
they
of
are
you.
sufficient,
Oh.
and they do
Because
have-
I took due consideration into the aggravating circumstances.
This is not a death penalty case.
This
There's
is not a death penalty case. I agree.
Yeah, I'm not sure why we're going for death penalty on him, but regardless, this is not. I mean, I've seen so much worse. I hate to
would
say,
agree.
it's like this is the bottom level of first degree murder. Which I mean, not to minimize it, but life in prison's a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, but thank you, Danny. I appreciate that. You're a good person, and I'm praying for
sorry.
you to do great things in your future elected career, because you're the kind of person we need in a position of authority.
I mean, I am all of those things, but I would have been all those things had I decided this was a death penalty case.
Sure.
The way I see it is, and not to discount your wonderful compliments. That was very kind of you. But that being said, here in Utah, there's one case that comes to mind that didn't get the death penalty, where this guy made someone else drink gasoline before he murdered everyone in that room. And they had tied them up. And for some reason, they didn't get death penalty. And that pisses me off so much when I see cases like this and he is potentially going to get the death penalty. That pisses me off.
Well, to me, this is just more of a heat of passion.
I agree.
And that's the thing. I mean, he's going to go away for life. That is not a soft punishment. That is a horrible punishment for this child of these parents, right? And he's caused tremendous evil, and we're going to punish him. But it's not the level of somebody who is like, it's not the top, the worst of the worst. It's a typical first-degree murder case. So, but I salute you, Danny. I think that's the kind of judgment that we need in a prosecutor. Somebody who can make these kind of distinctions. No, really. I mean, it's a difficult thing to be able to make those kind of calls. That's what makes the prosecutor job hard. It's easy just to charge everybody with a max. It's hard to make those kind of hard calls, right? So I think you've got a great future ahead of you, and I would support you in anything you do. Even if you are for the death penalty, you have the kind of heart and distinction and judgment that we need in elected officials.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at the chat here. They're like, oh, it's paused again. They got 4 more minutes into the video.
Sorry, chat. I needed to get sunshine blown up my butt. Thank you. Thank you, Steve.
Sunshine delivered. Okay, we're gonna move on.
I think they're sending us hints now.
And thank you, Sade. Is it Sade? Thank you, Sade, for the book. 3 more, and I'll have to punish myself some way.
Can we finish the kumbaya and get back to the video?
Look at the picture.
Well, they always say conservatives are so heartless.
Yeah, see
The
how
hell with
cuddly and
them.
warm we are.
We are not heartless. We're just we tend to lean more on rationale and on
responsibility.
logic. And
Sorry,
to be
Danny,
fair,
I got
that's
to
why I
cover you
changed
up
my
here.
mind.
Huge Ass says, are the headphones there so we can listen to the conversation when they approach the bench? Yes, that's exactly why they're. He gets to listen in on what they're talking about because he is able to participate to the fullest in his own defense. So yeah, he's listening to what they're saying at the bench. He doesn't have like Depeche Mode on there or something. All right, let's rock.
Mitigators. And so we ask that you deliberate. And I really
Don't
want to
molest the
talk about
mitigators.
This is the last page of the instructions the judge will give you. And I want to point out the word that appears over and over again in its various iterations. It is during deliberation, while you deliberate. Help you in your deliberations. When you begin to deliberate, the judge cannot participate in your deliberations.
Not deliberately,
This thing
anyway.
will get up here and tell you that you each have to make an individual decision, and that is absolutely true. You each have to make an individual decision, and it has to be unanimous at the end of the day. That is the case.
Sade is so hot.
Legal basis. Approach.
Legal vices? What? They're approaching legal vices. Something like that. All right, Super Jack incoming. Love you guys. Best quad out there. I feel so bad I have to cover up Danny every time I read a Super Chat.
Cover me up.
Never. Take on me. Take me on.
Yeah,
Probably listening to a Dire Straits. He's got that Mark Knopfler look on his face, like, ooh, somber guitar.
Ring of Power.
I really think we need to bring back
when you go
hard
back
labor.
and you deliberate.
Yeah.
I submit to you that when you consider all of the evidence, both from guilt phase and from penalty phase, both the things that you heard from the state and from the witnesses the defense put on, you will reach one conclusion. The defendant should receive the death penalty. He should be sentenced to death. And so we ask you that you go back and you take the time to think about the things that have been put before you from both sides. And to use your common
I've
sense.
looked at clouds from
Remember
both
that
sides now.
Because I have the good fortune to have done jury selection, I know all the lawyers are sitting on this side. None of you are lawyers. We're asking you to use your everyday common sense to speak. To look at what happened.
That's the sad thing. Most people don't have common sense.
Yeah, there's no such thing as
Recognize
everyday
that what was
common
done to
sense.
her was the act.
So my tort professor, Tommy Torts, who Danny knows well from her days in law school, Tommy Torts would always refer to the jurors as the 12 ignorant slobs.
Something torturous to pay. And when you do, I submit to you that you will look at the verdict form.
I think
you will
Danny's
check
frozen.
Yes, all the way down, and you will reach the only correct verdict in this case.
Looks like it.
Danny, Earth to Danny. Come in, Danny. You're frozen.
Please, the court, ladies and gentlemen, jury, counsel.
She's stunned.
At least it's not a bad picture.
Yeah.
I love
Right?
that the defense team
It's a good look.
switched up this lawyer here. I
Yeah.
love this guy, and they changed out with Greta for this fellow. Very good,
Each one
smart
of you is a
change
judge in
up.
this case, and each one of you is going to be deciding
Oh no, she's gone.
your individual
Come back,
moral
Danny.
sentence. That's what you're going to do. And a lot of what Mr. Diaz has talked about, a lot of what you see in the jury instructions is what has been shown to you through voir dire. We talked to you endlessly about what it means to be seated where you are seated. Every time you come and go from the courtroom, we stand. You are the judges. You are going to be given the law. You are armed with all the testimony for you to sort of extract from that what the facts are, and then you proceed to that individual decision. If individually it happens to be unanimous for death, then that is the sentence. That decision does not rest anywhere else except with you.
One drunk, one asleep, one frozen. No one cares about this trial anymore.
I mean, as complicated as it may sound, and you've been listening to objections, you've been listening to us argue sometimes from the trial table, and as complicated as
Maybe
all
an
that
over
may
under
seem
on
at times,
Danny's
it's really
marriage.
not.
Danny's married.
This is where the law is
Does she
sort of
look
reduced
Korean to you, or do you think her husband's
most
Korean?
perfect simplicity, the perfect jury system, where we have 12 individuals who are going to go back there who have never met each other, who have known each other for about 3 weeks now, and at this point decide whether or not something has been proven. And then you're going to decide whether or not a sentence should be imposed. Your sentencing function is about as serious as it gets. This isn't a civil case where we're talking about property rights being lost or
Albino Korean.
restoration through money being given. This has nothing to do with that. In many ways, it's not even about liberty. You're not deciding whether or not Mr. Terry is going to be a free man. This has nothing to do with liberty. It has nothing to do with money. You're deciding whether or not his breath will be taken away from him. And you've already decided, as a matter of law and as a matter of fact, that he took the breath from another person. And the pictures aren't pretty. They're horrific. There's loss. And we've been reminded of that on both sides through Matt's mother. The pain and the anguish. Yeah, they knew Kay. And so we kind of walk through the process a little bit. That's what we're here talking about at the moment.
Welcome back,
Their
frozen.
decision. That's the bare bones.
Bye.
That
It was a very
is he going to
elegant
continue
pose.
with the life sentence that you've already imposed,
Thank you.
or are you going to take it?
Was it like this?
to
No,
the
it was actually very like
Right?
off
That's
in the
it. Just those
distance,
two
like
things.
very,
Nothing else.
very
It's not
vogue.
life, death,
It was like a glamour
possible
shot.
Release,
Thank you,
probation,
guys.
parole. No, it's as simple as it gets. Just those two words. That's your decision. And there's obviously the verdict form takes you through that. It seems a little bit complicated, but that's what it comes down to. So you have already decided by your verdict, and we talked about this in opening statement. We talked about it in voir dire, that if you decide that he's guilty of first-degree murder, you have already decided where he's going to die. Now your only decision is when. Is it going to be sooner rather than later? That's it. So we're talking about a calendar. Is the governor going to appoint the date that he dies based on your decision? or
Purchase your 2023
causes.
Matthew
Whatever
Terry
that may be.
calendar at.
In other words, you're deciding, is it going to be known or not known when he's going to die? So we're really talking about a date, aren't we? That's it.
Thank you, Andrew.
And when we
Yes-
say
yes,
life,
you have on
we
my
mean
channel.
life in prison without the possibility of parole. That's a fact. It is a fact that he's never getting out. So is public safety really a concern?
This is a good
What
defense
does life
argument.
in prison without the possibility of parole really mean? It means so many things. When we were looking at the family photos, what were the things that Matt was attending? He was attending birthday parties. He was attending family gatherings. He was attending weddings. He was there with his friends. He was there with Benjamin Williams and his cousins. He was there with all those people. You saw him with his daughter. Now, regardless of your sentence, regardless of your verdict, that was never going to happen again. He's already lost his daughter. Just like the Terrys have lost a grandchild, just like the Bakers have lost a sister and a daughter. There's loss everywhere in this case. Everywhere.
Thank you, Clint.
He's never going to get married again. He's never going to have a girlfriend. He's not going to attend a graduation. None of that.
Oh, he'll have
It's
a
gone.
girlfriend.
So when you wonder and you ask yourself, is life in prison a kind of forgiveness? Life in prison is not forgiveness. It's condemned. It is decided for him when he gets up. It is decided for him when he can turn on the light. He doesn't even turn on lights. Light switches don't exist in cells. It's decided. You must get up. You must do this now. You must go here. You must work. Otherwise, you're in solitary. You're in confinement. Indeed, when you think about it, perhaps life in prison is a kind of mercy,
Would you get that cat out of the courtroom?
but it is not forgiveness.
Yeah, I'm
It is not
sorry.
excusing
Hold
anything.
on. Let me go yell at him.
You're simply deciding, and you're not.
I don't
limited
hear any of this. I
to
don't hear
those
the
18
pause
things
or
that
the
we have
meows
identified
or
as
anything.
mitigation. That's just some things that you may want.
Oh,
to
now I
use.
heard it.
You can expand your thoughts on mitigation as far as you wish. It is your privilege. It is your honor as a judge in this case to decide what is mitigated. The state can't ask you to do that with aggravation. Your reasons for death are fixed by statute and fixed by law, but not mitigation. So, how's it going to die? How's it going to happen? With a pen on a piece of paper with a death warrant? Or some other time? There are your choices. You've already decided his death while serving a life sentence, and the state is asking you to impose execution. These are different ways to look at the duty you've been given. So, does a life sentence require any of this? Now, when Mr. Diaz put up there in front of you, he put up for you a part of the verdict form or part of the jury instructions that talked about deliberation. Now, what does it mean to deliberate? It does not mean that you are required in any way to discuss your decision. It does not
Oh yeah,
mean that
Danny,
required in any
you're
way
my
to go
newest
back
mod,
there
by the way.
and go through all the aggravation.
Oh, I hope
go through
not.
all the mitigation,
You are.
go
You're a
through all the
mod.
processes.
I'm
You
a
are not
boomer. You don't want
required
me modding.
to
But
even
don't
get
do
to step
anything.
one.
You're just a mod.
You can go back in that jury room. Every single one of you. It is possible for all 12 of you.
Now your
go
name
back
will
in the
pop
jury
up
room
blue.
And just say,
Pop up blue.
I just
Yeah,
want
and,
to ban.
and as we all know,
everybody.
all mods are gay, so Flux can finally hit on you.
it's
Ban.
possible for 5 of you to
Ban.
do that. It's possible
Ban.
They're
for
pretty.
She's been waiting.
one of you to go back in the jury room and say, I'm ready to go
Ban.
home. The decision is life. We don't need to discuss it. So if you do that, and as we talked about in voir dire, can 11 other
Oh,
jurors
that's the wench
impose
they
on
were
you
talking
the
about.
obligation to explain yourself?
Okay.
Can 11 other jurors
I'm
impose
so
on you
confused.
the obligation to talk about it, to deliberate, to go through the jury form?
It went
If one of you
direct.
does that, if one of you says the sentence is life, the foreperson must go through and check no on each one of those things. Why is that? Because you've never reached unanimity on number one.
Flux is
If
super
one of you says
awesome.
immediately, life in prison, that's it. let's say you all decide,
Ban me,
collectively
Danny.
or individually, you decide individually that you are going to discuss what's been testified to.
He's hitting this hard. He's. I mean, it's the right thing to do. Just keep for the one person out there.
That's right. This is great. Perfect. This is the way it should be done right here.
This case has been proven.
Don't be bullied. Don't be
So in other
pressured.
words, deliberation is not up for a vote. Deliberation is if you want to deliberate, you may. If you don't want to deliberate, you do not have to. But if at any point you decide that the sentence is going to be death, you must go through each one of these things and vote on it. That's the difference between life and death. That is the difference. That is what the law has required in order for the state to ask for the most extreme penalty. Okay?
Danny can't be a mod. She said Chad is wrong.
If you do not reach unanimity, if you do not believe that at least one aggravating factor has been proven beyond reasonable doubt, the sentence is life without the possibility of parole. If you are not unanimous that the aggravation is sufficient. Now, what does that mean? Remember, we talked about compare that to other cases where the death penalty may be sought. Compare that to, let's say, somebody.
See, chat asks these questions that make us pause.
Uh-oh.
Where are we? So blame no Corson for this one. Isn't this essentially the same as jury nullification argument? You just need one to say no.
No, this is the
Totally
law.
different.
This is the law. Jury nullification, because a death sentence is the individual conscience of 12 individual jurors. It's not a unanimous verdict. It is every juror saying that they wish to send this person to the death chamber. And that person, when they vote for that, will have to live with that vote for the rest of their life. So it's a very powerful, it's easy when we're sitting here sniping from afar, but when you're the one deciding whether Matthew Terry is executed and that life and death decision is on your vote, it has to be an individual decision. So this is exactly right. This defense attorney, this is a great closing for the defense. He's right on the money.
And jury nullification is where the entire jury gets together and says, okay, we know that stabbing a woman in the neck a bunch of times and slitting her throat and giving her a total of 26 wounds is wrong.
Well,
under
it's
the
obvious.
law, but
there is no legal requirement ever that the death penalty be imposed. The death penalty is never required in any crime. Period.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But again, the jury nullification is saying we know this act is illegal under the law, but
right,
we still think she needed stabbing, so we're going to say he's not guilty.
Right. The default
is totally different.
The default is life in prison. They have to make additional findings in order to find him death, and all the way it has to be the most extreme penalty reserved for the worst of the worst. And this defense attorney is stating it precisely right. He is right on the money on what he's saying. There's no objection from the state.
Yep.
A spouse hires a contract killer to hire the other spouse, or to kill the other spouse for insurance proceeds. And it's not gruesome. And you think to yourself, is that sufficient?
Sorry, two more.
You think that's his boy behind him?
Two more books that I'm under the table.
Harry Potter's falling asleep back there.
Calculated efforts to take another human life for money, but do we feel
Harry Potter is going
You
to
think
dreamland?
that looks like his kid.
You may say no. In this particular case, you may not unanimously agree. It's possible that not all of you will agree that this is sufficient for the death penalty if you agree that at least one aggravating factor has been proven. That's intuitive. It's intuitive. What do you feel? Do you feel? Now, there is no standard. Isn't that interesting?
Feeling
Here's the
arguments.
guidance. This, in many ways, really,
Danny.
because this is fact-driven.
Oh,
What is this?
disgusts me.
Sufficient. Who tells you what's sufficient for something and what's not sufficient?
Oh,
can the state get up here and say, you must find that whatever aggravation I approve in is sufficient for the death penalty? That's where the individual moral assessment begins. How can each one of you tell the other what's sufficient and is not sufficient? Is it, number one, very much like the case of
Marriage. Nobody can tell you who to marry,
Is number two,
who to love.
at all? Like the case of guilt.
Unless
The
you,
individual is sufficient. Maybe
unless you're a cult
you believe
leader,
it's sufficient,
then you
maybe
get
quite
to
different.
make some decisions.
Or you're just Korean and they have arranged marriages.
It's individual. And then you talk about it. And if you're unanimous, if every one of you agrees, then you go on to the next one. How about outweighs the mitigation? Where's the guidance to tell you whether or not something outweighs the other? Do you have a scale back there? Perhaps if you were to create an image of the scales of justice, and we were to ask you to take the mitigation and sort of compare it to the aggravation, and you know what's interesting? Take away the imagery. Take away the imagery of those photographs of Kate Baker. Just take that away. You have a different view of the case.
I think those are her parents because they've been sitting in that
Why
exact
is
same
it
seat every single
that the
day.
state paraded
And
those
that's
images
the
around? Why is it
previous
that the state
DA
put up there
and then the
before
former girlfriend.
do that? What's the purpose in the before and after? When really their aggravation must be prior violent felony or especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel.
Oh
You
wait,
need
prior
a picture of
violent
Kay
felony
Baker in a happy
counts
pose.
as an
Yes.
aggravator?
Life.
Yes. That's why they talked
To
about it in
imagine
that,
that the
so
second
much
photograph-
about that.
I
Prior
see.
stabbing
That
Williams
makes-
room.
That makes more sense. Then it makes it a death penalty case.
Two aggravators, exceptionally atrocious and cruel.
What's the state
I
telling
can't
you?
say it. And prior violent felony.
I've got to give you
No,
this
well
image in order
then,
for you to fully understand.
I retract my prior comment.
Oh no! Don't
That's
do that.
back on the table,
I'm trying to
baby.
appeal to you in a way that is outside what you're supposed to consider. So, even if you get to all of it,
What have I said 10 times?
are you unanimous that the sentence is death?
I didn't say anything. I'm just
If
sitting
you
here
are not
quietly.
unanimous that the sentence is death, then the sentence is life without the possibility of parole. And why do I keep hammering home without the possibility of parole? Because that's what it is. That's the sentence. So look at that unanimity. And then at each stage, if one of you disagrees and one of you says life, that's what it is. So that's as real as it gets right there. It means that at any one of you at any point can get up, knock on the door, tell the court deputy that the final decision is made. Your final decision is, in fact, the sentence. Because at that point, it is no longer unanimous. It is not disrespectful to say the sentence is life. It is not rude. It is not unkind. It is not lacking in courtesy. It is not a failure to respect the opinions of other jurors. It is your individual moral assessment, and it will be respected by your other jurors. It's going to be respected by this court, and that will be the sentence. And it will be the sentence because it is an individual moral assessment. That's
All
why
right, guys, I
sentences
gotta
are being
take
imposed.
the dog out and
One of you
actually do
has the
some
power to do
stuff
that.
today.
All right.
So I
when we
gotta
get
take
mitigation
off.
and aggravation,
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks,
I
Lux.
appreciate y'all
If you
hanging
get to the
out.
weighing
This is
process,
fun.
Always awesome. And make
I
sure
want you to
everybody goes
understand
to Flux Paints
that
and
mitigation is anything from any source
subscribe
that
and like
you
everything
believe
she's
supports a
done.
life sentence.
She needs to be at
Thanks.
least 600 people. So go over there right now and
Yes.
go to Flux Paints and
It can come from the
subscribe.
case itself.
Bye, Flux.
Maybe there's something
Thank
that
you,
you heard
thank you.
in
See you
either
guys
Mr.
later.
Diaz's examination of his witnesses,
Bye.
or maybe there's something that you heard in Ms. Perry's cross-examination of the witnesses that convinces
Thank you,
as
James.
look back on the case in chief that this is not necessarily a death sentence.
Two more, and I'm under the table. I
We're
think
talking
about
about prior
two.
violent felony.
What time am I on? I don't know.
Does the prior violent
Yeah.
felony have anything at all to do with the facts of this case?
Let me look.
In other words, when the state says prior violent felony, what they're really doing is they are gathering aggravation for something from someplace outside the facts. prior
I
violent
don't like
felony
that
is
law,
some
but if
other
that is the
thing
law,
at some
then
other
death is
time in some
okay.
other place
I just
involving
don't like
somebody
that
else.
law because those are,
That's prior
it
violent
should
felony.
be at least within the same
So
jurisdiction.
we're
For
looking
some
at
reason,
this
I
case,
feel
in
like
this
that
case
makes
alone,
it, no, that doesn't make sense. I just don't like that law.
just this case, just what happened on May 28th. What is the state's aggravation for it? The manner. That's it. One
That's
word.
it. He's right.
When it comes to what actually happened, the only basis, the only support for a death sentence in this case is the manner. So when you look at mitigation, if you wanted to, as individual judges, if you wanted to, you could say that I'm looking at just this case, even if you find PVF. Let's imagine for a second that you find PVF and you find EHAC. When I say EHAC, we mean especially heinous atrocious improvement. Let's say that you do that. You could find mitigating the fact that the state is only supporting its death request of you on one element, the manner.
Right. He's right.
You could find that mitigating. And what are we really saying? If you wanted to, because mitigation can come from any source that you believe supports a life sentence, you can look to the facts of the case.
Steve is
You can
discovering
look
the
to
beauty of
what you
being
believe
paid
is
to drink.
insufficient. And that's what we're really talking about here is sufficiency. You can say, I'm sorry, but when it comes to the
You
facts
guys
of this
said
case,
my
I do not
panel,
believe
I
it's
will
enough
also learn
that
the
a death
beauty of
sentence be
drinking
supported
for money.
on one
The
aspect.
chat's enjoying the beauty, the enjoyment of
Even though the
punishing the
law permits
panelists with drinking.
Punish?
We're
Stranger
talking
should
about
say
comfort.
that.
What are you comfortable with? When you get down to the final analysis, what makes you comfortable? What makes you uncomfortable? What is going to give you peace and have you walking away from this believing and knowing that the right decision was made, regardless of what that decision is? And because this is an individual moral assessment for each one of you, that means that mitigation can also be very personal, very personal. And remember the discussion that I had with one of your jurors. And we talked about that in opening, that often our reasons for doing something just can't be
Mitigation could
expressed. It's just a feeling that
literally
you have.
be you had a great BM that morning and
And
came
if
in
it's just a
feeling
feeling
good.
that you
This is
have,
why I
that
don't like
takes
the
us back
feeler arguments.
to
Don't like the what arguments?
Feeling
yourself
argument.
as a source for mitigation.
How do you,
can look to
feel?
the case.
Hurt your
You can look to
soul.
yourself.
How do
You can
you
look to your comfort
feel?
level.
I don't care how you feel.
Any source means any source. If you wanted to, you could support a life sentence. On this, Matthew was raised in a loving and prosperous home. If you wanted to. And the other important point that I want to make is that you don't have to have mitigation. Mitigation is not required for a life sentence. You don't, even if you have no reason at all that you can point to, whether it's in the case or internally or externally or whatever you may wish to rely on, even if it doesn't exist, you can impose a life sentence even if you believe that all the aggravation has been proven, even if you believe the aggravation outweighs nothing. Even if you believe that the aggravation outweighs nothing, meaning that there is no mitigation, meaning that there's just aggravation. There's just aggravation. There's nothing to compare it to. The scales are horribly imbalanced. You can still impose life. Please understand, life does not require mitigation, even though it can come from any source. And if you do want to look to mitigation, if you're hoping that you find it, then you can look to the fact that Matthew was raised in a loving and prosperous home. I think everybody can agree on that. He was a United States Marine who served honorably and faithfully. He tutored inmates seeking their GED in the Michigan Department of Corrections. As Aubrey Land talked about, that can be very important. Now, when we talk about Aubrey, it's very important to remember that Aubrey cannot always help in these kinds of cases. As you heard him say, often when he looks at these records, he'll contact the defense and say, I can't help you. I'm sorry. I cannot testify in this case. That's impartiality. It means that he is objective. And it is not disputed that
That's what they're arguing right now. Where'd it go?
in the Michigan Department of Corrections.
Diamonds and
It's
henna.
not
Is he up
disputed
for the death penalty? That's what they're arguing,
helped
whether
other
to give him
inmates
death or not.
It's not disputed that he had no disciplinary infractions in prison. Now, you heard Mr. Diaz talk about, well, isn't it true that that's what inmates are supposed to do? We don't compare our conduct with an inmate's conduct. That's an unfair and inappropriate comparison. It is expected, yes, that all of us obey the rules. You're sitting here now because you're law-abiding citizens. I'm standing before you as a law-abiding citizen. The same as Mr. Diaz, Mr. Dirks, Ms. Bradley, Ms. Perry. Matthew Terry does not fit into that category. So what is the point of comparison? We don't compare him to those on the outside. We compare him to those on the inside, where you heard Deputy Machado talk about how dangerous it is. What is he up against in a pod of 65 inmates? Deputy Machado is always looking over his back while having to look out for what's in front of him, paying attention to all those inmates who want to deal drugs, all those inmates who have it in for each other, all those inmates coming in off of gang warfare, all those inmates coming off of drugs, all those inmates in there for violent crimes. Matthew Terry is in there and among that population. That's the population you compare him to. In that setting, what Aubrey Land is saying is that in that setting, Matthew Terry conducts himself like one of us.
Right.
He doesn't get into fights. He doesn't get into drug dealing. He doesn't get into underhanded activities designed to usurp the authority of prison guards. He doesn't put other inmates in danger. He is assisting other inmates in getting through those issues so that they can move on and eventually communicate as productive citizens, sending letters to judges. You see, that's the population you compare him to. And in that setting, he is perfect. He's had no problems at Hillsborough County Jail. He's a trustee. He earned a degree in computer engineering from Western Michigan University, and you heard Aubrey Land talk about how valuable that is and what that could mean within the Department of Corrections. I had no idea that every time we go through a toll, there's an inmate in prison entering that information, that transaction. I had no idea about that. But apparently it's a very valuable thing. And Aubrey talked about that if something happens with that system, Matthew is perfectly positioned to save the department a lot of money. And he's willing to do it at 75 cents an hour. Now, when Matt first got into trouble, and the event happened in March of 2017 with Michelle Rogers, Matthew was 42 years old.
Not that I'm aware of.
At this point, he's 47, which means that his problems really didn't start until he was in his 40s. There's no record of any sort of criminal activity or conviction or anything like that.
How old was Hitler when he started murdering?
And I don't think anybody really is in a position to explain that. And I don't think that we got any idea of what happened from those who love him. And so what am I talking to you about here except mystery? In order to give Matt a life sentence, do you need an explanation for what happened? Because it's not out there. We can't say it was a loss of Jessica because Jessica died a couple of months after he was given a prison sentence. So what has happened? And so what we're asking you to do is to go forward, not having all the answers to things. Sometimes we do. Sometimes we can talk to doctors. Sometimes we can ask experts. We can say what's going on in the mind of this individual. And those who love him and know him best have no idea. None. We know that. We know that he's loved by people who continue to be present in his life. That is valuable. We know that Matt will be punished in prison and society will be protected. If there is any concern that you may have for Matt being a danger to society, that has been removed by your verdict. You've had the opportunity to watch Matt in court. You've had the opportunity to see him sitting here at the trial table and we would ask you to factor that and give that any amount of weight that you believe is appropriate. Now, we know that Matt has the ability to succeed in a highly structured and controlled prison environment. As we know, he was in the military, as we know that he's been in prison, and each one of those records, whether it's the Marine Corps, Michigan DOC, Falkenberg Road Jail, those records are spotless. We know that he has the ability to form and maintain positive relationships. That's clear from the testimony of the witnesses. It is mitigation that he will be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole if you are not unanimous. That is mitigation. So we get to the Terry family, and each one of these individuals testified quite differently. Each one of these individuals, whether it's Mark, Kathy, or Jane, those are members of the Terry family that you heard from. Jane Robertson is Kathy's sister. So each one of those individuals sort of expressed themselves quite differently, but their message was the same.
I'm gonna go
Obviously,
get a
it's
little
not
more bread.
surprise
BRB.
that Mark loves
What was
his
that?
son. It's not a surprise that Mark loved Jessica. It's not a surprise that Kathy
I'm gonna go get more bread. I'll be right back.
Jane loves her nephew. But the question is, how are you going to assign weight to that? Does that, in and of itself, communicate to you that Matthew Terry has value? Because what's the point of value? Anything that has value, keep. Even if it's hurts. Even if it's caused us pain. We keep. In some manner. I'm not saying that we always embrace it. I'm not saying that we invite it home. I'm not saying that we let it around our children. What I'm saying is that we recognize that something has value and we keep it. We let it persist in some way. Because value is value. Right? And so it doesn't matter if that value is found in the Terry family. I remember Ben and Ruby. I would imagine that each one of you was impacted quite differently. If you remember how Mark or Jamie come across, and then Ruby on the same. Ruby and Kathy, mothers, Matthew Terry. Those two are his mom. Both of them. Ruby raised Matt. Kathy raised Matt. Ruby's sons are Matt's brothers. That was very real. She spoke to him from the stand like a mother. She sat up here, looked at him, and said, "You know what you did." Who says that to a man? When she was saying that to him, did you feel hatred or sorrow? The tragedy of what happened to Kay.
That man back there is a man who dyes
from
his hair.
The Baker family, right into
Which one?
The guy that was back there.
That tragedy.
He's had
has
dark
no
brown
boundaries.
hair and a jet
That
white
sorrow, that loss,
mustache and
that
beard.
depth of grief has no boundaries. It doesn't stop. It keeps going.
I think he's kind of
Ben loves that
running.
man.
Oh, pot bong,
You just heard
sweet.
me say that.
I think he's kind of running out of steam here.
Yeah, a little bit.
Ruby loves that man like a son.
Who knows? The judge kept going
I couldn't question Kathy.
in closing or in sentencing.
And everybody hated it.
Mm-hmm. And that should have been a very short runway.
Of course, as we panelists know, we lawyers love to hear ourselves
Testified
talk.
like a
So
nurse in
there's
there.
that.
But his nervousness did not affect his sincerity. He's another individual who's come across Matt in his life and just has this inexpressible love for him.
I love these defense attorneys. You can tell they
And
just
even though they don't
love
see each
this.
other every
Like
day,
they care
Steve
so
has
much.
suffered the loss of a child.
I have so much empathy for
Steve
them.
suffered the loss of a child and needed somebody to
Not empathy,
on
respect.
behalf of
I
Johnny.
understand.
I'll be back
And
real quick.
of all the people that Steve knows to speak on behalf of Johnny, he picked Matt. Now, Matt, in that loss, Ed lost his best friend. They grew up together. They were like brothers. And think about everything that I'm talking to you about here is the relationships that we're exploring are not limited to just the people who have testified. Often you've heard people testifying about people that Matt knew who are not here today. If I lost my best friend or lost my brother, I'm not sure I could eulogize it. I'm not sure I could do that. I'm not sure I could do what the Bakers have done here. But in our loss, sometimes we set that aside in order to express that love, that sorrow, that grief. And that's what Matt did for John. And when that need arose, Steve Glasser called upon Matt to do that for him. And however painful that must have been, Matt was able to do that, set something aside about himself in order to say those words. And again, we come back to value. Yes, Matt has taken a life. But does that mean he's inhuman? Does that mean that he lacks value? And I'm sure that there.
You never
some
know
people
quite
in
how
this room who would
intoxicated
say,
you are
yes,
until you stand up.
but they're not the ones making this decision.
No truer words are spoken.
Do you gather from any of the defense witnesses or any of the state witnesses or anywhere else that Matt has value? And we talked about Aubrey Land. Now, the law contemplates that different factors or circumstances may be given different weight or values by different jurors. Therefore, in their decision-making process, each individual juror must decide what weight is to be given to a particular fact or circumstance. You decide what weight must be given. Regardless of the results of each juror's individual weighing process, even if you find
Dan, are
that
you
the
banning
sufficient
people?
aggravators outweigh the mitigators.
Not yet.
Mr. Diaz
Okay.
is walking you through that process.
I've been so good.
But what he didn't say.
Oh, you said
is
I
that
will
the
ban.
law
That's what set
either
people
compels or
off.
requires you to determine that the defendant should be sentenced to death. Never.
She was
The
joking,
law
Pete.
is perfectly satisfied with a life
See here?
sentence.
Listen there.
You have not offended the law. You have not offended anyone in this courtroom. You have not offended the judge. You have not offended anyone by a life sentence.
I'm offended.
I'm offended that you're offended.
You're gonna be
I'm
read that.
offended at both of y'all.
That's in the jury instruction.
That's what I would expect from a
is the
decent-hearted
law of
person
the
like
state of
yourself.
This is really
So,
good
if
arguing.
the jury
on his
instructions of the
part.
law that we must follow, what are we being told?
Whatever
we're
you
being
decide,
told
you're
is
not
that each
breaking the
individual
law.
juror must
You are
decide-
following the
must
law. You're
decide
doing what you're
each
supposed to do,
juror's
regardless
individual
of
weighing
whatever your
process.
determination is.
Right.
That's
Don't
really
ban,
important.
spank
Ed.
first.
Aggravation outweighs the mitigation.
I'd say ban, then
You are
spank
never
in private.
compelled to impose a death sentence. That's the law, right?
He's making good
Each of you
arguments,
individually
valid
has the
points,
power to
but
sentence Matt to
he
life
can
in
be
prison.
much more succinct and powerful than this.
I don't know.
Even under the most.
Oh.
I'm not
horrendous
feeling an
circumstances
emotional
that you go
connection
through,
that I felt
each
when the
of you has the
prosecution
power
was being righteously
to impose
indignant.
I agree.
And as I've talked to you about, mitigation does not need to be proven in order for you to sentence Matt to life in prison.
Right.
What
So
must
then
be
why are you saying it
proven
again?
And walk through in order for a death sentence. to
We
be
haven't
imposed,
skipped over
that's
any testimony.
aggravation.
We skipped over
At every
jury
step, there's
instructions.
aggravation.
Oh,
That
oh
weighing
yeah,
process,
two
we're gonna
random
find
guys.
it,
Yeah.
And then when you finally
Whatever.
get to the last sentence, even if aggravation has sort of dominated the entire analysis, you can still sentence to life. So that's because mitigation doesn't need to be proven. You do not have to have any reason at all for a life sentence. Zero. And because you don't have to have a reason, you do not need to explain that to other jurors at any point. And we've talked about where the moral assessment can come from. What are its origins? What is the origin of morality? Origin of morality can be from any source, just like mitigation can be from any source. Often morality is just a feeling that you have that comes from personal experience. And each one of you has a different personal experience.
A different definition of morality too. See, this is where the law gets gray and feely, and I don't like it. The chat on Mercado's chat is fun, y'all.
Well, you didn't look at the locals, which is
Sometimes we can get caught up in
It was extra degenerate.
Oh,
things
yeah.
of that nature. I would ask you that when you go back there are certain things that you have already decided by your verdict. What you have decided by your verdict is that Matt deliberately committed this act. What you have decided by your verdict is that he thought about it. What I ask you to do as you go back there is to not consider anything that you have already found that is not within the aggravation. So when you talk about, okay, this is what was going on in this relationship. This is what was going on in Michigan. All these other things that are external to the facts of the case that the state has asked you to consider. Please do not consider anything that is not.
This is like the Lord of the Rings. I think he's ended about 24 times already.
Okay. The elements of premeditated first-degree murder were already chosen by you, were already voted on by you, and unanimously agreed to.
It's like the Frodo
encourage you
meme, and
not to
everybody who
discuss
comes in is a
what
different
is
legal
premeditation,
argument,
what
and
is-
sometimes the same legal argument again.
Already decided. Now, these are my final words to you, and I want to thank you for
It was ended
all
25
of the
times.
attention and everything that we've talked about in voir dire, because I've spoken to each one of you individually. And it's been a 3-week journey, and we're at its end. And in a few minutes, you're going to be given this case. And you all know each other pretty well by now, I suppose. And you've all spent a lot of time together, probably know each other's first names very well. And I would ask you that when you go back and you deliberate, that if you're not in agreement, that you respect that. I don't imagine that any one of you would try to put pressure on another juror to share the same feelings. If you wish to discuss it, you may discuss it. But if it's just something that you don't feel can be expressed, then say that. And it will be respected. You all agreed in voir dire that, I'm not gonna bully, I'm not gonna impose my beliefs on somebody else, just like we don't impose on each other.
Okay, there was a
churches and
false
jobs,
ending again, I
hair
guess.
color and hair length, and what kind of car we drive, whether or not we're gonna have kids, where we're gonna live, the books we read.
Well,
all those individual things.
This
that
is
we
coming from
sort of make up our
research that
identities,
shows that a lot of
because
jurors are
individual moral
bullied by
system is
other
part of who you
jurors.
are.
So he's empowering the
You need to
individual to get out of the jury room if they
If you want
start
to talk
bullying
about
and
it, sure. Somebody
defang the
asked me about
bullies.
the basis for my faith, and I want to talk about it. I do. I share that. I'm prepared for that.
Bully
But
is
if you don't
such
wanna
an
talk about it,
interesting word
And this verdict, this
because I'm
process
always
that you're in,
accused
you're
of bullying, but the people who bully me
This is
never
not
are.
just- You're not just passing by something on the
So
road.
I don't think I
You've really
fully
stopped. You're looking
appreciate
at
what bullying
You're
means.
going to remember this. You're going to remember the folks you're with. It's going to become a very important part of your concepts of the law and what happens in court cases and each other. Some of you may continue to be in touch with each other. It's all a part of what's happening here. And then when you get to that point, when you're finally making a decision, you're asking each other, what do you think? What do you believe is appropriate? It's going to be with courtesy and respect. No resentment. And the reason why we're asking you for life, the reason why we're asking you, and our position is that Matthew Terry's sentence should be life, is because life is worth preserving. Life has value. The state's aggravation does not outweigh the mitigation wherever you may find it. It doesn't outweigh the things that I've shown you could be mitigation if you choose to be. If you choose it, that's fine. You're going to hear about it. Mitigation
Hey,
has to be
I
proven.
think we've got the idea that we can
Using
accept
evidence.
the mitigating factors.
Greater weight of the evidence.
Yes, please fast forward.
No.
I'm
You'll
not
hear
gone
that.
Valhalla.
If the defense has a burden of
Curb
proving
your tongue,
mitigation,
knave.
But that's if you take what I've shown you, and if you believe it's been proven, you can accept it if you want to. but you are not limited to those reasons. And when I asked you, I just told
Steph,
you,
you're so
I'm asking
sleepy.
you
Just fast forward.
to impose a life sentence. Each one of you is a judge. I'm asking you
I
to
think
impose a life
I think he
sentence.
is
Why?
done now.
He is done.
Because either the reasons that I've given you or the reasons
The
that you
slide
find
shows
within
off.
yourself are sufficient for life. All life has value. Every bit of it, every breath, every heartbeat. Matt has
Every
value.
sperm
If
is
for no other reason,
useful.
if for no other reason than
Every
he is
sperm
loved.
is grand.
And even
This
if I couldn't
is
call one person up here
wrong.
to say that they love Matt,
He has no value. He depreciates
Every
pretty
sperm
damn
that's
quickly after it
wasted,
starts
God
happening.
gets quite irate.
I'm not going to stand up here and say what he deserves.
Hey guys, I've been told I'm an appendage, a
I'm gonna
great
say that he deserves
appendage
to be
to the
punished.
group.
I am going to say that he deserves
You're
to die in
you're an
prison.
appendage?
That's what he
He deserves to die
says.
in prison.
I must be an ear.
I'm not going to sit here and say that a life sentence is unjust. It is not. It is perfectly just.
An ear is an appendage. Yeah.
And you
Starting
are
to
in no way
listen,
forgiving him for anything by imposing a life sentence. I'm asking you, find value that outweighs anything that you have seen or heard in this courtroom. Find value. You sentence not for life. Thank you.
Dig to the bottom of the barrel and find some value left in this man's life. Please, I beg you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to read you the instructions. And these instructions will go back into the jury room with you. You will have them when you begin to deliberate.
Okay, so for the jury instructions, we'll slow down back to normal speed and watch.
So we're going to listen to the jury instructions?
No. I was just joking. I
Oh,
was going to say we're reducing from 1.25 down to normal so we can catch all the jury instructions.
State
Okay.
doesn't come back on rebuttal closing?
Apparently not.
Huh.
Steve, does his reaction during the penalty phase, do his reactions play at all into your feelings about his feelings?
Who are
So-
you talking about? The defendant?
The defendant, because to me he looks not very remorseful.
It's hard. You know, a lot of that is projection. You know, we all have our biases and we're looking at him and he's standing stoically with his expression that he's got. And we're projecting onto him what we feel that he's thinking. I don't think that we have that insight. I don't think that I can read that. And a lot of what you're saying is like, if you're a prosecutorial type, Danny, then you look at him and you think, oh, he's smug and he's looking at. If you're a defense attorney type, you say he's trying to maintain his dignity and this sort of thing. So a lot of that is just what we think and we're projecting onto him. I don't think we can really say.
That's true. He may be trying to maintain some dignity.
You know, and he was genuinely moved when his witnesses were talking on his behalf. I mean, I don't doubt. I don't think this guy
I
is like
did notice that.
I don't think he's a Brooks type. The Brooks guy, I mean, that guy was absolutely no empathy for anybody. That's not this guy. You know, he has empathy, he has feelings, and he's a human being. And, you know, I mean, he's a murderer, sure. But there's a bigger picture here. That Brooks guy, he was
making the state rethink their decision on death penalty.
Yeah, I mean, he's having these like pro-life guys like thinking, gee, you know, maybe the death penalty isn't so bad, right? I mean, that guy was so ridiculously cold-hearted. But anyway, so be careful of projection. Projection is a dangerous thing that we all have. And we look at that person and think, oh, look the way he's sitting there. Look, he laughed. I can't believe he's laughing in a situation. You know, it's like when the defense attorney is talking and trying to provide mitigation, it's like, well, what about the family? Well, they're talking about his family at this point. You can't
Right.
talk about both things at the same time. Each has its place. And the fact that you're talking about his family doesn't disrespect the families of the victims. So, you know, it's each has its time and place. And we got to be careful that we aren't projecting. Projection's a very dangerous psychological phenomenon.
Fair enough.
People are saying I scrolled past the fireworks, but I don't think so.
The hold up, it is a 3-page verdict form.
Yeah, see, we're still talking about the jury instructions.
Under that, it says dated this blank day of November 2022.
This is probably near the end right there. Evidently, he's got some kind of
Your life is at
outburst.
stake, and bring your best judgment to bear in reaching your verdict. When considering aggravating factors and mitigating circumstances, sentence or I and evidence in the case.
They're saying around
used
two
against the witness
hour
that
mark
affected
is
the
where
truth
he.
of the witness's testimony.
That's what I thought.
Number 8. Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is
This is just
inconsistent
jury
with the testimony
instructions.
he or
That
she
should be
gave
right around
in
there when he
court?
sits down.
The fact that a
Trying
witness
to-
is employed in law enforcement must communicate about
Someone
the
is
case
saying 2 hours and 5 minutes.
Try right about. Let it go from there.
One thing, we just want to be sure that the victim impact evidence is not going back with the jury.
Not a problem. Let's make sure that.
You need the photos?
Victim impact evidence does not go back into the.
Right now, they're deliberating on life or death.
But are they not Are they not also considering whether the crime was atrocious, heinous, or cruel?
But the pictures of Kenny Baker don't come in for that purpose. They came in for victim impact. This was introduced in victim impact, sir.
But they were also introduced during the trial, and they're told that they can consider.
These were not introduced during the trial.
No, well.
These were they're penalty phase exhibits. They were introduced during the victim impact. When
No, go back and let it run. No, that was just jury instructions. That's boring as hell.
Their number 1 was introduced during the trial.
Yes, all of these were testified to by victim impact witnesses. This was not introduced for aggravation. Right now, the jury is.
I'll try to make it louder.
Your instructions, they can only consider the aggravating factors. They may not consider victim impact evidence as aggravation. So, the defense position is, even without precedent, this should not go back into the jury room because it may not be considered.
Are you not including number 1?
What?
There.
Number 1 is in evidence.
Right, because the only thing that
All of
is
these are in evidence right
aggravation.
now.
I'm talking about in the state's case in chief.
Right, and that's what I was saying.
We would object.
You're distinguishing 71, 72, and
Death penalty isn't good enough.
73
Laying
did
would
not
be a
come
better
into case in
sentence.
chief. They're,
The state used the one photograph, exhibit 1, for aggravation. That was what he published for EHAB.
that's going back.
And I objected to.
I am letting it run. What do you think I'm doing?
All right, so I made a proper objection. I didn't know that Mr. Diaz was.
Don't make
All right, so you understand.
drunk
No, I
law
understand.
racks
What's
get
the point
upset.
of these going back if the instruction says that they cannot consider victim impact?
Judge, it says that victim impact statements cannot be considered for the purpose of aggravation. I know that Your Honor has already made this ruling, and so I'm not trying to disturb Your Honor's ruling, but I do not agree with that ruling.
Which ruling?
I believe that in the 5th step of whether or not the defendant should be sentenced to death, right?
Right.
It says already having found that aggravators exist, already having found the aggravators
There's a
exist.
whole bunch of Supreme Courts. You don't agree with the Supreme Court opinion. I'm just following the law, Mr. Diaz. You don't agree with what the Supreme Court said on that.
No, Your Honor, I don't believe that that's what the cases say. When we had that argument, they pointed to the sentence from the jury instructions, which is again in the aggravating factors section. Regardless, I want to make sure this record is clear. I put those photos in before the first person who testified to victim impact statement, meaning Kelly Andrews and Carrie Rebels, opened their
At
mouth
the end,
in
when they
response.
come back for the
I put
verdict,
them in. I put them all in as a
hang
package.
tight.
This-
We'll
this
get
is
there.
interesting too, though.
This is a good build-up.
But which of the aggravating factors, that's all they consider, or mitigating circumstances, do these go to? These were used during the victim impact statements, which were not introduced, which they've been told, they've been given the instruction on. So which of the aggravating circumstances do these additional photographs go to, and tell me how they assist?
They don't, bro. Just drop it.
Judge, the rules are the evidence goes back to the jury.
Well,
No, see.
No, that's not how this works.
I'm kind of surprised. This guy was really good. He's
You may not consider this evidence as an aggravating.
Well, he got shut down and embarrassed himself yesterday, so.
And the verdict form. The verdict form says nothing about victim impact evidence. Notwithstanding the fact that it was introduced as exhibits, we are asking this court to rule as a matter of law that they should not go back into the jury room.
I'm not going to let these go back. I'm letting one go back. I may be wrong, Mr. Diaz, but following the law that I believe it to be, I don't see any basis for them to consider these. They saw them. You made argument related to them. They have that. They're armed with that knowledge.
Right.
But as far as them going back, I'm going to allow them to be removed. They can become court exhibits, or however you want to do it, or if my order is sufficient to say that 71, 72, and 73 is not
Mr.
gonna be
Diaz
sent
is
back
taking this
to
way
jury
too
room. I don't
personally,
care.
and this is a death penalty case.
sometimes
Show it
the
to
prosecutors
they
here
can't
show
consider
for the
it
victims
except for
too.
uniqueness.
They
I'm
want
not
to
gonna
show
let
that
that
they're
Then I
advocating for
want
them,
the
you
court
know.
to ask Mr. Kane as an officer of the court.
After this
before I
argument,
gave my
keep it
closing,
going. I'm keeping
I
it going. You
specifically
haven't
showed
seen
him
me
State's
touch it
Exhibit
in
73,
minutes.
State's Exhibit 1, and I told him that the only two
Degenerate
photos I was
chatters.
going to use, and he said no objection.
I agree.
Okay.
That doesn't mean they go back in the jury room.
Okay, that's fine, but I want to make sure that there's no issue that now I showed them something during closing that wasn't an exhibit, because that's the new problem that's been created. You've just taken 73 out as an exhibit, and I showed it during my closing.
Your Honor, that is not an issue.
Okay, all right. Well, you said it's not an issue on the record, so it's not an issue.
That's it. The judge is freaking great. This judge is just smoking. I don't know what his background is, but he's great.
He is.
Yeah, Amy, and this is a question for everybody. Life in prison without parole is life in prison without parole. That means that person does not come out of that prison except in a pine box. So there is no parole, there's no get out of jail free. Life in prison is life forever. So
Those pine boxes are expensive too. Just heads up, it's not cheap unless I've never seen a plywood.
I'd just like to have the record corrected and reflected some statements that I made 2 or 3 days ago in respect to testifying.
Okay.
I was, in fact, promised something in exchange for not testifying.
What?
Whoa.
Oh. Well, this is interesting.
His attorney's shaking her head. She's going,
Wait,
Well,
what?
Let's talk. Let's hear what he has to say. Come on, let's let it go.
I will just say I've heard one sentence out of his mouth and I'm saying bullshit right now.
Now, I will tell you when the client is adversarial with their attorney, that waives attorney-client privilege on that point. So he can start bad-mouthing his attorneys, but then the defense attorney then gets to be a witness against him. And let me tell you, sometimes defense attorneys like that. But let's see what he has to say. Come on, lay it on me. I'm ready.
Wow, though. I mean, like the reason I'm saying bullshit right after the first sentence is no lawyer, especially one with her abilities and credentials, is going to put her license on the line to do something that absolutely.
And you've watched these defense attorneys. You could not pay to get a better defense team than this guy got.
you know what? Serious applause to her for fighting vehemently and zealously for him. Now knowing that this was a conversation.
Right.
Well,
and
I hope
that's
she
what
fights.
that is most of the time.
I hope she fights zealously against him right now.
Well, no,
We can't
let's
go
see what
louder.
let's go, man. Come
Okay,
on,
let's
let's hear
press
it.
I
I'm ready.
literally cannot go louder. It is 500% of the courtroom right now. This is it. He said his lawyer promised him something in
Well,
return
he said
for not testifying.
somebody. Was it lawyer or
Well,
somebody?
he said, I mean,
I think he said a lawyer, or
Okay,
he
let's
was
see what-
just promised something.
Promised something corrected and reflected some statements that I made 2 or 3 days ago in respect to testifying.
Okay.
I was, in fact, promised something in exchange
Oh,
for
okay.
not testifying in
Didn't mention the lawyer.
guilt phase of the trial.
What were you promised?
I was promised a accurate depiction of the incident that occurred the night my girlfriend, Kay Baker, died, as I had witnessed it. However,
Judge, if I could just caution my client, he can tell me whatever he wants.
But
I just want to caution
it
him.
can be used against him.
Absolutely.
Judge, I would ask that you place him on.
Okay, that's fair enough. Go ahead, talk, bro. Tell us what really happened. Tell us what you didn't tell us before, so we can go in.
Man. This like he's a dejected child. Oh my gosh.
This is not getting what he wants, and he's not listening to his lawyer. Bad move. But let's go ahead. Come on, I'm ready.
Good for the lawyer. Good for the lawyer to still be advocating for her client in this
He
situation.
needs a freaking award.
Top notch. Let's hear him. Come on, let's see what he has to say.
Wow.
Let's hear the real Matthew Terry.
If I Killed Her, by Matthew Terry.
Exactly.
All right.
Kay Baker died, as I had witnessed it. However,
Judge, if I could just caution my client, he can tell me whatever he wants.
But
I just want to caution him.
it can be used against him.
Absolutely.
Judge, I would ask that you
And
place
can
him under
affect
oath.
his appeal.
All right. He's under oath. I'll remind him he's under oath. I swore him in when and I want to correct you. I want to make sure you said something that you said a couple days ago. Today, I asked you whether you wanted to testify in the guilt phase, and then when you said you had made a decision and that was your decision, I asked you whether anyone forced you, threatened you, or promised you anything, and you did, and you answered that you had not today.
You had penalty, Judge, because you said guilty.
Penalty. Today.
I'm referring to guilt.
Oh, you're referring to guilt. Well, okay. So you're alleging that in
Okay, Mark, where'd you go,
Come
Mark?
on, man. Don't stop it. I want to hear it.
No, the chat needs to know what's happening here. Mark, he says, I have no idea what's happening. And if one person doesn't know what's happening, several
All
people
right.
don't know what's happening. In a nutshell, during the main trial phase, when it's the defense's turn to put on their case in chief, the defendant has a right to take the stand. But the judge asked him, "Are you going to take the stand?" And he equivocated. He said, "I want to testify, but my lawyers said I shouldn't, so I'm going to listen to my lawyers." And the judge said, no, you can't do that. That's not clear enough. And he said, "Well, I want to, but listening to my lawyers, I've decided not to." And then the judge pressed him harder and said, "Okay, do you want to testify? No. Are you making this decision not to testify of your own volition? Yes. Has anybody promised you anything in return for not testifying?" And he says, "No."
Right.
So he said nobody promised him anything to testify if he didn't testify. Nobody said you're going to get a light sentence. Nobody said you're going to get acquitted if you don't testify. Nobody promised him anything, is what he said.
Right.
And so now suddenly out of the blue, he's standing up and saying, "Somebody promised me something if I didn't testify."
It took him 2 days to figure out what was promised so he could testify now.
And now the lawyers are going, "Well, wait a minute."
And I will say, let me just, in defense of my clients of across the country, across the world, that jury just left to decide whether he lives or dies. And he's looking, his eyeball is thinking, if they come back death, I want to create maximum appellate record. So he's coming up in his own mind, not from the attorneys, but he's thinking, I want to create some issue that gives me something to hang on to if they come back death. So just, because if you're on the dock for death or life, your mind is moving, right? So that may be what you're seeing here.
Okay, press play.
Come on.
I did. It didn't work. I must have missed the play. There we
In the guilt phase.
Let's go back a little bit.
I'm referring to guilt.
Oh, you're referring to guilt. Well, okay. So you're alleging that in the guilt phase, you were promised if you did not testify in the guilt phase, or if you did not testify in the penalty phase.
I did not testify in the guilt phase.
That you would be provided
that in the closing arguments, an accurate depiction would have been described in respect to the incident as I had witnessed it.
In the closing argument in the guilt phase.
Yes. And it was not.
Okay, vague.
You waited though till now after the penalty phase to raise this.
I have been talking. I wanted to do this sooner. I made the decision today that I wanted to at least correct the record.
Okay.
And I want the record to reflect that a promise was made.
Okay.
And in exchange for it, not testifying.
Okay. I hear you.
If you decide we want to, bring something to the hearing, something like that, that's fine. I just want the record to reflect that.
Okay. There may be post-trial motions related to it that we can discuss, but while it's now fresh and on the record, I'll see if there's any response from counsel.
I bet there's a response.
I would be violating attorney-client privilege. So unless I'm ordered to give that kind of information, or unless there's a 3.5 vote, I am restricted from doing so.
Oh, I love her.
Okay.
Well, I think that it can be addressed at the appropriate time. I think it's premature to make such an order or requirement, or that what has happened thus far constitutes a waiver of attorney-client privilege. So it's on the record, and certainly at some subsequent appropriate time, then you may have the opportunity to respond.
Yes.
Mr. Diaz, anything?
I would ask Your Honor to ask the defendant what it is that he wanted said, so the record is clear.
Yeah.
Objection, that's not necessary to get into it.
Oh, I think it is. I think it's necessary.
As the court said,
He's open.
If you make an allegation, back it up.
on the record, and if at some later date is undertaken by either 3850 court or somebody else, then
The court is really
That's
quiet.
it. And he has the opportunity to change his mind. That's totally different. He brought this up. He broached this subject. I will ask him. He can decline if he wishes.
Would you please remind him that
What he says, he's under oath.
we can have a couple minutes with Mr. Terry.
I'll allow you to talk to him.
I love this judge.
Can we take this up in just a moment and get the jury is waiting for the evidence. So come over here, make sure that everything's good to go back, and they can start deliberating.
To use a vulgarity, that was essentially the lawyer saying, "Judge, can we take a few minutes to tell our client to shut the fuck up?"
Well, it's interesting that I thought that was the prosecutor talking, but the defense attorney was talking. See, you don't know what's going on behind the scenes here. You don't know what the relationships are between the client and the defense. It's a mark of professionalism that those defense attorneys are doing such a great job, even though there's some sort of conflict going on behind the scenes. So he's having them in the
Your decision, not defense attorneys.
Was that
okay? Let's go ahead. Let's hear it. I want to hear more.
All right. Well, while we're stopped, let's just run through some quick super chats. Mike Morrison, $50. Thank you so much. I was 11 years old when I hid in the closet with my nana as she was shot and killed by someone at the front door over $8.41. Damn.
30 years ago. Yeah.
I'm now 41. I was at the execution when his appeals finally ran out. Having been through it, you relate to both sides differently.
Yeah. It's tough. I mean, I understand that I'm in the minority in the death penalty debate. And most people are with Danny's side, but it doesn't mean that I don't really think that that's a right or wrong thing. I mean, it's very hard. This is a very hard, complex, difficult question. If you don't think it is, you haven't looked into it. You need to really look into it before you make that easy knee jerk, oh, kill them all kind of thing. It's not an easy question. So I respect what's going on there. I've been the subject of a armed robbery where the guy pointed a gun at my chest and killed somebody 40 minutes before with the same gun. So
holy crap.
Yeah, I know what it's like being on the other end of a barrel, and I couldn't imagine having a grandmother killed at your front door and you being that young.
Yeah. Well, you said left out Papa. I mean, they were both killed in front of you. Oh my God. That's like,
I'm so sorry.
Wow.
That's horrible. And, to be fair, even though I'm pro death penalty in theory, I have not watched an execution live.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've seen videos where people die in various ways, but I've never actually seen an execution in person. And so that's where you may have one up on me too, where my opinion is always subject to change. I'm not
fair enough. Well, and I used to be 50-50. If you'd asked me this 15 years ago, I'd be like, well, I'm moderately pro death penalty. So it's actually one of the few issues I've evolved the most on in the last 15 years of my life. So,
Danny, what's the weirdest thing you witnessed in Korea?
It may not be the weirdest, but it's certainly the funniest. So I was walking through Daegu. Daegu is a big city in Korea, and they have this giant park. And when you go to Korea, all of their anybody who can afford it or who has property buries their dead up on the hills. And so anyway, they have this giant park and there's a cemetery there. And I hear, and I go, hey, wait a second. I know that sound. I haven't heard that since I lived in America, but I know that sound. It was a dirt bike. And I see this guy launch off. Oh, and this is also important.
They were using tombs for jumps.
He was using people's tombs. And he literally jumps like over our head because the hill came down like this and the pathway was here. And he just took one of these tombs
oh no,
and launched his dirt bike into the air, doing a full spin. He landed like really close to us. He turns and he looks and people are just screaming, like they start to lose it. And he just takes off full speed. So
wow.
That is
because the tombs they're like mounds of earth. So this guy was just using one for a ramp, I guess. Holy crap. If they would have caught him, they would have torn him apart. Koreans take their ancestors incredibly seriously here.
You do not do that stuff. I don't know what kind of death wish this man had, but he definitely had one. It was still hilarious and bizarre. It was the weirdest thing I've seen.
Just north of here in the city of Gyeongju, it used to be Korea was broken up into 3 kingdoms. And once Korea became unified, the unified Shilla dynasty, Gyeongju, an hour north of here, became the capital of the kingdom. And if you go back several months in my stream, in my Legal Vices Does Korea streams, I tour this park where it's this park where all of these ancient kings are buried from like 900 AD and whatnot. And so they're the larger your earth tomb is, the more important you were. So some of these kings have these 3, 4, and 5-story tall mounds of earth where they bury them with all their armor and treasure and whatnot. A couple of years ago, some boneheads drove their Jeep up to the top of the tallest one and were taking social media photos. And they did hard jail time for that.
외국인 들이어서?
Nope, they were Koreans.
Really?
Oh, listen to me. I just answer her like everyone understands what she just said. I didn't
Sorry,
even process
everyone.
it. I didn't even process you were speaking Korean to me there.
Well,
I didn't process I was speaking Korean to you either. I said, were they foreigners? And he
Yeah.
responded, no, they were Korean.
That is
You are
hilarious.
you are letting people. This is a cliffhanger, man.
Yeah. All right.
All right, press play. Sorry.
I'm sorry, but I'm like, I want to hear what's said here. And like, you guys,
Chat, I want you to witness Steve wants someone to shut up. Steve is telling someone to be quiet. Note that note the date and time this occurred. All right, Alistair says legalizes Steve, Danny, Flux. What are your guys' 3 top law related movie picks? Okay, we'll save this one for later.
Keep a turkey in this suspense.
Yeah, all right. We'll
Yeah,
I
press
just
play.
deleted it. Shit. Yep. One last one. Steve Gosney. Were the jury members in this trial selected in any way for their views on death sentences?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Well, we can talk about. Let's talk about that after the verdict.
Wait, I'm just loving the fact Steve wants everybody to shut up and hurry
Press
on.
play.
I've never
Jeff,
seen this before.
Stop teasing us.
All right, let's go back a little bit. Oh, this is great.
Was that it? Was that the whole thing that he did? Was just that? I
Well,
thought
no,
didn't the defense
more
attorney
here.
say let him
By
talk?
Defense attorneys regarding or related to your decision not to testify in the guilt phase of this trial, and you've indicated that that promise was for, say it again, representation of what happened during the closing argument.
Accurate what happened during the closing arguments
Okay,
that evening as I had witnessed them.
and you feel as though that was not done.
Correct.
Well, I'm going to ask you now what that accurate representation is.
I think he wants to address that at an appropriate hearing, which would not be today, because of course the court indicated already that it would be premature now to do anything else, maybe in the future at any post-conviction. So I believe right now he doesn't want to expand on that any further than what he wanted to originally put on the record was the statement he already said.
I'm not going to order him to, but this is his opportunity to make a record of what he believes is the issue. So I'm going to give him the opportunity to make that record at this time.
Please do.
I believe he feels like he's made
Well,
the
he has to
record. I
answer.
understand that, but I believe his position is going to be that he's made the record adequately that he wanted to at this juncture.
Hush her
Yes, ma'am.
up.
I do
Let
feel
Dave
like I have
work.
already
I want to speak to him.
communicated what I wanted to Your Honor, to the court, and I think that the rest of this should be handled at the appropriate time. My only intention was just to bring this up, so it's on record today. That is all.
All right, I'm going to accept that. I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay. But people are saying more happens later.
Anything, did I already ask any objections to the instructions as given from the defense?
You did ask him, we did not have any.
All right.
Huh.
Judge is
I'm-
thinking too. Huh.
Validate the defendant's answer that he gave you earlier, that he said that he was also satisfied with the representations of his counsel, because I believe you asked him that at the conclusion of the verdict. Which by
Trying to
definition,
eliminate that appeal.
He doesn't really need to reiterate it.
Not an
It's already
appropriate legal
there.
question for me to determine at this time, Mr. Diaz.
See, boom. It's judge. It's great.
Because what's going, Judge, what's going to happen going forward in the future is we're going to have to rely on the words that were said.
Prosecutor, shut
Which is that he was satisfied.
Yes.
I like the prosecutor's ill-fitting suit for some reason.
I don't think Your Honor asked him that.
Look at the
He hasn't
judge.
changed that answer, Mr. Diaz.
Yes, Your Honor.
He does look like the kid from Up.
It's an issue I moved for prosecutorial motions. I do not know if you want to rule on that at this time or if you want to do that at another time.
No, I'll pass on that at this time as well.
Certainly,
More appropriate time.
that's fine, whenever you feel is appropriate.
All right, I'll let you know.
I'll
Anything else?
let you- I love it. This judge is
I'll
phenomenal.
give you a call.
Of course, we renew all
Hit
of
you
our
up.
prior objections and our prior motions.
Absolutely, same rulings. Anything else from the state? All right, thank you.
The scheduling plan, Judge, is to let them deliberate for as long as they want to. And you were talking about possibly feeding them. at different
Absolutely,
time that you
absolutely.
can come back if we get there.
Since we did an early lunch and they came back at 1 o'clock today, at 5 o'clock, I'll instruct the bailiff to go in and see if they would
like for us to start ordering food because it does take about an hour.
Okay, there's got to be more to it than this.
Thank
Gotta
you.
be. That was great. This judge,
yeah,
is as good as they come. I'm very impressed. He's so good. Like, see, this is what the frickin' Brooks judge needed to learn. The Brooks judge is like, talking, and she feels like she has to repeat everything. And like, well, as I noted before, that I found that he said this and he said this. Here, this judge is like, well, didn't he answer that once before? Has it changed? Then why are you bringing up, prosecutor? Right? I mean, it's like, yeah, of course. You don't need to reiterate everything.
The jury has a verdict on the penalty phase.
Wait, what? Okay, so the jury was deliberating during that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I must have missed that.
No, they were sent out. That was in between that. They were charged. They sent the evidence back, and now, and that was after the jury. So that's oftentimes where this stuff goes on.
Well, here's the verdict, folks.
Was that the big fireworks? I don't think that was so bad.
People said that there's more to come, but I didn't see any more. It was,
all right. They say just before the verdict, so it might be here.
They deliberated for 52 minutes or 58 minutes.
Everybody says just hit play.
I am. I control the play button.
You are the master. But you're the one that needs to sleep. They're in Eastern Standard Time
We're
here.
going to get to that in a moment. But before we get too afar from what happened before we broke, I want to readdress that. I'm concerned in that Mr. Terry has made an allegation that his attorneys lied to him. That's exactly what he has alleged. And obviously there is a appropriate 3850 that can be filed and addressed, but the accusation is fresh.
Yang Jung-gil says
And
there is more.
I don't think that I should pass on the opportunity to make a perfect record as we're here. So I don't believe that I can order him. I gave him an opportunity to make any additional record that he wishes to, and I will continue to extend that opportunity to him if he wants to change his mind and put anything on the record. But I think that the most important thing is that I asked you, Miss Perry, whether or not you promised him anything. And if that requires me to find a waiver of attorney-client privilege, I find that because he's alleged that you lied to him in order to get him not to testify in the guilt phase. And so I'm asking you, and I'm finding that it constitutes a waiver. In fact, I'm ordering you to tell me whether you promised Mr. Perry anything in exchange to get him not to testify in the defense case in the guilt phase of this case.
Wow.
Whoa.
I think this is the judge being angry.
I am permitted to answer. And no, of course I did not.
Okay. All right.
Judge, I
Ooh.
apologize. Unfortunately, I don't know that Mr. Terry said that it was Ms. Perry that promised.
Even the clerk looks scared.
I'm just trying to play it out logically.
That's true. All right. All right.
So you could just ask Mr. Terry who it is that made the promise to him.
I would ask that you instead perhaps just inquire of my colleagues if they made any promises.
Right.
Mr. Kane, did you make any promises to Mr. Terry regarding anything in order to regarding his decision whether to testify in his case in chief during the guilt phase?
Yes.
You made promises to him?
Yes.
What were those
What?
promises?
I promised him that Mr. Terry's closing argument, any theories or any interpretations of the evidence would be based on the admissible evidence, and that she would argue according to the evidence that had been admitted in the case. That she could make no other arguments except what was supported by that evidence.
Okay.
That is the promise that I made.
All right. Any requests from the state at this point?
Judge, I'm deeply troubled by that answer. When a defense attorney stands up and says, yes, I made promises to a client who is now saying I was made promises and I waived my rights in furtherance of the promise, where Mr. Terry is now, I believe, if I understand things correctly, Mr. Terry is basically saying there was some agreement as to what exactly the story would be that would be told to the jury in closing, and that is not the story that was told. I don't know that this has clarified this any better.
It's a good argument.
I am answering the court's question. All right, there is more to a discussion on whether or not a client is going to testify than just what has been said here. And I don't know if now is the appropriate time to address that when we have the jury waiting to announce their verdict. So I ask
It's
that any
perfectly
concerns the court
appropriate right now.
has on this issue be undertaken or addressed after we have received this decision by the jury.
Mr. Diaz, any requests from the state regarding clarification? I mean, this is...
Your Honor, I mean,
you have decided that this constitutes a waiver of attorney-client privilege. It is an odd situation for me to suggest what the court should ask, because I don't know that I'm the appropriate person to ask the questions.
I'm asking if you have any suggestions.
Well, I mean,
Good answer for prosecutor and good answer from the judge.
if attorney-client privilege is waived, I don't understand why you cannot ask the defendant
Yeah.
what it is
Exactly.
that he believes he was promised, and then you can ask the attorneys individually, did any of you promise that or anything even remotely in that realm? I mean, this is pretty explosive stuff that is.
I understand. I agree. I mean, it's somewhat even uncharted territory. But I appreciate your suggestion, Mr. Terry. I'm going to ask you what you were promised.
So there were no theories discussed between my attorneys and myself in respect to any other sequence of events except what I described to them. Therefore, when it was told that everything would be covered in closing, I was under the presumption that what I had communicated to them would be communicated to the court instead of me testifying. So essentially, I looked at it as a way of them portraying what I had spoken to them in respect to the incidents that occurred that night for me in the closing arguments. And I thought the closing arguments were phenomenal up until the description of the incident, which was not accurate at all. Even though, as Mr. Kane described, it may have fit the context of the evidence, it was nothing close to what I had described to any of my attorneys.
Mr. Kane, did you promise him that?
No, I never promised Mr. Terry ever that what he had detailed for us previously would be theorized or argued by Ms. Perry. Never under any circumstances.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, my caveat to him was the promise we can make is that Ms. Perry's argument will be supported by the evidence and the evidence alone, and her interpretation and reasonable interpretation based on what can be inferred from the admissible evidence.
But
That's the promise I
you
made.
did not specifically promise him that her closing argument would contain anything that he expressed to you regarding a theory of the case.
Under no circumstances did I promise that.
Okay.
Right
I do
on.
not believe that Mr. Terry is saying that I made such a promise.
Well, hold on.
Mm.
Is
See, these are honest defense lawyers. Remember I was telling you about that?
Ms. Spradley, did you make any such promise to?
This is weird, though.
It is odd. I've never seen this actually.
Well, I mean, in situations like this,
right?
And you know,
but
we lost Danny again.
Oh, Danny said she had to go.
Really?
Oh,
That was
bye,
fast.
Danny. That was a quick exit.
I have to go. Yeah. Bye. Oh, she said she had to go like 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
12 minutes ago.
Bye,
I
Danny.
just thought, bye, Danny. Come back
I've
later again.
never actually seen this happen at this stage in a trial. This is usually reserved for a post-conviction motion. It's fascinating how this judge is handling it, and I'm impressed. There she is.
Hello
I
again,
thought
Danny.
You left us for good.
Sorry, no, I just have to go pick up my boss. So I
right.
will be listening carefully and pop in just to speak.
All
Yeah, and see, these are what you call honest defense lawyers, right?
Drive
so,
safe.
so they're not going to lie on his behalf. They're going to extrapolate from his story and putting from the evidence. They're going to argue what they can argue from the evidence, right? So he might have given him some story that is contradicted by the evidence that's before the court that would be obviously shot out of the water. So he's saying, oh, there was the second attacker and he did this and he did that. Right. And see, and the thing is, a lot of times your client himself does not have a good, accurate picture of what happened. So they imagine they can say, well, this is what I think happened. And they have a memory of it, but it's not actually what happened. Right. So he's saying there was this third attacker. He came in and he did this, but his memory is not perfectly accurate. It contradicts the evidence. So she's going to say, I will make your argument, but will not contradict the evidence that's introduced because I'm not going to lie for you. Right. So his memory or what he thinks happened or what he imagines happened or he recreated in his brain happened is not consistent with the physical evidence that's before the court. So they're going to say, we'll argue your second attacker theory, but we're not going to lie for you. We're not going to say something that's obviously not true. So this is a very interesting kind of, it might go to his memory dynamic.
And, I mean, generally speaking, you as the client tell your lawyer the facts, and the lawyer decides the strategy and how it's presented.
But see, he wants to argue the second attacker.
Yeah.
And but his theory may be in contradictory to the physical evidence, and the defense attorney's not going to go into that buzzsaw.
Yep. Wow.
And it may, let's assume he really believes the second attacker issue, right? This third person.
Danny, I'm going to mute you because whatever you're doing is rattling and crunching.
Oh my gosh, please do. I'm so sorry.
It sounds like you're eating some snacks.
No, I'm getting in my car to drive.
Oh, that'll do it. Okay. All right.
That's why I haven't, because I'm not going to be speaking or anything while I'm driving. So.
Okay. Done.
But see,
Hi,
mental memories are strange things. And even people who witness something and are participants of it, especially in these high situations, memories are created. Memories can be falsified. And like even people, he might even believe, he might have been so drunk and out of it that you don't know what he's thinking. So this is an interesting dynamic. Let's see some more. Give me some more dirt. I want to see it go on.
Japanese Yakuza, damn Maker's Mark. I didn't like it the first taste, but the second time and after that, I like it now. I like it. Now time for some Nika Coffee Malt. Nika Coffee Malt is a great whiskey. And James Andrew Morrison, Jeff has control of your TV sets. Nice. Was that Outer Limits? Yeah. Okay, let's talk about prepping. Says, if you don't testify, I promise I will tell you the story you want if it's supported by the evidence. Oops, it wasn't supported. Sorry, bud. Yeah. Which kind of leads to this question here. To be fair, if a client admits guilt to their attorney, can the attorney, as an officer of the court, stand up during their opening or closing and state that he didn't do it? No.
Well, there's a difference. That's too broad a question. And I know that sounds squirrely, like a squirrely attorney talking.
Well, if he says I did it, you can't stand up and argue he didn't do it.
Well, you can say the state has to prove it and the state didn't do it. You cannot put your client on the stand and have him lie about it. There's a whole process, an ethical process about what a defense attorney does when the client says, I'm going to get on the stand and lie about it, because you're really on the horns of dilemma there. And there's a lot of ethical standards for defense attorneys on what they do in that situation. It's not an easy call because you have a duty to represent. Your job in the system is to be the advocate.
I mean, the way this question's written, though, if he says I did it, can the lawyer stand up and say he didn't do it? No,
well, but a lawyer's not going to do that. If he says, if a defense attorney should never say he didn't do it, because that's shifting the burden to you.
Yeah.
The burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. The defense has to say nothing. So they can say they didn't prove it, even if the client tells them I did it, because I did it is different than they didn't prove it, right?
I mean, it's a seemingly small distinction, but it's incredibly important. So no, the lawyer cannot say he didn't do it, but the lawyer can say the state has the burden of proving he did it.
Nor should the lawyer say he didn't do it, because that's shifting the burden to themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. That's it. Let's jump back and see where this goes.
Judge, I want to be respectful of the fact that we have a jury waiting. I really do, but
I opened this door, but I was concerned about an allegation of a defendant in a death penalty case that not only implied, but appeared to specifically allege that his attorneys had lied to him.
I agree, Your Honor. I mean, that's what I was concerned about at the beginning. He was basically saying I was promised something, and then they didn't give me what they promised.
Well, but the attorneys have now said that they did not promise that they would provide a version of anything that he relayed to him. They've all said that on the record. Is there anything additional you want me to ask them?
I mean, I thought that when Your Honor came out, and maybe I misinterpreted what you said, and if I did, forgive me, but I thought you were starting this with, you were going to ask the defendant specifically what it is that he thought was going to be said that was not said.
I said I can't order him to do anything. I would give him the opportunity if he wished to put anything on the record. I did, after end up asking him specifically in response to your suggestion, that I asked him what he was promised. So that did change. And I asked him, and he told me. I will continue to give him the opportunity if he wants to put on the record what his version is. But his attorneys have specifically indicated, each and every one of them individually, that they did not promise him that they would provide a representation of what his version was in order to get him to waive, to not testify. That's what they've said.
Well, I would ask Your Honor, or at least I would ask Your Honor to tell Mr. Terry that he has this opportunity to say on the record whatever it is, whatever facts, specific fact that he thinks should have been said or was going to be said.
And
I said that I would, and I will.
Koopa full of shit. Super sticker. Thank you very much.
I guess, why, when the closing was done and Ms. Perry sat down, there was no issue raised in that moment.
Judge, the prosecutor may want to question Mr. Terry, but he doesn't have the right to. Those are not appropriate questions. This is not.
Well, I've already put on the record that he waited, that he didn't say anything about it until now.
Yeah.
But I will give him the opportunity. Mr. Terry, if there's anything that you would like to put on the record now, we're making a record for a number of post-trial issues that may be associated with your conviction in this case. So I'm giving you the opportunity now, if you want to say what it is that you believe that they were going to include in their closing argument and did not, and that they promised you in exchange for you testifying, I'm giving you an opportunity to tell us now.
I felt that I was promised that a depiction of the accurate.
I felt I was promised is different than I was promised.
Be portrayed in closing, possibly not exactly or every single detail, but at least an accurate depiction of what happened that night, as I had explained it to him. That was my perception, and that was my belief. I have been in discussion with my attorneys about this incident since the end of closing. And today I decided I wanted to raise the issue against their advice. I wanted to raise the issue and at least have the record reflected that I didn't even realize I was promised anything until after closing. Then
What?
I realized that
Told you.
that was not.
Wait, he didn't realize he was promised something before he didn't testify until after closing.
Right. It took him 2 days to figure out an excuse to make something up.
That literally made no sense. Steve, comments?
Nope, I want to see.
All right. That makes no sense. I was promised something for not testifying, but I didn't realize I was promised something for not testifying until the testimony was over.
Let the defendant speak his stupid mind.
That's not what I expected.
Okay, there's a big difference between expectations, promises, and the questioning that I gave to you prior to when you told me you had made a decision not to testify. If you didn't realize that you were promised anything before you made that decision, is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you
Then
very
sit
much.
the fuck down.
Let's get the jury.
Yeah. It's like, okay, you're an idiot. Shut up.
I love this defense table.
Wow. That was literally just the judge going, okay, never mind. Shut up.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have to rule on anything. He's like, wait.
I'm giving an A+ to the judge.
Oh yeah.
He is the best. I mean, I'll tell you, I'm very happy with he's fair. He controls his courtroom. What's that noise?
Probably Danny. We're going to mute her again.
Oh.
Yeah, it was Danny.
Oh.
Yeah, so all this drama just ends up with the judge going, what? Now shut up and let me tell you if you're going to die or not.
Well, we all die.
Like sooner than other people.
At the hands of the state is the...
And
well,
Boopa and Full of Shit says no super sticker recognition. Well, damn. What? No, I just recognized your sticker. So there you go. Patience, Padawan. Spider Carrot. This is kind of effed up, though, if you think about it. It means the client should not tell their lawyer the truth, and so they will not be able to get the best representation. No, it just means your lawyer should never ask you if you did it or not.
And you should always tell your lawyer the truth.
Yeah. But
see,
if he doesn't ask if you did it, don't tell him whether you did it or not.
See, he's the one that's full of shit here because he's the one that's got so much on it. And your mind can play tricks on you. You can actually trick yourself into thinking that you were promised something.
Here we go.
Verdict time, baby.
The bailiffs have indicated to me that you have reached a verdict in the penalty phase of this case. I'm going to turn now to Mr. Williams as the foreperson of the jury. Is that in fact correct, Mr. Williams?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have the verdict form for the penalty phase?
Yes, Your Honor.
Could you please present that to the bailiff? Thank you, sir. I will review the verdict. I will then present it to the clerk to be published.
Oof. Here we go.
Mr.
Chair, if you will please stand as counsel for the publishing of the verdict.
State of Florida versus Matthew Robinson Terry, case number 22 CF 006969. We, the jury, find as follows as to Matthew Terry in this case. A, aggravating factors as to count 1. 1, we, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that Matthew Terry was previously convicted of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Check. Only yes or no. Yes was checked. Number 2, we, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Check.
Okay.
Only yes or no, and that answer was no.
Oh, okay.
That's unusual.
If you answered no to every aggravating factor listed, do not proceed to section B. B, sufficiency of the aggravating factors as to count 1. The answer is no. Dated this
Yeah, so that's the end.
17th date
You got
of
life.
November 2022 in Hillsborough County. Foreperson, signed by the foreperson, WW.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You may be seated. Would either side like the jury polled before they are released by the court?
No.
Okay, quick question before we figure out what the judge says. Now, I know that if they come back with a death penalty, then the judge can consider it and say, no, never mind, it's life in prison.
Right.
But if they say life in prison, can the judge go back and say, no, he's getting the death penalty?
No.
So you can only go down, you can't upgrade.
Correct.
All right, so it's done.
It's life. He got life. So somebody's saying that there's some other fireworks coming up. I don't know.
I don't know how much there can be other than just.
Yeah, I don't know what else is
you're
left.
gone,
That's
go
it.
away. Yeah.
But I don't know.
Well, let's find out. We got a couple more minutes.
That we need to address before the court releases this jury. State?
So he just told life.
Defense?
He said, "What happened?"
All right.
And she said,
Ladies and
"Life."
gentlemen of the jury, this is my final opportunity to address you. And the first thing that I want to say is one of the first things that I said to you 3 weeks ago when we brought you in here. And that is thank you for your very important civic duty. I indicated to you during jury selection that jury service is one of the most important things that you can do for your country. And I am quoting Abraham Lincoln. You have completed that very important service, and we greatly appreciate you.
It
I
gets
know that
way
wasn't
better?
Easy. I know that
I don't know what else
it
can
was
go on.
long.
That's pretty much
You've
over.
been here now for 3 weeks. Not only do I thank you, but I appreciate you. And I thank you for your patience.
3 impact statements
All
and
of my
sentence.
prior restrictions
Okay, well,
regarding doing
he's
any
gonna get
research
life.
about this case,
Yeah.
about
But the victims
discussing
may
this
get
case with
to
anyone,
speak again.
I am going to release you of at this time. That means that as you walk out that door in just a moment, you are free to either continue discussing this case amongst yourselves, but also to discuss it with others. It is entirely your decision and your decision alone whether you wish to do that. If you do not want to discuss it with anyone else, you do not have to. Additionally, there is a very special protection that applies to your deliberations, both during the guilt phase and in the penalty phase. That is that you cannot be forced to talk about your deliberations except by court order. Again, though, that is your decision. If you wish to do so, then you may discuss with others your deliberations. As far as everything in the case, anything that may be out there on media, social media, you are free to look at that if you wish. I cannot say it enough, so I'm going to say it one last time as I dismiss you from the courtroom, and that is thank you sincerely. All rise for the jury.
Salute to the jury. I think they got it right. I think this was a life case. I mean, even if I set aside my personal beliefs about death penalty, and just say because I've been pro death penalty, so I understand it. But I don't think this is a death penalty case. I think this is a first degree murder case punished by life in prison without parole. Right.
What is the state's request?
We'd ask to proceed to sentencing. The family is here from out of town.
All right.
I don't see any reason not to.
Your Honor, can I just have
Yes.
confer with him?
Yes.
There's no legal reason, defense agrees.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
That's it.
That
Done.
defense team was on their game the whole time. And so I'm going to take away a little criticism from Greta, because it sounds to me like the defendant was really pushing the defense team to argue the third party stabber. And so you're kind of constrained. That's pretty tough. I mean, he doesn't want to concede guilt. He's saying, I didn't do it. There's this third party attacker, and that's what he wants to go with. And, the defense, what are you going to do? You got to have a defense. So what's your defense? Well, you're going to go with what the client tells you it is, right? And they did their best. You have to do it. She went all the way, right? She advocated for client the best she could.
Yes.
I didn't believe it, but I think that she's following her client's direction on that. So we were criticizing, because I would have gone much harder for second degree murder on the guilt phase. But if he's not conceding, then she can't do that.
Oh, excuse me.
Vices. I don't know how much time do we have left of this, because I'm
not much.
I'm surprised that there's more. I mean, I don't really know what's to be said here. How much time we got?
Less than
30 minutes.
But I mean, a lot of that is the end of the stream. So
Maybe you can play it.
We've got 15 minutes.
Okay, great.
All right. The Japanese Yakuza says a plane ticket and some rope, and I'll take care of business, and a free roam in the city for a week. I'll do it. I'm cheap. Well, you have to go to jail and get him. He's not getting out. Ms. Amanda says that is what really boggled my mind. So how bad of an act of killing?
Every stabbing, every killing is especially heinous and cruel. That's the problem. All murders are especially heinous and cruel. Is there a non-heinous and cruel murder?
But it's to be exceptionally heinous.
Exceptionally. I mean, well,
and the jury's going, no, this is just average run of the mill heinous.
That's the problem with the statute.
Yep. Wow. I don't get it. No, it's yeah. Zach, I bet a really drunk Steve Gosney would just go around earnestly explaining legal theory to total strangers.
He might be right. He's probably got me pegged.
Mike Morrison, wait until after the verdict. Okay, we're after the verdict.
After the verdict, here we are.
Let's see what happens. Got 15 minutes of fun left. And I will just say kudos to this judge for getting apparently through 2 impact statement people in less than 15 minutes, as opposed to the Brooks trial where it took like 1 billion hours.
This judge was so on the money. Fair, strong, called it clean. I love this judge. He's excellent.
Normal, heinous adjacent. Okay, let's go.
At some point, if you have a chance. And then otherwise, we can proceed.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone who wants to address the court may. We're going to proceed to sentencing at this time, so she may come forward. We'll just put her at the podium there, unless she wants to come down to the witness stand, wherever she's more comfortable.
Okay, to be fair, thank you very much.
Podium, or do you want to come sit in the chair?
I'll come sit in the chair.
All right, let me swear you in before you walk over there. If you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you may proceed to the chair. Did you want, I don't see any reason why you can't go with her. This is victim's assistance.
Yes. Can we just maybe set a chair up over here for her?
You want to just put that chair right over here? Is that sufficient? Is that all right with you, ma'am? And Mr. Diaz, I apologize. Please state her name again.
Yes, this is Christine Empey. E-M-P-E-Y.
Welcome, Ms. Empey.
Thank you.
I'm going to allow Mr. Diaz the opportunity to ask you questions.
Ms. Empey, just a little bit of background so his honor understands. You
Okay,
are
so
the
now we got to
stepmother
figure out
of
if that's
Baker?
the mother.
And how long have you been her stepmother?
This is mom of the victim.
Right, so that's the majority of her life.
Yes.
Yeah, the stepmother.
Do you have something you'd like to say here in court?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed.
What words did Kay say that night to justify you killing her? How bad could those words be? Did she say, Dad was right. Michelle was right. Was that what got her death sentence? It is very unsettling as a parent to fear for your daughter because of the partner they've chosen. I feared for Kay's life. Her dad feared for Kay's life. And I don't understand why she did not. I hope you fear for your life.
Oh. That was powerful.
Thank you. You may sit down.
I'm gonna ask if the jury is watching this.
No.
Yes, Your Honor.
Jury's been excused.
She'd like to address the court.
Yeah.
This is these are victim statements.
Choice, Ms. Cook, if you want to stand at that, or if you'd like to come down, let me swear you in here. You swear to testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. You'll come around to the chair.
This is for the benefits of the families of the victim. It's not for any
Final closure, yeah.
Well, to say their final piece, they get an opportunity to speak.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Ma'am, could you please tell us how you know Matthew Terry?
I was his college girlfriend. We went to different colleges, but we dated almost 20 years ago.
Okay. And do you have something you'd like to say here to the court?
I do.
Okay, please go ahead.
What's she gonna say?
Am I allowed to address Mr. Terry?
That's it.
Objection, Your Honor. These proceedings are not to be having the witnesses address the defendant directly. The requirement is that they address the court. We didn't
I can do that as well.
All right, go ahead and address,
I can do that as well.
address me.
Okay. I have sat here this week and listened to everything that has happened, everything that has been said. I have watched the giggles and the laughs and the complete disrespect for a woman's life. That woman is not here today. She has passed away. And I feel like it's a slap in the face, especially when I heard that there were no priors, when you were given instruction that there were. I was not allowed to testify in any of this because I accepted misdemeanors rather than pushing for a trial in felonies. And because of that,
Let me end this for a second.
I'm going to overrule whatever the objection is. I'll allow it.
Have access to the record, please.
I'm sorry?
I mean, have access to the record.
Mike Morrison, after this, we all need a drink. Ugh. Thanks, I guess.
Regarding victim impact, my understanding is that Ms. Cook is now taking the opportunity to denigrate the defense and criticize the defense without proper foundation. And we would just object to any further statements about the defense if she would like to confine her victim impact, not fully knowing the relationship that she may or may not have had with Kay Baker. We can then address the appropriateness of her taking the stand and making these remarks.
Your objection is noted. You may proceed.
Ma'am, just a little bit, because I think the judge may not understand what you're talking about. Were you the victim in another case involving Mr. Terry?
yes, I was.
When was
Overruled.
when was that?
Early 2000s.
And can you just give a brief summary of what happened in that case?
Yes. He broke into my house. I was assaulted. My girlfriend, which was not in a lesbian sense, my friend that was a woman, was also assaulted. And he chased us around the house. When the police came, he pretended to be the victim rather than the assailant. And a lot of the things I heard today regarding case, or not today, rather, but this week, were very similar to the things that I endured. And so I did not plan on saying anything today. I did not plan on being a part of this at all. But I feel that Kay deserves that support. She trusted this man wholeheartedly. She has for years. I have known of Kay since we dated. She was a good person. She was a beautiful soul. And she loved this man wholeheartedly and would have done anything for him.
Is there anything else you'd like the court to know?
No.
Okay,
Thank you, ma'am.
that was quick.
Any questions?
No questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
And that was handled well
Should we have
again by
anyone
the
else?
judge because
That's it for witnesses.
she's venting on the
All right, let me see if
defense
there's any witnesses
attorneys.
from the defense.
Defense attorneys are doing their raw job.
All right.
She's directed her comments
And,
to the court.
Does Mr. Terry wish to address the court? All right.
Your Honor, there's only one lawful sentence. I hate to say that you don't have discretion, but you don't have discretion. So I would just ask that you impose the lawfully required sentence.
Anything from the defense?
Nothing further.
All right. Yes, please stand.
I guess in one respect, it is easy since Mr. Diaz is absolutely right and that I don't have any discretion. There is only one sentence. What I will say is that I listened to the testimony of Ms. Rogers both during the Williams Rule hearing and during the trial that we've been in here, and additional testimony regarding the charges, the trial, the sentence in Michigan. I don't know what happened in Michigan as far as the trial and the sentence, but based on what I heard, I believe that you should have been in prison in Michigan and that Ms. Baker should still be alive.
Wow.
This is Florida. You're going to prison for the rest of your life. I adjudicate you guilty. I sentence you to life in prison. I impose all fines, fees, associated charges, and I advise you that you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence entered against you. Thank you. He has 174 days credit. State, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you all very much.
Clean. See, that's the way to sentence too. Boy.
Yeah.
Salute. Remember the judge in the Brooks trial? Listen to
2
herself
hours.
talk for 2.5 hours. See, there's a judge who sentences right. This is, this is a great judge. If any people stuck it, I'm glad I stuck through this whole trial.
And thank you for being part of this show.
Well, once you get me hooked on a trial, I'm sort of stuck because I'm interested, and then I'm like, ooh, toy, shiny ball, right? But it's thank you for letting me on and having me commentary. Thank you for everybody's kindness and buying the books. And I'm going to go back to work on Monday, go back to my real job. But we got to finish it together, Vices. So cheers to you.
Yeah, well, see, I was planning on milking this at least until Wednesday, so now I've got 48 hours to figure out what to do next week. For
how about
everything.
sleep?
Well, that'll be fun. But there's another case coming up, another Florida murder case coming up that I've got my eye on. Courtney Clenny, she murdered her boyfriend allegedly. She was a Superfans model, and she got real stabby with him. So they're doing some preliminary stuff now. So that'll be down the road. Supposed to start next month, but these things always get delayed like a year and a half before they actually get started. But wow, so that's it. That's the end. This trial is over.
Over. Well,
Matthew Terry is never going to see the light of day ever again.
Yes, and well, thank you. And the chats have been very nice. Thank you for that. Even when we disagree, I hope we can respect each other. And I think the justice was served, and the judge was A+.
Yeah.
Defense team, excellent. I'm going to give a B to the prosecutor because he was great. He could have kept the A, but I'm knocking him down a peg because he was on that discovery violation and the whininess and not being able to step up, and the blood spatter expert and his cross of the defense mitigation witnesses. So I'm going to have to give a B to the prosecutor, but still, he was pretty good. Still gets the B. That's not bad.
That's fair enough. Wow. So that was a good trial, and the people we've had on, Flux, Danny, Aussie Overlord, potentially Criminal Sean, Andrew Branca, everybody go and visit their sites and subscribe to them and watch their videos and like their videos, but especially here to Steve. Steve is a trooper. Steve's been here nearly since the beginning, every possible chance. So that's always appreciated. As a practicing Florida lawyer who deals with the appeals in cases like this, do you have any special particular takeaways from this?
He's going to do life in prison without parole, and he will not get out, and he will walk away from prison. He will not walk away in prison except in a pine box. So, and that's justice in this case. I think I don't believe his third party defense. I think he was extorting his lawyers. And somebody in the chat had said, why doesn't he stand up and hug his lawyers? You would think that, wouldn't you? They just saved his damn life. But you know what we get? We get a bar complaint and a 3850 saying they lied to me. I mean, that's why attorneys a doctor, the person you treat them, and your mother dies of cancer, and they said we did everything they can. They say, "Oh, love you, doctor. Even though my child died in your hands, right? I love you, and here, marry my firstborn." A lawyer, you work your butt off, do what your client wants, and you get a life sentence, and they still throw you under the bus. So this is the why we drink especially hard on the defense attorney and the attorney side.
And Michelle, she's been pestering me since very early on to mention this. I'm not sure we want to go into any detail on it, but we can mention it, and you can all search for it if you want. This was from when? This was from 2019. LPD attorney Donna Perry placed on administrative leave during internal investigation into alleged affair with ex-chief Larry Giddens before retirement.
Is that the defense attorney?
That's Greta, yeah.
Oh, well, she's, come on. If it's the thing is, the nice thing about being a defense lawyer is everybody expects us to be real scum. So it's like, oh, they did coke and they were sleeping with 3 whores. Well, who cares? They're a defense attorney, right? So I mean, you kind of get the but I mean, I don't know. I'm not here to judge her for
that's just I'm not going to read the article. You can read it if you want, but
she did great. I mean, and I like I said, my disagreement with the defense was that third party stabber, but she may have just been handcuffed in what she could do with her client. And it sounds to me like when he came out with what he said, I think that's probably exactly what happened. She didn't.
Or he wanted an even more ridiculous version of what happened.
Yes, and they're trying to and this thing, like my suggestion, they were probably going hard at him, saying, "Look, baby, we need to go for second degree murder. We need to go for second degree murder," and they can't. If he does not, if he says no, they can't do that. But that would be my advice. But he sounds like a hard head who's not listening to the ladies, so control freak. So he probably is vetoing that strategy. So she's got to go with the third party stabber strategy.
Yep. And Crystal says Vice Squad is the best squad. Hey, the Vice Squad rocks. You guys are awesome. Jeff should do OnlyFans. Trust me, there's not a damn soul on earth that wants to see that. Just trust me on that. But it is now 7:18 a.m. here.
You got to go to bed, buddy.
Yeah, it's time to snuggle up with the dogs on the bed and kind of sleep till about noon, I guess. So for those of you that are wondering if there is going to be an unexplained stream happening 3 hours from now, the answer is a solid no. We're done until Maritime Monday, unless I get really bored on Sunday or something. It's almost like we're 12 minutes away from dog breakfast time. So I just want to say, mods, especially those insane mods that were here 8 hours and 45 minutes ago when we started. For those mods that stuck through this whole thing, you're insane, but I love you. Other mods that came in and out, thank you so much. Chatters, Vice Squad and chat, as it said, best chat on the internet. You guys are awesome. And those of you that are just listening as we go around through about our day and just have us on in the background, thank you guys. And if you get a chance, I'd appreciate it if you just come in, drop a comment, and hit the like button. Maybe share it with some friends. And thank you for the subscribers that came in today. And speaking of subscribers, you're going to want to go to crimelaw.net and you're going to want to click on the picture of this big, beautiful book that looks like this,
right?
And pick up your book from Steve and Gosney.
And I've got a Rumble channel if you want to hear Gosney talk even more and play his bass, then go to Crime Law with Stephen and Gosney at Rumble. But I really rather you buy my book because I don't make any money off Rumble.
I've made 18 cents off of Rumble.
I think I'm at 25. So hey,
wow, you're
big bucks.
Okay, master. I'm your Padawan. I'm like 12 cents behind you.
You're smarter. You're smarter than me. You're not like it.
And like for the ones we hear the most, like I said, Steven's been here far and away more than anybody else, but Danny, it's a DA for DA if you want to search for that, or Danny on AHN. That'll pull up her channel. And Flux Paints, subscribe to them. Get Flux. Flux is just getting started. She's got a few hundred subscribers. We need to get her up. Danny's just starting as well. And we have other people in our chat. We're going to be talking to some more mods later. That's like December. We're going to have a very moddy Christmas where we talk to some mods and let you get to know them. They can shill their channels and whatnot. But thank you so much for the super chats. The super chats were like outrageous tonight. So thank you so much for that. Everything is deeply appreciated.
Especially
and
Michael Morrison. Michael Morrison must be one of your super fans.
He is now, apparently, and cool for that.
Good for you.
Any parting comments, Steve?
Well, thank you, Legal Vices, and I will see you around. I'm going back to work next week, so this is my final farewell for the foreseeable future. But thank you very much for letting me sit on, and this was a great trial, and you did a bang-up job in letting us cover this thing front to back.
And if winter is coming, as the Stark family is fond of saying, but as long as you're wearing that awesome sheepskin coat, what is the brand of sheepskin coat for those that may be interested?
Overland Sheepskin Company, which is out of Taos, New Mexico. I wore this in honor of Mr. Vices, who likes Jerry Spence. This is check it out, Jerry Spence. It's got a bone buttons and loops. This is the Jerry Spence jacket, the brand that he wears.
Now you just need like a black turtleneck and a bolo tie, and you'll have the whole thing gone. So that's it, guys. That's the end of the Matthew Terry trial.
Good night, all. I'm heading out.
I say don't really know how to end this other than say good night, y'all. We'll catch you most likely on Monday. Thanks again, Steve. Deeply, deeply appreciate you being part of this.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody. Enjoy your legal vices. I'm out of here. I'm going to sleep. Bye.